I could feel the disgusting stench lingering in my nose. The zombie king's rotten mouth clamped down on my neck, its sharp black teeth sinking in as it gulped down my blood. I knew this was it. My end had come. After 5 long, grueling years of surviving in this apocalyptic world, I was exhausted. My vision blurred from the blood loss, and my body collapsed, too weak to fight back. The zombie king, sensing my defeat, grew even more reckless, savoring the taste of my blood. But in that moment, something sparked within me. My eyes snapped open, and I summoned the last of my abilities. Concentrating everything into my hand, I turned my fingers into steel claws and stabbed them into the back of its head with all my might. The cold, sticky liquid splattered onto my face as I smiled faintly before everything went black. When I woke up, I wasn't in the world I knew. A series of mechanical dings echoed in my mind. Confused, I opened my eyes to find myself in a white, empty void. "Am I dead?" I muttered. "Is this heaven or the underworld?" A robotic voice interrupted my thoughts, introducing itself as a life-bearing system. It explained that I had died but could earn back my life by completing a peculiar mission, having children in various worlds. My immediate reaction was to refuse. No thanks. I'd rather stay dead. But the system didn't back down. It reminded me of the horrifying reality. If I stayed dead, I'd turn into a zombie king. The image of that rotting monster made my skin crawl. Absolutely not. I'd rather do anything than become that. With no other choice, I agreed. Fine, I'll do it. How hard could it be compared to fighting zombies? The system began its setup, asking me to create my new identity for the missions. But as I tinkered with the options, I realized I had 0 points to customize anything. This system wasn't just cold, it was downright sneaky. Frustrated, I pressed on. The system suggested I trade something for points, even my soul. That was its endgame, turning me into another soulless system like itself. No way. I wasn't going to become some emotionless machine. But without points, I was stuck. Desperate, I clenched my hand, only to realize I was holding something sticky. When I opened my palm, I saw a strange, glowing white blob in my hand. What on earth was this? I smirked and asked the system, "How many points can I get for trading this thing in my hand?" The system let out a strange, ear-piercing static noise, and I winced. It sounded like it was malfunctioning, and after a while, it finally spoke again, sounding shocked and even a bit scared. "How did you bring that thing in here?" it asked, clearly losing its usual composure. I shrugged innocently. "You tell me. You're the one who brought me here." I tilted my head, smiling darkly. "System, could it be that you've made a huge mistake?" "Stop. Don't say such things." The system sounded panicked, probably worried that some higher system might overhear our conversation. I could sense its fear of getting caught. After a long pause, the system finally announced, "Zombie King's brain traded. Current points updated. Please customize your character." I blinked in surprise. Who knew the Zombie King's brain was worth so much? I didn't even have to sell my soul. Feeling like a rich lady, I started browsing the customization menu. The interface was so poorly designed, probably because the system thought I wouldn't make it this far. Everything could be bought with just 1 point and up. I laughed as I went on a shopping spree. Top tier beauty? Bought it. Top intelligence? Got that too. Max combat skills? Yes, please. Medical expertise? Why not? I even bought pills, gender selection pills, twin pills, painless delivery pills, you name it, I bought it. And after all that, I still had over 9,000 points left. I couldn't spend them all even if I tried. "System," I asked after some time, "where's the option to trade points for more lifespan?" The system paused, probably sweating bullets if it could. Luckily for it, the option hadn't been set up yet, or I wouldn't have needed to do any missions at all. Finally, it explained, lifespan can only be earned by completing childbirth missions. Each child adds 10 years in the current world. What if I don't get pregnant in time? The initial lifespan in each world is only 1 year. Please act quickly, host. Fair enough. I wasn't worried. I had all those pills. 1 year would be plenty. I then turned to the system and said calmly, I won't expose your mistake, but from now on, you're working with me. This mission isn't just mine, it's ours. For the first time, I had the system in the palm of my hand. It even changed its robotic voice to a cheerful, cutesy tone to match my mood. Yes, host.
I'll serve you well.
Rolling my eyes, I said, let's go. Time to start the mission. When I opened my eyes, I was stunned. Standing before me was a breathtakingly handsome man straight out of a historical drama, tall, with long legs, sharp brows, deep eyes, and a strong jawline. His disheveled clothes revealed just enough of his toned chest to make my heart race. It had been years since I'd seen anyone this good-looking. In the apocalypse, even the most attractive people ended up dirty and disheveled. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like to feast my eyes on a beauty like this. I won't lie, I've always been a bit of a fangirl. Before the apocalypse, I was obsessed with celebrity crushes, even picking out husbands from every type imaginable. But love never became a reality for me. The apocalypse hit during my first month of college, and all my dreams of romance evaporated as survival took over. Just as I thought about striking up a conversation, a sharp pain shot through me, making me hiss in discomfort. Looking down, I finally noticed my body. My first reaction?
Wow.
This figure was top tier. But as I took in the bruises on my arms and the soreness that felt like I'd been run over, reality hit me. The lingering pain and everything about the situation screamed what had happened before I woke up. I gritted my teeth in frustration. Ugh, I arrived too late. Still, something felt off. System, care to explain the backstory? I asked. The cute little voice replied, that will cost 100 points. With thousands of points to spare, I wasn't worried.
Go ahead, I said.
In an instant, the whole story filled my head. I now inhabited the body of Li Yunyan, the eldest daughter of a powerful general in an alternate dynasty. Her life had been lonely. Her father and brother were always away, leaving her to grow up on her own. Despite being spoiled with riches, she was deeply insecure and desperate for affection, often trying to win over her relatives, especially her cousin Li Yunwu. But Li Yunwu wasn't just ungrateful, she was ruthless. She took advantage of Li Yunyan's generosity, stealing her jewelry and even setting her sights on her fiancé, Yun Ruoyan, a gentle scholar who had Li Yunyan utterly smitten. Today was supposed to be a turning point, as Li Yunwu schemed to ruin Li Yunyan's reputation and take her place as Yun Ruoyan's bride. The original Li Yunyan had fallen into the trap, ending up drugged and losing her chastity to Hua Weixin, a general she despised. Distraught, she tried to cover it up, only for the truth to surface months later when she discovered she was pregnant. Hua Weixin had died in battle, leaving Li Yunyan with no options but to marry into his grieving family or face disgrace. Pressured and betrayed by those she trusted most, she ended her life by throwing herself into a well. What a mess! I shook my head at the absurdity of it all. This girl had been so foolish, but since I'd taken over her life, things were about to change. Looking back at the man, Hua Weixin, standing barefoot on the floor, I realized I'd caught up to the scene. The pillow in my hands was meant to be thrown at him as part of the original Li Yunyan's dramatic attempt to drive him away. But instead of hurling it, I hesitated. My eyes welled up with tears, my expression softening into a mix of vulnerability and hurt. My voice, barely above a whisper, came out sweet and pitiful. It hurts. When I told Hua Weixin it hurts, his reaction surprised me. His eyes widened in shock. He probably thought I was about to yell at him or demand he leave. Instead, I just complained. After a moment, he seemed to piece things together. My earlier tears, my cries of pain. A flash of guilt crossed his face. He strode to the table, knocking over the incense burner with a loud clatter. I could tell he was furious about being drugged, vowing to get justice for me. Then, to my surprise, he turned to me and bowed slightly, his deep voice steady. I, Hua Weixin, wish to take you as my wife. Please, don't hold this against me and accept my proposal.
Wow.
What a man. Even though he was also a victim of this setup, he didn't push the blame onto me or shirk responsibility. Instead, he faced it head-on. I couldn't help but admire that. Sure, I said, grinning. He froze, clearly caught off guard. He probably expected me to reject him, given my supposed feelings for Yun Ruoyan. But I wasn't the original Li Yunyan, and honestly, Hua Weixin was far more appealing. I stood up, ignoring the soreness, and walked over to him. I had to tilt my head back to meet his gaze. He was so tall. I said yes. Aren't you happy? I asked softly, my voice tinged with playful accusation. He quickly steadied me when I wobbled, but his hands trembled as he pulled away, clearly struggling with whatever effects of the drugs still lingered. I'm very happy, he murmured, his voice low. Just then, we heard footsteps outside. He moved swiftly, pulling the blanket to cover my torn clothing and shielding me with his tall frame. Don't be afraid, he said firmly. I'll handle this. For a moment, I felt completely safe, like someone was finally standing between me and the chaos.
It was nice.
The door burst open without warning. Yunyan, are you okay? Li Yunwu's voice was loud and exaggerated, drawing as much attention as possible. She rushed in, looking between Hua Weixin and me with fake concern. Sister, what happened between you and Hua Weixin? Her bad acting and lack of genuine emotion annoyed me. I rolled my eyes. Stop screaming. I'm not dead yet. She froze, clearly not expecting me to be so calm. But her gaze darted to the disheveled state of the room, and I could see the gears turning in her head. Meanwhile, the others who followed her in, Yun Ruoyan's mother and a group of nosy women, were already judging me with disdain. The smell of incense lingered, and Lady Yi, Yun Ruoyan's mother, didn't bother to hide her disgust.
Liu Jian, explain yourself.
What exactly were you doing in here? Her sharp tone and the crowd of onlookers made it clear she wasn't here for answers. She was here to humiliate me. Hua Weixin stepped forward, calm and composed. Lady Yi, this situation was orchestrated. I'll get to the bottom of it and visit your household to offer my apologies. Li Yunwu's expression faltered slightly at his words. She had planned everything so carefully, and she couldn't let him undo it all. Desperate, she stumbled forward, pretending to fix my hair. But instead, she tripped and grabbed the bed curtain, yanking it down. The messy bed and incriminating stains were now on full display. The married women in the room quickly covered their faces with handkerchiefs, understanding the situation instantly. The younger, unmarried girls whispered in confusion, only to be ushered out by their mothers. Li Yunwu's eyes filled with panic, and she stammered out an apology, tears brimming in her eyes. Sister, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I just slipped. Her pitiful act might have worked on someone else, but I wasn't buying it. Lady Ye's expression darkened as she turned to me, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Why is she apologizing to you? You're the one who brought shame upon yourself. I watched the scene unfold, calm but calculating. It was clear that in this world, people would step all over me if I let them. But I wasn't the old Li Yunyan, and I wouldn't make the same mistake she did. If they wanted a show, I'd give them one on my terms. When Li Yunwu started sniffling and pretending to be heartbroken over me, I couldn't help but feel annoyed. For a moment, I thought about just ending this charade and getting rid of everyone here. But the system screeched in my head, begging me not to let my post-apocalyptic instincts take over. It reminded me that in this world, killing meant consequences, and I still had my mission to complete.
Fine.
I sighed and refocused on the current mess. Turning to Lady Yi, who had been questioning me loudly, I said calmly, Lady Yi, as the host, shouldn't you be investigating what happened to a guest in your home instead of blaming the victim? Is this how the Zhongshu residence treats its guests? Lady Yi looked stunned, clearly not expecting me to speak up. In the past, I had always been meek and submissive around her, never daring to raise my voice. Her shock quickly turned into anger. How dare you? She snapped. You've shamed yourself in my home, and now you're trying to shift the blame to me? A shameless woman like you is unworthy of being part of our family. Most people would have been devastated by such harsh words, but I remained calm. So, Lady Yi, you're saying you won't take responsibility for your poor management of your household? Her face twisted in disbelief. I won't stand for your slander. Then let's report this to the authorities, I said evenly. Her eyes widened. What did you say? Report it, I repeated. If you won't believe I was framed, we'll let the officials investigate and uncover the truth. She pointed at the messy bed, her voice rising. You dare call yourself innocent after that? I stood, wrapping the blanket around myself, and faced her. When I walked into your residence earlier today, I was an innocent woman. Now I've lost everything, and you owe me an explanation. Lady Yi was furious, but before she could retort, Hua Weishin stepped forward, his voice like thunder. Enough. She froze, clearly realizing she'd forgotten who she was dealing with. Hua Weishin wasn't just anyone. He was the Grand Marshal, holding power far above her husband's rank. He wasn't someone she could afford to cross. I wasn't about to let her off so easily, though. Turning to Hua Weishin, I bowed respectfully and said, while the truth may not change what has happened, it must be revealed. Hua Weishin, I ask you to report this matter and clear our names. The room fell silent as my words sank in. Even the watching crowd of noble ladies seemed to reconsider their initial judgments. If I was willing to involve the authorities, maybe I truly was innocent. Hua Weishin gently helped me stand and said with unexpected softness, Miss Yunyan, I promise to give you the justice you deserve. I'll personally investigate this matter and ensure the truth is revealed. He added firmly, Miss Yunyan's reputation is more important than my own. No one will tarnish it. His words left me momentarily touched. For someone in his position to defend me so openly, it was unexpected and oddly comforting. Then he signaled to his guards, who entered and began collecting evidence. When Hua Weishin ordered a full investigation of everyone in the residence, including today's guests, Li Yunwu's composure started to crack. She grabbed Lady Ye's arm, trying to downplay the situation. Lady Yi, if this matter escalates, it'll tarnish not just my sister's reputation but the entire Zhongshu residence. Maybe we should just let it go. But Lady Yi was no longer as confident, especially after Hua Weishin's declaration. Seeing that her usual tactics wouldn't work, Li Yunwu turned to me, adopting her fake concern. Elder sister, she said sweetly, grabbing my hand. This will only bring you trouble. Everyone here knows you were framed. Let's not blow it out of proportion. Grandmother would only punish you further if she found out. Grandmother. The mention of that cruel old woman brought back memories from the storyline, the endless punishments, the harsh words, and the constant humiliation. I felt a surge of anger. Without a second thought, I slapped Li Yunwu twice. A crisp smack echoed through the room, and everyone stared in stunned silence. Li Yunwu's face turned pale as she clutched her cheek, looking at me in disbelief.
Sister.
She whimpered. But I wasn't in the mood for her games anymore. This was just the beginning. If they thought I'd play the weak victim like the original Li Yunyan, they were in for a rude awakening. Li Yunyan was stunned by the sudden slap. She dazedly touched her face. Both cheeks quickly swelled, reddened with a few finger marks, and burned with pain. Sister, what are you doing? Why did you hit me? Her eyes filled with incredulous tears, her pupils widened, and tears of humiliation welled in her eyes.
Li Yunyan s'ha creat l'inuda.
This time, her acting was much better than before. She couldn't be bothered to argue with Li Yunwu. Naturally, I suspect you. Without waiting for her reply, Li Yunyan turned and said to Hua Weishin, Mr. Hua, please investigate my personal maid. She disappeared after I entered the Chancellor's residence. Also, thoroughly check the people around my younger sister. Hua Weishin was surprised. Rumors outside described Li Yunyan as ignorant and foolish. Yet today, despite the incident, she remained calm, even identifying suspects. Her meticulous thinking suggested the rumors were likely untrue. He nodded. Miss Li, rest assured, I will investigate thoroughly. Li Yunwu wanted to defend herself. Covering her swollen face, she tried to say, Sister, why suspect me? You know Wu'er is your best. Smack. Another loud slap landed. Stop babbling. Li Yunyan rubbed her wrist, her face expressionless. This body of hers truly was delicate. After just 3 slaps, her wrist ached and her palm stung. Indeed, the force of action is mutual. Seeing Li Yunwu clutching her face, seemingly ready to perform again, Li Yunyan grabbed her collar, pulling her close, and lowered her voice. You talk too much. If you say another word, I'll slap you again until you can't speak. You can try me. Her fierce gaze, filled with hostility, made Li Yunwu feel she would truly kill her if she continued speaking. Tearfully, she nodded, tucking her lips inward to signal she wouldn't say another word. Once Li Yunwu finally behaved, Li Yunyan released her grip on her collar, even thoughtfully smoothing out the wrinkles. Clapping her hands, she approached Madame Yi, skipping formalities, and directly said, Madame Yi, I am now Mr. Hua's person. Let's annul the marriage to your son. Please inform Mr. Yun to return all the gifts he received from me. You. Madame Yi was stunned. Li Yunyan, once deeply infatuated with her son, obediently followed him everywhere. Everyone in the capital knew she cherished the engagement like her own life. Now she took the initiative to end it, without begging, apologizing, or groveling. Instead, she simply said, it's over, and even demanded the return of her gifts. It was utterly unreasonable. Had Li Yunyan lost her mind? Madame Yi, initially planning to visit the Li household the next day to annul the engagement herself and relish Li Yunyan's despair, was now outmaneuvered. Furious, she twisted her handkerchief, wanting to shout, That was my line. Li Yunyan, seeing Madame Yi remain silent, wasn't annoyed. Tilting her head with a smirk, her eyes glimmered with mischief. On someone else, such gestures might seem frivolous, but Li Yunyan's exquisite features and natural charm made them irresistibly alluring. Hua Weixin felt a tickle in his throat and cleared it lightly. Li Yunyan then said, Madame Yi, are you hesitating because you still want me as your daughter-in-law? Before Madame Yi could respond, she added, Don't even think about it. Your Yun Ruoyan can't compare to a single toe of Mr. Hua. With that, ignoring the stunned crowd, she grabbed Hua Weixin's sleeve and strode out of the room, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded noblewomen. As Madame Yi belatedly tried to scold her, Li Yunyan was already out of sight. Pointing toward where Li Yunyan had left, Madame Yi cursed with all her might. You shameless woman. Then, amidst a chorus of gasps, she fainted from anger. Li Yunyan, pulling Hua Weixin along, walked briskly until they were out of sight. Her legs then gave way. Mr. Hua, quick, catch me. Hua Weixin extended his long arms, catching her slim waist and pulling her into his arms. Li Yunyan, panting softly, murmured, Sorry, I'm not being coy, it's just that my legs are weak, and I have no strength. Hua Weixin's ears turned red again. She had just claimed in front of everyone that Yun Ruoyan couldn't compare to him, and now she was openly relying on his embrace. Did this mean she harbored feelings for him? But what did she mean by being coy? Was that some kind of tea? He'd never heard of it before. Can you still walk now? He asked. Li Yunyan shook her head, honestly replying with a flirtatious comment. Considering your strength earlier, do you think I can still walk? The heat from Hua Weixin's ears spread to his face. Holding her tighter, his voice turned husky. I'll take you home, then. Thank you, Mr. Hua. Feigning calmness, he replied, No need for formalities. From now on, just call me Ashin. All right, thank you, Ashin. Li Yunyan smiled, her crescent-shaped eyes dazzling. Hua Weixin's Adam's apple bobbed as he looked straight ahead, supporting her to his carriage. Once inside, he ordered the driver, to the Li residence. Understood. The carriage's simple interior reflected Hua Weixin's indifference to luxury. Even the seats were hard wooden planks. Li Yunyan took a light breath upon sitting down. With sharp hearing, Hua Weixin noticed her suppressed discomfort. His eyes searched the carriage for something soft to cushion her, but found nothing. Regretting not taking his mother's advice to use the finest carriage, his ears reddened once more. He moved beside her and softly said, Excuse me, The next moment, he bent down, placing one hand under her knees and the other on her back, lifting her to sit on his lap. Caught off guard by the Princess Carrie, Li Yunyan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Sitting comfortably on his lap, she indeed felt much better. Li Yunyan chuckled softly. "Xin, you're so capable." "Capable of what?" Hua Weixin, still holding her in this posture, remained stiff and motionless, his eyes glued straight to the carriage door. With the coldest expression, he performed the most seductive action. Li Yunyan stopped teasing him, knowing she had a mission to accomplish, and fulfilling it was her top priority. Recalling the plot, she realized she was now supposed to be pregnant, while Hua Weixin was about to leave to suppress bandits. For the sake of her future happiness, she had to stop him. Putting on a tense expression, she said weakly, "Xin, do you think what happened today might have made me pregnant?" Hua Weixin's pupils slightly widened as he glanced down at her, then quickly looked away. His voice was firm. "I will take responsibility, then you must act quickly." Li Yunyan's eyes welled up as she pleaded, "If my belly truly starts showing, I'll lose face entirely." Hua Weixin looked down again, seeing her tear-filled eyes glistening like pearls. His heart grew heavy and restless. He couldn't understand what he was feeling, just that it was deeply unpleasant. "Don't cry." Awkwardly raising his hand to wipe her tears, he worried that the calluses on his fingers might hurt her soft skin. Switching to the back of his hand, he gently brushed them away. "Don't cry. I'll talk to my mother when we return and have her propose a marriage to your family as soon as possible." "All right." Li Yunyan looked up at him, her eyes full of reliance. "Xin, I'm so scared. Before we get married, please don't go anywhere, all right?" Hua Weixin's gaze flickered. He was scheduled to leave in a few days to suppress bandits in Julian Mountain, a mission planned long ago. "But Li Yunyan threw herself into his arms, sobbing. "Xin, my father and brother are not in the capital, and everyone in the household dislikes me. After everything that happened today, I'm truly scared. If you're not here either, then I really—" Her words trailed off as she broke into uncontrollable sobs. Hua Weixin felt his chest dampen, the warmth seeping straight into his heart. If her sister dared to scheme against her at someone else's birthday banquet, it was clear her family wasn't supportive. After suffering such grievances today, she would surely face more ridicule upon returning home. Miss Yunyan now relied on him for support. If he also left the capital, her delicate self would be left defenseless and bullied to death.
"So, be it,"
he would explain to the emperor himself. Someone else could be sent to deal with the bandits in Julian Mountain. "I promise you, I won't leave until we are married." "Really?" Li Yunyan lifted her head, her eyes brimming with joy. Her tear-streaked face and glowing expression made Hua Weixin's throat tighten. "Really, I wouldn't lie to you." "That's wonderful." Li Yunyan happily threw herself back into his embrace, wrapping her arms around him. She even rubbed her face against his chest, pretending to cuddle but secretly feeling his muscles. Hua Weixin noticed how soft she felt in his arms, but maintained his composure. Sitting upright with military discipline, he placed his hands firmly on his knees. When the carriage reached the Li residence, Li Yunyan had already fallen asleep in his arms. Seeing her sleeping so peacefully, Hua Weixin couldn't bring himself to wake her. Besides, even if she woke, she wouldn't be able to walk in on her own. Resolving to carry her, he stepped out of the carriage with her still in his arms. What happened today would soon spread, and he saw no reason to hide it. He wanted everyone to know Miss Yunyan was under his protection. Anyone thinking of bullying her should reconsider their abilities. In the capital, everyone knew who Hua Weixin was. The gatekeeper, seeing him approach, was about to kneel when he noticed the person in his arms. Shocked, he forgot to greet them. "Miss? Grand Marshal? You too. What was going on? How did the eldest miss get involved with the Grand Marshal? Didn't she already have a fiancé?" The gatekeeper was thoroughly confused and unsure whether to inform the old lady or properly receive their esteemed guest. Hua Weixin, cold as ever in public, strode into the Li residence with his long legs. "Where does your eldest miss live? Lead the way." The gatekeeper, initially planning to notify the old lady, quickly sent someone else to do so and led Hua Weixin instead. This way, Grand Marshal. Please follow me. Hua Weixin's strides were so large that the servant had to jog to keep up. Soon, they entered a secluded courtyard. Due to her father's status, Li Yunyan's grandmother dared not mistreat her openly. Thus, her residence was spacious, with the finest furnishings and scenery. Hearing footsteps, Suecio, her maid, rushed out and saw a servant leading a strange man inside. Just as she was about to reprimand him, she realized the man was the Grand Marshal, carrying her miss. Startled, she hurried over. Miss, what happened to you? Li Yunyan stirred from the noise and quickly recognized her maid's voice. Weakly, she said, Suecio, I'm fine. She signaled Hua Weixin to put her down. Grasping the blanket wrapped around her, she steadied herself and leaned on Suecio for support. Turning to Hua Weixin, she said, Xin, I'm home now. You should head back. As the warmth of her presence faded, Hua Weixin felt a strange emptiness. Standing tall like a pine, he said, Rest well. Don't worry about anything outside. I'll handle it. All right, but don't forget your promise. Her eyes held a trace of unease and hope as she looked at him. Hua Weixin nodded. I won't forget. With that, he scanned the courtyard, gave her a slight bow, and turned to leave. On his way out, he shot a glare at the dazed servant, who quickly followed him out. As soon as they were gone, Li Yunyan's body weakened. Suecio helped me inside. Surprised by her miss's uncharacteristic attitude, Suecio quickly supported her and called out, Qin Mama, come quickly. Miss is back. Miss, what happened to you? Where's Hongfei? Why didn't she return with you? Li Yunyan waved weakly. Don't ask me anything right now. Just prepare some food. I'm starving. All right, I'll go prepare it right away. Qin Mama turned and headed to the small kitchen to instruct the cook. As she walked, she muttered under her breath, That Hongfei is really something. Following the young lady out, letting her come back hungry, and now she's disappeared without a trace. I've said it before, that little hoof can't be trusted, but the young lady wouldn't believe me. Sigh. Suecio helped Li Yunyan into the room, and as soon as they entered, Li Yunyan pulled off the blanket wrapped around her. Having been wrapped in it the entire way, she felt suffocated. Suecio gasped, covering her mouth.
Miss, what happened to you?
What exactly happened today? She tightly covered her mouth to keep her voice under control. No matter how she looked at her, the young lady seemed to have been mistreated. Suecio's heart filled with regret. If she had known, she should have insisted on going out with the young lady in the morning, no matter what. Li Yunyan glanced down at herself. Her clothes were torn and ragged, and her skin, after some time, showed even more bruises and discoloration. Just then, Qin Mama returned after giving instructions in the kitchen. Miss, the food will be ready soon. Miss, what happened to you? Who bullied you? Seeing the two of them becoming more agitated, Li Yunyan raised her hand to stop them. There was no hiding this, and she had no intention of doing so. She calmly revealed the truth. I lost my chastity at the Chancellor's residence today, which is why I look like this. What? Don't panic. I lost it to Hua Weixin. He said he would marry me and should come to propose in a few days. When the time comes, just agree. What? Their eyes widened even further, filled with terror and disbelief, making Li Yunyan almost want to laugh. At that moment, her stomach growled in protest. Supporting herself, Li Yunyan said, Why don't we talk while eating? I'm starving. How could she not be? She had eaten almost nothing in the morning before going out. Then, during the banquet, she had been drugged, which led to a rather intense exercise. Now her stomach was empty, and she was famished. Moreover, she hadn't had proper food for ages during the apocalypse. The thought of food now drove her crazy with hunger. Earlier at the Chancellor's residence, she had been tempted to grab the pastries on the table but refrained, suspecting they might also be drugged. Suppressing her hunger had left her salivating and dizzy. Even if the kitchen only brought her a plain bowl of white rice, she could finish it like it was a delicacy. Qin Mama wiped her tears with her handkerchief. All right, I'll go hurry the kitchen. Once outside the room, Qin Mama couldn't hold back and cried again by the door. Her poor young lady. She had suffered such a huge injustice today, yet acted as if nothing had happened. If the young lady insisted on staying strong, she couldn't add to her troubles. Suishio composed herself and opened the wardrobe, taking out a cloak to drape over Li Yunyan. Miss, eat first. Wear this cloak for now. After you finish, I'll help you bathe. You're so thoughtful. Suishio felt tears welling up again. Her young lady's temperament had changed drastically after today's ordeal, even becoming gentler toward her. She would rather the young lady treat her harshly, as before, than swallow her grievances like this. Once the young lady finished eating and regained her strength, she would find out who had harmed her and avenge her. Li Yunyan closed her eyes to feign rest, but was actually conversing with the system in her mind. System, am I pregnant now? Yes, host. Congratulations, you're pregnant. And how many am I carrying? 1. Just 1? That's too few. 1 child only gives 10 years of lifespan. If I take a fertility pill now, is it still in time to have more? Li Yunyan had originally planned to have 10 or 8 children at once, ensuring a lifetime of comfort. Host, the system's pills must be taken within an hour before or after the act to be effective. The time has already passed. Also, multiple pregnancies can significantly impact your health. Please choose the number wisely. This pill has so many restrictions. Your system is so useless, Li Yunyan grumbled. The system remained silent, and she didn't continue the conversation. Oh well, it was her first pregnancy. With no experience, 1 child would suffice as a trial. By this time, the food had been served. Smelling the aroma, Li Yunyan immediately sat up. Suishio helped her to the table and began serving her. But Li Yunyan grabbed a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, instantly shoveling a big mouthful of rice into her mouth. After swallowing, she took another large bite. Only after her mouth and stomach were filled did she have the energy to talk to Suishio. You don't need to help me. I'll do it myself. The portions Suishio served were too delicate, just 1 or 2 pieces at a time, barely enough for a couple of bites. It was much easier to serve herself. Her exaggerated eating manner made it seem like she hadn't eaten in years, causing Qin Mama to frown in distress. What kind of punishment had the young lady endured to become this hungry? If only she knew that this was already Li Yunyan eating with restraint. If left alone, she might have eaten directly out of the rice pot. After finishing 1 bowl of rice, Li Yunyan felt significantly better. Her dizziness subsided. Suishio refilled her bowl, and Li Yunyan slowed her pace, sipping some soup and savoring the flavors. Qin Mama had prepared 4 dishes and a soup, all light and natural in taste, allowing the ingredients' freshness to shine. Li Yunyan almost cried. The taste of fresh ingredients. Food even the most powerful in the apocalypse couldn't enjoy. Just for this bite, she felt her journey to this small world was worth it. If having children meant eating such delicious food and living longer, she thought, bring on the babies. Qin Mama and Suishio, seeing her red-rimmed eyes, assumed she was emotional about the day's events and remained silent, quietly serving her. Li Yunyan finished 3 bowls before feeling full. Her current body couldn't eat much. Though her appetite wanted more, her stomach couldn't handle it and felt uncomfortably full. Reluctantly, she set down her chopsticks and began looking forward to the next meal. After sipping the last of the soup, she wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and met 2 pairs of expectant yet hesitant eyes. Qin Mama and Suishio were both assigned to Li Yunyan by her father. Apart from her father and younger brother, they were the only 2 who sincerely cared for her. Qin Mama had been a trusted confidant of her late mother, while Suishio, skilled in martial arts, was both a maid and a capable bodyguard. However, due to the schemes of her second aunt and Li Yunwu, along with the sabotage by the spy Hongfei, the original Li Yunyan believed the 2 were sent by her father to monitor her, reporting her every move back to him. Thus, she had always treated them poorly. Now, after eating her fill, she recounted everything that had happened today to them in detail. Their initial anger quickly escalated into cursing Hongfei and Li Yunwu, but they eventually calmed down, carefully pondering what to do next. Li Yunyan gave them ample time to process the situation, knowing their mindset was rooted in the strict values of ancient times, where losing one's chastity before marriage was highly scandalous. To her surprise, they accepted it quickly, merely feeling indignant on her behalf. Qin Mama finally summarized, "Miss, this young Master Hua is far superior to young Master Yun. Please don't feel sad. Your future days with him will surely be good ones." "I think so too." Li Yunyan flashed a bright smile. Both Qin Mama and Suishio were momentarily stunned. Why did it seem like the young lady was even more beautiful than before today? "Miss, what should we do next? Should I sneak into second Miss's room tonight and—" Li Yunyan immediately understood. She wanted to, of course, but killing someone would demand a life in return, or at least imprisonment. Being pregnant, she couldn't afford such consequences. All she wanted now was to safely deliver her child. Alternatively, if someone else could take care of her for her, that would work too. Li Yunyan, now with an exceptionally sharp mind, began carefully planning how to set the stage. Outside Luyuan courtyard, a steward's voice rang out. Qin Mama rose. "I'll go take a look." Moments later, Qin Mama returned and said, "Miss, the old madam requests your presence." Annoyance flickered in Li Yunyan's eyes. She was too exhausted to play along with their pretenses today. The system screamed in her mind, reminding her she couldn't kill anyone. Suppressing her irritation, Li Yunyan told Qin Mama, "Tell them I'm unwell today and will go over tomorrow." Recalling their usual behavior, she added, "If they refuse to accept that, invoke father's name, or even Hua Weishin's. Either way, I'm not moving today." "Understood, Mississippi, leave it to me. Rest assured." Qin Mama perked up. Previously, with the young lady's distrust, she had been forced to keep a low profile. Now that they were united, she couldn't let the young lady's dignity be tarnished. The people of the Li family had bullied her young lady for too long. It was time they paid the price. After Qin Mama left, Li Yunyan turned to Suishio and instructed, "From now on, no one in this household is allowed to enter my courtyard without my permission. If anyone dares to trespass, throw them out immediately." "Yes, miss." Suishio's eyes sparkled. She had been wanting to do this for a long time. She felt the young lady's changed demeanor was a good thing. At least she wouldn't be bullied anymore. Miss was mighty. Feeling less bloated, Li Yunyan had Suishio prepare water for her bath. Stepping into the steam-filled bathroom, Suishio helped Li Yunyan remove her clothes. "You don't need to serve me here. Go deal with these clothes instead." "Yes, Mississippi." Stepping into the bath, Li Yunyan let out a long sigh. She couldn't even remember the last time she had taken such a bath. Admiring her flawless figure by candlelight, Li Yunyan realized just how badly she had been mistreated today. Her skin, fair and tender, bruised at the slightest pressure. The handprints on her arms were relatively light, but the bruises on her waist were deep purple, with the clear imprints of 10 fingers, as if immense force had been used. The countless marks all over her body, combined with the burning sensation of hot water on her wounds, made her inhale sharply. Unhappy. She had gained no joy, only the aftermath of someone else's fun. Someday soon, she would reclaim everything that belonged to her. Thinking of that handsome face, Li Yunyan bit her lip. A gorgeous man. Just wait. She would have him serve her well. Meanwhile, Hua Weishin, confessing the day's events to his mother, suddenly shivered. Why did he feel like a predator was watching him? Rubbing the back of his neck, he felt a chill and couldn't understand why. His mother, Madame May, noticed him spacing out and flicked his forehead in exasperation. "So, you're saying you really mistreated that girl today?" "Yes." Madame May's stern face twitched at the corners, but she hid her amusement with a cough, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. She had already resigned herself to the thought of facing her ancestors and her late husband with shame, never expecting her eternally dense son to suddenly bring home a prospective daughter-in-law. How could she not be pleased? Although her son had been schemed against, Madame May didn't resent the perpetrator. In fact, she felt like applauding. But she had to maintain her composure. Clearing her throat, she asked, "So, what do you plan to do now?" Hua Weishin knelt and bowed. I humbly request Mother to visit the Li family and propose marriage on my behalf as soon as possible. So eager. It seemed that her son had developed feelings for the girl after just one incident. Covering her mouth with her handkerchief again, Madame May silently began planning what gifts to bring. She had heard of the Li family's eldest daughter before, renowned for her beauty, but with a less than stellar reputation. But that didn't matter. As long as her son liked her, she could tolerate any shortcomings. At worst, she could move out to avoid conflict. Tears welled in her eyes. If this daughter-in-law could give the Hua family a child, she would die happy. After all, Hua Weixin was the family's only heir. Very well. I will visit the Li family tomorrow to propose. Seeing his mother agree so readily, Hua Weixin's tense expression relaxed, and he smiled. Thank you, Mother, for making this happen. Seeing his smile, Madame May also smiled. That girl has suffered today. Be good to her in the future and don't be unfaithful. I understand. As if remembering something, Hua Weixin bowed again. I have another matter to attend to and must go to the palace now. Please rest early, Mother. It's so late already. Hua Weixin looked back. It's fine. His Majesty is likely still awake. Hua Weixin entered the palace late at night and conversed with the emperor in the imperial study for a long time. By the time he left, it was already deep into the night. His expression was relaxed. The emperor had agreed to his request to assign someone else to suppress the bandits and even postpone the mission by a few days due to the short notice. Upon exiting, his guard stepped forward and whispered, "General, today's incident has been investigated. The second miss of the Li family bribed the maidservant beside the eldest miss to drug her tea. Additionally, the room you entered today was filled with a highly potent Hahuan incense." Hua Weixin's relaxed demeanor turned grave in an instant. His eyes darkened as he asked, "Where are they now?" The second miss, being a noble woman, cannot be detained without solid evidence and has already returned home. Her maid Huang Yu claims she acted entirely on her own and that it has nothing to do with the second Mississippi. As for the eldest Mrs. Maid Hong Fei, she has confessed and signed a statement. Hua Weixin sneered coldly. A loyal dog indeed. Let's go have a look. Meanwhile, back at Luyuan courtyard, Qin Mama returned to find Li Yunyan already asleep. She checked the outer room and, not wanting to disturb her, stayed outside with Suecio to keep watch through the night. Suecio whispered, "Mama, how did it go with the old madam?" Qin Mama, with a smug expression, leaned in and whispered. She was furious. Broke several teacups and a vase, and her words were anything but clean. But I shut her down with my arguments. "Mama, you're amazing." Suecio gave her a big thumbs up. Qin Mama shook her head. "We're safe for now, but tomorrow will be critical. The young lady has another battle to fight." Suecio's smile faded. Though the young lady seemed stronger than before, the old madam was still her grandmother. With filial piety weighing down on her, the young lady might suffer again. The old madam's favoritism was unbearable. How could she treat the second branch so well while being so harsh and unreasonable to her own granddaughter? Clenching her fists, Suecio vowed to stick close to the young lady tomorrow. If the old madam tried to punish her again, she would stand up for her. The next day, Li Yunyan woke naturally without an alarm. It had been a long time since she could relax and sleep so soundly. Every day brought new joys. Sitting up, she stretched lazily and twisted her waist from side to side, feeling all the discomfort from the day before vanish. The benefits of an excellent constitution were evident in her rapid recovery. She was glowing with energy now. Hearing movement, Suecio entered carrying a wooden basin. "Miss, you're awake? Let me help you freshen up." "All right." In high spirits, Li Yunyan asked while washing, "What's for breakfast today?" Suecio wrung out a towel and replied, "Your favorite pearl dumplings, bird's nest with lotus seeds, pan-fried fresh fish, and mutton noodle soup. That much?" "Miss, you're usually not extravagant with food. This is already a simplified menu." Hearing this, Li Yunyan's mood soared. Life as an ancient noblewoman was truly luxurious. She wouldn't trade it for anything. She finished her breakfast down to the last bite and, after rinsing her mouth, sat before the mirror, waiting for Suecio to style her hair. As Tsueshio entered with a letter, she handed it to Li Yunyan. "Miss, someone from the Hua family just delivered this." Taking the letter, Li Yunyan noted the bold, flamboyant handwriting on the envelope, Hua Weixin's own. Opening it, she read that Hua Weixin had uncovered the truth. The culprit was Li Yunwu's maid, who insisted it had nothing to do with her mistress. No concrete evidence had been found yet. Li Yunyan had expected this outcome. Placing the letter aside, she instructed Tsueshio to continue styling her hair. Styling long hair in ancient times took considerable time. Looking at her face in the bronze mirror, Li Yunyan noticed a faint resemblance to her previous self, but every feature, eyes, nose, skin, had been enhanced to absolute perfection. Even she couldn't help but praise herself. Too gorgeous, of course. As Tsueshio deftly worked on her hair, she added, "Miss, you're the most beautiful woman in the entire capital. The other ladies feel inferior whenever they see you, so they spread malicious gossip to ruin your reputation." Li Yunyan glanced at her approvingly, as if to say, "You have good taste. I'm pleased." Opening a drawer, she inspected her collection of jewelry, a few gold hairpins and some worn earrings, all lying forlornly in a jewelry box. Her excited fingers froze midair. "This is it." Tsueshio, admiring her work, placed every hairpin from the box onto Li Yunyan's head and asked, "How's this, miss?" "It's fine, but is this all I have?" "Yes, miss, don't you remember? You gave most of your jewelry to the second branch. To second miss, second madam, old madam, and even second master's concubines and illegitimate daughters," Tsueshio fumed. Every year, the master and young master sent plenty of jewelry and accessories for the young lady, but as soon as they left, the second branch would come knocking, asking for this and that. Their shamelessness knew no bounds. The young lady, being generous, gave away whatever they asked for. Over time, everything except the few pins in her hair had been taken. Fortunately, the money and fabrics sent by the master were tightly managed by Chin Mama, who even refused the young lady. Otherwise, the second branch would have taken everything, leaving the young lady with nothing to eat. The wealthiest member of the Li household had become the poorest. Smack! Li Yunyan slammed her hand on the dressing table. Those were her treasures. What did I give away? Do you know? Of course. Chin Mama has everything recorded. Chin Mama, who had just entered, added indignantly, "Miss, everything your father sent is documented and carefully stored. I also noted everything you gave away, who took what, and when." She glanced cautiously at Li Yunyan, worried she might find her meddlesome or stingy. "Well done," Li Yunyan stood, beaming at Chin Mama. "Tsueshio, help me change." "Chin Mama, bring the records. Didn't the old madam summon me? Let's go and retrieve every single item today." Both women, delighted, curtsied and replied, "Yes, miss." Li Yunyan added, "Mama, make copies of those records. If they burn them to deny everything, we'll have backups. I've already prepared copies." Chin Mama, her fighting spirit ignited, had been waiting for this moment for years. She had endured for so long just for this day, ready to reclaim everything down to the last needle. While Tsueshio helped the young lady change, Chin Mama stepped outside to quietly instruct a servant, who nodded and left the residence. Li Yunyan had Tsueshio pick out her most luxurious outfit. Fortunately, she was taller and had a better figure than Li Yunwu, making her clothes impossible for anyone else in the household to wear, ensuring they were kept intact until now. Draped in exquisite silks and satins, Li Yunyan radiated an imposing aura. Every gesture exuded natural elegance and dominance. With a satisfied smirk, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror and raised an eyebrow. "Let's go. Time to pay my dear grandmother a visit." Her grandmother's courtyard was about a 10-minute walk away. Along the way, the trio's newfound confidence caught the attention of many servants. Rumors had spread that the eldest miss was carried home by the Grand Marshal of the army yesterday. The Grand Marshal, a man second only to the Emperor himself. Today, the eldest miss looked radiant, walking with her head held high, exuding an air of nobility far beyond what anyone had seen before. It seemed she had found her pillar of support. The servants, quick to adapt to changing tides, scrambled to greet her with bows and respectful words. Li Yunyan nodded dismissively, neither slowing her pace nor responding, heading directly for the old madam's courtyard. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, they were stopped by Tian Mama, the old madam's trusted servant. "Miss, please wait. Allow this servant to announce your arrival first." Tian Mama, emboldened by the old madam's trust, had often shown disdain toward Li Yunyan. Many of the punishments Li Yunyan endured in the past were carried out under her watch. She was one of Li Yunyan's sworn enemies. Now, Tian Mama stood arrogantly before her, lifting her chin as though to look down on Li Yunyan, despite being a full head shorter. From Li Yunyan's perspective, the sight was laughably ridiculous. But Tian Mama wasn't the main antagonist of the day, not yet worthy of her attention. Li Yunyan's enhanced hearing picked up the conversation and laughter inside the courtyard between her grandmother and Li Yunwu. A mocking smile crept onto her lips. Perfect timing. She wouldn't need to deal with them separately. Ignoring Tian Mama's words, she stepped forward decisively. Tian Mama squawked like a hen. "Miss, without the old madam's permission, how dare you barge in? You have no sense of propriety." She moved to block Li Yunyan, but was stopped by Tsueshio. "Tian Mama, our miss is business with the old madam. We servants should know our place and stay out of it." Enraged by the audacity of a mere maid, Tian Mama raised her hand to slap Tsueshio. But Tsueshio effortlessly caught her wrist, her tone cold. "If Tian Mama insists on making trouble, don't blame me for being impolite." Tian Mama, accustomed to being flattered by those beneath her, had never been treated this way. She snarled, "You insolent girl! How dare you defy me? I'll tear your mouth apart." Snap! With a deft twist, Tsueshio dislocated Tian Mama's jaw. "Ugh!
Ugh. Ah.
Ah." Tian Mama clutched her jaw, her face red with anger and humiliation, glaring daggers at Tsueshio as incoherent noises escaped her throat. Ignoring the commotion, Tsueshio calmly followed behind her mistress. Finally enjoying some peace and quiet, Li Yunyan glanced back and gave Tsueshio a thumbs up. They walked through the front veranda, around a rockery, and past an ancient tree to reach the old madam's main hall. Inside, the conversation had ceased, likely disrupted by Tian Mama's earlier squawking. As Li Yunyan approached the entrance, an object was suddenly hurled toward her feet. With a slight pivot and a flick of her toe, she sent the object flying back, shattering it upon impact. The speed left even Tsueshio stunned. "Ah." An old woman sitting at the head of the room clutched her chest, her face a mask of shock. How could she not be startled? The teacup, meant to intimidate Li Yunyan, had been sent hurtling back, shattering loudly at her feet. The old madam glared furiously at Li Yunyan, her voice thundering. "Outrageous! Insolent wretch! Kneel before me." The former Li Yunyan would have trembled in fear, unsure of her wrongdoing, but compelled to obey. But the current Li Yunyan?
Kneel?
She didn't fear zombies. Why should she fear this old crone? Raising her eyes, she noticed Li Yunwu standing beside the old madam, her face smug with satisfaction. Not even pretending to act like a loving sister anymore? It seemed yesterday's slaps hadn't been hard enough. She still had the energy to complain. Did she think her grandmother's favoritism could shield her forever? Smirking coldly, Li Yunyan strode forward, grabbed Li Yunwu, twisted her arm, and delivered a swift kick to her knees. The actions were fluid, leaving no room for resistance. With a loud thud, Li Yunwu fell to her knees. Crossing her arms, Li Yunyan clicked her tongue in mock disappointment. "Sister, how could you anger grandmother so? When grandmother tells you to kneel, you should obey." Such poor manners. Li Yunwu, dazed and struggling, found herself unable to stand. Li Yunyan's grip was like iron. "Let go of me."
Li Yunyan.
"Grandmother told you to kneel, not me. How could that be? Grandmother is wise and just. She wouldn't punish the innocent without reason. I've done nothing wrong, so why would she punish me? Isn't that right, grandmother?" The old madam was momentarily speechless. This ungrateful child, who used to be timid and silent, was suddenly articulate and defiant. Had she grown reckless, emboldened by her newfound support? You know exactly what you've done, the old madam finally retorted.
Liu Nian baba dismissively.
Grandmother must be referring to how second sister framed me yesterday, causing me to lose my chastity to Hua Weixin? You're lying. Grandmother, I didn't do it. Sister is framing me, Li Yunwu wailed, tears streaming as she turned to the old madam. Please, grandmother, protect me. Enough noise. Li Yunyan yanked Li Yunwu's hair back, destroying her meticulously styled bun. Hairpins clattered to the ground as Li Yunwu clawed in vain to stop her. Let go. It hurts. Distracted by her hair, Li Yunwu had no energy left to argue. Li Yunyan continued, her tone icy. Whether or not you're innocent will be revealed soon enough. My maid Hongfei has already been taken by Hua Weixin, and your maid is also missing. No doubt she's with Hua Weixin as well. The truth will come out soon enough. At the moment, Li Yunyan could mention that Hua Weixin had sent her a letter. Since they weren't officially engaged yet, and after just one night together, any private exchanges would only provide more gossip for Li Yunwu to spread. The old crone spoke up. You're just spouting nonsense. Wooer has always been the most sensible and obedient. How could she possibly set you up? Perhaps it's your own rotten reputation that provoked someone to harm you. So, grandmother admits I was framed? Then why didn't you offer me any words of comfort? Why was your first reaction to demand that I kneel? The old madam froze, caught off guard by the rhetorical trap. Perhaps it's your own licentious behavior, seducing someone at the banquet, and now you're shifting the blame onto your sister when the scandal came to light. Li Yunyan was baffled. This old woman, despite her dislike for her, was still her biological grandmother. How could she harbor such malice toward her own grandchild? To fabricate such slanderous claims, was she determined to drive her to ruin? System, can you find out why this old crone hates the original me so much? Yes, host, but it will cost points. Deduct them. Understood. Please wait. Got it. Host, you are indeed her biological granddaughter. However, her grudge stems from your father, her eldest son, refusing to marry her niece and instead insisting on marrying your mother. This resentment never faded. Later, your father spent most of his time away and didn't nurture a bond with her. In contrast, your second uncle, who constantly pandered to her, earned her favoritism. He lacks talent, but has a glib tongue, which only deepened her bias. My father upheld the family's honor and carried its burdens. Isn't that enough? Host, have you heard the saying, the favor of a peck becomes the hatred of a bushel? The more your father gave selflessly, the more they felt entitled to it. Any pushback was seen as rebellion, prompting them to suppress your family even harder. So they're trying to live off soft rice and still want to act tough. Exactly. Oh, host. I've found something else. Deduct more points and spill. Host, your mother didn't die of illness but was poisoned by your second aunt and the old crone. What? Your second aunt coveted control of the household and envied your mother's superior lifestyle. The old crone wanted your father to remarry her widowed niece. While your mother was weak after giving birth to your brother and your father was away at war, they laced her tonic with a slow-acting poison.
Li Yunyan clenched her fists, her anger surging.
She had initially planned to leave a little dignity intact for the sake of the family's appearance.
But now?
There was no need. These weren't family, they were leeches. Monsters. Suppressing her fury, she addressed the old madam coldly, no longer willing to call her grandmother. If the old madam doesn't believe me, feel free to report this to the authorities and let them investigate thoroughly. Today, I've come to reclaim what's mine. Hearing her demand, the old madam's focus immediately shifted. What belongings? There's nothing here of yours. Qin Mama, explain. Qin Mama stepped forward, opening a thick ledger and began reading. 2 days ago, the old madam claimed a headache and took 100-year-old ginseng from Mississippi. Last month, citing knee pain from the weather, she took Mrs. White Tiger Pelt. The month before that, saying her vision was blurry, she had someone take. As Qin Mama read, piece by piece, Li Yunyan's memories resurfaced. So that's how her storeroom had been emptied, one item at a time. Before Li Yunyan could respond, the old madam, unable to endure further, interrupted. Enough. These were all gifts from a filial granddaughter to her grandmother. What's this talk of taking them back? It would hurt our relationship. For once, the old woman even forced a kind smile, gazing at Li Yunyan with feigned affection. In the past, such an expression would have melted the original Li Yunyan's heart, prompting her to offer up everything in her possession willingly. But the current Li Yunyan? She didn't even blink. You needn't worry, old madam. There is no relationship left to harm. The old madam's face darkened. She slammed her hand on the table, shouting, You insolent wretch! Aren't you afraid of being labeled as disrespectful and unfilial? Spread it around then. You've been bad-mouthing me regardless of how well I behaved. The old madam was stunned. How did she know? Could it be that loud-mouthed second aunt who let it slip? Useless fool. Li Yunyan grew impatient. That ledger was too thick, and hearing it all would take until nightfall. She had no time to waste. Chin mama, stop reading. Just start moving everything. Yes, miss. Let's see who dares. The old madam slammed the table so hard it echoed. Those items are mine. No one is taking them. Chin mama ignored her tantrum and stepped outside to signal. Moments later, about 10 servants and maids entered the courtyard. The old madam's face paled. Who are these people? They're not from our household. How did they get in? Chin mama whispered to Li Yunyan. Miss, these are servants I've kept outside the household. The men are retired soldiers from the master's army. They may look rough, but they're skilled and trustworthy. Noticing their scars and missing limbs, Li Yunyan nodded. I trust your arrangements, mama. Handle it as you see fit. Understood, Mississippi. Bolstered by Li Yunyan's trust, Chin mama's confidence surged. She strolled through the room, pointing out items belonging to the young lady. Her team immediately began removing them. This is rebellion.
Ute rebellion. Li Yunyan.
You wretched brat. Someone, come quickly, but her cries were in vain. Tian Mama, who usually interpreted her commands, couldn't speak with her dislocated jaw, only managing guttural noises. The other servants in the courtyard were trapped. Chin Mama had sealed the gates, leaving no one to spread the word. After half an hour, 2/3 of the old madam's courtyard was emptied. Chin Mama left no stone unturned, even tapping on floor tiles. She discovered a hidden compartment containing silver notes. She left the property deeds untouched, as they required formal transfer. Old madam, many items from the ledger are missing. I assume they've been used, sold, or given away. To make up for it, I've taken these silver notes as compensation. They fall short, but since you're our Mrs. Grandmother, we'll let it slide. Li Yunyan nodded. Mama, you're so thorough. Give them back. Those are mine. The old madam beat her chest and stomped her feet in frustration. All the treasures she had painstakingly hoarded were being taken away right before her eyes. Now, no one in the room was listening to her orders. She could only watch helplessly as the people moved through her quarters like locusts, taking her prized possessions one by one. Her cries of despair filled the air as she seemed utterly heartbroken. Meanwhile, Li Yunwu, still pinned to the ground in a kneeling position, began to panic as well. Those treasures, if left with grandmother, would eventually end up in her hands. But if Li Yunyan took them back, given her current personality, they would never return.
Li Yunyan.
How dare you treat grandmother like this? You'll be struck by lightning for your unfilial behavior. Li Yunyan finally remembered the pest she had pinned down. Grabbing her by the neck again, she yanked her head back and patted her face mockingly. If anyone deserves lightning, it's you, you little mongrel. Don't worry, once this place is emptied, your courtyard is next. What? Li Yunwu's eyes widened in shock. Did that mean Li Yunyan intended to take back all the items she had given her before? No way. Those things were hers now. Once inside her room, they belonged to her. Without giving her a chance to argue, Li Yunyan applied a bit more force and dislocated her jaw, leaving Li Yunwu screaming incomprehensibly, like Tian Mama.
Ugh. Ugh. Ah, Li Yunwu clutched her chin, wailing helplessly.
Li Yunyan tossed her aside next to Tian Mama, brushed off her hands, and sniffed them in distaste. EW. Smells like hair oil. Who knows how much grease was in there? Spotting a teapot on the table, she poured some of the now lukewarm tea over her hands, washed them, and dried them with a handkerchief. Chin Mama approached to report. Miss, we've cleared out the old madam's quarters. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and Li Yunyan instantly understood. Time for the next target. Then let's go. The group left the old madam's courtyard in no time. Li Yunwu scrambled after them, trying to stop them, abandoning her grandmother entirely.
Ugh.
Her maid Huang Yu had been taken earlier, and her current attendant, Qing Lian, was utterly useless, unable to help at all. Unable to speak or call for help, Li Yunwu resorted to running as fast as she could, hoping to reach her courtyard first to hide her valuables. The old madam, now alone in her gutted chambers, was seething with rage. Rebellion. This is outright rebellion. Someone, anyone, come here. The remaining servants in the courtyard exchanged nervous glances, none daring to enter. They knew the old madam was in a fit of rage, and anyone who approached her now would suffer. Meanwhile, Li Yunyan, along with Qin Mama and Suishio, made their way toward the misty pavilion, Li Yunwu's quarters. Li Yunwu ran quickly and managed to get ahead of them. Seeing this, Li Yunyan casually kicked a pebble, hitting Li Yunwu squarely on the leg. With a loud thud, Li Yunwu fell flat on her face, sprawled out on the ground. Miss. Miss, are you all right? Let me help you up. Qing Lian, startled by her mistress's sudden fall, rushed to her aid.
Li Yunwu was desperate.
She couldn't let Li Yunyan reach her quarters first. All her treasures were inside. Pointing frantically toward her courtyard, she signaled Qing Lian with her eyes, hoping she would understand. Li Yunyan, now ahead of them, glanced sideways at the two but didn't bother stopping, striding purposefully forward. Tears of frustration welled up in Li Yunwu's eyes as she realized she couldn't stop her. Panicking, she pointed toward another direction, her parents' courtyard. Understanding her intent, Qing Lian replied, I'll go fetch them, madam, right away. Miss, wait here for me. Reaching the misty pavilion, Li Yunyan was greeted by Chrysanthemum Mama, who seemed ready to throw some snide remarks her way. Without sparing her a glance, Li Yunyan walked past her. Suishio, now experienced, swiftly dislocated Chrysanthemum Mama's jaw and headed straight for the second Mrs. Room. The misty pavilion had fewer servants than the old madam's quarters, making it much easier to handle. Within moments, everyone was subdued, sitting obediently in the corner like quails. Though smaller than the flowing smoke pavilion, the misty pavilion was lavishly decorated, filled with elegant and expensive furnishings that screamed wealth. Li Yunyan's gaze fell on the dressing table, overflowing with ornaments. Her anger surged. These were all mine. Qin Mama, Suishio, get to work. Yes, miss. One box of treasures after another was carried out, and Li Yunyan felt her heart ache at the sight. Many of the items had been used by Li Yunwu and were now sullied in her eyes. She resolved to sell them for cash, though she regretted that their worn condition would lower their value. She was livid. Stop. Put those down now. Li Yunwu stumbled into the room, disheveled and out of breath. She had just come from the physician, who had reset her jaw, and rushed back as fast as she could. Her once composed and elegant demeanor was gone. Her hair was a sweaty mess plastered to her flushed face, making her look like a madwoman. These are my things. I order you to put them back. The servants ignored her, continuing to carry out the boxes. Unable to stop them, Li Yunwu turned to Li Yunyan.
Li Yunyan.
Are you really going to burn all bridges with us? She shouted. Don't forget, your reputation outside is already in tatters. No one wants to associate with you. Except for me, you have no one else. These were the same words Li Yunwu had used to manipulate the original Li Yunyan, driving her into deeper insecurity and pushing her to grovel for the second branch's approval. But this time, Li Yunyan didn't hesitate. She raised her hand and slapped Li Yunwu twice hard. You're insufferably noisy. Li Yunwu's face, which had just recovered, swelled up again.
Li Yunyan.
Are you insane? How dare you hit me again? Clutching her face, she glared at Li Yunyan with pure hatred. Before, she had only wanted to ruin her reputation and take her place. Now, she wanted her dead. Yesterday, at the Chancellor's residence, with so many noble women present and the Grand Marshal of the army protecting Li Yunyan, Li Yunwu had no choice but to endure. But now, they were back in the Li household. Here, Li Yunwu had her parents, younger brother, grandmother, and even the servants on her side. There was no one to shield that wretched woman anymore. If she wanted her dead, there were countless ways to achieve it. After all, her mother had been managing the Li household for years. It wasn't for nothing. Miss Wu. Miss Wu. What's going on here? It was the voice of her mother, Madame Hong. Li Yunwu's face twisted into a sinister smile. Her mother had arrived. She had backup now. Meanwhile, Li Yunyan also curved her lips into a faint smile. Good, another enemy to deal with. Mother. Li Yunwu covered her swollen face and ran up to Madame Hong, her voice trembling with grievance, tears brimming in her eyes as she played the victim. Seeing her daughter's reddened, swollen cheek, Madame Hong immediately realized what had happened. That Li Yunyan had hit her daughter again. Yesterday's incident could be dismissed, but today, how dare she repeat such an offense? It seemed she needed to teach her a lesson. Patting her daughter's hand in comfort, she signaled to the servants behind her and stormed into the room with a furious expression. As soon as Madame Hong stepped inside, she began berating Li Yunyan. Yan, what are you doing? If Wu has done something wrong, it's my duty as her mother to discipline her. It's not your place to interfere. And those things you've taken back, how could you reclaim gifts already given to your sister? A well-mannered young lady wouldn't stoop to such behavior. Her tirade was lengthy and aggressive, every word designed to assert dominance. Li Yunyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Verbal sparring was so tedious, it didn't even compare to the thrill of fighting zombies in the apocalypse. Her gaze turned cold as she strode over to Li Yunwu, who was still standing by her mother, and grabbed her forcefully. Dragging her across the room, she shoved her directly into Madame Hong's arms. Completely caught off guard by Li Yunyan's boldness, Madame Hong tumbled to the floor with her daughter.
Ow! Li Nen.
How dare you lay a hand on me? This is outrageous. Somebody, come here. The two women struggled on the ground until a group of maids helped them up. Screaming, Madame Hong demanded the house guards. In an instant, over a dozen brawny guards armed with wooden batons stormed into the room, their expressions fierce. So this was the source of their arrogance?
Li Yunyan.
If you admit your wrongdoing now and return everything to Wu, I'll consider letting you off for the sake of our past relationship. But if you continue to be obstinate, don't blame me for being harsh. Madame Hong's confidence soared as she stood behind her guards. The guards, burly and imposing, formed a protective wall in front of Madame Hong and Li Yunwu. More servants gathered behind them, encircling Li Yunyan and her companions. Each of them glared at her with hostility. Suecio immediately stepped in front of Li Yunyan, her body tense and ready to defend her mistress. Don't be afraid, Mississippi. I'll protect you. Li Yunyan felt a sliver of warmth in her heart. While her relatives were a disappointment, at least the original Li Yunyan had two loyal attendants. Leaning lazily against the doorframe with her arms crossed, Li Yunyan looked utterly unbothered. And how, dear second aunt, do you plan to deal with me? Feigning concern, Madame Hong sighed theatrically. Yan, you've been so unruly this time. As your elder, I can't stand idly by. A little punishment is necessary to set an example for the servants. Otherwise, the whole household might descend into chaos. Pointing at the guards, she added, these men are clumsy and brimming with youthful vigor. If they were to accidentally injure you, your reputation. Her implication was clear, and the guards exchanged glances, their gazes lingering on Li Yunyan. She truly was stunning, breathtakingly beautiful. None of them had ever seen such a woman before. If they could have even a moment of pleasure with her, it would be worth any consequence, even death. Li Yunyan caught the lecherous gleam in their eyes, and her own turned icy. Her expression darkened as anger boiled beneath her calm exterior. using reputation as a weapon again. Do these ancient women have nothing better to do than ruin each other's names? It's disgusting. An idea sparked in her mind. Since she couldn't outright kill them, why not let them taste the very punishment they'd planned for her? Cracking her knuckles, she began to stretch her wrists, her movements graceful yet commanding. No one had a clue what she intended to do. In a flash, Li Yunyan lunged toward one of the guards and, before anyone could react, delivered a powerful kick. The man, despite his bulk, was sent flying across the room, crashing into the doorframe before collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood. The sudden violence left everyone stunned. Suecio, without a second thought, joined the fray, her reflexes quicker than her reasoning. She charged at the guards, engaging them in combat. The room erupted into chaos, filled with the sounds of clashing bodies and shrill screams. Snatching a baton dropped by one of the guards, Li Yunyan swung it expertly, striking down anyone who came near. Pausing briefly, she called out to Qin Mama, "Protect the belongings. Make sure nothing gets damaged." "Yes, miss," Qin Mama replied, quickly organizing the servants to carry the valuables out to the courtyard and forming a protective circle around them. Meanwhile, the loyal retired soldiers Qin Mama had brought joined the fight, their combat experience quickly turning the tide. Within minutes, the guards were subdued, lying on the ground groaning in pain. Li Yunyan flexed her fingers, wincing slightly. Her combat skills were impressive, but her body's delicate skin betrayed her. Just a few swings of the baton and kicks had left her hands stinging and her ankles sore. Such a fragile body. Next time, poison might be a better option. Madame Hong and Li Yunwu, both restrained by maids, watched in horror as their guards were effortlessly defeated. Their earlier arrogance had completely evaporated. Li Yunyan turned her sharp gaze to the remaining maids and attendants from Madame Hong's side. "If you don't leave now, are you planning to stay and take a beating? Please, miss, forgive us." "We'll leave immediately." In moments, the excess servants fled, leaving only Madame Hong's two personal maids, Silver Moon and Round Moon, as well as Chrysanthemum Mama from Li Yunwu's staff. Though they wanted to leave too, their fates were tied to their mistress. If they deserted now, Madame Hong would punish them severely later. But they soon regretted their decision to stay. Li Yunyan's gaze swept over the remaining servants, her lips curling into a cold smile. These were the ones who had bullied her most viciously in the past. Entering her system's inventory, she selected one of the pills she'd stockpiled earlier, a particular concoction called Daily Delight. From the name alone, it was clear this wasn't a serious medication. She counted heads and bought 10 more pills from the system store, just enough for everyone in the room. Turning her back, she concealed the pills with her wide sleeves and handed them discreetly to Suecio. "Feed one to each of them." "Yes, miss." Li Yunwu and Madame Hong clenched their mouths shut tightly, but Suecio swiftly dislocated their jaws, fed them the pills, and carefully reset their jaws afterward. A practiced hand. The guards lying on the ground were easier to handle. Those who resisted quickly submitted after a few harsh slaps and obediently opened their mouths. The pills dissolved instantly upon contact, and within moments, Li Yunwu and Madame Hong stopped struggling. Strange, low moans began to escape their lips. The guards, who had been groaning in pain on the floor, started to flush red in the face, their eyes taking on a peculiar glint. "Let's leave and lock the door." "Yes, miss." Moments later, the room was filled with indecent sounds that were impossible to ignore. Li Yunyan's face was calm, but her heart was filled with satisfaction. She didn't feel the least bit guilty about her actions. Yesterday, Li Yunwu had used a drug to ruin her, and today, she had simply returned the favor. Besides, Madame Hong had brought so many thugs to humiliate her today, she had genuinely considered killing them all. Leaving them alive was already a mercy. The system, being morally ambiguous itself, had no objections. As long as Li Yunyan didn't kill anyone or disrupt the mission's progress, it wouldn't interfere. Qin Mama and Suecio, standing outside the room, were visibly uncomfortable. Suecio, being young, blushed to the tips of her ears but managed to maintain composure. She thought back to how her mistress had suffered yesterday and felt her heart ache for her. Suishio moved closer to Li Yunyan, whispering softly, "Miss, don't be sad. Evil deeds will meet their just reward. They're only suffering the consequences of their actions." Qin Mama, more direct, pulled Li Yunyan into a comforting hug and gently patted her like a child. "My poor young lady, you've endured so much. If you want to cry, just let it out." Li Yunyan's icy demeanor softened slightly, and she murmured, "It's all in the past." Qin Mama's trusted aides were professional to a fault. Standing guard outside, they acted as if they couldn't hear the noises coming from within, diligently ensuring no one approached the scene. "Is second uncle not at home?" Li Yunyan asked, noting the lack of interference despite the commotion. Second master took the two young masters to inspect the shops in the city. "They're not expected back for several days," Qin Mama replied.
Good.
"Let second aunt and second sister enjoy themselves in there for a while. Let's leave." Li Yunyan returned to her courtyard. After escorting her back, Qin Mama and Suishio took it upon themselves to visit the rooms of the second master's concubines. Cries and wails echoed wherever they passed. When they returned in the late afternoon, their faces were glowing with satisfaction. Clearly, they'd had a fruitful haul. Li Yunyan didn't bother inspecting the reclaimed treasures. Instead, she instructed, "Qin Mama, these items have been used by them. I find it disgusting to keep them. Do you have any connections to sell them off? Convert them to silver. It's better than letting them collect dust." Qin Mama understood her sentiments well. She found the items distasteful, too. "I do, Mississippi, leave it to me." "Good. There'll likely be another batch in a few days, sell it all together." "Another batch?" Qin Mama was puzzled. Surely, the entire household had been thoroughly scoured. There couldn't be anything left.
Li Yunyan smirka.
"Of course. Let's not forget my ex-fiancé." Yes, Suishio shivered as she recalled. She had accompanied her mistress on several outings in the past and witnessed her gifting valuable antiques and jade pieces to Yun Gongzi. Back then, she had been silently heartbroken. What infuriated her even more was that Yun Gongzi, despite accepting the gifts, would brush off the young lady and tell her to leave, citing propriety. If propriety mattered, he shouldn't have accepted the gifts. Suishio had complained to Li Yunyan, only to be scolded, and was never allowed to accompany her again. Now, seeing her mistress let go of that attachment, Suishio couldn't be happier. In her eyes, Yun Gongzi wasn't worthy of her lady. After a satisfying lunch and an afternoon nap, Li Yunyan was informed that the Hua family's matron had arrived. Previously, Madame Hong handled such visits as the household manager. But since Madame Hong was indisposed, the servants reported the matter to the Flowing Smoke Pavilion instead. Li Yunyan had no intention of letting Madame Hong meddle in her marriage. She had Suishio freshen her up before heading directly to the front hall. True to form, Qin Mama had acted quickly. By the time Li Yunyan left her courtyard, all the staff in the area had been replaced with her own people. They paused their work to greet her respectfully as she passed. Li Yunyan nodded lightly. These loyal servants had worked hard today. She would ensure Qin Mama rewarded them handsomely. When she reached the front hall, she saw an elegant and beautiful woman sitting serenely, sipping tea. Li Yunyan greets Madame Hua. Her clear, bright voice drew the attention of the woman, who looked up in surprise. Meisher had expected to meet Madame Hong, but instead, it was her future daughter-in-law who had come to greet her personally. She had imagined Li Yunyan to be a delicate, pampered girl, but her voice was refreshingly confident, leaving Meisher with a good impression. When her eyes fell on Li Yunyan's flawless, ethereal beauty, she understood why her usually stoic son had acted so out of character yesterday. As a fellow woman, Meisher recognized the overwhelming impact of such stunning looks. It also explained the unfavorable rumors about her. Jealousy from her peers was inevitable. Seeing Li Yunyan as half a member of the family already, Meisher stood up warmly and took her hand. "Yunyan, ex-Iner has told me everything that happened yesterday. You've suffered greatly. Rest assured, our Hua family will take full responsibility. Here, this is the list of betrothal gifts we've prepared." See if it meets your satisfaction. Meisher had been saving up these gifts for years, hoping to ensure a grand wedding for her son. Finally, the day had come, and she was ready to give everything to welcome her daughter-in-law. Looking at the long, detailed list, Li Yunyan didn't bother reading it. Madame Hua's demeanor today was enough to satisfy her. Whatever you decide, madam. No hesitation, no airs, no unnecessary theatrics. What a pleasant personality. Meisher was even more impressed. Does your family know about this? Have they agreed? Would you like me to speak to them on your behalf? Li Yunyan understood her question and shared Meisher's eagerness to expedite the marriage. She replied frankly, I'll personally break off the engagement with the Yin family in the next couple of days. As for my father and brother, I'll write to them and explain everything. They've always doted on me and will surely support my decision. As for my grandmother and the second branch, I've already severed ties with them. Madam, there's no need to involve yourself with them. If anything comes up, just let me know directly. Seeing her resilience, Meisher felt a pang of pity. At such a young age, she had been betrayed by her own family and suffered such a tragedy, yet she could now calmly discuss marriage. What strength of character she had. Meisher held Li Yunyan's hand and gently patted her head. You're such a good child. The Hua family has truly struck gold this time. Li Yunyan's nose tingled. Meisher's tender gaze radiated the kind of motherly love the original Li Yunyan had longed for, but never received. Tears welled up in her eyes, whether from her own emotions or those of the original host. The wedding was scheduled for 2 weeks later. It couldn't be sooner, as the 3 letters and 6 rites, along with the numerous traditional procedures, had to be squeezed into a tight timeline. Preparations for the wedding attire, new house, and banquet also needed to be made. Fortunately, Meisher had been anticipating this day for years. She knew the process inside and out and had already prepared most of the essentials. Li Yunyan herself didn't have much to prepare. She only needed to wait for Hua Weixin to come and escort her, bringing her belongings as part of her dowry. After seeing off Meisher, Li Yunyan returned to the flowing smoke pavilion. She had spent the entire afternoon enjoying a pleasant conversation with Meisher and couldn't help but wonder how things were progressing on Li Yunwu's end. It was already dark. Surely, everything must have concluded by now. Li Yunyan was certain they wouldn't dare publicize the incident. It was far too scandalous. Suecio, who had gone to check, returned to report, Miss, It's not over yet. Suecio looked embarrassed, hesitant to explain. She hadn't even entered the courtyard before hearing loud, unseemly noises coming from within. Li Yunyan raised an eyebrow. Was the pill really that potent? System, how much longer will it last over there? The system proudly replied, Host, our daily delight lives up to its name. The effects last a full day. Rest assured, there's no harm to the body, and all participants remain fully conscious of their actions. So, daily delight truly meant a whole day? Had she known the pill was this effective, she would have given them only half a dose, such a waste. After a relaxing bath and a good night's sleep, Li Yunyan woke up feeling refreshed the next morning. Miss, Hua Gongzi has arrived. He's waiting for you by the side gate. Hua Weixin? Suecio nodded. Yes, Mississippi Hua Gongzi learned you hadn't risen yet, so he's been waiting for a while. Li Yunyan sat up, allowing Suecio to help her dress. Why didn't you let him into the courtyard? Miss, you're not yet married. It wouldn't be proper for Hua Gongzi to enter your courtyard.
Oh, right.
Li Yunyan had almost forgotten. This was ancient times, with strict rules about gender segregation. Even betrothed couples couldn't meet privately without the presence of elders. The day Hua Weixin carried her into the courtyard had already been a significant breach of decorum. Still, rules often had loopholes, especially when both parties were willing and their families tacitly approved. Recalling Hua Weixin's handsome face, Li Yunyan smiled. Then hurry up and do my hair. Hua Weixin stood near the flowing smoke pavilion, his heart filled with unease. His mother had returned yesterday, confirming the engagement, and he had been overjoyed. He wanted to visit Li Yunyan immediately, but restrained himself, knowing it was already evening and not wanting to intrude. After a restless night, his initial excitement had turned to apprehension. The incident that led to their engagement had been a mishap. Li Yunyan agreeing to marry him seemed more like a matter of expedience than affection. He was acutely aware that she had once harbored feelings for Yun Gongzi. His actions might seem opportunistic, far from gentlemanly. Yet, he found himself unwilling to let go. Conflicted, he resolved to meet her in person to confirm her feelings. If she was unwilling, he would do everything in his power to set things right for her. If she still wished to marry Yun Gongzi, he would find a way to mediate. Lost in thought, he was startled by a figure approaching through the morning light. Li Yunyan walked toward him with a faint smile, her gaze bright and lively. She held her skirt slightly off the ground, her stride more confident than the usual delicate steps of noble women. Her slender waist swayed gently with each step, the layers of her dress fluttering like rippling waves. She seemed otherworldly, like a celestial maiden who had mistakenly descended to the mortal realm. His heart pounded fiercely.
Asin.
Why have you come to see me? Her sweet voice carried a playful warmth, and her gaze sparkled with amusement. Her pink lips curved upward, and her fair face seemed to glow in the sunlight, fine baby hairs catching the light. Hua Weixin froze momentarily, his throat tightening. All the words he had rehearsed overnight seemed to evaporate. Just to check on you. Check on me? Li Yunyan beamed mischievously, tilting her head. Were you missing me? Ahem. Ahem. Hua Weixin awkwardly turned away, not answering, but the tips of his ears flushed pink. How reserved. Li Yunyan raised an eyebrow. His silence didn't bother her. She was content to admire his flawless features. That face, those collarbones, those broad shoulders, that narrow waist. What a masterpiece. Hua Weixin, feeling her unwavering gaze, nearly lost his composure. Desperate for a distraction, he fished a small, exquisite sandalwood box from his sleeve and handed it to her. Here, this is for you. Li Yunyan opened the box to find a thick stack of silver notes inside. She looked at him in surprise. Why was he giving her so much money? Hua Weixin rubbed the back of his neck, awkwardly. This is what I've saved over the years. Preparing a dowry alone must be exhausting. Use this to buy whatever you like. Li Yunyan's eyes gleamed with understanding. He had realized she'd been tricked out of her assets and feared she'd lack a proper dowry. This was his way of quietly helping her. Her heart warmed. Nothing pleased her more than straightforward generosity. He had hit the mark perfectly. Without hesitation, she put the box away, her smile radiant. Thank you. I love it. Seeing his ears turn red again, Li Yunyan leaned closer and teasingly asked, Axine, is there anything you like? I'll buy it for you. Every time she called his name, Hua Weixin felt a delightful shiver run through him. He wanted to decline but couldn't bear to miss the chance to converse with her. After a moment's thought, he replied, Anything you buy, I'll like. Realizing how bold his words sounded, he quickly glanced at her, relieved to find no sign of displeasure on her face. Sensing he had overstayed his welcome, Hua Weixin made to leave, only to feel a tug on his sleeve. Li Yunyan held him back while rummaging through her system's inventory. Wait. Since you gave me a gift, I have something for you too. Scrolling through the options, she dismissed the strange pills and odd items before finally finding something suitable. Here, a 10-fold vitality pill and an antidote pill. Li Yunyan pretended to take out 2 pills from her pouch. The pills were wrapped in gold foil, with their names clearly printed on them. These 2 pills are something I came across by chance. They're incredibly effective. The detox pill can neutralize any poison, and the 10-fold vitality pill is great for strengthening the body. They're for you. Ever since entering the Li residence, Hua Weixin's ears had been burning. The detox pill was understandable, but the 10-fold vitality pill. Did she think he was too weak? The memory of that day flashed in his mind again, and Hua Weixin quickly pushed it away. He accepted the pills with both hands and fled as if escaping. Watching his awkward, almost synchronized steps as he left, Li Yunyan covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. This husband-to-be of hers was unexpectedly adorable. Back at Flowing Smoke Pavilion, after finishing breakfast, Chin Mama entered from outside. Miss, The old madam has sent someone on horseback to inform the second master about what happened at the second madam's house. It seems they're summoning him back to take charge of the situation, with Qin Mama's people strategically placed throughout the residence. News arrived quickly. Li Yunyan frowned slightly. After yesterday's commotion, she had no intention of letting them recover so quickly. They needed to be crushed thoroughly. After some thought, she pulled out a stroke pill from her sleeve and handed it to Qin Mama. Find a way to make her take this without it being traced back to us. Miss, this pill? Qin Mama accepted the pill but couldn't help her curiosity. She had never heard of these medicines before and wondered where her mistress had obtained them. Li Yunyan immediately shifted the blame to Hua Weixin. Hua Weixin gave them to me when he escorted me home last time. He said they were for self-defense. I didn't think I'd actually need to use them. Suexiu, having seen Hua Gongzi deliver a box of silver notes to her mistress earlier that morning, was already impressed by his generosity. She chimed in to support the story. That's right, Mama. Hua Gongzi is incredibly generous to our Mississippi. He gave her a stack of silver notes this thick just today. She demonstrated with her hands, her eyes sparkling with joy. This Hua Gongzi was worlds apart from Yun Gongzi. The latter had received so many valuable gifts from her mistress, but never even returned a single handkerchief. Now, Hua Gongzi had just gotten engaged and already delivered a box of silver notes. Comparing the two, Yun Gongzi didn't stand a chance. Qin Mama, too, was pleased. Her mistress had suffered so much, but now she had finally found a good match. Even her late madam, watching from the heavens, could rest easy now. Qin Mama happily took the pill and left, while Li Yunyan turned her thoughts to Li Yunwu's situation. Having suffered such a humiliating loss, she wouldn't take it lying down and would surely try to strike back. So, she decided to strike first. She whispered instructions to Suexiu. Spread some rumors, like this. The more Suexiu listened, the brighter her eyes became. This proactive, vengeful version of her mistress was utterly captivating. She patted her chest confidently. Don't worry, Mississippi. I'll make sure it's done beautifully. With that, she dashed off excitedly. An hour later, when she returned, rumors had already spread like wildfire through the city. Word had it that the second miss of the Li family, Li Yunwu, had tried to steal her elder sister's fiancé and maliciously orchestrated her sister's downfall. Her heart was as black as ink, and she showed no remorse. Meanwhile, the second madam was caught in an illicit affair with an outsider, brazenly engaging in debauchery. When the old madam heard about it, she was so infuriated that she suffered a stroke on the spot. Hearing Suexiu's vivid recounting, Li Yunyan laughed heartily. Li Yunwu and her mother loved spreading slander about her, so now she was merely returning the favor. Tit for tat, she was nothing if not polite. Back at Mist Pavilion, the pill's effects were only just wearing off. The guards who had been stationed outside withdrew after confirming that the noise inside had ceased and reported the news to Li Yunyan. Li Yunyan nodded, issuing no further orders. With rumors spreading like wildfire outside, Hongshi wouldn't have the time or energy to suppress them. By the time she reacted, the entire capital would already know. Her calculations were spot on. After the effects wore off, Li Yunwu and Hongshi immediately ordered the news suppressed. The dozen or so exhausted guards were swiftly killed and buried to eliminate any evidence. Unbeknownst to them, curious onlookers had been paying attention. Seeing so many strong men's corpses being carted out of the Li residence only solidified the rumor's credibility. The tale of Li Yunwu's betrayal spread further, fueled by the testimonies of noble women who had witnessed the events at Songshiling Manor firsthand. Li Yunwu's reputation hit rock bottom. Meanwhile, Hongshi, bedridden from overexertion, fumed with hatred toward Li Yunyan, vowing revenge as soon as she recovered. Li Yunwu was in even worse condition, lying in bed without food or drink, seething with resentment and plotting retaliation. Unaware of the outside world's turmoil, they remained in their cocoon of bitterness, oblivious to the gossip swirling around them. With the old madam incapacitated and both Hongshi and Li Yunwu indisposed, Li Yunyan was full of vigor, ready to move on to her next target. She had given Yun Gongzi ample time to return the gifts she had sent him, but his silence spoke volumes. It was time to collect them in person. Dressed to the nines and brimming with confidence, she marched toward the Zongshiling manor with her entourage. Let them tremble before her arrival. He waited for the radiant yet empty-headed eldest daughter of the Li family to flash him a flattering smile. That would allow him to steal a few more glances at her beauty and enjoy the sight. Then he could casually throw out a condescending "wait here," before arrogantly walking back into the residence to report, leaving her with a view of his proud, departing figure, a display of male dominance. But he waited a long time without seeing the expected smile. Instead, one of the attendants beside Miss Li was holding a brass gong.
Clang, clang, clang.
The attendant began striking it. After 3 hits, he would shout, "Return the dowry to Miss Li of the Li family." Clang,
Clang, clang,
"Return the dowry to Miss Li of the Li family." Clang,
clang, clang.
"Return the dowry to Miss Li of the Li family." His voice was exceptionally loud, infused with inner strength, and could be heard across the entire street. This was someone Li Yunyan had carefully selected for his specific expertise, a professional announcer. She had even given him a grand-sounding title, sound amplifier. The name, implying powerful and far-reaching sound, had made the attendant feel especially proud, and he was determined not to sully its reputation. Mustering his full strength, he bellowed relentlessly. The gatekeeper was utterly stunned. It took him a few moments to realize the situation was out of the ordinary. He hurriedly tried to stop the man. "Stop shouting. Be quiet," but the sound amplifier had strict instructions from Li Yunyan. Just keep shouting and ignore everything else. The gatekeeper had no choice but to rush inside to report the commotion. While he was gone, the street in front of the residence quickly filled with curious onlookers. Rumors had been flying through the streets recently, and everyone knew about the eldest daughter of the Li family, the victim of her younger sister's scheming. She was pitied by all. Many in the crowd also remembered how Miss Li used to frequently bring gifts to Yun Gongzi, demonstrating her deep affection for him. Now that she had lost her reputation, the engagement to the Yun family was naturally off. But to hear that the Yun family was refusing to return her dowry, that was going too far. Sympathetic glances gathered on Li Yunyan. Society tends to side with the underdog, especially when the victim happens to be a stunning beauty. It only added to the empathy people felt for her. In no time, public opinion shifted in her favor. The eldest daughter of the Li family is as lovely as a celestial maiden. Surely, she must also have a good heart. And if her own sister dared to frame her, then perhaps those prior rumors about her aren't to be trusted. When Yun Ruoyan emerged from the gates, he was greeted by a bustling crowd gathered outside his family's mansion. At the center stood Li Yunyan, poised and dignified, exuding elegance and beauty that outshone everyone around her. His eyes flickered. He had always been drawn to his former fiancée, but only to her appearance. Her overzealous affection for him had subjected him to endless ridicule from his peers, making him feel embarrassed about being pursued by someone he deemed shallow. Many times, he had wished that Li Yunyan could simply be a concubine. Then he could lavish her with attention without tarnishing his reputation. But as a wife, that was a different matter entirely. So, while he admired her beauty, he also felt a sense of revulsion. And yet, no matter how cold he had been toward her, she remained steadfast, always smiling sweetly at him, waiting in the background with unyielding devotion. He had grown accustomed to her presence. When he first heard from his mother about what had transpired at the banquet, his initial reaction was rage, a burning desire to kill the man who had defiled her. Only then did he feel anger, and even a faint hint of sorrow. Yet he hadn't considered breaking off their engagement. When his mother mentioned that Li Yunyan had brought up the idea of a breakup herself, asking for her belongings back, he dismissed it entirely. He thought she was merely overwhelmed by her recent ordeal and would come to her senses with time. Once she calmed down, he planned to offer her a smile and use this opportunity to demote her from wife to concubine, a role she would undoubtedly accept with gratitude. Then he could finally indulge in her beauty without reservation. But he hadn't expected her to show up at his doorstep, humiliating him in public like this. His anger flared. While he found this new tactic of hers intriguing, it was still infuriating. He would teach her a lesson once she became his concubine. As Yun Ruoyan scrutinized Li Yunyan, she was assessing him as well. His face was undeniably handsome, refined, with a scholarly elegance that would appeal to any love-struck young girl. But his physique? Pale and thin, like a pampered chicken. Not her type at all. Her evaluation complete, Li Yunyan raised her eyes and met his gaze directly. Yun Ruoyan frowned. Something was different about her today. Gone were the tender, adoring looks of before. She had always gazed at him with love and reverence, her eyes brimming with careful devotion. But now, her movements were confident, her posture graceful, her expression calm and self-assured. And her eyes. They held sharpness, scrutiny.
And disdain.
How could this be? He must be imagining things. This had to be one of her ploys to regain his attention. And he had to admit it was working. He was intrigued. Before he could speak, however, Li Yunyan beat him to it. Young Master Yun, I will soon be married. The items I gifted to you before are no longer appropriate to remain in your possession. I kindly request their return. She curtsied slightly, her tone measured and her voice melodious, leaving no room for argument. Yun Ruoyan's gaze softened. If she had acted like this from the beginning, he might have tolerated her. Deciding to show her some favor, he replied, "Come inside and we can talk." With that, he turned to enter the mansion, thinking this matter was best handled in private. Young Master Yun, Li Yunyan's voice stopped him in his tracks. Young Master Yun, as I am now engaged to Hua Gongzi, it would be inappropriate for me to enter your home alone. I hope you can understand. What a virtuous lady, the onlookers murmured. Indeed. The eldest daughter of the Li family is both beautiful and talented. Yun Gongzi is a fool to have lost such a treasure. The Grand Marshal is truly fortunate. Yun Ruoyan froze, his mind blank. What did you say? He stared at her, incredulous. Say it again. Li Yunyan's voice remained calm. I said that I am engaged to Hua Weixin and will be married in 10 days. Please return my dowry. Thank you. Yun Ruoyan no longer cared about the crowd's presence. He couldn't believe that Li Yunyan would truly marry someone else. They had been engaged for years, and her devotion to him had never wavered. How could she, after just a few days, suddenly decide to marry another man? He didn't believe it. She must be playing hard to get.
Li Yunyan.
This joke of yours isn't funny at all. I don't like it, Yun Ruoyan said, his face stern. Li Yunyan looked at him in confusion. Who's joking with you? Don't even think about reneging. I have a detailed list right here. She pulled a long inventory out of her sleeve and unfurled it with a dramatic swish, the length nearly as tall as a person. Blue and white porcelain vases, cloisonné enamel flower and beast jars, sapphire ground guanine bottles, frosted jade pendants, jadeite lockets. The more she looked, the more her heart ached. These were all her treasures. She showed the list in front of him. Young Master Yun, please return everything on this list, without exception. I wouldn't want my future husband to misunderstand. The words future husband stabbed Yun Ruoyan's ears. He didn't want to hear her calling anyone else by that title. Stepping closer, he grabbed her slender, fair wrist and leaned in to speak in a low voice. Li Yunyan, that's enough. If you keep acting like this, I'll truly get angry. Get angry if you want, why should she care? Li Yunyan suddenly realized something was off about his reaction. Why did his gaze resemble that of a jealous husband confronting his unfaithful wife? Didn't he despise her? Why was he acting like this now? Oh, she understood now.
Could it be?
He was trying to pocket her dowry? Li Yunyan yanked her hand away. Anything else might be negotiable, but not her treasures. Not a chance. Once again, she raised her voice. Young Master Yun, our engagement is already annulled. Please, let us maintain some dignity for each other and return my dowry. Good. Excellent. Yun Ruoyan was so angry he laughed. So, she was determined to keep up this charade, huh? Fine, he would humor her. He'd return everything. Then, when she panicked and came crawling back to apologize, he'd make her kneel and beg for his forgiveness. Snatching the list from her hands, he spat. Li Yunyan, you've brought this upon yourself. Don't come crying to me later. As long as he agreed to return the items, she didn't care about his threats. Thank you for your integrity, young Master Yun. I will await your reply at home. Still keeping up the act. Furious, Yun Ruoyan stormed back into the mansion, his chest heaving with rage. He threw out 2 harsh words before slamming the door behind him. Shut it. Having achieved her goal, Li Yunyan felt elated. She curtsied gracefully to the surrounding crowd, silently thanking them for their support in making today's success possible. Meanwhile, at the corner of the street, Hua Weixin stood in full black armor, exuding an imposing aura like a divine warrior. His lieutenant, Ji Bai, asked, General, shall we intervene? The general had rushed over as soon as he heard the commotion, still clad in armor, worried his future wife might suffer humiliation. Hua Weixin hesitated, about to shake his head when his eyes met hers. Li Yunyan spotted him immediately, her face lighting up with delight. Lifting her skirt slightly, she began walking toward him with graceful steps. How did she know Hua Weixin was there? Of course, her system had told her. Seeing him standing tall and majestic, radiating a heroic charm, she couldn't help but feel thrilled. So handsome. After whispering a few instructions to Qin Mama and Cui Xiao, she approached Hua Weixin, her skirt sweeping elegantly across the ground. By the time she reached him, Hua Weixin was still dazed, looking adorably clueless.
Hey, Asin.
Snap out of it. She waved her hand in front of his face, her eyes sparkling with amusement. It was as if seeing him there brought her genuine joy. As he finally came back to his senses, Li Yunyan asked, Xian, what brings you here? Just passing by, he stammered. Not wanting him to misunderstand, she added, I came here to reclaim my belongings, not to see Yun Gongzi. It's definitely not lingering feelings. Don't get the wrong idea. Hua Weixin had witnessed everything earlier and hadn't misunderstood. Her straightforward explanation only made him feel guilty for trying to conceal the truth earlier. I wasn't just passing by. I came here on purpose, he admitted. Now it was Li Yunyan's turn to be surprised. She hadn't been here for long. For Hua Weixin to arrive so quickly, he must have been keeping an eye on her the whole time. Instead of accusing him of stalking her, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Being cared for so attentively wasn't something to be angry about, it was something to be happy about. Feeling playful, she leaned in closer and whispered in his ear, Were you worried about me?
Or
Were you jealous? Hua Weixin pondered seriously. He had been worried, of course. But jealous? What did that feel like? So, he asked her directly. Li Yunyan hadn't been in a romantic relationship before, but she'd read plenty of novels and watched her fair share of dramas. She tilted her head, thinking for a moment. It's like, seeing me with another man would make you upset, right? Like you'd want to separate us. Maybe even start a fight. Hua Weixin thought back to the moment Yun Ruoyan grabbed her wrist earlier. At that instant, he'd wanted nothing more than to chop that hand off. That must be jealousy, right? His eyes drifted to her wrist, which still bore faint pink marks, and he nodded honestly, unable to meet her gaze. Seeing his reaction, Li Yunyan's joy only deepened. She noticed where his eyes lingered and guessed that he had seen what happened earlier. Smiling slyly, she pointed to her nearby carriage. Let's talk in the carriage. I have something to tell you. Though it wasn't entirely appropriate, Hua Weixin hesitated only briefly before following her. The carriage was small but exquisitely furnished. Once his tall frame entered, the space felt particularly cramped. Sitting stiffly near the door, he maintained an air of propriety. Miss Yunyan, what would you like to discuss? Call me Yunyan, she said. That's... Addressing her so informally, was that really allowed? Noticing the blush creeping up his ears again, Li Yunyan scooted closer, her voice soft and sweet. Xian, we're getting married in 10 days. If you keep being so formal with me, I'll be sad. Yunyan. As she leaned closer to his face, she noticed his Adam's apple bob nervously. He was so endearing, like a lamb ready to be teased by the big bad wolf. Lifting her delicate wrist, still faintly marked, she held it before his eyes. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air as the icy fairness of her skin came into view. Hua Weishin's composure crumbled instantly. Seeing his focus fixed on her, Li Yunyan pouted playfully.
It's all red, she whined.
Without waiting for his response, she pulled his hand from where it rested stiffly on his lap and placed her wrist gently atop it. Rub it for me. Hua Weishin nearly jumped out of his armor. Her skin felt as smooth as water, so delicate that he feared a single touch might bruise it. He didn't know whether to hold or let go. The faint pink marks on her wrist only made him more aware of how fragile she seemed.
And it reminded him of that day.
Hua Weishin clenched his eyes shut, banishing the thought. For the past few nights, she had haunted his dreams. Each morning, he woke in a restless state, feeling as though he had been poisoned, consumed by an insatiable thirst for her. He felt a surge of relief that he hadn't removed his armor before leaving home. The heavy metal concealed many awkward truths about his current predicament. Li Yunyan, oblivious to his inner turmoil, leaned in close to fan the flames further. Her soft voice whispered against his ear, I don't like him touching my hand. My wrist hurts so much. Please, rub it for me. Hearing her complaint, Hua Weishin reluctantly complied, carefully closing his fingers around her wrist and massaging it tenderly. Afraid his thoughts might wander again, he sought to distract himself by asking, You said. You don't like him? That's right, Li Yunyan affirmed with a nod. But maybe I liked him before, she admitted honestly, but not anymore. From now on, I'll never like him again. Her eyes shone with sincerity as she added, You're 100 times better than he is. Now that I have you, how could I possibly like him? Hua Weishin found himself lost in her earnest gaze, unable to look away. When he came to, her face was mere inches from his. Their breaths mingled in the enclosed space, her sweet scent overwhelming his senses. Li Yunyan's heart pounded as she silently willed him to kiss her. Do it already. But he froze, unable to make the move. How could someone be this restrained? Was he a monk in a past life? Frustrated, Li Yunyan grabbed his collar and pulled him down, pressing her soft lips to his. Hua Weishin's mind blinked. A surge of heat spread through him, leaving his scalp tingling and every nerve alive. The moment their lips touched, it felt like he was drinking nectar, sweet and intoxicating. All semblance of restraint vanished as he pulled her closer, one hand wrapping around her slender waist, the other cradling the back of her head. It was their first true kiss. Li Yunyan had expected Hua Weishin to be gentle and shy, but his fervent kiss left her weak-kneed. She melted into his embrace, letting him take full control. Thankfully, Hua Weishin managed to rein himself in. Mustering every ounce of willpower, he pulled away, his breath ragged. Li Yunyan, dazed, had flushed cheeks, swollen lips, and a dreamy look in her eyes, making her appear as though she'd been thoroughly ravished. His body tightened at the sight, and his voice came out low and hoarse. Apologies. That was improper of me. Equally flustered, Li Yunyan avoided his gaze, burying her face in his chest like an ostrich hiding from the world. The cool touch of his armor soothed her burning cheeks, and she turned her head from side to side, trying to calm herself. Watching her adorable antics, Hua Weishin couldn't help the soft smile that curved his lips. This endearing woman would soon be his wife. By the time their emotions settled, the sun had already set. Hua Weishin gently brushed away the smudged lipstick on her lips and cleared his throat. I'll take you back to your estate. All right, she agreed, her voice barely above a whisper. When they returned to the Leaf family's flowing smoke pavilion, several large trunks were stacked in the courtyard. Qin Mama bustled about, supervising the servants. Earlier, Li Yunyan had sent her back with the rest of their party, leaving only Cui Xiao and a single carriage behind. Seeing her young mistress return, Qin Mama greeted her with a bright smile. Miss, young Master Yun sent all your belongings back this afternoon. I'm in the middle of checking everything now. Li Yunyan raised her brows, surprised by Yun Ruoyan's efficiency. Mama, if the inventory matches, sell off the less valuable items. Keep only the rare treasures. They'll make for good additions to my dowry when I move to the Hua estate. Yes, miss, Qin Mama replied, then hesitated before adding, Miss, with only 10 days until the wedding, shouldn't we start preparing? What do I need to prepare? Li Yunyan asked, genuinely clueless. Qin Mama explained, the wedding garments have already been provided by the Hua family. We can select jade and antiques from what we received today. But we still need to buy some everyday clothing and accessories for after the wedding, as well as gifts for your husband and mother-in-law. Feeling overwhelmed, Li Yunyan waved it off. Mama, after you finish up here, let's go shopping together. You know what's needed, so you can guide me to the right stores, and we'll get everything in one trip. Hearing her mistress speak of preparing her dowry like it was buying vegetables, Qin Mama felt a pang of sorrow. Her young mistress had lost her mother at a tender age, growing up without anyone to guide her. The heartless second branch of the family certainly hadn't helped, leaving Li Yunyan to scramble and prepare everything at the last minute. Swallowing her grief, Qin Mama nodded. I'll sort through the saleable items tomorrow and accompany you to the market the day after. Good. Let's do that, Li Yunyan chirped, her cheerful mood unbroken. Today had been a wonderful day, reclaiming her treasures and sharing a kiss with her future husband. Humming a tune, she lifted her skirts and headed back inside, eager for another satisfying meal. Meanwhile, at the Yun family estate, Lady Yi returned to find her son brooding in the courtyard, his face clouded with frustration. Why the long face? Is it about today's incident? Yun Ruoyan remained silent. Lady Yi attempted to console him. That Li Yunyan may be beautiful, but her character is lacking. Barging in to demand her dowry today shows she has no respect for us. Besides, she's no longer pure. She's unworthy of you. I'll find you someone better. Yun Ruoyan's scowl deepened. He may have looked down on Li Yunyan before, but he'd also consider her his possession. Now that she'd grown claws and left him wanting, he couldn't stop thinking about her. I don't know who gave her the instructions behind the scenes to suddenly change her approach. She came to his house today and made him so angry. He admitted that he had feelings for her. It's just asking him to return some items. They will be back soon. It's no big deal. He agreed to her request, but felt a little regretful that he had not taken her for himself earlier. If she had already become his, no matter how sharp her claws were, she could not escape from his cage. But things are getting a little out of control now. In the past, he just had to wait for her to come to him, but now he was not sure what to do next. Should he take the initiative? Or should he continue to wait quietly as before? But one thing is certain, he wants to become stronger. When she mentioned Hua Weixin today, her eyes sparkled. Yun Ruoyan sneered. He was just a warrior, wild and rude, with no sense of romance. What good was there in him? When he ascends to a high position and becomes the head of all officials, he will be someone she should look up to. Thinking of this, Yun Ruoyan looked up at Yi. Mother, why did you go to your uncle's house today? When mentioning this, Yi showed a mysterious smile on his face. Yenner, Mother's found a good job for you today. Oh? What job? He wouldn't do it if he couldn't be in the public eye. Yi dismissed the servants and whispered to Yun Ruoyan, Your uncle has received an imperial commission and will lead troops to Jiulian Mountain to suppress bandits tomorrow. I went to his house today and said all the good things I could to get a position for you. You just need to follow your uncle on this trip and you can receive the title directly when you come back. Yun Ruoyan frowned. He didn't want to get involved in fighting and killing at all. That was too degrading. How dare you hesitate about such a good job? Mrs. Yi was a little disappointed that she could not make it, so she patiently advised, although this job looks dirty and tiring, you don't need to do anything. You are a scholar, just be a clerk beside your uncle. Your uncle is well prepared for this mission and has brought many people with him. You don't even have to go out to kill the enemy, and you will get a reward as soon as you come back. This is a great bargain that others can't get even if they try their best. Yun Ruoyan relaxed a little. After hearing what her mother said, it was indeed a good job. However, even if he went, he would just be a foil. Even if His Majesty gave any reward, the bulk would be given to my uncle, and there would be nothing left for him. He still had to plan carefully after returning. Seeing that he was lost in thought, Madame Yi said to herself. It wasn't easy for your uncle to get this job. I heard that he was originally going to be the Grand Marshal of the army, but then somehow His Majesty suddenly said he wanted to change someone. Your uncle used a lot of connections to get this job. You mean this job was originally assigned to Hua Weixin? Seeing that her son was finally interested, Yi also told him everything she knew. Yes, His Majesty has always trusted him the most, so he was given such a task that would easily earn him military merit. As long as he is here, it will be difficult for others to get a chance. I'll go. Julian Mountain is not far from the capital. If you ride at full speed, the round trip will take no more than 7 or 8 days. By the time he comes back, Li Yunyan will have already regretted it. This time, he not only wants to take back the credit that originally belonged to Hua Weixin, but also wants to take his woman back as well. Yun Ruoyan's previous gloomy expression disappeared, and he suddenly became full of fighting spirit. On the second day, Yun Ruoyan set out with the main force full of confidence. Li Yunyan was at home, watching Grandma Qin and Suishio count her dowry. I don't want any of these jewelry anymore. I'll buy new ones from now on. I don't want the snuff bottle anymore. Although it's beautifully crafted, it's disgusting to look at. You can keep this blue and white porcelain gilded vase. It's just for display. Even if someone touches it or uses it, you can just wipe it and it will be as good as new. Li Yunyan lay on the beauty couch, with one hand naturally resting on her lower abdomen, shaking her legs leisurely and eating fresh fruit. What a beautiful day. It would be even better if there weren't those blind people.
Li Yunyan. Li Yunyan.
Get out here. Who's outside? There are now special guards outside Luyan Courtyard. No one can enter without Li Yunyan's permission, so those who want to come can only shout outside. It's an unpleasant sound. Grandma Qin put the vase in her hand in a safe place and said to Li Yunyan, "It sounds like the young master of the second house. I will go out and take a look." Li Yunyan recalled the plots she had watched. These two legitimate sons of the second wife were not good people either. Before, when Li Yunwu came to her yard to beg for money, these two people also came often. They took her things without even saying thank you, acting like they were worth 2.5 million. Fortunately, those things have been taken back now. The two of them might have come to settle the score with her because they saw that the room was empty when they got home. Li Yunyan happens to be free at this time, so let her take care of these two sons on behalf of her good second uncle. She could hear that Grandma Qin was outside the courtyard, and she could not persuade them to leave, and even attracted the scolding of the two of them. She threw away the silver stick with the fruit in her hand, stood up and walked out. When we reached the corridor, we could hear the arguing getting louder and louder. The two of them were just like scoundrels, not having the demeanor of noblemen at all. It's really like the upper beam is crooked and the lower beams are crooked too. When they pushed open the gate, Li Yuntao and Li Yunhao found her.
Li Yunyan.
You've come just in time. This old shrew in your yard won't let us enter the yard. Sell her to a brothel. Li Yunyan. Pa. 2 big fools. 1 for each person.
Li Yunyan.
How dare you hit us? Snap. Snap. Symmetrical. Li Yunhao is only 12 years old this year, the youngest among the legitimate children and the most favored one. He had never been beaten like this before, and he immediately covered his face and cried, "Wow, wow, wow. Li Yunyan, you witch. How dare you hit me? I'm going to go back and tell mother and grandmother and let them deal with you." Snap. Snap. Li Yunyan never talks nonsense when she is ready to take action. When you kill zombies, the zombies will not listen to you. Li Yunhao was hit twice again and was about to curse again when he saw Li Yunyan raise her hand again. He covered his mouth and dared not say a word. Already honest. Li Yuntao, relying on the fact that he was stronger than her, wanted to reach out and grab her hand. He was kicked out by Li Yunyan. Li Yuntao was kicked back several meters by her, and he felt severe abdominal pain where she kicked him. He held his stomach and asked loudly, "Li Yunyan, are you crazy? We haven't said anything yet, and you started hitting people." Li Yunyan clapped her hands and said righteously, "First, Grandma Qin is from my courtyard. I ordered her to do everything. It is not your turn to make irresponsible comments. Second, I am your eldest sister. It is disrespectful for you to call me by my name. Third, and most importantly, you two are too uncultured. It is annoying to watch. Any other questions? Li Yunhao covered his mouth and shook his head wildly. Li Yuntao was very upset. What kind of bad excuses are these? Isn't that what they used to be like? It seems that Li Yunyan has really become as powerful as her mother said. They have to act with caution. Although Li Yuntao and Li Yunhao were also bad people, they had been following their mother and second sister's lead and just wanted to bully her and take advantage of her. They did not have any deep hatred towards Li Yunyan. Besides, as the eldest son of the second wife, Li Yuntao still had some brains. Now the wind direction in the Li mansion had changed, and he had personally felt the change in Li Yunyan. He immediately decided not to confront her head-on and went back to discuss it with his father first. The key is that the kick she just gave me was so painful. I don't know how Li Yunyan can be so strong. Li Yuntao was a little scared and immediately decided to slip away. Come back. When Li Yunyan saw the two men trying to escape, she immediately called out to stop them. Li Yuntao turned around with a flattering expression. Big sister, we were wrong just now. You are a magnanimous person. Don't take it to heart. However, and I will leave now. Li Yunhao covered his mouth the whole time, looking like he was about to cry. Li Yunyan didn't care what their mood was and asked directly, "Where is your father?" She didn't want to be visited by people all the time. It was too annoying, so she just got together to solve the problem. My dad is at my grandmother's. Li Yunhao said something quickly, then covered his mouth again. Very good. Go back and tell him to come to me later. I have something to tell him. Oh, okay. After they finished talking, they quickly slipped away. No one noticed that there was anything wrong for a niece to let her uncle come to question her. Li Shirong walked out of his mother's room with a gloomy face. As soon as he received the letter, he rushed back and heard a lot of rumors along the way. When I came back, I found that my mother had indeed suffered a stroke. That witch Hong actually dared to cheat on him when he was not at home. And she even made his mother so angry. Darn it. He walked hurriedly into his yard. Grandma Tian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the second grandfather leave. Don't blame her. Now the Holy Mansion has the eldest lady's spies, and the old lady is like this again. She can't protect the people in the yard at all. If she continues to be as ignorant as before, she might lose her life. She touched her chin with lingering fear. She was old, and her bones were brittle. If it dislocated again, it would be impossible to put it back together. In the evening, Li Shirong came out of his yard. Behind him, Hong's heart-wrenching cries were heard. Master, how can you be so cruel? I do all this for you, Master. Li Shirong, you jerk. You will die a horrible death. Li Shirong cursed inwardly, idiot. Hong had already told him the whole story. Although he didn't know how much of it was true and how much was false, it was true that Hong had lost her chastity and her daughter was almost ruined. He had told her before that she should know when to stop and not go too far with the first wife. She just didn't listen. Instead, she got even worse. Still too greedy. Now that she has been hit by someone, he can't keep her alive. Hearing his son say that Lin Yuan wanted him to go there, he decided to go there and find out the truth. The gatekeeper, In Xiang, saw the second master coming and bowed to him. Second master, our young lady has been waiting for a long time. Li Shirong walked inside and sighed that Lin Yuan was indeed different from before. In the past, there was no one guarding the gate, and anyone could go in. Li Yunyan was digesting his food in the yard. Although she is not pregnant yet, I have heard that pregnant women should move more, and she eats a little too much, so a few steps is just right for her. When he heard the sound of a middle-aged man coming in, Li Yunyan knew that this was his cheap second uncle. Uncle, please take a seat. Li Yunyan did not salute but pointed directly to the stone bench in the yard. Li Shirong was a smart man. He clearly felt that Li Yunyan was different from before, so he said nothing and just sat down.
Wait and see.
Li Yunyan's tightly wrinkled brows relaxed slightly. She was worried that another person who would only make a lot of noise had come, and she would have to slap him in the face and go over to adjust the sound manually. It's very laborious. Seeing that he was quiet, Li Yunyan also communicated with him in a rare good temper. Now that second uncle has returned, he should already know what happened with grandmother and second aunt, right? Li Shirong nodded, looked at this niece whom he had never taken seriously before, and waited for her to say the next words. Li Yunyan took a sip of tea and said calmly, I am particularly afraid of trouble, and I don't like to cause trouble to others. If someone respects me 1 foot, I will return 1 foot to him. If someone destroys me 1 grain of rice, I will take 3 bushels from him. She paused and continued, I will be marrying into the Hua mansion soon. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of the Li mansion at all. If second uncle is a smart man, I think he should know what to do, right? Li Yunyan has made it very clear that she does not want to interfere in the affairs of the Li mansion, and as long as the second house does not bother her, she will not care. Li Shirong has been able to read people's faces since he was a child, otherwise he would not have been able to coax his mother into favoring him so much. He made a decision immediately. Your second aunt has been ill recently, and I have just had her moved to the farm to recuperate. Your second sister was wrong in the past, and it was even more hateful that she made grandmother sick. I will discipline her well in the future. However, this is a matter of family inheritance. In the future, there will be no mistress in the family, and I am afraid. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be even more exciting later. Doesn't the second uncle have many concubines? Just pick one who is sensible and capable from among them. Does this mean you are not going to intervene? Li Shirong was very satisfied. It was just an old wife. He just sent her away. He didn't suffer any loss. Then second uncle would like to congratulate Yenner in advance, hoping that she will marry a good man and live a happy life. Thank you, second uncle. There will be a wedding banquet at Hua Mansion in the 9th day. If you are free, please come over for a drink. Of course. After seeing Li Shirong off, Li Yunyan stretched lazily. Very good. All the troubles are solved. She's just waiting to get married. After another good sleep, Li Yunyan took enough money and went shopping with Grandma Qin and others. The streets of the capital are wide and clean, with shops lining both sides of the road, selling everything. Li Yunyan was now in need of everything and had a lot of money, so she bought everything according to Grandma Qin's list. Gorgeous clothes, jewelry, as long as Li Yunyan likes it, she will buy it all. The big items were delivered directly to the mansion by the waiter, and the small items were put into the carriage. They walked and stopped along the way and spent the whole day like this. After I got home and counted the money, I found that I had spent more than 2,000 taels of silver today. Smack your lips slightly. 5 days later, Li Yunyan received letters from his father and younger brother brought by the police, along with several boxes of expensive jewelry and banknotes. The letter said that they were sorry that they could not attend the ceremony due to military orders and asked her not to be angry. He also said that Hua Weixin was much better than the pretty boy with greasy hair and powdered face before, and praised her for turning a disaster into a blessing. Li Yunyan smiled slightly. This father and brother are really interesting. What's more, what he likes most is people who give gifts or money to others when they have a disagreement. She immediately wrote back and attached a few detoxification pills, blood-replenishing pills, and 10-in-1 tonic pills, asking them to take good care of their health. She was waiting in the capital for the day to meet them again. 2 days later, Yun Ruoyan was carried back. It is said that when he was carried back, his lower body was empty and rotten, as if it had been trampled by a horse's hooves. When Grandma Qin mentioned this to Li Yunyan with a gloating look on her face, Li Yunyan was really shocked. Unexpectedly, Hua Weixin escaped this disaster, but was replaced by Yun Ruoyan. Is this karma? I heard that when Yun Ruoyan was carried back, although her legs were crushed to pieces, she was still alive and is still in a coma. Mrs. Yi not only lost her brother, but her son also lost both legs. She was heartbroken and fainted several times from crying. This is not something Li Yunyan needs to worry about. She is getting married tomorrow and is feeling both excited and nervous. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. When the sky outside the window gradually darkened, she gradually fell asleep. This day has finally come. Li Yunyan was called by Tsueshio to wash up early in the morning. When she put on her gorgeous red wedding dress, a golden crown on her head, and sat in front of the mirror with festive makeup on her face. She was still a little dazed. It's the first time I've gotten married in 2 lifetimes, and it feels so new. The lively sound of music came from far away. The auspicious time has arrived, and Hua Weixin comes to pick her up. Li Yuntao, who was subdued by Li Yunyan's kick, carried her into the wedding sedan. Second uncle and Li Yunhao were also present, and they saw her out with happy faces. The wedding banquet was very lively, with all the civil and military officials and their relatives coming. It was said that the empress sent her ladies-in-waiting to congratulate her, and the emperor personally presented wine and food, showing his great favor. The noise from the lobby continued late into the night. Li Yunyan was the bride, and according to the rules, she could not go to the front to eat, but she was not hungry and secretly ate several snacks on the table. Hua Weixin sneaked in once during the banquet and spoke a few words to her through her veil. When she left, she stuffed a big red apple into her hand so that she could fill her stomach if she was hungry. Feeling that he sneaked out of the room in a very stealthy manner, Li Yunyan burst out laughing. What a fool! Grandma Qin was happy for her young lady. Miss, your aunt is worried about you. Cui Xiu also smiled teasingly and said, Miss, you didn't see how Auntie looked just now. Her smile was so worthless. Crazy girl. What kind of metaphor are you using? How can you speak of your aunt like that? Grandma Qin scolded with a smile. Cui Xiu stuck out her tongue and Li Yunyan smiled and said, It's okay. I also think he looks particularly silly when he laughs. Like a fool. Cui Xiu stopped joking. A joke was just to lighten the mood. Saying too much would be disrespectful to her aunt. The guests have dispersed. Hua Weixin walked in drunk. Seeing this, Grandma Qin and Cui Xiu tactfully retreated and closed the door. He could not wait to lift her veil, and what he saw was a smile that could captivate the whole country. Seeing him frozen in place, Li Yunyan smiled brightly and said softly with her red lips, Exine. Still looking silly. Li Yunyan's beautiful eyes moved, and she called in a sweet voice, Husband. Hua Weixin was startled. When he came to his senses, he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Husband, madam, Li Yunyan sniffed. Did you drink a lot of wine? No. Hua Weixin shook his head. I didn't drink much actually, most of it went into my sleeves. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes and saw that most of his sleeves were dark in color. I raised my hand and gave him a thumbs up. My husband is so smart. Seeing that she didn't seem to like the alcohol, Hua Weixin scratched his head and said, I choose to take a bath and change clothes. Good. Hearing the sound of water coming from behind the screen, Li Yunyan stood up and took off her complicated clothes. I've worn it for a day, and it's very heavy. After Hua Weixin took a bath and changed her clothes, she walked out from behind the screen and saw that Li Yunyan had taken off all her hairpins. Her fair little face was not made up, and she looked pretty and tender. She was wearing a bright red bedgown and was sitting upright on the edge of the couch. Her ears turned red without any protest. Li Yunyan has been waiting for a long time, and tonight she is finally going to have love. Looking forward to it. Feeling that his footsteps were slow to arrive, Li Yunyan raised her eyes and looked at him puzzledly. Seeing a pair of beautiful eyes looking at him, Hua Weixin's Adam's apple rolled hard. He forced himself to take a deep breath and suppress the throbbing in his heart. He was afraid that he might lose control and scare her. His body was still shrouded in moisture from his shower, and drops of water that had not been completely wiped off dripped from his Adam's apple and rolled into his tightly tucked bedrobe. His slightly damp sleeping robe revealed his excellent figures acquired through years of martial arts training. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long and slender legs, muscular arms, and a strong and powerful figure. Li Yunyan heard the sound of herself swallowing. If I wait for him to come over reluctantly, I wonder how long I will have to wait? Li Yunyan stood up and walked towards him. Standing in front of him, I looked particularly small. Li Yunyan bent her little finger, hooked it around his belt, and pulled him toward the couch. Hua Weixin couldn't help but follow her forward, looking at her absolutely beautiful back, then lowered his head to look at his own irresistible side, and sighed deeply. Pushing him onto the couch, Li Yunyan pulled with her small hand, and the big red curtain fell down. The couch has become a small world of its own. Sharing this small bed with him, Li Yunyan felt very safe. Seeing Hua Weixin's forehead covered with sweat and his eyes closed without saying a word, Li Yunyan was a little puzzled. She approached him and asked, "Husband, are you feeling unwell?" "No, it's not." "Then why don't you touch me?" Hearing such straightforward words, Hua Weixin instinctively opened his eyes, and what he saw was her little face close to him, looking at him with worry. Her long black hair fell like a waterfall on her chest, outlining lines that made one's blood boil. A pair of almond eyes like autumn water, full of myself. He was breathing heavily, his hands clenched tightly into fists, and he said with difficulty, "If you are pregnant, you can't. So that's what he was worried about. Li Yunyan was surprised. She also remembered that since she was pregnant, she really couldn't do any strenuous exercise. What should I do? No. She wants to eat meat. System, can I exercise while pregnant? Host, you can do some exercise after you get pregnant, but it shouldn't be too intense. What kind of exercise do you want to do? I can check it out for you. Li Yunyan thought for a moment and said, "It's the kind of exercise that doesn't require me to move much." Xiao Tong answered professionally. "It sounds like it's possible. Is that right? Well, system, please step back first. You can't peek at me tonight." Good host. After getting the answer she wanted, a smile appeared on Li Yunyan's face. Great. I can eat meat now. She was no longer reserved and placed her hand on Hua Weixin's neck and whispered, "Husband, if you want a husband, please cherish him." Hearing him panting, Li Yunyan smiled brightly, sat on him directly, turned his face over, and blocked it with her mouth. Hua Weixin was full of blood and energy. How could he withstand her teasing like this? He no longer restrained himself and hugged her waist and kissed her. The red tent rolled over. When the passion reached its peak, a low and hoarse voice kept calling out, "Yan Yun, Yan Yun." Li Yunyan was confused and disoriented, her hands tightly grasping his back. The only sound in the room was the blushing and heart-beating sound. The next day, the dazzling sunlight shining through the gaps in the red tent woke Li Yunyan up. She opened her eyes slightly and pulled the red tent tighter. When the exposed arms came into contact with the air, they shrank back in fear of the cold. The big hands still on her waist tightened. Li Yunyan thought he would get up early, but she didn't expect him to still be there. Turning my head, my eyes met his. "Smoke." The voice just after waking up still sounded hoarse. Hua Weixin had sleepy eyes and looked less stern and more gentle than before. "Looks like a big wolfhound." He saw Li Yunyan turn her head, so he lowered his head and kissed her again. Li Yunyan pushed his face away and said softly, "It's so prickly." Hua Weixin touched his chin and found that it had turned a little green after one night. Her skin is extremely delicate and would leave marks if you apply a little force, so it's definitely not kissable. He gently tightened his arms and held her in his arms, pressing her tightly against him from head to toe. Li Yunyan felt a little breathless as he held her tightly, so she reached out to push him away. "Don't hold me so tight. I can't breathe." Hua Weixin felt her graceful body, his eyes darkened. "Don't move, let me hug you again." I didn't expect that a man who had been blessed would be so clingy. Li Yunyan simply stopped pushing and lazily let him hold her. "Don't you need to greet your mother? My mother is a visitor. She told us yesterday that we can go there at lunchtime. What kind of people are coming? Is this something a great marshal can say?" Hearing such obscene words so early in the morning, no matter how thick-skinned Li Yunyan was, she blushed. It was hard not to feel shy. Seeing her drooping eyes and blushing face, Hua Weixin's eyes darkened. He raised his hand and gently touched her smooth back, then kissed her again. Suishio, who was outside the door, heard the young lady's voice and was about to come in with a basin to help her wash up, but she didn't expect to hear noise inside again. Her face turned red, and she quietly left with the basin. The noise in the young lady's room last night lasted all night, and now it started again before she even fell asleep for a few hours. The young lady and her aunt are so loving. I'm sure they will have a little master soon. It was almost noon when Hua Weixin finally let her go. Li Yunyan felt as limp as a noodle, and she quickly called Suishio to come in and help her wash and dress up, because if she didn't get up now it would be too late. Hua Weixin had already prepared himself. Looking at her sitting in front of the mirror, her fair face was now rosy, her eyes were charming and seductive, and she would glare at him through the mirror from time to time. She smiled softly, looking very satisfied. Because she is a new bride, Lee Yunyan wore a festive pomegranate red dress with butterflies and flowers on it. Her black hair was tied up into a bun and adorned with a ruby and gold hairpin, which made her skin look even more flawless and white. She was so charming and graceful that people could not take their eyes off her. Lee Yunyan was very satisfied with this outfit. She turned around and smiled at Hua Weixin. "Husband, do I look good like this?" Hua Weixin had already been dazzled by her and nodded blankly. "Beautiful. Madam is so beautiful." Lee Yunyan glanced at him. "This jerk." She asked Grandma Qin to take the gift for her mother-in-law and naturally put her hand into his big hand. "Let's go." Her hands were small and soft. Hua Weixin squeezed them gently and led her towards his mother's, Zhu Miyuan. Li Yunyan had her head covered by a scarf when she came here yesterday, and this was the first time she saw the yard where she lived. The yard is very large, with a wide flat area in the middle and a weapons rack next to it. This should be Hua Weixin's usual martial arts training ground. There is a tall pear tree next to the martial arts field. It is early spring now, and the pear trees are covered with white flower buds as big as little fingers. The tall trunks support the layered branches and leaves. Under the sunlight, the leaves sparkle and the flower buds emit a white glow, showing unparalleled vitality and vigor. There is a small garden near the pear tree, with rockery, flowing water, and winding cobblestone paths, and the scenery is very beautiful. Seeing her scrutinizing look, Hua Weixin gently introduced the flowers to her. The flowers in this yard were all arranged by Mother. She said that you girls should love flowers, so she decided to move a bunch of them here. If you have any other flowers you like, just tell me and I'll find them for you. Such a beautiful sea of flowers was specially prepared for her. Li Yunyan felt warm in her heart. To be able to live again, all she wanted was simple. As long as she could have enough food and warm clothes, no zombies, no danger of dying at any time, and no need to worry about living, that would be good enough. Unexpectedly, she felt the care of long-lost relatives and a very capable, handsome husband. She immediately decided to have a few more children so that she could live in this small world for at least a few more decades. Li Yunyan raised her head and smiled. "Thank you, husband and mother, for the arrangement. I like it very much." Hua Weixin looked at the tears in her eyes and felt pity. Yan Yan had never felt the care of her family in the Li mansion before, but she was moved to tears by just a few flowers. "I decided right then and there that I would be better to her in the future." He held her hand tightly and said softly, "Yan Yan, from now on, Mother and I will be your family. I will protect you and will not let anyone hurt you again." His eyes were sincere and firm. Li Yunyan's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded slightly. Walking out of the yard, Li Yunyan turned back with a sense of reaction and saw the three big characters, Li Huayuan, engraved on the top of the gate. There is Li and there is Hua. Li Yunyan and Hua are trustworthy and they smile at each other. When they arrived at Zueme courtyard, lunch had already been served. The servants in the hall came up to greet them when they saw them. "I have met the general and the lady before. Everyone get up." Hua Weixin took Li Yunyan into the inner room and paid his respects to Mrs. May. May had been waiting happily for a long time. When she saw her son and daughter-in-law coming and holding hands, looking very affectionate, she smiled from ear to ear. She finally has a daughter-in-law. I heard from my grandmother this morning that people in Li Huayuan called for water several times last night, and it didn't stop. She was worried that her son had no self-control, but at the same time she was happy that he had finally come to his senses. "I am extremely satisfied with this daughter-in-law." Li Yunyan had specifically learned about the process before. She politely offered tea to May and called her mother. May said, "Okay," several times, took the tea and drank it, then gave her a brocade box containing a meeting gift. When they opened it, they were two extremely fine, white jade lotus flower pendants. "Thank you, Mother." Li Yunyan accepted the gift box and was helped up by Hua Weixin, while she also handed over her own gift.
Good.
"Good boy." May turned sideways, touched the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, and then smiled. She took Li Yunyan's hand and patted it gently. Are you hungry? Let's go and have dinner. Li Yunyan was indeed very hungry. Her left hand was held by Mei, and her right hand was held by Hua Weixin. The three of them walked side by side to the main hall. The Hua family did not like servants to serve them food while they ate. The three of them sat around the table and started to eat at Mei's signal. The meal was very sumptuous, with 3 times as many dishes as what Li Yunyan had eaten at the Li mansion. She held the bowl in one hand and the chopsticks in the other, eating with great pleasure. She doesn't eat as voraciously as she did when she first arrived, always remembering that it is not the end of the world and no one is competing with her for food. But she really enjoyed the meal. Her mouth moved quickly and her eyes were shining, as if all the dishes on the table were delicacies. The Hua family was a military family, and Mei liked her straightforward and unpretentious personality. Watching her eat, she unknowingly ate half a bowl more than usual. Hua Weixin had an expression of doting on his face. He would pick up food for her from time to time, and occasionally pick up a few pieces of food for his mother with chopsticks. The scene was warm and cozy. Zongshiling Mansion. When Yun Ruoyan woke up from her coma, Li Yunyan had already been married into the Hua family for several days. He said nothing, feeling his empty legs. The wound hurt so much that he wanted to scream and roll over on the spot. He clenched his fists tightly and held back the pain. His eyes were as black as ink, and his face was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi was beside him, crying bitterly. My son, it's all because of me that you've been harmed. I shouldn't have let you go to that darn Julian mountain. That's why you've become like this. It's all my fault. Oh, and my short-lived brother. How could he be gone like this? Whoa, what should I do next? Yun Ruoyan listened to her crying quietly, emotions surging in his eyes, without saying a word. A few days later, he suddenly said, Mother. Hey, Yenna, what do you want? Seeing that her son finally spoke, Mrs. Yi asked anxiously. Mother, it's time to find a marriage for your son, he said in a light tone. Yi didn't expect him to bring up this matter and was stunned for a moment. She also wanted to find another marriage for her son, but with her son in this condition, how could she find a good marriage? When he was carried back that day, everyone in the city saw him. Now, everyone knows that he has lost both legs. I am afraid that in the future, not to mention the daughter of a noble family, even the daughter of a concubine from a small family might not be able to succeed. Yi is now very regretful. If only the marriage with Li Yunyan was still possible. Li Yunyan likes Yenna so much, she will definitely not care that he lost his legs. Unfortunately, she is already married, and there is no possibility for her to be with Yenna anymore. Yi was afraid of irritating him, so she said hesitantly, Yenna, you are not well yet. I will find a suitable marriage for you after some time, okay? Where do I need my mother to find her? Yun Ruoyan's eyes were cold. Doesn't the Li family have a second daughter? Didn't she want to marry me before? He knew that Li Yunwu had flirted with him before, but Li Yunwu's face was far inferior to Li Yunyan's.
He was not interested at that time. But now. Li Yunwu, ye fronet.
Li Yunwu had always slandered Li Yunyan in front of her, which made her dislike Li Yunyan. Later, that incident happened, and there were those rumors on the street. Yi knew that Li Yunwu was not a good person. But even if she is such a bad girl, she is the legitimate daughter of the second branch of the Li family, and I am afraid she would not be willing to marry Yenner again. Yenner, this Li Yunwu has a vicious heart and is not a good match for you. There was a cold light flashing in Yun Ruoyan's eyes. If it weren't for Li Yunwu's plan, his Yenner would not have left him, and these things that happen later would not have happened. His legs won't. Mother, please think of a way. Your son must marry Li Yunwu. Why are you? You wanted to persuade him again, but when she looked up and saw her son's red and bloodshot eyes and his clenched teeth, she could not say anything. That's all. She'll just give it a try. After all, Li Yunwu had been very fond of his son before, and even went so far as to use his own sister to snatch the marriage away. What if she is still deeply in love with Yenner, and the marriage will be possible? If she could have another child, she would have some hope for the rest of her life. Okay. Mother promises you, Go to Li Mansion and give it a try. Seeing that Yi had agreed, Yun Ruoyan's mood eased a little, and she reminded him, the second elder of the Li family is a money-loving person. Mother can give him more money, and he will definitely agree. There is a reason why Yun Ruoyan is so confident. He had once eaten in a restaurant whose private room was next to his. Since he was Li Yunyan's second uncle, he paid some attention to him. When he heard him exaggerate every time he talked with his friends, taking advantage of the Li family's eldest branch, he knew that this person was extremely concerned about his reputation. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be even more exciting later. Later, he saw familiar jewelry on Li Yunwu's head. He had clearly seen Li Yunyan wearing those jewelry before. How can a person who is greedy for his own niece's things be a good person? After hearing what her son said, Yi had an idea in mind. She found a matchmaker with good eloquence and went to the Li mansion to inquire. The person in charge of the Li residence now was a concubine from the second house. Upon hearing the purpose of their visit, she happily welcomed them in. The marriage was done on the spot. This made Yi a little confused. Even though the second young lady of the Li family is not as famous as before, there is no need to be so happy, right? It looks like they are more anxious than her family. However, the Yi family is now extremely worried and has no time to think about the twists and turns involved. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, they will not suffer any loss. In fact, what you didn't know was that Li Yunwu had no idea about Yun Ruoyan's current situation. Under Li Shirong's control, she had not gone out for a long time, and the servants in the house were also told not to mention anything about the outside world to her. This time, Yi came to propose marriage and promised Li Shirong many benefits. Anyway, this daughter is already useless. Now I can still use her to exchange for these things. She is still of some value. It is not in vain to raise her for so many years. When Li Yunwu knew that she could marry Yun Ruoyan, she was so happy that she almost went crazy. She finally did it. That which Li Yunyan got married, and Master Yun finally saw her. All the previous gloom was swept away, and Li Yunwu happily began to prepare for her wedding. When she married into the Yun family and became Yun Ruoyan's wife, she ran to Li Yunyan and showed off to her. She's so mad. After Hua Weixing got married, he changed from a workaholic to a wife-staring maniac. Your Majesty is now as close to him as a brother, and seeing that he is absent-minded every day, he simply gave him a short vacation. Now he only needed to check in at the palace every day and then go home. Sometimes he would come back early and even have a good sleep in his arms with Li Yunyan. My life is going smoothly, and I am very happy. Until Grandma Qin reminded Li Yunyan in a subtle way, Miss, it seems that you haven't changed your clothes this month. Change? Li Yunyan was stunned for a moment before she realized that it meant that her period had not come yet. Of course, she won't come. She's pregnant. Counting the days. She has been here for more than a month. The doctors here should be able to diagnose her. She suddenly remembered that she had exchanged her medical skills before and raised her hand to take her own pulse. It is indeed a slippery vein. Li Yunyan curled her lips slightly and said to Grandma Qin, Grandma, I might be pregnant. I'll tell Xian when he comes back. Oh, God bless us. Our daughter is pregnant. What a blessing. Grandma Qin bowed towards the sky exaggeratedly, muttering to herself. Cui Xiu also jumped up. Great. Our young lady is pregnant. Young lady, are you hungry? I will make you your favorite glutinous rice crystal cake and a bite of crispy pastry. After saying that, he skipped to the kitchen. Li Yunyan shook her head and laughed, then raised her hand to touch her lower abdomen. Although she already knew she was pregnant, seeing the people around her so happy, she also started to look forward to it. As soon as Hua Weixing walked into the yard, he saw this scene. Li Yunyan wore a milky white long dress with gold embroidery and dark patterns today. She had her hair tied up in a loose bun and a white jade hairpin inserted in her hair. Most of her black hair hung in front of her body. Her waist was tied tightly with a jade belt, making her look graceful and charming. There was a faint smile on her face, and her head was slightly lowered. The sunlight shone through the window onto her face, emitting a dreamy glow. Hua Weixin has a tall figure and cannot be ignored once he appears. When Li Yunyan saw him come in, a smile immediately broke out on her bright and sunny face. "Husband, come quickly," he strode over. When Grandma Qin saw her aunt coming, she tactfully asked the servants around her to go down together. Seeing that everyone had left, Hua Weixin no longer restrained himself and bent down, picked her up, and sat in the seat where she had just been. Li Yunyan was already used to being held by him. She found a comfortable position in his arms, raised her head, and said to him, "Husband, I have good news to tell you." Her eyes were as bright as stars. Hua Weixin suppressed the urge to lower his head and kiss her. He played with her fingers and asked, "What good news?" Li Yunyan directly placed his big hand on her lower abdomen, blinking her eyes. Hua Weixin didn't react at first, but when he saw that she didn't say anything and just let him touch her belly, his eyes gradually widened. She said softly, "Husband, you are going to be a father." He was so surprised that he didn't know where to put his hand on her belly, fearing that he was using too much force. He stammered, "Yan Yan, are you serious?" "Yes." Li Yunyan nodded. "If you're worried, you can call a doctor to take a look." "Okay. I'll go find a doctor right away." "Jibai, go find a doctor." "No, let the doctor go to Zumiwen." "Yes, General." Hua Weixin was too excited and kept giving orders, and his hands were shaking as he held her. Then he carried Li Yunyan and ran towards Zumiwen. His martial arts skills were outstanding, and Li Yunyan was not worried or afraid at all. She hugged his neck and let him run with her in his arms. When Mrs. Xie saw her son running towards her in a hurry, carrying her daughter-in-law, she was surprised and wondered what had happened. Seeing him put Li Yunyan on the chair and sit down, he looked at her carefully and felt relieved when he found that there was no sign of pain on his daughter-in-law's face. Xian Yenner, what happened? Why are you so anxious?" Li Yunyan turned her gaze to Hua Weixin to see how he would start talking. Hua Weixin couldn't suppress the smile on his face. His eyes were fixed on Li Yunyan, and he laughed. Like a big fool. Seeing that her mother-in-law was really worried, Li Yunyan said directly, "Mother, my husband just went to ask for a doctor. When the doctor comes, he will check my pulse." "Take the pulse." Mei was worried at first, then turned into ecstasy. There was no sign of anxiety or pain on the faces of the son and daughter-in-law. They definitely didn't call the doctor because of illness, it was because... She looked at Li Yunyan's lower abdomen, and seeing that her daughter-in-law's hands were weakly protecting it, she became more determined in her thoughts. "Yenner, are you?" She cherished those two words too much and dared not say them out loud, fearing that it was all a dream. Li Yunyan nodded gently. "Mother, I haven't changed my clothes this month." "Very good." Mei's eyes immediately filled with tears. "That's great." "It's really great." Grandma Xian held Mei's hand, tears also welling up in her eyes. She had followed the lady for decades and knew the regret in her heart. The lady has not been pregnant since she gave birth to the young master, and she has been worried since the old master passed away and has not been able to sleep well every night. The young master has always refused to get married. She is worried that the Hua family will be extinct, and she is afraid that she will not be able to face her ancestors after her death. Now it's good. Young master and young madam have good news right after they got married. It's really the blessing of our ancestors. Mei excitedly pulled Li Yunyan's hand and said, "Okay," vigorously. She was so excited that she couldn't express it more. Li Yunyan felt their excited emotions, and her eyes felt slightly sore. The doctor is finally here. After the old doctor took her pulse, he congratulated her repeatedly. "Congratulations, old lady, congratulations, General. The young lady has been pregnant for more than a month, and the fetus is stable." "Great. Thank you, doctor." "Grandma, please give me a big reward." Hey. Grandma Xian was so happy that she kept agreeing, bowed to the doctor and said, "Doctor, please follow me." The doctor confirmed it, and Mei and Hua Weixin laughed happily. Mei's eyes turned towards Li Yunyan even more kindly. Such a good daughter-in-law was taken advantage of by his family. God really has a good will. They were both happy, but at night, Li Yunyan was unhappy. Because Hua Weixin refused to touch her no matter what. Li Yunyan, who had tasted the sweetness of it, didn't know how to tell him that she had already taken the system's pregnancy-preserving pills, so no matter how much trouble she went through, she would be fine. Such a handsome man was lying next to her, but she could only look at him but not eat him. It's so torturous. Woo woo woo, I want to eat meat. Li Yunyan specially wore a cool gauze, the lines of which were faintly visible, which made people's blood boil. Inside the gauze tent, she looked at Hua Weixin hesitantly, with a pitiful little face. Husband, I want my husband to hug me. Her eyes are as charming as silk, and she wants to say something but hesitates. Hua Weixin's Adam's apple rolled wildly, and he used all his strength to control himself. He looked back and forth at her with an aggressive yet restrained look, his eyes as deep as the sea. Suddenly, I felt that Yan Yan getting pregnant so early was not a particularly happy thing. His breathing quickened a little, but he still turned his head away. Yan Yan, not now. Why not? Li Yunyan kissed his Adam's apple and collarbone. The strong lines on his body were particularly attractive to her. He grabbed her hand that was about to go down and said with a quick breath, Mother and the doctor said that within the first 3 months you can't, then just be gentler. Didn't we do that before? She leaned closer to him again. I didn't know before, but now that I know, I can't do it anymore. What's more, once he touched her, he couldn't control his strength. If he got hurt accidentally, his mother would chase him and beat him with a stick. Seeing her about to cry, Hua Weixin really couldn't bear it. If Yan Yan really wants it, then he... Yan Yan, how about I help you? Li Yunyan pouted, knowing that she would not be able to do it today, and asked casually, How can you help? His ears turned red, and under her gaze, he raised his hand and touched her. Li Yunyan understood immediately. The little face instantly blushed. You are disgusting. Li Yunyan raised her fist and punched him on the chest, saying angrily, You're so annoying.
I don't want it.
Humph. I won't pay attention to you. The charm just now disappeared in an instant. Hua Weixin smiled softly and let her pound his chest without any pain or itching. When she got tired of pounding him, he rubbed her wrists and comforted her. Yan Yan, don't be angry anymore, be good. Snort, it's all my husband's fault. Hee. Smoke. Li Yunyan fell asleep unconsciously in his deep voice. Hua Weixin sighed helplessly and wrapped her in a quilt. I went behind the screen and took a cool shower. The next morning, after the young couple woke up, Hua Weixin went behind the screen again with a change of pants under the teasing gaze of Li Yunyan. Li Yunyan covered her mouth and laughed secretly, knowing that she was not the only one who felt uncomfortable, and suddenly she felt balanced. Hua Weixin, it's so torturous. Li Yunyan went to bed early last night and did not continue sleeping after waking up. It was a rare occasion for her to get up early. She then realized that Hua Weixin had the habit of practicing martial arts in the martial arts field every morning. He was shy by nature and wore clothes even when practicing. Li Yunyan regretted that she could not see his full chest muscles. After sweating slightly, the sweat stuck to the thin white shirt, making the muscle lines particularly obvious. The morning sun shone on his body, like a magic weapon, emitting a dazzling light that made it impossible to look away. Such an outstanding man as hers. Li Yunyan was laughing and counting on her fingers, trying to figure out how many days it would take to 3 months. The young couple would go to Zuomiyuan every day to have meals with Mrs. May. Mrs. May and Grandma Xian were very experienced and instructed the kitchen to cook a variety of nutritious and delicious supplements for Li Yunyan every day. Her complexion looked better. Her little face is white with a hint of pink and is bouncy and soft, like a ripe peach. The only thing Hua Weixin could do every night was to hold her little face and nibble on it. He would be out of breath every time, but he refused to sleep in a separate room from her. Every night, when Li Yunyan fell asleep in his arms, she had the illusion that someone was holding a sharp knife against her and trying to tie her up. I often feel like I can't breathe, and he teases me so much that I want to bite him. There were several tooth marks on his chest. When she was almost 2 months pregnant, Li Yunyan began to have morning sickness. She felt like vomiting when she smelled meat, and she would feel nauseous when she saw oil floating on the soup noodles. She would vomit it out even if she forced herself to eat it. The little face was pale. It was a habit she developed in the apocalypse. Even though she had enough food and drink now, she still wouldn't waste a single grain of food. Li Yunyan felt very distressed. So much food. He just vomited it out like that. What a waste. I feel very guilty. Hua Weixin and Mei saw her gloomy expression, thinking that she was suffering from the torment of pregnancy, and they felt even more sorry for her. Li Yunyan had only been vomiting for a few days, but the flesh on her cheeks had become visibly thinner, and she looked so pitiful. Hua Weixin said self-reproachfully, "Yan Yun, it's all my husband's fault. We will never have children again." How can that be? She wants to live a long life. Li Yunyan cheered up and comforted him. It's okay, I just don't want to eat meat. Just ask the kitchen not to cook meat for me recently. So the whole family followed her in becoming a vegetarian. Unfortunately, there are all kinds of medicines in the system mall, but there is no medicine to relieve morning sickness. System, your R&D personnel are not good enough. Go and give them some suggestions and ask them to study it quickly. This is a business opportunity. The system's tone was a little arrogant. Host, morning sickness is not a disease. Our system does not have such low-grade medicine. You still think it's of low quality? Li Yunyan was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. I have never heard of anyone dying from vomiting. Later, with the kitchen's unremitting efforts to change the dishes, Li Yunyan finally found a combination that she could eat without vomiting. White porridge with boiled vegetables and some laut and pickled cabbage. After eating this for nearly 10 days in a row, Li Yunyan couldn't stand it anymore and started to indulge in meat. Mei and Hua Weixin were overjoyed and slowly allowed the kitchen to return to normal eating habits. However, at the beginning, the smell of oil should not be too strong, in case it backfires and Li Yunyan feels like vomiting again. Hua Weixin carefully picked up a chicken drumstick and put it in her bowl. Yan Yan, take a look at it. What do you think? Li Yunyan was also afraid that she would suddenly start performing again, so she glanced over with the corner of her eye. Wanna eat? Seeing her eating with big mouthfuls, everyone around her breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. Li Yunyan's morning sickness lasted only half a month before it ended. Start eating. While Weixin carefully remembered what the doctor said, not letting her eat too much at one time, and always watched her eat small meals frequently. As a result, although Li Yunyan had a good appetite, she did not gain much weight. 3 months later, my belly started to bulge slightly, showing obvious signs of pregnancy.
Mei's tense nerves relaxed.
After 3 months of pregnancy, the baby was finally settled. Li Yunyan felt a sense of liberation and looked up at the sky from time to time. Why isn't it dark yet? Hua Weixin made a swing for her on the pear tree in the yard. At this moment, Li Yunyan was sitting on the swing, swinging slowly, her eyes following the tall and strong body of her husband. Hua Weixin felt a little frightened by her gaze. He touched his nose and coughed a few times uncomfortably. Why do I feel like I'm being stared at by a wild beast? His cigarettes look so weak and fragile, it must be his illusion. Night finally fell. Li Yunyan dismissed Grandma Qin and others early and stayed alone in the room with Hua Weixin. Having been married to him for more than 2 months, Li Yunyan felt that she was a little in love with this man. His appearance and figure, every detail is tailored to my preferences. In addition to his appearance, he is also an extremely outstanding man. He is a general of a country, proficient in both literature and martial arts, majestic and awe-inspiring. He is cold and ruthless to outsiders, but gentle and caring to himself. Having had such a good man, she was afraid that after she went to the next small world, she would not be able to concentrate on completing her mission. What should she do? The system spoke at the right time. Host, don't worry. After you go to the next small world, the system can erase your memory and emotions. It will not affect the mission. That's good. But I don't want to forget him. Can I just block out my emotions? That's also possible. Keeping the memory can also make the host more comfortable when completing the mission, which is beneficial to the mission. Everything in co-authorship is in service of the mission. Li Yunyan did not pursue the matter any further. Seizing the present moment is her life motto. Looking at the handsome face in front of her, Li Yunyan raised her head and slowly moved closer. Husband, I want a kiss and a hug. Hua Weixin felt that there was sorrow in his wife's eyes today, as if she would leave him at any time, which made him feel heartbroken. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed her deeply. His kiss was full of affection, and every move he made seemed to want to rub her into his body. Li Yunyan was infected by him, and her eyes were slightly warm. She hugged him tightly and shook off those thoughts in her mind. Those were too far away. She still had at least a few more decades to spend the rest of her life with him. Thinking of this, she became more proactive, counting his abdominal muscles with her little hands, constantly lighting the fire. Hua Weixin was gentle and restrained, considerate and affectionate, and he fooled around with her for most of the night. When Li Yunyan was more than 6 months pregnant, an invitation came from the Li mansion. Since Li Yunyan got married, she had no contact with the Li family and never even went back to visit her parents. When she received the invitation, she was very surprised. When she opened it, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It was an invitation sent by Li Yunwu, asking her to go to the Zhongshu Ling mansion tomorrow to attend her wedding banquet with Yin Ruoyan. The tone was very provocative, as if he was showing off to her. Li Yunyan was a little confused. What did she want to show off? Yun Ruoyan is like that. According to Li Yunwu's personality, she should not marry.
Why?
Li Yunyan's eyes flickered.
Could it be?
Li Yunwu still doesn't know? That would be fun. Yan, what are you looking at? Hua Weixin hugged her from behind. Li Yunyan leaned into his arms and handed him the invitation in her hand.
Here.
Li Yunwu sent it to me and asked me to go to the ceremony tomorrow. When Hua Weixin saw the 3 words, Yin Ruoyan, his eyes moved slightly. During the previous bandit suppression campaign in Jillian Mountain, if Yan had not asked him not to leave the capital, he might have been the one who lost both legs. It is possible that he would lose his life directly. If he never comes back, what will Yan do? Later, His Majesty found out that there was a traitor in the army. The bandits in Jillian Mountain had already known the court's plan and were waiting for them to arrive so that they could catch them in the jar. The failure of the bandit suppression campaign is certain, all thanks to Yan. The arm around her shoulders tightened slightly, and Hua Weixin asked in a complicated tone, Yan, do you want to go? Of course I will. Li Yunyan nodded affirmatively. She had been feeling bored at home recently. It was time to go out and relax. Feeling his body stiff and not speaking for a long time, Li Yunyan turned around and looked up at him. He looked depressed and his eyes were dim. He asked hesitantly, Yan, how do you feel about him? To whom? After Li Yunyan asked this question, she remembered that she had been deeply in love with Yin Ruoyan before. She almost forgot about it. She carefully observed his expression and found that he was really jealous and sad, and looked frustrated as if he wanted to get angry, but didn't dare to. Hua Weixin was indeed cautious. His marriage to Yan was not a legitimate one. At the beginning, he did want to marry her out of the idea of being responsible to her. But after meeting her, I was deeply moved. But Yan, she loved that person so much before. Can she really just forget about him? He was always worried that she would leave him at any time. But he didn't even have the qualifications to keep her. He was so tired from keeping his head tilted up all the time, so Li Yunyan pulled him to sit on the couch by the window. He looked restless and anxious, making her feel like a scumbag. Of course, we need to comfort her well. Xian, look at me. Hua Weixin looked timid, afraid that she would say something hurtful. Li Yunyan smiled and said softly, Xian, after what happened that day, I can have other plans. I don't necessarily have to marry you. Seeing his focused eyes, Li Yunyan continued, even if I lose my virginity, I am still the legitimate daughter of the Li family. Even if the capital cannot accommodate me, I can still go to the border to find my father and brother. Even if I get pregnant that day, I am capable of giving birth to him, her, and raising him, her alone. I don't have to marry you. Seeing his pupils dilate slightly, Li Yunyan said softly, I am willing to marry you because of you, not because of that accident. Hua Weixin was ecstatic, holding her shoulders with both hands, and said in a voice that was too excited to speak, Are you telling the truth? Yes. Li Yunyan nodded affirmatively and asked him, Xian, do you love me? Hua Weixin has always been aloof, but in response to her question, he blurted out, "Love. I love you. I love you very much." He hugged her tightly in his arms, saying earnestly, "Yen, I love you. Don't leave me." She hugged him back and said word by word, "I will never leave you. Until the day I die." After comforting the big dog, Li Yunyan returned to the main topic. "Husband, will you go with me tomorrow?" Nature. It never occurred to him to let her go to the party alone. Since she was attending a wedding banquet, Li Yunyan didn't want to dress too plainly. She was wearing a light pink gauze Rui Yunyan skirt today. Because of her bulging belly, she didn't tie her waist. The cinnabar belt hung casually on both sides, swaying slightly with her movements, making her look plump and round and beautiful. Hua Weixin looked silly. She looked like this, and it seemed like he didn't want her to go out. Li Yunyan laughed, stood on tiptoe and bit his chin, jokingly saying, "Vinegar jar, we can set off now." Hua Weixin took advantage of the situation and put his arms around her waist, leaning down and pressing hard on her lips until both of them were breathless, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. Li Yunyan said coquettishly, "Oh, it's all your fault. All the lip balm I just applied is gone." She angrily reapplied her makeup in front of the bronze mirror. Hua Weixin stood behind her triumphantly, smiling like a cat that had caught something fishy. Hua Weixin did not ride a horse today, but sat in the spacious carriage with Li Yunyan. The furnishings in the carriage were delicate and soft, and there were fruits and snacks on the table. The shock absorption was also very good, and Li Yunyan did not feel any bumps along the way. When we arrived at the Zongshiling mansion, the door was already crowded with guests. Even though Yun Ruoyan lost his legs and was no longer a rare talent, his father was still in the court, so most people would still attend the banquet. As soon as the couple appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. The man is tall and handsome, and the woman is beautiful and charming, just like a pair of immortal lovers. After being shocked by the looks, everyone realized that the person in front of them was the Grand Marshal of the army and his wife. They came up to greet him. Hua Weixin was usually very tactful when outside, so he nodded coldly and sat down with Li Yunyan. Li Yunwu sat in the deserted bridal chamber and secretly lifted the bridal veil. Today is her wedding day, and according to the rules, the bride cannot leave the banquet hall. But she insisted on going. She wanted to see Li Yunyan's expression and see how heartbroken she would be when she saw with her own eyes that she had become Master Yun's wife. She looked at herself in the mirror, touched up her makeup, and smiled with a smug look on her face. "Li Yunyan, you jerk. Even if you let someone abuse me, so what? I can still marry Master Yun, but you can only marry a warrior." She gently opened the door, looked around to see if anyone was around, and quietly went to the banquet hall. Ever since Li Yunyan entered the banquet hall, Yun Ruoyan's eyes have been fixed on her. His eyes were gloomy as he watched coldly as the man beside her took great care of her and loved her with all his heart. His nails dug into the armrests of the wheelchair. If it weren't for Li Yunwu, all of this should have belonged to him. She was supposed to be his wife. And there is Hua Weixin. How could a reckless man like him have the right to own his yener? His eyes were so intense and focused that Hua Weixin looked at him sharply, and their eyes met. Yun Ruoyan was not afraid at all and looked at him fiercely. He had nothing left, so he was not afraid of angering the marshal. The waiter slowly pushed him out from the inner room. The guests came forward to congratulate him, but they found that the groom did not change into his wedding suit, but was wearing a heavy black suit. There was no trace of joy on his face, and his sharp eyes looked straight at the Grand Marshal of the army. This. Everyone secretly hissed, "Is this going to cause trouble?" Lord Yun and Madame Yi were already accustomed to their son's expressionless face. They just hoped that today's wedding banquet would go smoothly and that nothing unexpected would happen. The two of them tried to smooth things over, and the situation didn't become too awkward. The wheelchair went straight to Li Yunyan. Yun Ruoyan's voice was hoarse as she called out, "Yener." Li Yunyan frowned. She felt very uncomfortable hearing Yun Ruoyan calling her so intimately. The next second, she felt Hua Weixin holding her waist. A large hand possessively grasped her waist, and a cold voice filled with anger said, Mr. Yun, Yan Yan is already my wife. Please be careful with your words. Yan Yan? Yun Ruoyan repeated. Such an intimate tone made him feel angry. Why does this reckless man call himself Yener? What does he rely on as a leaker? His eyes followed the movements of Hua Weixin's hands and fell on Li Yunyan's waist. Only then did he realize that Li Yunyan's belly was obviously bulging. It was. You're pregnant. His eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. He just looked at her face and didn't notice that Yener was wearing loose clothes. Was she pregnant?
But why?
Why is she pregnant? He thought Yener had no choice but to marry this reckless man. She had lost her virginity and he was injured and unconscious, so Yener had no choice but to marry him. Yun Ruoyan's eyes were stung by this scene, and bloodshot eyes appeared to be popping out. Li Yunyan gently stroked her belly, and Yun Ruoyan always had an expression as if she was cuckolded. Who was she performing for? She nodded. Yes, I am pregnant. It is all thanks to your madam that I have found such a good husband. When Li Yunyan openly acknowledged Hua Weixin's identity, he immediately became as proud as a victorious rooster with his head held high. Yun Ruoyan was stunned for a few seconds before she realized who the madam she was talking about was and immediately retorted, She is not my madam. After saying that, he looked at Li Yunyan anxiously again. Yener, leave him. Marry me, okay? I don't care what happened between you and him, and I don't care that you are pregnant. As long as you agree to marry me, I can make you my legal wife. Li Yunyan was about to refute, and Hua Weixin was about to hit someone when they heard a sharp female voice. What about me? Li Yunwu rushed into the hall and asked in a sharp voice. But the next second, she froze on the spot. She was just eavesdropping outside just now, and didn't see anyone. When she heard what Yun Ruoyan said, she rushed in without caring about anything. She stared blankly at Yun Ruoyan, who was sitting in the wheelchair. Today is their wedding day, but Yun Ruoyan is wearing all black at the moment. His face looks haggard, no longer as cheerful as before. The most important thing is, his lower body is empty. There was not even a pair of shoes under that empty robe. The anger just now was instantly shattered. Li Yunwu pointed at Yun Ruoyan's lower body and asked in disbelief, Where are your legs? My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be even more exciting later. She rushed over and lifted up his hem and was almost knocked off her feet by the scene before her. She shook his shoulders like crazy and yelled, Yun Ruoyan, I'm asking you a question. Where are your legs? Yun Ruoyan let her shake him without saying a word, with a crazy smile on his face. She didn't even know she had no legs? This is such a pleasant surprise. How ridiculous. He smiled sinisterly. Haven't you always wanted to marry me? You're willing to frame your own sister just to marry me, right? Now you have it. Ha 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 ha. Yun Ruoyan laughed loudly, and Li Yunwu pushed and yelled at him like crazy, and even wanted to take off his pants to check. He was held tightly by Xiao and I. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Let me go. Let me go. You liars. I'm not getting married. I want to go home. The scene was in chaos for a while. Seeing this, the guests present began to talk about it. Everyone in the capital knows that young Master Yun injured his leg. Doesn't the second miss of the Li family know about this? If they don't know, then isn't the Yun family committing marriage fraud? Yi and Lord Yun were also confused. When they proposed the marriage, they had informed their in-laws about the matter. Li Shirong stood up and apologized to everyone with a calm expression. I'm sorry, it was my daughter who lost her temper. After learning that Ruoyan was injured, she has been unable to eat or drink. Now, perhaps she is too sad and her mind is not clear, so she said some nonsense. So it is. Miss Lier is really infatuated with Master Yun. That's right. Everyone laughed it off. The second branch of the Li family had obviously given up on their daughter, so there was no need for them to expose this obvious lie. Mrs. Yi was a shrewd woman, and she immediately thought of the key. Now that she has arrived at their Yun mansion, there is absolutely no reason for them to give up the wife they have already gotten. The Yun family can't afford to lose face like this. Li Yunwu has to get married today whether she wants to or not. Mrs. Yi winked at the grandmother beside her, asking her to quickly pull Li Yunwu away. Grandma understood and called a few servants over. Regardless of Li Yunwu's struggle, they blocked her mouth and pulled her down immediately. Li Yunyan's last impression of her was her almost insane expression and her bloodshot eyes. Li Yunwu killed the original body, and now he finally got his comeuppance. She had always wanted to marry Yun Ruoyan, but now her wish had come true. She had to marry a cripple. From now on, she and Yun Ruoyan would fight each other. Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief. This could be considered revenge for the original owner. She saw the result she wanted, so she suggested to Hua Weixin that they go home. She was pregnant now, so she couldn't just eat anything that came from unknown sources, so it was better not to eat at the feast here. Hua Weixin helped her up, but was blocked by Yun Ruoyan again. His eyes were red, and his voice was almost pleading. Yenna, I failed you before, it was my fault. I know now that I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? I swear, I will take good care of you, respect you, and love you. His expression was sincere, and Li Yunyan could see that he was truly repentant. He really regretted it. Li Yunyan sneered. The belated affection was worthless. He realized it too late. The original body is already dead. Her tone was cold and distant. Yun Ruoyan, the past cannot be retrieved. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. She turned and left, leaving him with a beautiful and resolute back. Yenner, come back. Yun Ruoyan was left behind, with a sad expression and shouting heartbreakingly. In the golden autumn season, Li Yunyan was already more than 9 months pregnant and could give birth at any time. Hua Weixin never left her side. Even when she went to the toilet, he would watch behind the screen. Li Yunyan felt ashamed and annoyed, but she could do nothing about it. Mei had already ordered the delivery room to be prepared, and the midwives and wet nurses were carefully selected to ensure that everything was foolproof. Everything is ready, just waiting for her to start. In fact, Li Yunyan was not nervous at all. After all, she had a system of painless fertility pills and quick recovery pills in her hands, so she didn't even feel the pain. Products produced by the system must be high quality. But Hua Weixin was really too nervous. When she was sleeping at night, the slightest movement would wake him up, and he was afraid that she was about to give birth. Now he had 2 big dark circles under his eyes, which made Li Yunyan feel distressed and amused. I hope I can start earlier so that I can get rid of this heavy burden. In the afternoon, he was being supported by Hua Weixin and taking a leisurely walk under the pear tree. Suddenly, I felt my stomach tighten, and then I felt warm liquid flowing out. She immediately grabbed Hua Weixin's arm and said, "Husband, I think I'm about to give birth." "Ah? Okay. Madam, don't be anxious. Don't be afraid. I will carry you back right now." Hua Weixin's nerves were tense. He stammered as he finished his words, bent over, picked her up and ran to the delivery room. Because he was too anxious, he even used some qigong. Li Yunyan felt dizzy, and when she came to her senses, she was already lying on the bed in the delivery room. Hua Weixin's face was very close to him. He asked with concern, Yan, how do you feel now? Does it hurt?" "Just a little bit. Ashen, you go out first." She was feeling similar to a more severe case of dysmenorrhea and was afraid that the pain would get worse, so she wanted to take the opportunity to take a pill.
No.
Yan, I won't go out. I'll stay here with you." Hua Weixin held her hand tightly, interlocking their fingers, with an expression that showed that he would never leave. Just as Li Yunyan was about to persuade her again, she heard Mei's voice coming from behind. "You jerk. Get out when I tell you to. You are so big and standing here. Where should the midwife stand?" After saying that, he slapped him on the back twice. Hua Weixin was beaten by his own mother and felt a little aggrieved. He just wanted to be with Yan and accompany her during the birthing process. Li Yunyan began to have another round of pain, and she said to him with red eyes, Exine, please get out. I can't concentrate with you here." Seeing tears in her eyes, Hua Weixin panicked. "Okay, I'll go out." Yan, don't cry." Mei took the opportunity to pull him out and comforted Li Yunyan. "Don't be afraid, Yenner. These midwives are all veterans and very experienced. You will definitely be fine." "Well, I'm not afraid." Mom, you should get out too, okay?
Mom will go out now.
We will all be waiting outside. If it hurts, just shout it out. Don't hold it in. Okay? Okay, Mom. They finally went out. Without two pairs of eyes staring at her all the time, Li Yunyan swallowed a painless fertility pill when the midwife turned around. The pill melted in my mouth, and my aching lower abdomen immediately stopped hurting, and I only felt a spasm of tightness. Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that she had become coquettish. No matter how badly she was injured in the apocalypse, she could endure it with gritted teeth. But now that she felt a little pain, she was unwilling to endure it anymore. Now that she has someone to whom she can show weakness, she no longer needs to pretend to be strong. In order to make it more realistic, even though it didn't hurt, Li Yunyan still hummed a few times from time to pretend. 3 hours later, under the guidance of the midwife, Li Yunyan pushed hard and gave birth to her first child.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. The child's cry was deafening, loud and clear. It's born. It's a little boy, said the midwife happily. Li Yunyan heard many congratulations. The door of the delivery room opened, and out of the corner of her eye she saw a tall figure running towards her. I slept peacefully. When she woke up, she saw the familiar gauze curtains and found herself lying in her room. She took a quick recovery pill while yawning. Hua Weixin noticed that she had woken up and immediately came over. Yen, how do you feel? Is it still painful? Li Yunyan shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Hua Weixin, however, felt that she was comforting herself. She screamed so miserably during childbirth and lost so much blood. How could it not be painful? Where are the children? Hua Weixin pointed to the cradle next to him and said, The child just finished eating and is now asleep. Bring it here for me to see. Good. He carefully took the baby's swaddling clothes and placed it gently in front of Li Yunyan. Li Yunyan looked down at him. This was her son. His little face is red and wrinkled, like a little old man. Li Yunyan was a little disgusted. Why does he look a little ugly? Hua Weixin chuckled. My mother said that children get prettier as they grow older. Look at how long the slits between his eyes are. He will definitely have big eyes in the future. Can you still look at it like this? Li Yunyan had no experience at all, so she found what he said interesting and began to look at her son carefully. This time, I actually noticed a small advantage. Husband, look at his long eyelashes. Yes. Hua Weixin put his head together with hers and looked at the two heads together. Yen, look. His mouth looks like yours. Yeah, a little bit. Look at his nose, doesn't it look like yours? Also, look at his eyebrows. Even though they are still light now, their shape is the same as yours. The couple looked at their son curiously, as if they had obtained a new toy, without any sense of being parents. As soon as May entered the room, she saw the two of them lying on the bed, commenting on their little grandson, and she chuckled. Grandma Xian spoke at the right time. Young master, young madam. Madam is here. Mom. You're here. Yenner, don't get up. You are in confinement now, just lie down. When Mei saw that Li Yunyan actually wanted to get up, she hurried to stop her. Li Yunyan stuck out her tongue. After taking the pills, she felt that her body had almost recovered, and she momentarily forgot that she was in confinement after giving birth. Li Yunyan lay down as instructed and placed the child next to her. Hua Weixin also got out of bed, rubbing her nose. She was the one who disturbed Yanyan's rest and was caught by her mother. Mei took Hua Weixin's place on the couch and looked at her eldest grandson with pity. Then she took Li Yunyan's hand and said earnestly, Yenna, you are a great contributor to our Hua family. Mother is really grateful to you. Mom, you are too kind. Li Yunyan recalled what she had seen in the plot. After Hua Weixin died, Mei learned that her former lover was pregnant with her son's child, so she dragged her sick body to the Li residence to propose marriage. As a result, the original body committed suicide by jumping into a well that night. I wonder if Mei can still hold on after hearing the news? Mei was a very good mother. During the time when Li Yunyan married into the Hua family, she took great care of her, making her feel the long-lost warmth. Li Yunyan also hoped that this time, she could enjoy family happiness and live out her old age in peace. She said sincerely, Mother, you are embarrassing me. It is my duty to give birth to more offspring for the Hua family. I will give you more grandchildren in the future, so that you will have a headache when you see children in the future. Li Yunyan's words made Mei smile. She smiled kindly and warmly, nodding her head repeatedly and saying, "Okay, okay. Then I'll wait for you to give birth to more grandchildren for our Hua family. I won't be afraid of any headaches." Li Yunyan was speaking from the heart. She particularly liked this little world now, and wanted to stay here as long as possible. If she wasn't afraid of being regarded as an old monster if she lived too long, she would have given birth to more than 10 of them. She already had a plan in her mind. She now had 10 years to live, and she wanted to have a few more children in the next few years to use up her lifespan, and then live a sweet life with Hua Weixin. Mei named the child Hunger. When the child was 1 month old, she took the child to her own yard and also moved the wet nurse and grandmother there. This was exactly what Li Yunyan and Hua Weixin wanted. Hua Weixin has been eating vegetarian food for several months since Li Yunyan's late pregnancy until now, and has been looking forward to the day when she comes out of confinement. Li Yunyan's body has long since recovered. Her belly has returned to being white and tight without even a trace of wrinkles. Her figure is still slim and fit, no different from before pregnancy. If Hua Weixin hadn't held on tightly, she would have eaten him during her confinement. That night, Li Yunyan finished her bath early, changed into a thin set of bedclothes, and sat in front of a bronze mirror to comb her hair. Her hair is straight and smooth, like the finest satin, smooth as silk to the touch, making one unable to let go. Hua Weixin was watching intently from the side. Each of her casual movements could stir his heartstrings and make him intoxicated. He kept playing with the black hair in his hand and urged, "Yan Yan, have you finished combing your hair?" Li Yunyan glared at him through the mirror, looking so impatient and not afraid of being laughed at. Not yet. She had just finished a bath and her face was still flushed. Her frown made her look even more charming and stunning. Hua Weixin's eyes darkened a little. The chair under her was suddenly pulled away by him, and Li Yunyan felt his hot body pressed against her back. The next second, she felt a tingling sensation in her earlobe. "Oh, don't." Her voice was soft, reluctant but also welcoming. Hua Weixin reached his big hand in. He said in a low voice, "Yan Yan, you are so beautiful." Li Yunyan let out a low cry of surprise, then bit her lip tightly, placed her hands on the dressing table, and tried her best to steady her body. Hua Weixin's run and Du meridians seemed to be opened up. Li Yunyan's lips were blocked by him, and all the sounds in her throat were dispelled by his kiss. She was so angry that she hit him on the chest several times. The two of them kept making noises all night. The maids and servants in the courtyard were very tactful and hid themselves, so no one came to disturb them. Li Yunyan slept until noon. When she woke up, she was nestled in his arms, with his big hand on her waist. She blushed at the slightest movement and beat his chest in shame and anger. "It's so late. Why didn't you call me?" Her voice is soft and sweet, without any intimidation. Hua Weixin laughed softly, hugged her, and kissed her again. It was not until Li Yunyan's stomach made a gurgling sound that Hua Weixin reluctantly let her go. He held her in his arms during meals and followed her closely when she went to Zuomiyuan. He was really clingy. Li Yunyan is happy and cheerful. This kind of life is the little happiness she wants. After the two of them lived shamelessly for a year, Li Yunyan felt that the time was about right and took a fertility pill. She wants to have 3 babies this time. A month later, the doctor diagnosed the baby with pregnancy. The whole family is very happy. In particular, Mei called Hua Weixin to her courtyard and gave him a lot of instructions, which made him blush. 3 months later, Li Yunyan's belly grew as big as a balloon. The doctor took her pulse and confirmed that she was pregnant with triplets. Mei was so happy that she immediately went to burn some incense in front of the ancestral tablets. She also asked her grandmother to move all the good things in her storeroom to Lahuayuan, filling the storeroom there to the brim. She even wanted to let Li Yunyan take direct charge of the reward, but Li Yunyan was unwilling to do so. After much persuasion, Mei finally gave up the idea. At this time, Hanga was already 1.5 years old. He could already speak and walk, and he was running around the house all day long. "Mom, there's a brother or sister in my belly." Hong'er gently touched Li Yunyan's big belly and said to her. Li Yunyan touched his soft hair lovingly. "Yes, our Hong'er is going to be a big brother." Hong'er's appearance combines the advantages of Hua Weixin and Li Yunyan. He has fair skin, big and bright eyes, and a high nose bridge. He is obviously a handsome guy at first glance. Hong'er smiled with eyes crooked and her voice soft as she clapped her hands and said, "Ha, I'm going to be a big brother. Then you better be good and obedient. Otherwise your brother and sister will laugh at you." The chubby little face of the baby nodded seriously. "Yes then. Mom, Hong'er, be obedient." Hua Weixin looked up and saw his wife and children there and walked over to them with a smile on his face. He winked at Li Yunyan, telling her not to say anything, and then suddenly picked up Hong'er.
"Ah?
It's Daddy." Hong'er didn't seem nervous at all. Hua Weixin threw him up heavily and then caught him. This is Hong'er's favorite game. The clear laughter of the children echoed in the air, and the sound of laughter spread all the way outside the courtyard. When the servants in the mansion heard the young master's laughter, they all curled their lips in joy. Because Li Yunyan was pregnant with triplets this time, Mei began to worry again. Although having triplets is a blessing and a face-saving thing to share, it is extremely damaging to the mother. Mei felt sorry for Li Yunyan and started preparing early. She went to the palace and asked the empress to bring a royal chef to her house. This royal chef was always there to take care of the pregnant ladies in the palace and was very good at taking care of the bodies of pregnant women. The royal chef strictly controlled Li Yunyan's diet during her pregnancy so that she could fully absorb nutrients without causing the fetus to be too large and affect delivery. Hua Weixin began to tense up again. Ever since he knew that Li Yunyan was pregnant with triplets, he refused to touch her again. Even after 3 months of pregnancy, he was determined not to touch her. He was so abstinent, as if he was going to become a monk. Li Yunyan regretted it. She shouldn't have taken the easy way out by having multiple babies at once. Not only did she make her family nervous, but she also couldn't eat meat. I secretly decided to have 2 babies next time. Under the careful care of the imperial chef, Li Yunyan did not suffer from morning sickness throughout her pregnancy, and the baby was carried safely until the 9th month. On a sunny morning, Li Yunyan gave birth to 3 children, a son and 2 daughters. Having a son and a daughter makes a good combination. Mei was overjoyed and held a grand 3rd-day-old bath banquet for the child. All the important figures in the capital city came. The emperor and empress also sent gifts. There were also many women in the backyard who asked Mei openly or secretly whether her daughter-in-law had any secret recipe for being so fertile. Mei looked proudly at her 3 little grandchildren lying in a row, with her eldest grandson, who was still alive and healthy, in her arms, smiling from ear to ear. He smiled humbly and said, "There is no secret recipe. It's all thanks to my daughter-in-law." Everyone kept on congratulating him, except for Ms. Yi from the Zongshiling mansion, who tore her handkerchief. If she had known that Li Yunyan was so fertile, she should not have cancelled the marriage. "It's all Li Yunwu's fault. He caused me to lose such a good daughter-in-law. That jerk has been in the mansion for more than 2 years, and there is still no news." Yi returned home angrily. As soon as she got back to her room, she asked someone to call Li Yunwu. Li Yunwu was still lying on the bed, unable to move. In the more than 2 years since she entered the mansion, she has been subjected to Yun Ruoyan's inhuman abuse almost every day. Yun Ruoyan beats her and whips her at every turn, and there is not a single patch of healthy skin on her body. Her mother-in-law, who used to be very kind to her, never said a good word for her and always added fuel to the fire. Li Yunwu was exhausted. She thought that after marrying into the Zhongshuling mansion, she would live a life of luxury, but unexpectedly, not only did she marry a cripple, but she was also beaten and scolded every day. She wanted to go out to ask for help, but was watched closely and was not even allowed to leave the mansion. She regretted it. If she had known this, she shouldn't have snatched this marriage. When Li Yunwu heard her grandmother say that Yi was looking for her, she couldn't get up. She replied weakly, "Grandma, I can't get up. Please call a doctor for me." Grandma glanced at her and said, "Young madam is really spoiled. You're still lying in bed in broad daylight. It is only because our young master is kind that he married a lazy person like you. Li Yunwoo no longer loves to argue with others as much as she used to. She knows that no matter how much she argues, there will be no result. No one in the entire Zhongshu Ling mansion will stand on her side." She pleaded softly, "Grandma, I really can't get up. I didn't mean to neglect you." Grandma covered her nose with a handkerchief and walked to her side. She looked her up and down and thought that she might be seriously injured this time. She snorted coldly and walked away with the handkerchief. When Yi heard the news, she said coldly, "It would be better if a chicken that doesn't lay eggs died. I'm afraid the harm will last for 1,000 years. She stood up impatiently and said, "Let's go and take a look." Yi walked into Li Yunwoo's room and covered her nose with a handkerchief. Li Yunwoo was not qualified to live in the same room with Yun Ruoyan. It was Yun Ruoyan who wanted to beat her, so she had someone drag her over and then dragged her back after beating her. There was a foul smell of rotting wounds in the room. Yi waved her hand in front of her nose, stood at the door, and did not go in.
"Liu,
"What are you doing?" "I can't call you now." Li Yunwoo, who was groggy, heard Ye's voice, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a few words. "Mother, please forgive me. My daughter-in-law is not feeling well and cannot get up. She couldn't make anyone angry, otherwise she would be beaten, scolded, and even fasted." Yi became angry when she heard that voice. She had used that voice to slander Li Yunyan in her ears before. After hearing it so many times, Yi began to believe it. This is outrageous. You are a daughter-in-law, but you didn't even step forward to greet your mother-in-law when she came to you. You are so arrogant. Why don't you go to heaven? Uneducated thing, a pheasant that doesn't lay eggs. The more Yi cursed, the angrier she became, and the angrier she became, the more unpleasant her curses became. The servants around her would occasionally chime in, their tones full of contempt and disdain. However, Li Yunwoo has become a soft persimmon now, and he was also furious when he heard it. She was tricked into marrying here. Not only did the Yun family not appreciate her, they also didn't treat her as a human being. She burst into tears immediately and felt that there was no point in living any longer. She might as well fight them. She didn't know where she got the strength from, and she shouted at Yi in a sharp voice, "What do you mean by a chicken that doesn't lay eggs? It's your son who can't do it. Your son is a useless person." "He didn't even touch me," she cried hysterically. "Yun Ruoyan is a useless person. He beats me, bullies me, and humiliates me every day. He never touches me. You farted." Mei couldn't bear to hear her slandering her son like that, so she cursed. Yenner has been examined by the doctor. He only lost his legs, but he can still have children. It's you, a worthless witch, who can't hold your husband's heart and make him unwilling to touch you. Li Yunwoo was struck by lightning, and the last bit of self-esteem in his heart was crushed. She always thought that Yun Ruoyan didn't touch her because he was not capable of it. But she didn't expect that even though he had become a cripple, he still didn't want to touch her. Is she that bad? How is she inferior to Li Yunyan? You're talking nonsense. You must be lying to me. It must be Yun Ruoyan who can't do it. He's a loser. Li Yunwoo started yelling crazily, throwing everything around him to the ground, and the room suddenly became a mess. "Mother is here." Yun Ruoyan's voice without any ups and downs sounded from behind. Yi turned around and said, "Yenna, you're back." Yi and Yun Ruoyan no longer had much to talk about. She often felt guilty when she was with him. Sometimes she even felt a little scared when she looked at him. She had just vented her anger, exchanged a few words with him, and then left. Yun Ruoyan's eyes were calm and peaceful. He sat in the wheelchair coldly and said to the waiter, "Bring the whip." "Yes, master." After giving birth to triplets, Lai Yunyan decided to stop having children for the time being and wait a few years before having another child. Unexpectedly, half a year later, she became pregnant again. Her period had not come yet, so she found out by checking her own pulse. "System, what's going on?" "I didn't take the fertility pill." "Host, think about your frequency." Oh, Li Yunyan was silent. touched her nose, shy. Fortunately, she was pregnant with a single baby this time and was already very familiar with the pregnancy process. She was able to continue to be happy and did not take it seriously at all. Hua Weixin assured her, "I will be more careful in the future. Yan Yan, we will not have any more children in the future." Li Yunyan calculated that she would give birth to 5 children, including this one, and would only live for 50 years. Wouldn't that mean she would die when she was over 60? That won't do. Hua Weixin was as strong as a bull. It was impossible for her to live only to her 60s. What would he do if she died early? So 2 years after giving birth to a daughter, Li Yunyan became pregnant with twins again. Hua Weixin was chased and beaten by Mei. "You jerk. Do you want to tire me to death?" Now, every day, Mrs. Mei is surrounded by her 5 grandchildren, who call her grandmother. Sometimes they cry, sometimes they make a fuss, sometimes they want to go out, and sometimes they want to pee. My head is buzzing every day. She had never thought that she would have so many grandchildren. It turns out that when you have too many grandchildren, you'll be really scared when you see them. Li Yunyan gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, and stopped having children. Mei took the 7 gourd dolls to visit the imperial palace and various mansions all day long, and she was tired but happy. She put all her energy into nurturing her grandchildren, treating each child impartially and doting on them. Each of the 7 calabash dolls is cute, smart, and sensible. Others are so jealous of her that they can't even envy her enough. As the children grew up, Hua Weixin taught them martial arts at an early age and sent them to the military camp to train. The daughter was raised tenderly and was even arranged to marry 2 girls by His Majesty in advance. Li Yunyan followed Hua Weixin to travel all over the country, and she followed him when he went to war. The medicine in the system could at least guarantee that he would not lose his life. The couple loved each other till old age. When Li Yunyan was 86 years old, she closed her eyes in Hua Weixin's arms. The soul entered the system. Li Yunyan couldn't bear to see Hua Weixin's grief-stricken expression and shed a tear. "System, help me block my emotions. Emotional shielding. Emotions have been blocked." Li Yunyan felt the sadness in her heart disappear, but the memory was still there, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go to the next little world. When Li Yunyan opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on a bed surrounded by bright yellow tents. You can tell it's a palace drama just by looking at the color. System, send the plot. Plot is being transmitted. This time, Li Yunyan was the only daughter of a 7th-rank official. When the emperor was selecting beauties, an official who was selecting her accidentally saw her beauty on the street and was immediately struck by her beauty. He then captured her and brought her into the palace. She became one of the concubines entering the palace this time. The current emperor is a lustful man. When he saw her face, he conferred her the title of Liangdi of the 7th rank. Today is her first day in the palace, and His Majesty has already picked her. If it were just this, it would be fine, but the current queen is jealous. She found that the emperor was too interested in Li Yunyan and was afraid that her favor would affect her own status. So after she was favored for the first time, she plotted to kill her and even accused her of adultery. Her methods were not very clever, and the emperor easily found out that it was the empress who was behind it. However, the empress's mother's family was powerful, and although the emperor was interested in Li Yunyan, he was not willing to fall out with the empress for her, so he pretended not to know. Li Yunyan's father couldn't believe that his daughter died just a few days after entering the palace, so he went to the emperor to file a complaint and was beaten to death on the spot. Li Yunyan frowned slightly. This emperor doesn't look like a good person. At this moment, she heard footsteps outside and the servants' shrill greetings, and she knew that the emperor was coming. She came down quickly to salute. "Stand up," a majestic and handsome voice came into his ears. Li Yunyan raised his head slightly and saw a handsome face. The emperor's name was Hebei. He was in his 20s, handsome, tall, and straight, with an aura of majesty without even being angry. For an emperor to look like this is an unexpected plus. But his face looked rather haggard, perhaps because years of drinking and love had drained his body away, and there were faint bruises under his eyes. No wonder he still has no son. He has to work among the flowers every day.
How dare you?
How dare you look His Majesty in the face like that? The shrill servant's voice suddenly sounded, and Li Yunyan was not mentally prepared and was frightened. She immediately lowered her head. The sound was so painful to hear. It's okay. Yuan Qing, please step back. Yuan Qing accepted the order and said, I will take my leave. He Bei walked up to Li Yunyan and raised his hand to help her up. He looked at the beauty in front of him without reservation. Her skin was as white as cream. Her face was as bright as the morning glow. Her nose was prominent, and her lips were pearly. Her figure was graceful. There was no part of her that was not beautiful. She was truly the most beautiful woman in the world. Even though his harem is filled with beauties, the beauty in front of him can easily take the lead. Li Yunyan felt uncomfortable with his gaze and screamed, System, in her heart. System, do I have to have a child with this person? Can I change someone else? She admitted that the emperor was handsome and had a nice figure. If she had never eaten good food before, she could barely eat him with his looks. But she had eaten so well in the last little world that she looked down on the public cucumber in front of her. Host, the mission requires you to give birth to a child with an excellent man, and there is no fixed candidate. That's good. I don't want to choose him. Can you help me find some other good men to choose from? System scanning. After a moment, the system said, Host, besides the emperor, the most outstanding and well-established person in the palace is on your roof, on the beams. Because the emperor was looking at her, Li Yunyan did not look up, but began to think. The only people who could stand on the beam in the imperial palace, apart from assassins, could only be the emperor's secret guards. The country is now peaceful and the people are safe. There is no content about the emperor being assassinated in the plot. After eliminating these two possibilities, there is only one answer. Secret guards? System, upload a photo so I can see what this secret guard looks like. Li Yunyan is a face chaser. If a man is not good-looking, she will not be attracted to him, no matter how outstanding he is. As soon as the photo appeared in his mind, Li Yunyan almost whistled on the spot. It's so darn beautiful. There is another line of words under the photo. Ing Huai, secret guard, 18 years old, height 189 centimeters. Very good. Simple and rough. To use modern language, Ing Huai's appearance is like a man from a comic book. He has fair skin, slightly curly hair, three-dimensional facial features with distinct lines, a pair of thin lips slightly pursed, a calm expression, and a serious face. It's her dish. The corners of Li Yunyan's lips couldn't help but curl up. She was determined to eat this dish. When He Bei saw Li Yunyan smile, his heart was immediately moved, and he wanted to push her onto the couch and pamper her. Your name is Li Yunyan? Yes, Your Majesty. Her voice was so sweet and melodious that He Bei was stunned for a moment. He grabbed her with his big hands and immediately held her in his arms, his breath lingering in her ears. Serve me well tonight, and I will promote you to your position tomorrow. After saying that, he wanted to lower his head. Li Yunyan tilted her head, and He Bei's kiss fell on her neck. She turned around nimbly and escaped from his arms, her skirt fluttering in the wind, looking so beautiful that she didn't look real. Li Yunyan pretended to be reserved and hesitated to say, Your Majesty, I am a little nervous. He Bei raised his eyebrows. He was used to having a concubine who obeyed him in everything. This was the first time he saw a woman who dared to reject him, and there was a hint of interest in his eyes. He pretended to be serious and said, Li Yunyan, you are the first woman who dared to reject me. Do you know what crime you should be punished for? Li Yunyan would not be scared by him. She bent her beautiful eyes and smiled at him. Your Majesty, there are too many women in your palace. Yunyan doesn't want to be like them. Otherwise, Your Majesty will soon forget me. Oh, He Bei approached her again and hugged her back. Yunyan, what do you want to do differently, this dog man? Do I have to hold her before I can talk? Li Yunyan decided not to anger him and let him hold her. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she spoke in a sweet voice. Your Majesty, can you please not do what you did with other women before tonight? Seeing his unhappy expression, Li Yunyan immediately raised a finger and added, It's just tonight. I want your majesty to remember this special night. Her fingers were so white and tender that they were dazzling. The slight anger in Hebei's chest was immediately dissipated. Looking at her hopeful eyes, the words of rejection came to his lips, but he held them back. Well, it's normal for such a beauty to have a bit of temper. Instead of getting angry, he laughed, and a desire to conquer arose in his heart. Hebei pecked her finger lightly and said, "Yunyan, are you so determined? If I don't favor you tonight, I will forget you tomorrow." "What will you do?" Li Yunyan's beautiful eyes turned, a little aggrieved, and she said innocently, "If your majesty forgets me, I will run to you every day and pester you until your majesty remembers me." A deep laugh came from his chest. What a wild idea. How could a little concubine like you run out to see me every day? Although he knew that what she said was stupid, Hebei was still pleased by her words. Li Yunyan felt his mood change from gloomy to bright, and she became bolder. She pouted and said proudly, "Your Majesty, do you agree or not?" Her lips were full and bright red, alluring without her realizing it, and made Hebei's eyes gradually darken. He resisted the urge to kill her right there and then, and whispered, "Let me kiss you, and I'll agree to your request." Then he kissed her without saying anything. Li Yunyan was kissed so suddenly that she subconsciously wanted to push him away, but her hands were held tightly by his big hands. "Host, don't kill. Don't kill. Completing the mission is the most important thing." Hearing the system scream, Li Yunyan frowned. This jerk. He treated her so frivolously, and yet he couldn't kill her. So disgusting. Li Yunyan felt depressed and passively endured his kiss, calculating the time in her mind. If he kissed her for too long, she would push him away even if it would make him angry. Fortunately, he let her go in time, breathing heavily and with a dark look in his eyes. In recent years, Hebei has been going to the harem every day in a businesslike manner for the sake of having an offspring. He never thought that he would sometimes feel itchy. Although he is not feeling well now, he has found a rare bit of fun. What a novel experience. Li Yunyan was finally let go by him. She suddenly jumped onto the bed and wrapped herself in the quilt like a silkworm pupa. She lay straight, her beautiful eyes blinking. "Your Majesty, take a rest. How dare you go to bed before him?" Hebei's lips curled slightly, bringing a hint of smile. "Interesting." He shook his head, cut the candle with scissors, and lay down on the bed side by side with her. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Li Yunyan closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep, calling the system in her heart. "System, is Ying Huai still here? Host, you have exchanged force value. You can feel it directly."
Yes.
She lived so comfortably in the last little world that she even forgot she knew martial arts. She calmed down and felt it, and sure enough, she found a very faint breathing sound on the roof. He was still there. Ying Huai is indeed still there. He is your Majesty's secret guard. Wherever your Majesty is, he will be there to protect your Majesty's safety. He was present even when His Majesty and the ladies of the palace were enjoying themselves. He was too familiar with those scenes. No matter how many concubines His Majesty changed, the basic routines remained the same. So he spent most of his time thinking of himself as a dead person, a hanging beam on the beam, a brick on the wall, a tile on the roof, without eyes, feelings, or thoughts. But today's concubine is particularly different. She is so beautiful. She was so beautiful that he couldn't help but look at her again. Just a glance. When he gathered his thoughts and considered himself dead again, he heard that she had rejected His Majesty's favor. He looked at her twice more in surprise. How could she have the courage to refuse His Majesty? The Emperor's majesty is awe-inspiring. When other concubines see His Majesty, they all try to please him and obey his orders. No one has ever refused His Majesty's favor. What is even more puzzling is that His Majesty actually agreed. This was the first time he had seen such a strange scene since he became a secret guard. I couldn't help but look at her a few more times and remembered the face of this unique woman and her name. Hebei lay on the bed, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. He thought Li Yunyan was just like other women, innocent and naive, but actually very thoughtful. Even if she didn't let him touch her tonight, she would try every possible way to please him, talk to him, and enhance their relationship. But I didn't expect that she didn't say a word. As soon as she got into bed, she closed her eyes and didn't move. Is this that really want to sleep? Bei was full of doubts. What on earth was this woman thinking? Li Yunyan is certainly seizing the opportunity to find a solution. She only has 1 year. If she fails to successfully charm Huai within this year, she will die and disappear completely from the world. There is also a second option. If she cannot charm him, she can only get pregnant with the emperor's child in the last possible time to prolong her life. That's the worst plan. She really doesn't want that public thing. Li Yunyan browsed the system mall and found several suitable pills. If she was called to serve the emperor next time, she could use them on him. The biggest problem is the shadow. The profession of secret guards has always been loyal to the emperor, and they always hide in the dark and generally do not show up. How can she make him come to the light from darkness, have an interaction with him, and make him develop a good impression on her? The road ahead is long and arduous. Hearing the breathing sounds beside him gradually becoming longer, Bei laughed angrily. He had a strong intuition. This woman was not afraid of him at all. Very few concubines could spend the night in his bedroom. Li Yunyan went to bed without asking for his opinion. I don't know whether to say she is brave or stupid. She actually fell asleep next to me like this? Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Bei felt a rare sense of peace in his heart. There is actually nothing wrong with just covering yourself with a blanket and sleeping. The next day, Li Yunyan was woken up by someone. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the teasing look of the dog emperor. What's wrong? She was half asleep and asked subconsciously. Bei was really convinced and said unhappily, You slept so soundly that you didn't even notice that I got up. Why don't you get up and change my clothes for me? Change clothes? Li Yunyan wanted to ask him. Don't you have hands? Isn't there a servant standing next to you? Why do you want to torture her? But she was afraid. She was in the palace now, and the man in front of her was the most powerful person in the palace. She had to obey him in everything, otherwise she would not be able to complete her mission.
Oh.
Yes, Your Majesty. Li Yunyan immediately turned over and got off the bed, lowered her head, and took the bright yellow emperor's court dress from Yuan Qing, who was beside Bei. Your Majesty, please extend your hand. Bei laughed secretly when he saw the woman's expression change several times in just a few breaths. He had a rare good sleep last night and woke up feeling refreshed in the morning. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, he wanted to play a trick on her. Seeing her clumsily putting on her court robes, Bei wanted to laugh again. How did she learn the rules before entering the palace? Could it be that because she is too good-looking, she was sent here before she had learned the rules well? Bei felt that he had discovered the truth. A beauty like Li Yunyan could indeed be spared. Seeing her circling around him, sweat broke out on her nose, and she was struggling with her belt. A faint fragrance filled his nose, and Bei felt itchy for some reason, so he gently touched the tip of her nose. This action was full of doting, but Li Yunyan felt nothing. She rubbed her nose with her sleeve and held up the gorgeous Tongtian crown with both hands. Your Majesty, please lower your head a little. I can't reach you. Yuan Qing was about to yell, How can you make His Majesty bow his head? But Bei's cold eyes silenced him. He stared in amazement as the current emperor lowered his head and let the little concubine straighten his clothes, and he was secretly amazed in his heart. It looks like there will be one more favored concubine in the harem. After finally dressing up the emperor, Li Yunyan was sweating all over. The emperor's court dress is too complicated. No wonder. He needs to be served. She raised her flushed cheeks, as if relieved, and smiled faintly at Bei. Your Majesty, I'm already dressed. Her smile was like the morning sun, making people happy. Bei smiled and said, Li Yunyan has made great contributions in serving the emperor, so she is appointed as a concubine and given the title of Li. She is granted the residence of Chonghua Palace. Li Yunyan was surprised and happy. Is this an upgrade? In the plot, The original owner really served the emperor in bed, but the emperor did not immediately promote her to a higher position, let alone give her a title. She did not serve the emperor in bed last night, but was promoted instead. Is this emperor a masochist? Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, am I now concubine Li? Of course, Hebei leaned close to her ear. If you behave well next time, I will promote you to a higher position. Li Yunyan knew what he meant by being obedient and glared at him, thinking, what the heck are you dreaming about? Her eyes were so charming and gentle that Hebei's throat tightened again. Stop it. Today is the first day of the new year. I have to go to the Queen's palace tonight. I will ask you to sleep with me tomorrow. What's she doing? Li Yunyan was puzzled, but it was good news that he had escaped tonight. Then he lowered his brows, looked submissive, and nodded lightly. Yuan Qing urged in a low voice, Your Majesty, it's time to go to the morning court. Hebei nodded and ordered, Send someone to escort Li concubine back to Chonghua Palace and take good care of her. I obey your order. Li Yunyan watched Hebei leave the door and then saw a palace maid and a young servant come in, kneeling down to congratulate her. Your servant/servant congratulates Li concubine. Li Yunyan knew that these two were the ones assigned to her by the palace when she was a concubine. The maid was named Xiangxia, and the servant was named Kingle. Both of them are newcomers and are younger than her. However, newcomers have their own advantages. There is no power behind them and they're clean. As for the experience of law enforcement and handling affairs, all they need to do is learn and watch more. The most important thing is loyalty. Get up. It's time for us to go back, Xiangxia said. I will do my makeup for you now. It was called makeup, but actually it was just helping her put on her clothes and combing her hair into a bun. There were no women's clothes in Hebei's bedroom. She was still wearing the same clothes she wore yesterday. When she first arrived at the palace yesterday, she was arranged to live with another concubine. But she was summoned to sleep with the emperor last night, and today she was given the Chonghua Palace, so she didn't have to go back to her original cramped bedroom. In the palace, she was not qualified to ride in a sedan chair and had to walk everywhere. Kongla walked behind her and whispered to her, My lord, His Majesty has just given you Chonghua Palace, so I took the initiative to bring your baggage here. We can go directly to Chonghua Palace now. Well, you did a great job. Seeing that Kongla was praised by the master, Xiangxia also said, Master, when we return to Chonghua Palace later, we must immediately wash up. Yesterday, the master served the bed and was promoted to a higher position. According to the rules, we must go to Fingi Palace today to pay respects to the Empress. Li Yunyan's eyebrows jumped. Darn it! In the original plot, the queen would give her a warning during the greetings today, and the other concubines would also ridicule her. Then she burst into tears and was scolded by the queen for being petty. Li Yunyan was thinking about countermeasures in her mind, and unknowingly walked to Chonghua Palace. Chonghua Palace is not far from the Emperor's Yangxin Hall, and like the Empress's Fingi Palace and Huifei's Iha Hall, it is on the same central axis as the Yangxin Hall. Li Yunyan had only been in the palace for one day when she was granted the residence in such an important main palace. This can be said to be a great favor from His Majesty. As soon as she entered Chonghua Palace, several palace maids and servants knelt down to pay their respects to her. A madam also came forward and saluted Li Yunyan, saying, This servant has met Madam Li. I am the head madam of Chonghua Palace. My surname is Li. If the master has any problems in the future, just tell me. Li Yunyan looked at her calmly. Grandma Li was about 40 years old. She looked smart and capable, with clear eyes and a vigorous spirit. Then I'll trouble you, Grandma Li. I'm new to the palace and don't understand many things. I'll need your guidance in the future. Grandma Li bowed and saluted. I don't deserve this position. I will obey your orders. What he said was flawless. Li Yunyan nodded slightly and walked towards the main room. Xiangxia, help me wash and dress. Grandma Li, I have to go pay my respects to the Empress in a while. Please accompany me, as you command. Knowing that she would be bullied later, Li Yunyan asked Xiangxia to change her into a more comfortable green gauze dress and kept her headwear as simple as possible to keep a low profile. Little did she know that her simple attire would stand out more dazzlingly and eye-catchingly among a group of elaborately dressed people in jewels and silks. As soon as Li Yunyan arrived at Fengyi Palace, she was stopped by the palace maids. The one who served in the bedroom yesterday was a concubine. I heard that she was extremely beautiful, so His Majesty promoted her position just after she served in the bedroom. Not only was she given a title, but she was also allowed to live in Chonghua Palace. When the queen heard the news early in the morning, she was so angry that she smashed a teacup. "It must be the one in front of me." Grandma Li smiled and said, "Miss Yaxing, our master is Concubine Li, who is just appointed by His Majesty. She is here to pay her respects to the Empress." Yixing looked indifferent. "The queen hasn't woken up yet." "Concubine Lao Li is waiting here." Li Yunyan lowered her eyes. The direction of the plot was completely messed up. In the plot, she was not promoted to the throne, and the queen did not target her so obviously, but only acted in secret. But now, she is too lazy to even pretend? She looked coldly at the several concubines who were already sitting and waiting in the palace. They could all go in and wait, but why did she have to stand outside? But it suits her exactly. Her purpose was not to compete with them for the emperor. She was competing for something else. Only if she keeps making trouble will that person notice her. Li Yunyan lowered her head and nodded submissively, saying softly, "Yes, thank you, Miss Yaxing." Yixing didn't expect that she was so easy to control. She snorted softly, walked aside, and ignored them. From time to time, concubines came to pay their respects, and when they passed by Li Yunyan, they looked at her curiously. As soon as everyone saw her face, they unanimously confirmed that she was the concubine Li who had been newly conferred the title by His Majesty. The weather in early autumn is still hot. Li Yunyan's skin is delicate. When exposed to the sun, her little face becomes rosy, and she looks very charming. When people saw her like this, they gnashed their teeth out of tears. "What a fox spirit, shameless little goblin." They cursed Li Yunyan in their hearts, but did not show it on their faces. They sat quietly in the hall, glancing at her from time to time with a condescending look. Li Yunyan was totally unaware of it. She stood there calmly but was actually in a trance. Many of the skills I redeemed in the last small world were not used, but they are now useful here. It turns out that palace fighting makes people grow. The voices of the concubines paying their respects to the queen could be heard in the palace, but no one invited her into the palace. Li Yunyan sneered in his heart. It's time to show his real skills. The system just informed her that He Bei had hurried here after finishing his court session, so he should be almost here by now. "Host, He Bei is still 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters away from here." He Bei's arrival means Ing Huai has also arrived. He Bei saw a slender figure about to fall from a distance. Although he couldn't see the face clearly, he intuitively felt that the person was Li Yunyan. She had a face that made women hate her. He Bei knew all the women in the harem. He had expected that she would be targeted, so he ran over to embarrass her as soon as the morning came. But she didn't expect that she couldn't even get in the door. Even the queen was targeting her. "Hurry up," he urged the servant who was carrying the dragon's sedan chair, and the servant started to trot. The servants outside the Fengyi Palace saw His Majesty's dragon sedan chair and announced loudly, "Your Majesty has arrived." The queen, who was sitting on the phoenix chair, put down the teacup in her hand and said, "Go and invite concubine Li in. It's too late." Li Yunyan slowly turned around and gave a broken smile to He Bei, who was running towards her. Her eyes were full of grievance, and then she fell down softly, as if she had lost all her energy. It fell accurately into the hands of Grandma Li and Xiang Xia. Yenna, He Bei was so shocked that he could not help but use his Qinggong skills to fly towards her. He took her from Grandma Li's arms and asked anxiously, "Yenna, what's wrong with you?" Li Yunyan's voice was weak, and she opened her eyes half-heartedly. Her eyes were filled with moisture. "It's all my fault. I was physically exhausted and couldn't stand for long before I couldn't do it anymore." Xiang Xia said angrily, "Master, you have been standing in the sun for almost an hour. It's so hot. How can you stand it with your frail body?" Li Yunyan gave Xiang Xia a thumbs up in her heart, saying that things will get more cloudy than expected. Bei was extremely anxious and did not pursue the words of a servant. He bent down and picked up Li Yunyan, feeling her lightness in his arms, and felt even more pity for her.
Queen.
Is this how you manage my harem? The concubines in the palace had already knelt on the ground. After hearing His Majesty questioning the queen so bluntly, they wished they were not there. The queen was indeed a little stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect that His Majesty would be so disrespectful to her. She's just a little concubine. As the master of the imperial palace, can't she even be allowed to stand for a moment? This concubine, Li, was full of seductive skills. She had just entered the emperor's bedchamber, but she had already charmed His Majesty into breaking the rules, allowing her to be promoted 3 levels without even notifying her, the queen. She is angry, so what's wrong with giving her a small punishment and a severe reprimand? The queen grasped the corner of her clothes tightly and took a deep breath. She put on a proper smile and bowed to Bei. Your Majesty, you misunderstood me. I didn't know Li concubine was outside. I thought she hadn't arrived yet. In the past, when she played dumb like this, the emperor would give her face and pretend not to see it and never bother with her. I guess it's the same now, right? But I never thought. Bei's voice was filled with anger. Queen, do you think I'm blind? Or are all of you in the palace blind? Your Majesty, please calm down. The concubines were terrified. Bei frowned tightly. The queen was going even further. In the past, whenever he had a crush on a concubine, the queen would always find ways to suppress her, either by causing her to die of illness or by violating palace rules. He thought of her difficulties and never argued with her. But this time, Bei gently placed Li Yunyan on the soft chair, raised his hand to touch her sweaty forehead and hot cheeks, and told Yuan Qing to call the imperial physician. His movements were cautious, with such obvious fondness and cherishment that the concubines present instantly tightened their clothes, secretly cursing him for seducing his master. This scene deeply hurt the queen's heart. She and Bei were a young couple and had a loving time together for several years. Her family did their best to support him step by step to become the emperor. She thought she could sit back and relax after becoming the queen, but she never expected that beauties from the harem were sent in one after another, like a stream of water. Your Majesty has been lingering among flowers and working hard every day, but so far you have only one little princess born to concubine Hui. Thinking of her child who died just one day after being born, the queen felt a strong sense of resentment. She had no children, and she would never allow other concubines to give birth to his children. The queen's face was calm, and she apologized to Bei softly. Your Majesty, it was my negligence today that caused Sister Lipin to suffer for nothing. I will definitely urge the servants below to be more vigilant and not be careless again. Bei looked at her coldly. The queen is very busy. If you are too busy to handle the affairs of the servants, I can let concubine Hui take some of the responsibilities for you. Concubine Hui stood up at the right moment and bowed to the emperor and empress, saying, I have no right to refuse. Having said that, he looked towards the queen, seemingly respectful, but actually his eyes contained a dark light. Concubine Hui and the queen had been fighting for a long time. Her mother's family was the Junbei general's mansion, which held a large number of troops and could compete with the queen's mother's family in terms of power. Moreover, she had a 5-year-old little princess, so she had more chips in her hands and was naturally not afraid of the queen's majesty. The queen immediately tightened her handkerchief and said with a graceful smile, Sister Huifei has worked hard to take care of Princess Anchang, so I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, she looked at Bei again, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Your Majesty, I know I was wrong, and I will manage the harem well in the future. Bei originally just wanted to warn the queen and didn't want to cause a dispute in the harem. Seeing that the queen had lowered her attitude, he snorted coldly. Let's stop this time, if there is a next time. The queen immediately knelt down and said, Your Majesty, don't worry, there won't be a next time. Bei was very satisfied with her attitude. He stopped looking at her and turned his gaze back to Li Yunyan. How is Li Nan? At this time, the imperial physician had just finished taking Li Yunyan's pulse. After observing the situation in the hall, he had already thought of how to respond. "Your Majesty, concubine Li is fragile and has been exposed to the sun for a long time. Her skin shows signs of sunburn." Hebei looked at Li Yunyan's flushed cheeks. The anger he had just suppressed towards the queen began to boil over again. He asked in a concerned tone, "Is the situation serious?" The doctor bowed and said, "Fortunately, the autumn sun is not very strong. Concubine Li only needs to apply white jade ointment, and she will be cured in 2 or 3 days. Then make medicine for Li Mai and make sure she's cured. I obey your order." The white jade paste is specially made for the palace. It contains rare and valuable medicinal materials, such as the Tianshan snow lotus, which is extremely precious. In the past, only His Majesty and the Queen Mother were qualified to use it, not even the Queen. Now, Li Concubine only had a minor sunburn, and His Majesty personally gave her medicine, which was really enviable. And jealousy. The expression on the Queen's face was about to fail to be suppressed. She suddenly lowered her eyes and took a deep breath. His Majesty has just reprimanded her, and she cannot have any dissatisfaction at this time. If she makes His Majesty angry again, then her authority to manage the harem may really have to be divided in half to concubine Hui. We need to think long-term. Li Yunyan didn't say a word the whole time. She leaned there weakly, but in fact she was silently sizing up these women of Hebei. Hebei is so lucky. These concubines were all extremely beautiful. Some were plump and some were thin, each with her own unique charm. In their eyes and hearts, there was only Hebei. Since he came in, they all looked at him eagerly. Seeing that Hebei was concerned about her, all those eyes looked at her with hatred, as if they wanted to stare a hole in her body. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes. Hebei was indeed very nice to her at the moment, but she really couldn't afford such a blessing. Feeling the breath on the roof, Li Yunyan naturally adjusted her sitting position and turned her rosy little face lazily towards that direction. With this movement, her figure became graceful and charming, and the beautiful curves were perfectly presented. Under normal circumstances, she would have been reprimanded for such unrestrained behavior, but now the queen was preoccupied with something, and the other concubines had no right to speak, so they could only turn a blind eye. Hebei's voice was slightly hoarse. "I will send you back to Chonghua Palace." Without waiting for her to reply, he bent down, picked her up, and strode out the door, leaving behind her a group of unwilling concubines. "Your Majesty, I respectfully send you off." Seeing the emperor walking away, the concubines who had just been kneeling on the ground stood up one after another. They had just witnessed the queen being scolded and were feeling uneasy at the moment. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. No one dared to sit down. They all stood in silence, waiting for the queen to act. The queen has broken several of her fingernails. Today, Hebei made her look bad in front of all the concubines. If he didn't give her face like this, then don't blame her for being rude to his new lover. She said coldly, "You have not fulfilled your duty of persuasion today. All of you will be punished by copying the palace rules 10 times. I will see it tomorrow morning." Copy the palace rules 10 times? Then they won't have any rest tonight. "Yes, I obey your command." Hebei carried Li Yunyan back to Chonghua Palace, had lunch in her palace, and even held her in his arms and took a nap. Fortunately, the royal family has strict etiquette, and Hebei has been strictly educated since childhood and would never do such a thing as committing adultery in broad daylight. Li Yunyan let him hold her and took a nap. After getting up at noon, Hebei returned to Yangxin Palace to review documents. Li Yunyan finally had some free time to familiarize herself with Chonghua Palace inside and out, and then let Grandma Li take charge of the trivial matters in the palace. As soon as Hebei returned to Yangxin Palace, he had people send a lot of rewards to Li Yunyan. The servants who came to deliver the gifts all tried to fawn on her. They were all old hands in the palace and knew that the master in front of them was the apple of His Majesty's eye and must not be offended. Li Yunyan was very kind to them and asked Grandma Li to give each servant a reward of silver, and then sent them away with a smile. She had owned a lot of gorgeous jewelry, gorgeous satins, and precious jade ornaments in the previous small world. After taking a quick look, he let Xiangxia put it into the curry. In the evening, after taking a bath, she applied the white jade ointment that had just been sent from the Imperial Hospital in front of the bronze mirror. The sunburn she got today was intentional, so it wasn't serious at all, just a slight fever on her cheeks. As soon as the white jade cream was applied to her face, she immediately felt cool and the fever disappeared. Li Yunyan closed the lid and nodded with satisfaction. This is a good thing. Grandma Li thought that Li Yunyan was waiting for the emperor to come, so she gently reminded him, "Master, today is the first day of the new year. His Majesty will go to the Empress place and will not come." Li Yunyan was not waiting for the emperor, but she didn't want to make excuses. It was normal for women in the harem to have their hearts set on the emperor. She hummed softly, "Grandma Li, I'm tired. You and Xiangxia should go down and rest." Xiangxia said, "Master, I will sleep in the outer room. If you need anything, just call me. I don't like people standing guard outside."
You don't have to keep watch for me at night.
Just go back to your rooms and rest. She will be the one who handles important matters in the future, and it would be inconvenient if someone were to wait outside. But Master, just as Grandma Li was about to persuade them, she saw Li Yunyan's expression froze. "In Chonghua Palace, I hope you will listen to me in everything." Li Yunyan was very kind to the servants, but she looked very stern when she frowned, so Grandma Li and Xiangxia did not dare to persuade her anymore. Seeing that the two of them seemed frightened, Li Yunyan softened her tone. "I have had trouble sleeping since I was a child. If someone is outside, I will not be able to rest well. You must remember that as long as I am in the room, you cannot disturb me." It was their blessing that their master was willing to explain to them. Grandma Li and Xiangxia bowed and said, "I understand. I'll take my leave now." Seeing that they both left, Li Yunyan used his inner strength to sense the surroundings and found that there was no suspicious aura, so he lay down on the bed with peace of mind. "I was thinking about my future plans and gradually fell asleep." Hebei arrived at the Queen's Fingy Palace as per custom. The Queen had already dressed up and was waiting for him at the palace gate. Hebei walked into the palace holding the Queen's hand. He had come to the harem before for the sake of having an offspring, and today was no exception. The Queen said nothing about what happened during the day and continued to obey him in everything, but he did not feel as good as before. Hebei used to feel that every woman in the harem was the same, and as long as there was a chance that they would be pregnant, he would favor them. Although he was not particularly concerned about this matter, he was not uninterested either, and at least he would complete his task step by step every day. But today, he felt bored at the beginning and had some resistance in his heart. Later, the graceful figure of Li Yunyan still appeared in my mind. Thinking of her, I also had my own responsibilities. On the second day, the Queen was in high spirits, and she smiled as she faced the concubines who came to pay their respects. She caressed her belly inconspicuously, thinking that this time, she must have good news. It was not until she saw Li Yunyan approaching that the Queen's eyes dimmed and she winked at Grandma Qi beside her. Grandma Qi understood and looked at Yixing, who then arranged for the palace maids to serve tea to the concubines. The Queen said casually, "These are all the newly delivered imperial teas. My sisters, please have a taste." "Thank you, Queen." Li Yunyan picked up the teacup, took a light sniff, and immediately noticed something was wrong. There is a very faint smell of medicine in it. The system was also screaming in his mind at this moment. "Host, this tea contains a drug that can kill off your offspring. Do not take it." "A medicine to prevent the occurrence of heirs?" After the system scanned, it continued. "Host, this drug is extremely harmful to the body. Once taken, it will damage the body. After taking it 3 times in a row, you'll be infertile for life, and you won't be able to take a pulse."
So it is.
Looking at the concubines who were happily drinking tea beside her, Li Yunyan suddenly realized. Li Yunyan thought that the emperor had no children because he was infertile, but she didn't expect that all his concubines were infertile. No matter how hard he works every day, that rotten vine will never bear a single fruit again. She felt a little sorry for Hebei. Did he know that his queen was such a vicious person? Li Yunyan blew gently at the still steaming tea. The queen's remaining attention was all on her. Her hands were clenched tightly under her wide phoenix robe.
Drink it now. Drink it now.
System, can the detoxification pills in the mall cure this poison? System products must be top-notch. My detoxification pills can cure all kinds of poisons. Quite arrogant. But she still didn't want to drink. Li Yunyan brought the teacup to her lips, and with the help of her wide sleeves, she poured 1/3 of the tea into the handkerchief in her sleeves. She then put her hands down and smacked her lips casually. The queen's expression immediately relaxed. She no longer looked at Li Yunyan and occasionally responded to a few words of the concubines. Li Yunyan felt relieved now that the queen was no longer targeting her. She didn't like talking to anyone, so she took the exquisite snacks on the table and sipped them. Her sense of smell and medical skills are both level 10. She can tell whether something is poisonous just by smelling it, so she can eat it with peace of mind. The dim sum in the queen's palace is really good. After the greeting ceremony was over, Li Yunyan was stopped by Yuan Qing on her way back to Chonghua Palace and was invited into the Yangxin Palace. He Bei was sitting in front of a large dragon table. When he saw Li Yunyan walking in gracefully, the corners of his lips curled up involuntarily. I pay my respects to your majesty. Stand up. He Bei put down his red brush, stood up and pulled her up. Did the queen give you any trouble today? No. Li Yunyan shook her head and said cheerfully, the queen allowed me to taste the newly delivered tribute tea today, and I also ate several cakes. You're being dismissed for just this little favor? He Bei touched her cheek with the back of his hand. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? The white jade cream your majesty gave me is excellent. I am much better now. That's good. Thinking of her expression just now, He Bei said, if you like the tribute tea, I still have some here. I'll ask someone to send it to you later. Li Yunyan shook her head slightly. The tea smelled delicious. Maybe I just can't handle something so good. I felt uncomfortable after taking just one sip, so I didn't drink any more. If you don't like it, don't drink it. I have a few boxes of the best Biluakun here, all for you. Thank you, your majesty. Li Yunyan had no intention of exposing the queen's drugging at this time, otherwise it would be difficult for her to explain herself when she got pregnant. She only needed to plant a small clue in advance so that when the truth came out, she would have an excuse to get pregnant smoothly. He Bei was a diligent man. He took Li Yunyan to drink 2 cups of tea, then stood up to continue reviewing memorials. Li Yunyan then took his leave. Before leaving, He Bei pulled her over, lowered his head and sniffed her shoulder, then whispered, I'll go find you tonight. You wait for me. Li Yunyan lowered her eyebrows and looked down, her face blushing like the sunset glow in the sky, and said in a soft voice, I obey your command. When He Bei saw this beautiful scenery, he immediately became distracted and like a young boy, he wished that night would come immediately. He rubbed her lips hard, his voice hoarse. Be good. Go back quickly. Don't tease me. Li Yunyan's eyes widened. What did she do to attract him?
Well,
although she wants to charm people, she hasn't used any tricks yet. This dog emperor just thinks about nonsense all day long. Seeing her confused expression, He Bei sighed helplessly. What a little goblin. When Li Yunyan returned to Chonghua Palace, Grandma Li began to prepare for her nightly bedtime routine. Xiangxia also followed suit and was busy. Since the master was pampered, life as servants was easy for them. He Bei came over during dinner, and with his presence, Li Yunyan's meal became much richer. Li Yunyan has always been a person who cherishes food. She chews every dish carefully and savors it attentively. The cooking skills of the imperial kitchen were indeed good. Every dish was delicious and delicate. Li Yunyan ate it with great relish, and before she knew it, she forgot that there was an emperor sitting next to her. She ate in a very carefree manner. He Bei watched her with great interest. Every time she tried a new dish, her eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. He couldn't help but feel delighted. Normally, after he finished eating, the concubine could not pick up her chopsticks, but he wanted to look at her cute face more, so he did not put down his chopsticks. I ate too much without realizing it. Li Yunyan stopped after eating 2 bowls, raised her head and looked at He Bei, who was sitting opposite her, and found that he was leaning against the table looking at her. Li Yunyan blinked. Your Majesty, are you full? Hebei did not answer but asked, "Is Yenner full?" "I'm full." "Then we." "His Majesty." Before Hebei could even utter the word "go to bed," he was interrupted by Li Yunyan. She pointed at the dusk outside the window, her eyes curved with a smile. "Your Majesty, the weather outside is perfect. I haven't really enjoyed the scenery since I came to Chonghua Palace. Your Majesty, can you accompany me for a walk to help me digest my food?" Seeing her earnest eyes, sweet and gentle tone, and charming smile, Hebei sighed lightly. "Forget it. I did eat too much tonight, so I should digest the food." He gently kneaded her neck, his tone soft and charming. "I'll do as you say. I'll see how long you can hold out." Li Yunyan was not bothered by his discovery. When his lips were about to press down on hers, she turned around nimbly and called him sweetly, "Your Majesty. Let's go." After saying that, she trotted out, leaving him with a back figure as light as the wind. Hebei smiled dotingly and trotted out as well. Li Yunyan ran towards the lake corridor. If the map was changed so far away, the Emperor's secret guards would surely shift as well. She turned her head suddenly, seemingly to see if Hebei was chasing her, but in fact she saw a corner of a black robe. During this moment of distraction, she was hugged by Hebei. He looked down at her and said in a lazy and hoarse voice, "I got you. Oh, let me go." Her voice was soft and had no intimidation at all. During the struggle, her graceful body inevitably came into contact with Hebei, and she felt the hands holding him gradually become stronger. Seeing his eyes becoming increasingly dangerous, Li Yunyan reached out to push him away, but he hugged her even tighter. "If you don't want to take a nice walk, I don't mind leaving you here." After saying this, he couldn't help but lower his head. Hebei didn't understand either. He was always calm and self-controlled, not such an impatient person. But as soon as he saw Li Yunyan, he couldn't think of anything else. As soon as his lips touched her delicate skin, Hebei couldn't stop himself. Li Yunyan turned her head away and said in a coquettish voice, "Your Majesty, no. Not here." The little face turned directly to where Ing Huai was hiding, and tears flashed in her eyes. Ing Huai in the dark was slightly stunned when he saw this. "She did I*s unwilling?" At this time, Hebei had torn off Li Yunyan's outer garment, revealing her small and delicate collarbone and half of her full and soft white hair. The wateriness in her eyes became even more intense. "Your Majesty, please don't," she pleaded softly. But her strength was too weak to resist the tall figure in front of her. Ing Huai clenched his fists subconsciously, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. He couldn't tell what this feeling was. He just instinctively stared at the scene, hoping that it would pass quickly. Hebei was burning with desire, and just wanted to bully this soft and beautiful girl immediately. It was not until a drop of hot tears dripped onto his nose that he realized that she had already been crying and looked so pitiful. Seeing that he finally raised his head, Li Yunyan quickly gathered up her torn clothes and cried breathlessly. A trace of panic flashed across his eyes that were always steady and sharp. "Yenner, I don't disrespect you. I just like you too much." The Emperor had never apologized to anyone in his entire life, so it was extremely rare for him to say such words. Li Yunyan had finished her part and knew when to stop. She cried a few times and was then coaxed into silence by Hebei. But her clothes were torn, and it would be extremely indecent for her to go back like this. Hebei untied his robe with dragon patterns on it and wrapped her up. Seeing her eyes red from crying, her cheeks filled with tears, and her nose red and broken, Hebei's Adam's apple rolled violently. "This step is really impossible to carry on." He picked her up and strode into the hall. Li Yunyan turned her head naturally, caught a glimpse of a tall black shadow in her peripheral vision, and lowered her eyes with a smile. As soon as he entered the bedroom, Hebei dismissed the servants and directly placed Li Yunyan on the couch. He was so impatient that he tore off his robe and whispered as softly as he could, "Don't be afraid, Yenner. I will love you well." Li Yunyan shyly backed away until her back touched the edge of the bed. She had no further to retreat, so she buried her head in her knees, acting coquettishly. She took this opportunity to take the antidote and applied the sleeping pills she had already purchased from the system on her lips. But after a few moments, She was knocked down by Hibei. The next second, the sound of tearing cloth was heard, and Li Yunyan's clothes were completely torn. She resisted with slight force, which Hibei saw as playing hard to get. He pressed his lips against hers, kissing hard. After a moment, the tall figure pressed down vertically, motionless. Li Yunyan was almost unable to breathe due to this pressure. She pushed him away with great effort and did not forget to let the system play adult movies in his mind. Replace the faces and scenes with their own. Fortunately, she has enough points, so she is not afraid no matter what happens. But that's not all. The highlight has just begun. Li Yunyan suddenly sat up and involuntarily moved towards the end of the bed, trying to wrap herself with the remaining fabric, but it was in vain. She sobbed softly, looking pitiful and helpless. Only then did Inghuai realize that something was wrong. How could your majesty fall asleep in the middle of doing something? Not good. The duty of the secret guard is to protect his majesty's safety. When Inghuai noticed that his majesty was in an unusual condition, he immediately appeared in the house. A large hand with distinct joints directly strangled Li Yunyan's neck. Li Yunyan was so frightened when she saw a person suddenly appear in the room. Inghuai used his other hand to check Hibei's breath. Fortunately, just unconscious. He was about to question, but when he turned around, he saw Li Yunyan's charming face and panicked eyes. He didn't even notice that his hand around her neck loosened a little. "Who are you? What have you done to His Majesty?" Two voices rang out at the same time. Li Yunyan and Inghuai looked at each other, and after a moment, Inghuai turned his face away uncomfortably. A pair of tender white hands grasped the big hand on the neck, and Li Yunyan's voice was pitiful and broken. "Don't kill me. I just gave His Majesty some sleeping pills. He will wake up tomorrow morning." A soft touch came from his wrist. Inghuai's eyes moved, but he still didn't put his hand down. "Why do you want to charm His Majesty? Tell me." Li Yunyan was like a little girl who was bullied by a bully. With tears in her eyes, she spoke hesitantly. "Don't be mean to me. I just don't want His Majesty to touch me." The situation before him was something Inghuai had never seen before. Before he knew it, he was being led into a ditch by Li Yunyan. His voice softened a lot, and he asked, "Why don't you want to?" Li Yunyan bit her lower lip tightly, and her small, gleaming teeth made her already rosy lips even redder. She bit her lip tightly and said nothing, as if she was afraid of him or was embarrassed to say it. Inghuai pressed his thumb against her throat, seemingly threatening her, but without much force. "Tell me. If you don't, I'll kill you." After being in contact with her for a few days, Inghuai knew that the woman in front of him was very gentle and would be afraid if she was slightly frightened. She was indeed frightened by him. Her eyes were filled with panic. She held his two little hands and tried hard to pry his fingers apart, trying to pry his hands off her neck. Inghuai felt as if each of his fingers was being stroked by a pair of soft hands. His fingertips felt numb and sore, and goosebumps immediately appeared on his body. "You don't move, just speak." Her tears began to roll down and drip onto the back of his hand. She cried softly, but was really afraid of him, so she spoke in a low voice. "Wowo, Your Majesty has too many women, and he doesn't need me. I just want to find someone who likes me. No matter what his status is, as long as he treats me well with all his heart, I will be willing to be with him." Her last two words were almost inaudible, but Inghuai had excellent hearing and heard them accurately. "Is that what she thinks? You are already His Majesty's concubine. You have to do it even if you don't want to." "But I was captured. I didn't come to the palace voluntarily." Inghuai knew this for sure. After meeting her, His Majesty immediately had someone investigate her background. Her father's official position was not high, so he did not need to participate in the selection of concubines. However, her appearance was seen by the people in charge below, and she was captured in order to please the emperor. His Majesty was indeed flattered, and he gave a lot of rewards to the people who did the work. "You can't use drugs like that." Inghuai's hand had already been loosely placed on her neck, and Li Yunyan's hand was quietly holding his thumb, occasionally stroking it, while her eyes kept looking at his face. The real person is more beautiful than the photo. With deep eyebrows, red lips, and white teeth, He is as handsome as the protagonist from a comic book. In such a comparison, Hibei lying next to him looked like a big pig's hoof. They are now talking back and forth. It doesn't sound like an interrogation at all, but more like a chat. Li Yunyan reached one hand under the quilt, and when she raised her hand again, there were 2 small pills in her hand. She spread out in front of him and said timidly, "I tried to resist, but it was no use. I only have these 2 left now, and they can only last for 2 more nights at most. Can you let me hold on for 2 more nights? When I figure it out, I will. I will." When Ing Huai saw the physical evidence, he subconsciously wanted to confiscate it, but Li Yunyan was faster than him. She put the hand holding the pill into her underwear and actually took it back into the system space. There was a hint of cunning in her eyes, and she looked up and asked, "Are you going to confiscate my medicine?" Following her movements, Ing Huai realized that she was wearing cool clothes. She only had a thin, see-through top on her upper body, which was too small to cover her beautiful figure, and a large amount of her beauty leaked out from the sides. The lower part was fine. He was wearing shorts, but they were a little wrinkled after the struggle just now. The hand on her neck was withdrawn as if by lightning, and Ing Huai immediately stood up and turned his back to her. "Put on your clothes quickly." Oh well, Li Yunyan's coat was all shredded into strips, but luckily her pants were still there. She turned over and got off the bed, and walked past him to get some clothes from the closet. Ing Huai turned his head away, but he could clearly hear her taking out clothes and the rustling sound of her putting them on. His Adam's apple moved, and his ears gradually turned red. "My lord, I am dressed." A soft voice came from behind. Ing Huai turned around and saw that she had changed into a white skirt with floral patterns. Her long hair fell to her waist like a waterfall. The tear marks on her face had been wiped away. She stood there pretty without any makeup on her face. Ing Huai felt that such homely attire made him feel more uncomfortable than the scenery he had just inadvertently glimpsed. It was like an ordinary couple wearing casual clothes in the bedroom, facing the person closest to them. But she was indeed dressed properly, so Ing Huai could no longer find fault with her, so he stretched out his hand to her and said, "Give it to me." "What?" Li Yunyan's big, clear eyes flickered, and she just pretended to be stupid. Ing Huai found that he couldn't say anything harsh to her. He was a little helpless, and it showed in his tone. "If you give me the medicine now, I won't expose what you did tonight." "Are you serious?" She unconsciously took 2 steps closer to him and looked up at him. Her face was full of joy, and her eyes, as clear as a spring, were full of trust in him. "I was trying to trick her, but now..." Then he saw her happily take out the 2 pills from her underwear and handed them to him with an innocent look on her face. "Give." Ing Huai reached out and took the 2 small pills that still retained her body temperature, but now her hands felt a little hot holding them. I am so easily deceived. What should I do in the palace in the future?" Seeing him take the medicine, Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief. Her face, which was more beautiful than a flower, had a soft smile on it. "Sir, you took my medicine, so you can't expose me tomorrow." Ing Huai really wanted to ask her, what should she do tomorrow night if she didn't have the medicine? But he knew his identity and understood that these issues were not his concern. Agreeing to her to keep what happened tonight secret was already disrespectful to the master. He hummed softly, turned around, and disappeared into the darkness. Li Yunyan knew that he was still watching. As long as the emperor was here, he would be here, so the performance could not stop. Pretending to know nothing, she took off her clothes, leaving only a tight top and a pair of pants, and climbed back onto the bed reluctantly. She rolled up her trouser legs and bit the inside of her calf with all her heart. Blood oozed out, and she then smeared the blood on the bedsheet. Ing Huai widened his eyes in the darkness. He never thought that she would actually come up with this idea. This is deceiving the king. But he had just promised her, and thinking that she would obey him obediently if she didn't have the medicine tomorrow night, he gave up the idea of going down to stop her. After Li Yunyan finished all this, her solemn expression finally relaxed. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Just as she was about to lie down, she remembered that His Majesty was still by her side. She brought another quilt to cover him, then covered herself tightly and fell asleep peacefully. When Hebei woke up, he felt refreshed. He was very happy last night, and looking at Li Yunyan, who was still sleeping soundly beside him, he felt very satisfied. After admiring her quietly for a while, he turned over and got off the bed. Thinking of her hard work in serving him last night, he decided not to let her change his clothes for him today. When he opened the quilt and saw the dazzling red, Hebei felt pity for her. He tucked the quilt for her, walked outside, and then quietly called Yuan Qing. "Don't let anyone disturb Li's rest." "Yes, Your Majesty." After Hebei left, Li Yunyan didn't sleep too long because she had to get up and pay her respects to the queen. Today, there was still the cup of drugged tea, and Li Yunyan used the same old trick without showing any sign on her face. After returning to Chonghua Palace, the servant sent another batch of rewards. Li Yunyan asked Grandma Li to accept them and store them all in the warehouse. In the evening, Hebei came to Chonghua Palace as expected. Li Yunyan greeted him with a smile. After dismissing the servants, Hebei hugged her impatiently, thinking of her first time serving him last night, and asked in a low voice, "Did I hurt you last night?" Thinking about the fierce battle in the movie, it was not surprising that Hebei asked this question. Li Yunyan lowered her head and said timidly, "Your Majesty has no pity on me." Hebei laughed heartily, his male chauvinism being greatly satisfied, and he pushed her into the couch with one force. "I will take good care of Yenner tonight." Ing Huai on the beam clenched her fists. She had no medicine tonight. She would probably cry after this was over, right? Thinking of how she cried last night, Ing Huai's throat tightened and guilt surged in his heart. He closed his eyes, not wanting to look any further, but unexpectedly, he heard a familiar voice. When she opened her eyes, she saw that His Majesty had been pushed away by her just like last night. He had no intention of thinking about the feeling of relief in his heart, and instinctively flew forward to feel Hebei's breath. "Fortunately, it's just a coma." "No? Why do you still have medicine?" Li Yunyan sat up and raised her hands to pull all the hair hanging in front of her chest behind her body, revealing a delicate collarbone with a few glaring red marks. She walked barefoot to his side and whispered, "There is only one left." She stood too close, and a pleasant fragrance penetrated Ing Huai's nose. He lowered his eyes subconsciously and avoided it, and saw her standing barefoot on the ground, revealing 10 pink toes. He turned his head away in a wolfish manner and said helplessly, "Give it to me. It's really gone. I don't believe it. You must have hidden it." Li Yunyan took another step closer to him, raised her head and looked into his eyes. "If you don't believe me, come and search." "Search?" His eyes involuntarily looked at the place where she took out the medicine last night. He saw a pink and white skin. He immediately closed his eyes and clenched his hands behind his back involuntarily. His voice was cold and hard. "If you don't take it out, don't blame me for being rude." After a rustling sound, a sweet voice came, "Sir, search it." He opened his eyes and saw that she was only wearing a light little dress, standing timidly in front of him. Ing Huai sighed silently. This was the second piece of clothing he had seen her wear. Yesterday it was pink, today it is blue, tomorrow will be?
No.
Why would he want this? Quickly shaking off the dangerous thoughts in his mind, Ing Huai saw her raise her hand and grab the fragile string around her neck. No! His hands were quicker than his brain, and he grabbed her wrist just as she was about to move. Li Yunyan raised her head and said aggrievedly, "Since you don't believe me, I can only let you search me." "That's not necessary." Ing Huai felt that he had never been so exhausted even when interrogating criminals. He turned around and tried to keep his tone calm. "If it's not on you, then it's in your room. Just hand it over, and I will not pursue it. My room is right here. My lord, feel free to search. If you find anything, I will." "What about you?" Ing Huai asked subconsciously. Li Yunyan curled her lips and smiled. "If you find out that there are still drugs in my room, I will wake up His Majesty and let him kill me right now." "That's not necessary." Ing Huai resisted the urge to hold his head and began to search the house. He had seen the medicine yesterday, and now the 2 pills were still in his arms, easy to distinguish. Half a minute later, he searched the house inside and out and found that the pill was no longer there. Seeing that he returned empty-handed, Li Yunyan smiled and said, "Sir, I didn't lie to you. I really have nothing left." Ing Huai didn't say anything and couldn't explain what he was feeling at the moment. Li Yunyan got the advantage and still acted like a good kid. She walked closer to him and spoke in a coquettish tone. He seemed to be accustomed to this distance and just waited for her to speak without stepping back or turning away. "You see, habit is a terrible thing." Imperceptibly, things that seemed unreasonable before gradually became reasonable. "Your Excellency just wronged me. Do you feel any remorse in your heart? Guilt?" Ing Huai paused, if the unclear feeling in his heart could be considered as guilt. "Should there be?" Seeing that he had acquiesced, she said, "Sir, can you agree to a small request of mine?" "What request?" Li Yunyan stood on tiptoe. The fragile skin was within his reach, and he heard her soft voice saying in his ear, "If there is a next time, could you please not be so mean to me again, sir?" Ing Huai felt his ears itching and turned his head away in a hurry. The voice was helpless and hoarse. "I'm not mean to you." Seeing that he had successfully missed the point, Li Yunyan raised a triumphant smile, but quickly suppressed it. "My lord, please keep your word." Seeing that he still tilted his head and didn't look at her, she walked to his other side and quickly whispered 2 words in his ear. "Good night." Then she ignored him and went straight into the quilt. Ing Huai returned to the beam, always feeling that something was wrong. He stared at her peaceful sleeping face and had no mood to think anymore. Bei woke up refreshed again. He always felt that he slept especially well with Yenner by his side. He kissed her forehead lovingly, walked outside, and asked Yuan Qing to help him change his clothes. As usual, Li Yunyan went to the queen to drink a cup of tea. This was the 3rd time today that she had tea with medicine. After seeing her drink it, the queen looked very happy. "No matter how much your majesty loves this fox, she cannot give birth to an heir. After a few years, when the old is replaced by the new, no matter how beautiful she is when she is born again, she will not be able to cause any trouble." Looking at the queen's ulterior motive in her smile, Li Yunyan sneered in her heart. The queen thinks she has victory in her grasp, but it is still uncertain who is in the game. In the evening, Bei came to Chonghua Palace as usual. The most nervous person is Ing Huai. He stared intently at the 2 figures overlapping on the bed, fearing that His Majesty would suddenly pass out again, and also afraid that if His Majesty did not pass out, what would she do? The next moment, the huge rock that had been hanging finally fell to the ground. "Your Majesty has fainted after all." He didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. Ing Huai appeared beside the couch again with a complicated expression, looking at Li Yunyan, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. "How much medicine do you have left?" Li Yunyan got up lazily. The thin strap around her neck was hanging tightly and was about to fall off. Every movement made Ing Huai tremble with fear. Seeing her getting off the bed, he quickly picked up the thin shawl beside him and wrapped it tightly around her. The movements were so gentle that he himself hadn't even noticed. Li Yunyan was embraced by him and smiled. She saw that he was looking at her with burning eyes, as if he was waiting for her reply. "What if I say, I have a lot more?" "What?" He raised his voice unconsciously. "What does a lot mean?" Li Yunyan shuddered when she heard this, and mist appeared in her eyes. "You promise not to be mean to me." Ing Huai sighed helplessly and softened his tone. "I'm not being mean to you, but you must give me your medicine. If I don't take it out, are you really going to tell His Majesty about this?" He did not answer, so Li Yunyan asked again. "If I don't have this medicine, and if your Majesty succeeds, I will seek death." Seeing that he finally looked over, Li Yunyan's tears just rolled down. She quickly lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "I haven't done anything wrong. I just don't want to commit myself to your Majesty." "Is that really unforgivable?" Without having to make eye contact with her, Ing Huai finally dared to look her in the eye. Seeing her crying so helplessly and miserably, his heart seemed to be pulled by something. Yes, she did not do anything wrong, but because she was beautiful, she was captured and sent to the palace. She is so innocent and helpless. Why should I force her? He softened a little, and at this moment, She suddenly raised her head with determination in her eyes. The pills are all on me. If you insist on taking them, go ahead. Yunyan will never resist. There was a determination to die in her eyes. If he really dared to take away all her medicine, she would commit suicide immediately. She moved closer and closer to him, inch by inch, and finally leaned directly on him. Ing Huai retreated, forced back step by her, his back against the wall, with nowhere to retreat. Seeing that she was about to get closer, his hand reflexively controlled her waist. Her waist is soft and slender and can be held in one hand. The warmth of his hand made Ing Huai's heart skip a beat. Finally, he had no choice but to move his hand to her shoulder and twist her away with force. Then he disappeared into the house. From then on, Ing Huai never appeared when He Bei Huai was unconscious again. Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief. The first small goal was achieved, and she started working on the second small goal. Everyone in the palace knows that Li Yunyan is the emperor's favorite and the most dazzling person in the harem. In just over a month, she has not only been promoted from Liandi to Libi, but now she has even been directly named a concubine. Became the beautiful concubine. At this rate of advancement, if she gets pregnant, she might be directly promoted to a noble concubine in the next step. What should I do? The ladies in the harem all tore their handkerchiefs to pieces as they watched the empress's actions. The queen had bitten a mouthful of silver teeth to pieces. She thought she would have good news last month and waited with hope, but in the end, she waited in vain and couldn't help feeling resentful. She was feeling sullen, confused, and unwilling. Why was it that she took abortion medicine every day but still couldn't get pregnant? She attributed all her anger to Li Yunyan. She originally thought that as long as Li Yunyan could not have children, she could rest assured. But she did not expect that Li Yunyan would be so favored that His Majesty did not even visit the palaces of other concubines for her. If the situation continues like this, it is possible that His Majesty will be deceived by her and depose her as the queen. If we think of a solution at that time, it will be too late. The queen has now become wiser. She knows that His Majesty will protect that fox Li Yunyan no matter what, so she is no longer as blatant as before. She is the queen. She doesn't have to do everything herself. Ever since Li Yunyan drank the 3 cups of drugged tea, the empress never played any tricks on her again. Even the best of the palace's provisions were picked out for her to be sent to Chonghua Palace. He Bei even praised the queen for this, praising her for being dignified and virtuous, and for managing the harem so well. The queen was therefore in high spirits all day long, and even when she paid her daily respects to the concubines, she no longer found fault with them. The queen is truly dignified and generous, and has the demeanor of a queen mother, unlike some people who flirt with Your Majesty all day long. The one who spoke was Concubine Su, the #1 bootlicker under the queen's throne. Before Li Yunyan entered the palace, Concubine Su was considered the most beautiful person in the harem. Apart from the empress, He Bei spent the most time with her every month. But ever since Li Yunyan entered the palace, Your Majesty almost never went to other people's palaces. Except for visiting the empress's palace on the 1st and 15th days of the month as usual, he spent the rest of his time in Chonghua Palace. How could they not be angry? Lady Su glanced at Li Yunyan intentionally or unintentionally, and became angry when she saw her face. As soon as Li Yunyan heard it, she knew she was talking about herself. She couldn't bear the pain of being teased in front of her, so she immediately pretended to be confused and asked, "Why doesn't Sister Su hook up with His Majesty? Is it because you don't want to?" This was the first time Concubine Su heard such a cunning way of counterattacking, and she was so angry that she fell backwards. Is it because she doesn't want to? It's because His Majesty doesn't come to her place at all. You fox. Li Yunyan nodded seriously. Thank you for the compliment, Sister Su. Your Majesty also praised my beauty. Bah. Am I complimenting you? Lady Su's eyes widened. You are such a silver tongue. You are so good at making arguments. I wonder what Your Majesty likes about you. Concubine Su has a huge family to support her, and she also relies on her good relationship with the queen. She is usually the most easily agitated person, and after being provoked by Li Yunyan, She dares to say anything. The queen just frowned when she heard this, pretended to drink tea, and did not stop him. Li Yunyan was not angry when she said that. The purpose of talking is to catch the opponent's pain points and humiliate them, but if the opponent has no sense of shame, these words will not have any effect at all. Sister Su, do you really not know why? Li Yunyan's voice was calm and graceful, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be full of light. She smiled slightly, holding her overly beautiful face with her slender hands. Of course it's because of my sister's face. She performed this series of movements so smoothly and charmingly that several concubines with poor self-control were stunned. With this appearance, this voice, and this figure, let alone His Majesty, even they would find it difficult to control themselves. Concubine Su was frightened into speechlessness. The hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. A few clear swallowing sounds were particularly noticeable. They quickly picked up their teacups to cover up their own gaffe. Seeing Lady Su looking dumbfounded, Li Yunyan smiled and raised his eyebrows at her provocatively. Concubine Su could no longer bear it. She slammed her hand on the armchair and pointed at Li Yunyan and scolded her. Li Yunyan, don't think that you don't care about us just because His Majesty favors you. You are just a little pretty and you will still be old and ugly in a few years. After saying this, he did not forget to compliment the queen. No one can compare to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother is dignified, noble, and knows the big picture. She is the one who will always be popular in the harem. There were many voices echoing this from below, with their eyes stabbing at Li Yunyan's back, wishing she would be so ashamed that she would disappear immediately. Li Yunyan slowly finished a piece of snack, patted the crumbs on her fingertips, and then took out a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her mouth. Many people discovered that the brocade handkerchief in her hand was actually made of cloud brocade. Suddenly, many people broke their nails. If they were lucky enough to get a piece of yunjin, which is worth 1,000 pounds, they would want to hold it on their heads every day. But Li Yunyan was willing to use it to make handkerchiefs. What a waste of resources! After such a careful inspection, they discovered that the bixia-colored gauze skirt with gold embroidery that Li Yunyan was wearing today, which was as light as mist and as graceful as a dragon, was actually made of dragon silk. I feel even more depressed. I have an urge to vomit blood. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. After wiping the corners of her mouth, Li Yunyan looked at Lady Su sternly. Her voice was no longer as gentle as before, but became a little serious. Lady Su, please be careful with your words. She turned her gaze towards the queen with a clear and resolute feeling. The queen is the mother of a country, so she is naturally dignified and decent. As concubines, how can we compare with the queen in elegance? Is concubine Su coveting the queen? After saying this, she felt that she had said too much and quickly covered her mouth with the yunjin handkerchief, saying in a sly voice, "Oops. I accidentally said what Lady Su was thinking. It was really not intentional. Please don't blame me, Lady Su." Concubine Su said to the queen in panic. "Your Majesty, I don't have it." Then he pointed at Li Yunyan and said, "Li Yunyan, you jerk. How dare you wrongly accuse me?" Li Yunyan said to herself, "I think I am a concubine, right? Why am I being bossed around by a beauty? I wonder if there are any rules in the harem." Seeing that the fire was about to burn her, the queen immediately spoke up to stop them. "Okay. We are all sisters, harmony is the most important thing, so please stop talking." Seeing Li Yunyan staring at her with a determined attitude, the queen scolded Concubine Su. "Concubine Su has committed treason. She will be confined for half a month and have to copy the palace rules 100 times. Empress." Concubine Su refused to accept and was about to complain, but the queen glared at her so hard that she turned into a quail. She held the back of the chair tightly and glared at Li Yunyan with a fierce and sinister look. It was all because of that witch Li Yunyan. She will definitely avenge today's grudge. The queen punished Concubine Su, and when she saw that Li Yunyan was no longer looking at her, she softened her tone. "Concubine Li, please do not blame Lady Su for her slip of the tongue today. We are all serving His Majesty. If one side gets more favors, the other side will naturally get less. It is inevitable that she will feel a little dissatisfied. As His Majesty's favorite concubine, you should still persuade His Majesty to treat everyone equally and have an heir as soon as possible. Li Yunyan lowered her head and replied respectfully. Thank you for your advice, Queen. I understand. Sister Li Fei is so sensible. No wonder His Majesty likes her. It's so nice that everyone is so friendly. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, and all the sisters should think carefully about how to please His Majesty. I understand. That night, when Hebei came to Chonghua Palace again, he was stopped outside the palace gate by Li Yunyan and was refused to enter. She had been fed up with him for a long time. Even if she had a lot of pills, she couldn't take them like this every day. If he kept going in and out like this, even a mountain of gold and silver would be spent. Yenner, what's wrong? How did I offend you? Hebei's eyes and heart were now filled with Li Yunyan, and he couldn't pay any attention to the other concubines. Li Yunyan looked indignant. Your Majesty, please don't come to me anymore, lest people call me a witch. If I get killed for no apparent reason one day, I won't even know where to cry. Hebei grabbed her hand that was trying to push him away, put it under his lips, and kissed it. Did Yenner get wrong today? Tell me, and I'll vent your anger for you. I'd rather not do it. Li Yunyan's eyes were filled with mist. I don't want to be scolded all day long. Who dares to scold you? I'll have them dragged out and chopped off. Li Yunyan covered his lips with her slender hands and shook her head in disapproval. Your Majesty is a wise ruler. You can't do such a thing for me. Hebei felt distressed and hugged her at the door, kissing her forehead lovingly. The palace maids around him looked at her and lowered their heads. How can Yenner be so well-behaved? It makes me feel distressed. Li Yunyan endured being kissed a few times by him, then pushed his chest hard and said in a crying voice, Your Majesty, you must treat everyone equally. From now on, please don't come to Chonghua Palace anymore. After saying this, he covered his face with his sleeves and ran into the hall. Hebei felt extremely distressed when he heard her crying, and anger was boiling in his chest. He shouted coldly, Find out for me what happened today. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Yunyan ran back to the bedroom with a smile on her face. It's been more than a month. She can finally sleep in a bed by herself. Ying Huai hasn't shown up for more than a month since the last time. During this period of time, every time Hebei came to her place, she would use drugs to make him fall unconscious. Ying Huai never stopped her again. But Li Yunyan was not idle either. Every night, she would dress very lightly and walk around under his nose, occasionally humming a little tune, doing a little dance, and fully releasing her beauty. Several times, she heard the breathing sounds on the eaves become noticeably heavier. I smiled secretly in my heart. Unlike Li Yunyan, Ying Huai can see her every day. His Majesty's favor towards her continued to grow. Except for the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, he would rush to Chonghua Palace after finishing his court duties every day. Then he was knocked out by drugs. Ying Huai was initially worried that if he took too much of the drug, would it be harmful to His Majesty's health? But when he saw that His Majesty was refreshed every day after waking up, and his mood was getting better day by day, he finally put his mind at ease. Every night when he lay on the eaves, the thing he did most was to knead the 2 pills in his arms and then look down at her. She is so beautiful. It was so beautiful that it dazzled his eyes. Even though he knew he shouldn't look directly at His Majesty's favorite concubine like that, he just couldn't control his eyes. He often couldn't help but think of the soft waist he accidentally touched that night. Let him be confused. He comforted himself. No one knows anyway. He can just look at her secretly. Seeing her fall asleep, he slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, another large number of gifts arrived at Chonghua Palace. Yuan Qing came in person and said respectfully to Li Yunyan, I greet the Empress Li. His Majesty has already found out that you have been wronged yesterday and immediately demoted concubine Su to a concubine. He also sent me many gifts to you early in the morning. He lowered his voice and said, Your Majesty stayed alone in Yangxin Palace last night. Your Majesty really loves you. I hope you will not be angry with Your Majesty. Li Yunyan had never intended to keep rejecting Hebei. If he didn't come, Ying Huai wouldn't come either. Her task list is still in the initial stage, so she needs to speed up the progress. Li Yunyan put on a faint smile. Thank you, Servant Yuan Qing. Please tell His Majesty that I am not angry with him. Yuan Qing smiled even more, bowed to Li Yunyan and said, Empress Li is the most considerate. His Majesty was very upset last night, thinking about your kindness the whole time. Li Yunyan nodded and asked Grandma Li to pack a big purse for Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing went back happily to report. In the evening, He Bei arrived on time. Li Yunyan stood at the door and smiled at him tenderly. He Bei's heart, which had been beating fast, suddenly turned into a pool of water. He took Li Yunyan's hand and walked into the hall. This time he didn't push her down immediately, but hugged her tightly and took a deep breath. After a long while, He Bei finally spoke. Yenner, do you know how I got here today? From now on, you can no longer refuse me entry. Li Yunyan was surprised. This dog emperor had always been focusing on his kidneys before, but judging from his tone just now, is he trying to focus on his heart now? She would rather he kept using his kidneys, so she wouldn't feel guilty. She didn't reply, but He Bei felt that she looked so cute being held quietly in his arms, and his heart softened again. At this moment, he wanted to pile all the good things in the world in front of her, as long as he could make her smile. Yenner, what do you want? I can give it to you. Even if you want the position of queen. I want your secret guard. Li Yunyan whispered in her heart. She shook her head, her voice a little muffled in his embrace. I have everything. I don't want anything. He Bei's heart softened again. If it was any other concubine, she would have wanted to tell him a dozen or so things in order to empty his private vault. Only his Yenner was so pure and kind, asking nothing from him, but making him want to give even more. Deep love leads to possessiveness. Li Yunyan sensed his change and immediately pushed him away, but He Bei pushed her back with one hand, grabbed the back of her head and pressed her down. Plop! He Bei immediately fell to the ground with a heavy muffled sound. Fortunately, all the servants had been sent away and no one heard the sound of him falling to the ground. Li Yunyan curled her lips. This can't be blamed on her. Who told him not to play by the rules? He just wants it while he's standing. She squatted down and wanted to help He Bei to the bed, but he was too tall for a petite girl like her to lift. Li Yunyan used all her strength to move him. Sweat broke out on her forehead and nose tip. Her little face was flushed and her hair was loose. Let me do it. A voice as pleasant as mellow wine came from behind him. Li Yunyan looked up in disbelief and saw Ing Huai dressed in black. Her eyes sparkled with surprise. She stood up suddenly and threw herself into his arms. Sir, you're here. She leaped with too much force, and the moment her face hit his chest, her already loose hair came undone, and her cloud-like black hair fell down, and the jade hairpin that was originally inserted in her hair also fell off. Ing Huai quickly caught the hairpin, but he never expected that there was a warm and soft jade in his arms. His limbs suddenly stiffened, and his heart beat like a drum. You? What are you doing? Li Yunyan seemed to react suddenly, quickly left his arms, and turned her back to him. She murmured in an uneasy voice, I'm sorry, I lost my composure for a moment and didn't react. Sir, please don't take it to heart. Lost your temper? Why did you lose your temper? Do I have to hug someone if they lose their composure? Ing Huai was so confused for a moment that he didn't dare to think deeply about the meaning of this sentence. He didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. He stared blankly at her beautiful back. She lowered her head with her back to him, and he didn't know what she was thinking. After a long time, Ing Huai finally remembered that His Majesty was still lying on the ground, so he walked over and carried him to the bed and put him down. However, Li Yunyan turned around at this moment and was only a fist away from him. She looked up at him with an inexplicable courage in her eyes. Sir, are you leaving again? There was a strong sense of reluctance in her voice, as if not being able to see him was a very sad thing. He uttered a low, When will you come next time? Ing Huai really wanted to say that he had always been by her side, watching over her every day. But he couldn't say anything. Li Yunyan kept twisting the hem of her dress with both hands. The luxurious fabric was wrinkled by her, but she didn't notice it at all. After a long moment, she seemed to have made a decision and took another step closer to him. Ing Huai put his hands behind his back and controlled himself not to look at her bright eyes. The next moment, he felt her climb onto his neck and gently pull. The drugs on Li Yunyan's lips had been wiped clean when she turned her back to him. Now her lips were left with only softness and sweetness. Ing Huai felt as if his scalp was exploding. His lips, and her lips. How can this be? He subconsciously wanted to push her away, but as soon as his hand touched her waist, she hugged him tighter. Her lips were so soft that Ing Huai couldn't help but fall into them after just tasting them for a few more seconds. The hand on her waist gradually increased its strength. Just when he wanted to taste it a little longer, he felt a sharp pain at the corner of his lips, and she immediately let go of his hand. Li Yunyan had tears in her eyes that were about to fall away, and her lips were bright red with a trace of his blood. She smiled sadly and looked into his eyes steadily. "Sir, you must remember me." Then she turned around and stopped looking at him. "Sir, please go. I don't want to see you leaving every time." Ing Huai didn't know how he got back on the roof. He raised his hand to wipe his lips, but found that he was still holding something tightly in his hand. When I opened it, I saw it was a white jade hairpin. This hairpin is just like its owner, warm to the touch and white and shiny. He gripped it tighter. Hearing her sobbing from below, she kept wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Her movements were so rough that her eyes turned red. A sour feeling welled up in Ing Huai's heart, but he didn't understand sentiment and didn't know what this feeling was. "I just feel very uncomfortable." Li Yunyan continued to live her life as a favored concubine. Every night, after His Majesty fell into a coma, she began to read the storybooks. Yuan Qing catered to her interests and collected many storybooks for her from the public, covering all kinds of genres. Half a month later, one night, when Li Yunyan was reading a storybook halfway, she suddenly put the book down and shouted tentatively into the air. "Grown-ups, my lord, are you there?" Ing Huai's heart was beating like a drum. Li Yunyan only called out twice tentatively, and then stopped. She said to herself, "It is said in the novel that the emperor always has a personal bodyguard. The lord comes and goes without a trace, so maybe he is your majesty's bodyguard." Ing Huai wanted to swear after hearing this. What kind of script is this? How dare you write anything? She shook her head and read a few more pages. Suddenly, he put the script down again. Ing Huairu is facing a powerful enemy. What has he seen? Li Yunyan stood up and shouted a few more times. "My lord? My lord!" That's right. It's not all about what's written in the book. Your Majesty doesn't need to bring secret guards with him in such a safe place like the palace. She tilted her head and thought for a moment. If the master is really here, then wouldn't the master see everything I change my clothes? Ing Huai closed his eyes and refused to admit it. Every time he saw her changing clothes before, she always closed her eyes. "Grown-ups?" Hearing her calling him again, Ing Huai opened his eyes and saw a sly smile on her face. It feels like something bad is happening. The next moment, she suddenly opened her outer garment, turned around, and her beautiful back, as smooth as jade, appeared before his eyes without any cover. His foot slipped. He managed to stabilize his body. Li Yunyan's eyes lit up. "Sir, are you really here?" Ing Huai stroked his forehead with his hand. This cunning little fox. A brilliant smile appeared on her face. "My lord, I am very happy to know that you are here. My lord, have you eaten? Did you sleep well?" She pointed to her heart and said, "My lord, I suddenly feel so safe here." A faint smile also appeared on Ing Huai's face. It seemed that he rarely saw her so happy. Is she so happy knowing he is there? She continued to babble on about what had happened recently. Reading a notebook, she talked and he listened. Then, she changed the subject. "Sir, let me dance for you." After saying that, she went behind the screen and said in a coquettish voice, "I'll change my clothes first, so please don't peek." Ing Huai smiled silently and closed his eyes, with an obvious look of doting on his face. After a moment, "My lord, I'm fine." He opened his eyes, and what he saw was a peerless painting that was so beautiful that it didn't seem real. She was wearing a white floor-length dress with layers of palace gauze on the hem. An exquisite jade belt bound her waist tightly. The rings on her arms and fingers jingled, and every slight movement made a pleasant sound. "My lord, I am about to begin." In fact, Huai had already been staring at it intently without her reminding him. I saw her holding up the hem of her skirt with both hands, squatting slightly, swinging the hem of her skirt, and starting to spin around. Her hands kept performing various graceful movements. She bent down and raised her legs from time to time, with her waist slightly bent, like a willow branch, so soft and graceful that it seemed like it would break if touched. There was a smile on her face, pure and holy, like a fairy who had accidentally entered the mortal world. Huai's heart was pounding. No matter how slow he was, he knew that he was like this. I must be moved. After she finished dancing, she stood there for a long time, catching her breath, and the blush on her face was endearing. Li Yunyan asked with an expectant look, "Sir, did you see it? Did I dance well just now? A long time." So long that Li Yunyan thought he would not answer. I heard a faint voice coming from the darkness. Mid-Autumn Festival. The queen held a Mid-Autumn Festival dinner in the Fingyi Palace. Since He Bei would also be present, all the concubines present tried their best to let His Majesty see them and remember their previous relationship with them. Since today was the 15th day of the lunar month, He Bei could not accompany Li Yunyan in the evening, so he spent the afternoon in Chonghua Palace. He was reviewing documents in the study, while Li Yunyan was reading a storybook beside him. So, I went to the Fingyi Palace with Li Yunyan for the dinner. When the queen saw the two of them coming together and being worshipped by everyone, she clenched her fingers again, as if they were the emperor and empress. She had a proper smile on her face, but she was sneering in her heart.
Li Yunyan.
Tonight is the day you die. Li Yunyan didn't know what the queen had planned, but according to routine, something strange would usually happen at a banquet, so she was secretly alert. She also instructed the system, any abnormalities must be reported to me, and no points need to be saved for me. Good host. Her seat was arranged at the first position below the dragon throne. When He Bei was about to let go of her hand, there was apology in his eyes. Li Yunyan smiled at him tenderly, then walked to her seat while holding up the hem of her skirt. He Bei sat on the main seat covered with bright yellow satin, side by side with the queen. "My beloved concubines, please stand up. Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Your Majesty." He Bei picked up the wine cup, and the queen followed suit. "Tonight is the Mid-Autumn Festival. My beloved concubines, please don't be polite. The queen and I will celebrate with you." "I obey your order." Dancers emerged from the middle of the hall, and magnificent music began. The festive music, coupled with the dancers' graceful dance, ignited the atmosphere of the banquet. Huai lazily lay on the palace not far away, commenting in his heart, "Not as good as her." Li Yunyan sat upright in her seat, eating pastries in small bites. He Bei likes watching her eat the most, her little mouth opening and closing, which makes people's appetite open. He pointed to a plate of crystal cakes and said to Yuan Qing, "Give this to concubine Li. She likes it." "Yes." Li Yunyan received the cake sent by Yuan Qing, raised her head and smiled at He Bei. He Bei also gave her an indulgent smile. When the concubines saw the jealous looks in their eyes, they could no longer sit still. They were no longer reserved, picked up their glasses, and walked forward to toast His Majesty and the Queen. He Bei was immediately surrounded by concubines and could not see Li Yunyan at all. He glanced at Huai's hiding place. Huai understood and immediately changed the eaves so that he could clearly see Li Yunyan's every move. In a small corner where no one was paying attention, a low-ranking concubine left the banquet and walked away quietly. Li Yunyan drank tea and admired the moon leisurely. She watched the girls surrounding He Bei as if they were watching a show, but she didn't feel bored at all. She felt someone tap her shoulder gently. Turning back, I saw a palace maid I didn't recognize. The maid whispered in her ear, "Madam Li, our master has something to say to you. Please follow me." So mysterious, who is her master? Li Yunyan is now just afraid that they will not cause trouble. She has detoxification pills and martial art skills. Unless she is surrounded and attacked by top masters, she has nothing to be afraid of. She nodded slightly and followed the palace maid. At this moment, the same thought popped up in the minds of the palace maid and Ing Huai. Why is she so easy to deceive? The palace maid kept turning right and led her to a remote courtyard. Li Yunyan had never been to the back of Fingy Palace before and had no idea that there was such a remote place. Arriving in front of a dimly lit room, the maid stopped and said, "Madam Li, our master is inside." The system began to scream. "Host, there is a wild man in the room. There is also aphrodisiac incense in the room. The drug is very strong. You must not enter." Li Yunyan understood. This is what they were planning. If her reputation is ruined, the emperor will naturally no longer favor her. Although the routine is crude, it is effective. "Empress Li, please come in," the unfamiliar palace maid urged. Li Yunyan stopped and asked, "Who is your master?" "You'll know once you get in, madam." Li Yunyan turned around and tried to leave. "If you don't tell me, then I won't go in." "Empress Li, please stay." It was a familiar voice. Li Yunyan turned around and saw that it was concubine Su.
No.
Now she should be called Su Chongzai. Su Chongzai glared at the palace maid. She couldn't even handle such a small matter. She had to do it herself. The palace maid shrank her neck, lowered her head, and stood aside submissively. "Empress Li," Su Chongzai said, "I was wrong before. Today I want to give you a gift and apologize." "Oh, then apologize." Seeing her standing still, Su Chongzai put on a fake smile and said, "Your Highness, concubine Li is a noble lady. How can I let you just stand here? Why don't you go inside and sit down and talk?" Li Yunyan had already sensed another aura at this moment. That aura was very familiar, but she didn't see the face and was not sure if it was Ing Huai. Then he activated the system to check. "System, help me see if Ing Huai is here." "Yes, host, Ing Huai is standing on the roof behind you. He is very angry." "Angry?" Li Yunyan curled her lips and smiled. She is the best. She pretended to know nothing and was about to go into the house. As soon as her hand touched the door frame and opened it a crack, she smelled a rich and exotic fragrance inside. Su Chong just put on a smug smile and was about to push her in, but the next moment he felt a sharp pain in his neck and then lost consciousness. Li Yunyan's waist was pulled apart by a strong big hand. She saw Ing Huai throwing two people into the room and then closing the door. He carried her away from the room. "Grown-ups." When Li Yunyan saw that it was him, her eyes flickered and her smile was full of joy. Ing Huai's face was gloomy, and he said in a low voice, "How can you be so easily deceived? You were deceived and came here, but you didn't even bring a palace maid with you." Li Yunyan stuck out her tongue and said with a sly smile, "I don't know." Ing Huai was helpless and tightened his hands around her waist, seemingly having no intention of letting go. This woman. If he didn't come today, then she. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He wanted to just rush in and cut those two women into pieces. Hearing the sound of many footsteps approaching, Li Yunyan knew that the adultery-catching army was coming. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed him lightly on the lips, smiling sweetly, and saying in a soft voice, "Sir, I am angry." Ing Huai was stunned by her kiss, and his anger instantly disappeared. He heard footsteps, let go of her waist, and disappeared into the darkness. The people who came were Hebei, the queen, and a group of concubines. Just now, Hebei found that Li Yunyan was not at her seat, and his mind was suddenly in chaos. Fortunately, Ing Huai was not there either, so he must have followed her. When the queen suggested that she go with him to look for concubine Li, he agreed. The Fingy Palace is very large, and they walked and searched all the way and unknowingly came to this remote corner. When He Guangyi saw the light in the remote house, his heart shuddered. After turning a corner, the view suddenly opened up. Under the bright moonlight, Li Yunyan stood alone in the weed-covered courtyard, like a fairy who had disappeared from the world and was independent under the moon. She heard someone coming, turned slightly, saw the person, and bowed to Hebei. His Majesty. Her voice was melodious and graceful, but Hebei could clearly hear a hint of grievance in it. He was careless. He strode over and pulled Li Yunyan into his arms. Feeling her real body temperature, Hebei's racing heart gradually calmed down and he asked, "Why are you here?" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard an unbearable sound coming from the house. Li Yunyan's cheeks flushed slightly and she whispered, "Just now, a palace maid led me here, and then Su Chongzai also came out. They both wanted to trick me into going into the room." Seeing his cold eyes, Li Yunyan stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear. Then a man in black with strong martial arts skills came and knocked them both unconscious and threw them into the house, and then such noises were heard from inside. Li Yunyan pulled his sleeve and said gently, "I know that the man in black was sent by your majesty to protect me." "Thank you, your majesty." Hebei enjoyed it very much when he saw her acting coquettishly. But he must get rid of these people immediately to relieve his hatred. He raised his hands to cover her ears, not wanting her to hear these noises. He then whispered in her ear, "I will send someone to take you back. I will take care of this place and will not let Yenner suffer any injustice." Seeing her nod obediently, Hebei resisted the urge to kiss her and made a subtle gesture towards the darkness. Ying Huai's eyes moved. Grandma Li and Xiang Xia finally had the chance to come over and ask Li Yunyan about her well-being. "My lady, you are making me so anxious," Hebei said in a deep voice. "You must escort concubine Li back to Chonghua Palace. If concubine Li loses a hair, I will only hold you responsible." "Yes, I obey your command." Li Yunyan walked with 2 people supporting her, one on each side, and a team of imperial guards following behind her. There is a shadow following him secretly. Li Yunyan heard Hebei's furious voice from behind. "Queen, how do you explain?" "Your Majesty, please forgive me, I know nothing." As they walked away, Li Yunyan could not hear what they said next. She only felt Ying Huai's breath with her heart. Mid-autumn night. It's a very good day. Finally, I returned to Chonghua Palace. The imperial guards were guarding outside the palace gate, and I was not qualified to enter. Li Yunyan returned to the bedroom and asked Grandma Li to leave. Grandma Li knew that her master liked to be quiet the most, so she went back to her room as she was told. Li Yunyan instructed Xiangxia. "Xiangxia, go fill my bathtub with cold water." "My lady, do you want to take a bath?" Li Yunyan shook her head. "No, just do it." "Yes, I'll go right away." Li Yunyan returned to the room, her legs almost weakened, and she quickly sat down on the chair. She had just smelled the smoke in that room and was immediately struck by it. She had been trying hard to suppress it with her inner strength. With such a good opportunity, there is no way she would take the detoxification pill. The reason why Xiang Xia was sent to prepare cold water for her was because Xiang Xia was young and didn't think too much. But it would be hard to say if it was Grandma Li. Xiangxia was quick and agile and filled the bathtub in no time. She walked to the table and said to Li Yunyan, "Madam, the water bottle is full. Do you want me to serve you?" Li Yunyan calmed down and waved her hand. "No need, I'm tired. You can go down. Don't bother me unless you have something to do." "Yes, I'll take my leave." As soon as the door closed, Li Yunyan's strength was gone. This medicine is really powerful. She is now feeling extremely hot and empty, and she really wants.
I want to cry just thinking about it.
But now is not the time. She walked lightly to the tub and stepped into it with her clothes on. Feeling the cold temperature, her hot body felt a little more comfortable, and she breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't expect the voice to be so charming that Ying Huai's heart trembled again and again. He looked at her with concern. That was a whole bucket of cold water. Why was she so careless about her health?
You will get sick.
It's just that His Majesty only asked him to come and protect her safety. Her safety is now guaranteed, and he has no reason to show up. Li Yunyan closed her eyes and soaked in the bathtub. The water, which had been icy cold just now seemed to have warmed up, and she no longer felt cold. The restlessness started to surge up again. She bit her lower lip tightly. Now is not the time. She's waiting. Wait for a perfect opportunity. I don't know how much time passed, maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours. She heard a knock on the door. Li Yunyan took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound normal. "What's the matter?" Xiang Xia reported. "Your Highness, His Majesty just sent someone to say that tonight's matter has been dealt with, so Your Highness doesn't have to worry." His Majesty will stay in the Queen's palace today, so your Highness can rest early. I understand. I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me anymore. Yes. Xiangxia left, and Li Yunyan had a smile on her face. She finally waited for it. After hearing what Xiangxia said, she seemed to be deflated and fell powerlessly into the bathtub. The water level in the tub was very high, and she had her eyes closed, as if she were asleep. His body slid down inch by inch. Just when her nasal cavity was about to be submerged by water, a large bony hand pulled her out of the water. Her body felt cold to the touch, and Yinghuai gently patted her cheek. Empress Li, wake up. Li Yunyan opened her eyes slightly and wanted to speak, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she let out a low sob. Upon hearing this, Yinghuai tensed up. He felt the temperature under his hands gradually becoming hot, and the next moment she came up and blocked his lips. Her kiss was fierce and crazy, and her wet clothes stuck to his body, making his clothes wet as well. He has no time to care. Empress Li, what's wrong with you? Li Yunyan was so focused on kissing him that she didn't know if she heard his question clearly. He could only panic and hold her waist, distance himself from her, and ask her not to get too close. Feeling the warmth of her skin, Yinghuai was totally confused. What's wrong with her? Suddenly, he felt a small, soft hand covering his neck, and with a force, lips blocked his neck again. My queen. Yinghuai pulled him away again. My queen? What's wrong with you? Being pulled away by him again and again, Li Yunyan was so anxious that she burst into tears. She was so abnormal. Thinking of the scene in Fingyi Palace just now, Yinghuai thought of something and his eyes deepened. Madam, have you taken Chinese medicine? Li Yunyan sobbed softly, her voice sounding somewhat pitiful. Yeah, darn it. Yinghuai cursed. Don't be afraid. I'll call the imperial physician over right away. Don't want. Li Yunyan pulled him away in a confused state, her voice choking with sobs. Don't call the imperial physician, otherwise, His Majesty will know. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Then I will go tell His Majesty. Li Yunyan opened her eyes, which were full of water and light, and said, if His Majesty knew, would he ask the imperial physician to detoxify me? Or, she is His Majesty's concubine, so of course His Majesty would choose to detoxify her directly. Yinghuai was stunned, and the hand holding her gradually tightened. He lowered his head and looked deeply into her blushing little face. She doesn't want to.
And he.
Just thinking about that scene, he felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, and his heart was torn between his conscience and his desires. Seeing that he was stunned, Li Yunyan knew that he had given up the idea of informing the imperial physician, and she was delighted. She clung to him again, hooked her hands around his neck, aimed at his protruding Adam's apple, and kissed gently. She heard him gasp. Her lips gradually moved down and nibbled on his neck. Yinghuai is already numb. How can he break the current situation? She was under the influence of drugs, so he couldn't take advantage of her. But if he wanted to call the imperial physician, she would refuse to do so. What to do? Yinghuai was in a struggle, not knowing what to choose. Li Yunyan started crying again. She raised her head and sealed his lips. At this moment, the two of them were still on the floor beside the bathtub. Yinghuai was sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall of the bathtub, while Li Yunyan was kissing him. They were both in dishevel, and Li Yunyan was a little confused, looking very pitiful. If this scene were seen by others, it would cause a terrible disaster. Help me, please, she pleaded softly. Yinghuai suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had made some kind of decision. You really want me to help you? Well, help me. No regrets? I will never regret it. Yinghuai held her back with one hand and placed her carefully on the ground. His voice was restrained and hoarse. My lady, I'm sorry. He reached out and pressed her acupoints. Li Yunyan clenched her hands into fists helplessly. She really wanted to cry. If I had known this earlier, I would have taken the detoxification pills directly. Just as she was about to cry, Yinghuai covered her lips. After the poison was removed, Li Yunyan fainted, like a deflated ball. Her clothes were all soaked in the bathtub and are now cold. She will definitely get sick if she wears them to sleep. Ing Huai took out a set of clothes that she often wore from her closet and put them on for her with his eyes closed. But it was his first time to dress a woman, and he didn't dare touch her, so you can imagine how difficult the process was. He fumbled with his hands to change her clothes and finally put them on for her in a hurry. Only then did he dare to open his eyes and look at her sleeping face. There were still traces of tears on her face, and her lips were dazzlingly red, which made Ing Huai's eyes darken again. He put away his confused thoughts, wiped her tears with the back of his hand, then gently lifted her long hair and used his inner strength to dry her hair. Her hair is smooth and glossy, like the finest satin, making one unable to let go. Ing Huai just stood beside the bed and looked at her for a long time. Then he couldn't help but bend down and kiss her on the lips, then disappear into darkness. When Li Yunyan woke up the next day, she felt dry mouth and a little dizzy. The poison yesterday was really powerful. I don't know how much the person who poisoned it put in. She got out of bed, picked up the cup on the table and took a few gulps, then she felt a little better. Memories of last night came flooding back. Li Yunyan was both embarrassed and angry. Unexpectedly, with such a good opportunity, he would help her solve it in that way. I want to cry. I feel angry, but also a little sweet. She had a smile on her face. Since it was like this last night, it should be like this next time. Li Yunyan felt that her clothes were loose on her. She knew without thinking that he had helped her put them on, and she couldn't help but smile again. I really want to see him lose control. What should I do? Xiang Xia heard the noise, knocked on the door, and said to Li Yunyan, Your Majesty, His Majesty has sent a message that you don't have to go to Fingyi Palace to pay your respects today. I see. Li Yunyan tapped the table with her fingers, thinking about what happened in Fingyi Palace last night. Since Su Chongzai was able to set up a trap to frame her in Fingyi Palace, she must have obtained the Queen's permission. I just wonder what role the Queen played in this. Can she get away with it this time? He Bei came here in a hurry after the morning court session. At this time, Li Yunyan was lying on the beauty couch reading a storybook. When she saw the emperor come in, she wanted to stand up and salute. No need to be so polite, Yenner. He Bei stopped her and walked directly to the couch and sat with her. Yuan Qing tactfully left the house with the servants and considerately closed the door. Li Yunyan put down the script in his hand, looked at He Bei, and asked, Your Majesty, have you dealt with what happened last night? He Bei came over just to tell her about this, so he nodded. I have already banished concubine Su to the cold palace, and she is forbidden to leave the palace forever. The maid and the guard have been executed. Guard? Li Yunyan left early last night and didn't know that the wild man in the room was actually a guard. Yeah, He Bei didn't want to mention it anymore. He took her hand and started playing with it, saying casually, Yenner, don't worry about irrelevant people. I promise you that this kind of thing will never happen again. Li Yunyan's voice was somewhat cold. What about the Queen? Does she know? He Bei's eyes flickered, and Li Yunyan clearly felt it, and the hand holding her paused. Then he continued with a normal expression. The Queen was not aware of this, but she still cannot escape the blame for negligence. I have already punished her. You don't have to go to Fingyi Palace to pay respects for the next month. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes. She knew that this time, He Bei had chosen to keep the secret for the Queen. No matter how good his words are, how is his current actions different from the original plot? She was just lucky and didn't get involved. Otherwise, what awaited her would be a fate more horrible than death. The guilt she had felt for being so nice to her before hardened again. Li Yunyan smiled. It's great that you don't have to greet me. This way I don't have to get up early every day. He Bei felt extremely guilty. He gently pinched her face and said, Yenner, if you don't like to pay respects, I promise you don't have to go anymore in the future. That won't do. The mission hasn't been accomplished yet, and she's giving these women a chance to frame her. She shook her head gently. The Queen is the mother of a country. I cannot be disrespectful to her. I just said that. I will continue to pay my respects to her in the future. He Bei felt even more guilty and said with emotion, If only every concubine in the palace was as sensible as Yenner. Your Majesty doesn't think so. If everyone has the same personality, Your Majesty will find it boring. He Bei laughed, but now I feel that in the entire harem, only Yennefer is the most interesting. Thank you, your majesty, for your praise. Her smiling eyes were crooked, and she looked no different from usual. Hebei asked Yuan Qing to go to the imperial study and move all the unapproved memorials to Chonghua Palace, as he wanted to stay with Yennefer today. At night, after Hebei fell into a coma, Li Yunyan calmly pushed him away. She got off the bed, walked behind the screen, and wiped the medicine residue off her lips with a wet towel. Then he began to call softly. Grown-ups, grown-ups. Ing Huai's eyes moved slightly, and his heartbeat quickened unconsciously. After what happened last night, he didn't know how to face her. Li Yunyan continued to call him persistently, and raised his eyebrows to threaten him. Sir, if you don't come out, I will keep calling until everyone can hear you. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a gust of wind behind her. When she turned around, her forehead hit a wall.
Ah!
It hurts. Li Yunyan rubbed her red forehead and pouted. Sir, you hurt me. Ing Huai lowered his eyes to look at her, lifted up the strands of hair on her forehead, and sure enough, he saw a red spot in the middle of her forehead. How come your skin is so tender?
I'm sorry.
Before he could finish his words, Li Yunyan threw herself into his arms. She buried her face in his chest, wrapped her arms around his waist, and murmured, My lord, I missed you so much. Ing Huai's heart was beating like a drum. She became more and more straightforward each time, and he was almost unable to cope with it. He didn't realize that instead of pulling her away as usual, he stood still and let her bury herself in his arms. The woman in his arms was restless, rubbing her little face against him constantly. It made his heart tremble. Li Yunyan became even more angry. She raised her head from his arms and asked knowingly, Sir, what did you do to me last night? She saw his ears turn red instantly and laughed in her heart. She stood on tiptoe and asked in his ear, Sir, am I your woman now? Cough. Cough, cough. Ing Huai was frightened by her words and coughed a few times uncomfortably. He cleared his throat and said seriously, Your Highness, you were poisoned last night. I was just taking temporary measures at the time. Please don't blame me. Li Yunyan's eyes flashed with hurt, but she still asked with a strong expression, Is kissing me like that just a temporary solution? Ing Huai turned his eyes away in panic and happened to see Hebei Huai lying unconscious on the bed. The deep-rooted concept of loyalty in his heart made him harden his heart. He pulled her out of his arms, closed his eyes, and opened them again. His eyes were clear, and he said, That's right. These are all temporary measures. Li Yunyan's tears immediately fell, and she asked in a sobbing voice, Don't you like me at all? Ing Huai refused to answer and didn't look at her. Li Yunyan seemed determined to get an answer today. She took a step forward, looked at him seriously, and said word by word, Sir, I love you. I want to be with you for the rest of my life and be your woman. Are you willing? Ing Huai's heart was filled with shock. He had never thought that the person she had been hoping for would be him. He wanted to agree to her, but what he said was, His Majesty, he loves you very much. If he knew about us, he would go crazy. Then I won't go crazy. Li Yunyan's tears fell like beads from a broken string. Your Majesty and you both know that it was the Queen who wanted to harm me last night, but what did His Majesty do? He protected the Queen and let the real murderer go unpunished. He didn't think that I would also be hurt. If the Queen's conspiracy had succeeded last night, I would have been dead by now. You'll be fine. It was His Majesty who asked me to protect you secretly last night. Then can you protect me every time? As long as the Queen is here, she will not let me go and will always find ways to harm me. You can protect me once or twice, but can you protect me for the rest of my life? I can, he spoke with decisiveness. Li Yunyan shook her head. I don't believe it, you all lied to me. Hebei also said that he loved me the most, and he said he would protect me, but he always protected the Queen. You must have lied to me too. You are all big liars. By the end of her speech, she had broken down into tears, squatted down, hugged her knees, and sobbed. Hearing her crying, Ing Huai felt heartbroken. He squatted down like her, held her in his arms weakly, and coaxed her in a dull but gentle voice. Don't cry. Stop crying. After crying for an unknown amount of time, Li Yunyan was tired. She raised her head from her knees, her bright eyes now red from crying. She looked at him steadily and said in a cold tone, "Your Excellency means that His Majesty likes me very much, so you can't be with me, right?" He nodded, indicating that this was indeed what he meant. "So you don't like me either, do you?" He was slightly distracted and nodded cruelly. "Then I will be with His Majesty for real tomorrow, and it doesn't matter to you, right?" He subconsciously wanted to nod, but the moment he heard her words, his eyes widened. "What did you say?" A sad smile appeared on Li Yunyan's face. "My lord, I understand. In the harem, His Majesty's favor is more important than anything else. I will listen to you. Tomorrow, I will stop giving His Majesty medicine. When I truly become his woman, I will no longer covet your majesty." You can rest assured, a tearing pain surged in Ing Huai's heart. That's not what he meant. He looked into her eyes, which were full of tears, and she looked at him with sadness and pain. He knew she was unwilling in her heart, but he had just rejected her in person. It was he who pushed him back to His Majesty with his own hands. He should be happy, shouldn't he? Seeing that he was indifferent, Li Yunyan raised her head and pressed her cold lips against his, but left after just a moment. She said goodbye to him in a calm voice. "Sir, we will have nothing to do with each other from now on." A drop of boiling tears dripped onto the back of Ing Huai's hand. Li Yunyan got up and lay on the bed, pulling down the bed curtains to block out all sight. Ing Huai stood there for a long time, but he never waited for that smiling face to appear from behind the bed curtains again. After the performance, Li Yunyan lay down in the quilt and wiped the tears from her face. The crying scene just now was largely acted, but it was also from the heart. She wanted Ing Huai to fall in love with her as soon as possible and wanted him to see his own heart as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it dragged on like this, even until she died, Ing Huai would never take the initiative. Die-hard fans are all tortured. So does true love. The more cruel it is, the more unforgettable it is. On the afternoon of the next day, Li Yunyan heard that Su Chongzai in the cold palace had died. It seems that he fell to death accidentally. He Bei thought that it was the queen who sent someone to silence him and sneered in his heart. The queen thought that He Bei was venting his anger on Li Yunyan and tore the handkerchief in his hand. No one knew that the person was actually killed by Ing Huai. He thought to himself, would this help her calm down? As for the queen, if he finds the opportunity in the future, he will help her solve this hidden danger. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be even more exciting later. He promised her that he would protect her for the rest of her life. Thinking about what she said last night, he felt a pain in his heart. He didn't want her to become His Majesty's real woman. For the first time, he hoped that it wouldn't get dark so quickly. But it was still dark. In the dark, he saw with his own eyes that she was standing at the gate of Chonghua Palace, smiling sweetly at His Majesty. She reached out and pulled His Majesty into the bedroom. Ing Huai couldn't wait to follow. On the familiar eaves, he watched His Majesty embrace her in his arms, and she also put her hands around His Majesty's waist. He didn't dare to look any further, but stared with his eyes fixed. At this moment, he particularly hoped that His Majesty would suddenly fall down like he did before. But he waited and waited until His Majesty opened her underwear, and he was still awake. Thinking that she would soon be like the other women in the harem, enjoying the pleasures of His Majesty, Ing Huai wanted to go crazy.
No.
For no reason, he felt an extreme anger well up in his heart. That's his woman. It can only be his. Not even His Majesty can do this. Li Yunyan was indeed gambling today, betting on Ing Huai's sincerity towards her and his determination. She was only 50% sure. She had prepared for the worst. If Ing Huai didn't show up at the end, she would still drug He Bei. At worst, I can give Ing Huai some medicine, have a few children, and live happily in this small world. But fortunately, she waited. He Bei let out a muffled groan, and the expected weight did not fall down, but was caught by someone and put aside. At that moment, Li Yunyan's heart was filled with joy. I almost cried with joy. Li Yunyan was not careless. Just in case, she quickly stood up and stuffed a sleeping pill into Hebei's mouth. She originally wanted to take the medicine, then pretend to be angry and ignore him, and then let him comfort her. Unexpectedly, he was quicker than her and grabbed her arm and pulled it gently. He held her tightly in his arms. She wanted to push him away, but he held her tightly. "Grown-ups, my name is Inghuai." Inghuai. Li Yunyan already knew his name, and this was the first time she called it out loud. She was thinking in her mind how to make him angry and make him say more promises to her. But unexpectedly, he lifted her chin and began to kiss her all over. This kiss was extremely overbearing. He pressed hard, as if he wanted to eat her into his stomach. He kissed her hard with unresistible force. Li Yunyan was kissed so hard that her limbs became weak. Her hands that were originally pushing him away turned into hugs. Their breaths were intertwined, and she was panting. After being kissed by him for a long time, Li Yunyan realized that he seemed to be jealous. She was angry at Hebei for kissing her like that just now, and wherever Hebei touched, he swept it vigorously, bullying her terribly. Li Yunyan relaxed her body and let him kiss her. Expect him to ask for more. But he stopped, breathing rapidly, his eyes as deep as the sea. He said in a firm tone, "Yan Yan, you are my woman. I don't allow anyone to touch you." Li Yunyan turned her head away angrily. "What about your majesty?" "Neither do I." He pinched her arms with both hands and tilted his head to look into her eyes. "Yan Yan, what I said yesterday was not sincere. I was wrong." Thinking of what he said last night, Li Yunyan lowered her eyes and shed tears silently. He was heartbroken and said anxiously, "Don't cry, Yan Yan, I love you. I like you very much in my heart. I want to be with you forever. I love you." Li Yunyan raised her eyes and looked into his eyes. His eyes were full of sincerity, and she knew that what he said was true. He immediately smiled and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" "It's true." "It's absolutely true. Then you can't hide from me anymore." "No, when I call you, you must come out." "Good." She happily threw herself into his arms, kissed his face, kissed his chin, and rubbed his ears. Inghuai pulled her away again. "Yan Yan, it's getting late now. I have to leave first. I have something else to do." "What is it?" Inghuai looked at the unconscious Hebei Huai and said with a worried look, "Your Majesty was competing in martial arts just now. I used a lot of force. He will definitely have a headache tomorrow. I have to find an assassin to make it look like an assassination." Li Yunyan was stunned. She didn't expect that he had thought so much in order to come out and stop her. He was able to show up in time and knock Hebei unconscious without knowing that he had a system. He was indeed taking a huge risk. It can be said that it is a fight for life. Li Yunyan's heartstrings trembled. She will always be moved by a sincere heart. She held him and smiled mysteriously. "Inghuai, did I ever tell you that I know medical skills?" He shook his head blankly. Li Yunyan took out a set of long needles from the cabinet and said to Inghuai, "Don't worry, His Majesty will not be surprised when he wakes up tomorrow morning. He will only remember to have fun with me." Seeing her inserting and removing the needles skillfully, Inghuai's tense expression relaxed. "So that's how it is. I was wondering before why your pills seem to be inexhaustible. So you know medicine? Well then. Am I awesome? The smoke is amazing. But what?" Inghuai hugged her back into his arms and said sourly, "Don't say such things in the future." "What?" Li Yunyan thought for a moment. Romantic and happy, his eyes flickered and he hummed softly. "I didn't realize you're such a jealous person." Li Yunyan smiled, hooked her arms around him, and whispered in his ear, "I promise. From now on, I will only have fun with you." His ears instantly turned red, and his Adam's apple moved up and down. He didn't say anything, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing that he was in a good mood at the moment. Li Yunyan is in a better mood. The relationship with Inghuai is confirmed, and it is only a matter of time before he is eaten. In fact, she always had the opportunity. Since that day, the two of them would meet after Hebei fell into a coma. Every time he kissed her, she would become weak in the arms and legs and out of breath. But it never went any further. Li Yunyan hoped that Hebei would not be present during her first time with him. But without Hebei present, Ing Huai couldn't come over casually. So I have to find another opportunity. The first day of November is Hebei's birthday. Hebei governed the country well, and the treasury was abundant, so the queen held this birthday banquet with great ceremony. During the day, Hebei celebrated the peace with all the officials in the main hall, singing and dancing. In the evening, Hebei went boating on the lake with the concubines in the harem and watched the fireworks together. The magnificent dragon boat ripples gently in the moonlight lake, with countless palace lanterns hung on it, making it look magnificent. Hebei sat in a luxuriously decorated cabin, with the queen sitting on his left and Li Yunyan on his right. A big hand was holding her hand tightly, as if afraid that she would lose it. It's no wonder that Hebei is so cautious. He knows that Li Yunyan is hated by countless women and danger may happen at any time, so he is to be on guard. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be even more exciting later. Moreover, today's birthday banquet was organized by the queen, who was deliberately trying to get rid of Li Yunyan. Although he couldn't touch the queen yet, he was always alert and determined not to let her leave him tonight. He thought to himself, wait a little longer, give him some more time, and he would eradicate the power of the queen's family and never let Li Yunyan suffer any injustice again. After a few opening remarks, the concubines came up one by one to present gifts to Hebei. Li Yunyan's heart skipped a beat. She had never thought about this before. But it's not a big problem. Seeing the concubines offering treasures one after another, some gave longevity pictures, some gave valuable items, and some gave shoes and clothes, each one came up with a unique idea. But the most collected items are sachets. Li Yunyan looked at the delicately embroidered sachets of various colors and suddenly remembered a TV series that was extremely popular before the end of the world. The emperor in the video is a master of balancing acts. He can actually wear 4 or 5 sachets on his body at the same time. The video was screenshot and circulated by netizens, and it became very popular. Thinking of the picture, Li Yunyan couldn't help but laugh softly. Her smile was so charming and radiant that Hebei's gaze was involuntarily glued to her face, his eyes filled with affection. The queen clenched her hands tightly under her wide robe. She has been very careful recently and has not made a move on Li Yunyan, which has made His Majesty's attitude towards her more gentle. Although she only comes to her palace on the 1st and 15th day of each month, she is always vigorous and affectionate with her. She originally thought that His Majesty still had some feelings for her, but after seeing her today, she realized that as long as Li Yunyan was around, His Majesty would never see her again. She looked at the rippling lake water. This time, she must hit the target with one strike. The queen had a gracious smile on her face and praised her sisters for their cleverness and dexterity, saying that they were a blessing to the harem. Hebilong's face was filled with joy, and he waved his hand, giving rewards to each of his concubines, which made everyone happy and grateful, with smiles all the time. Li Yunyan sat at the top, watching countless seductive eyes flying towards Hebei, flirting and posing. What a picture of beauties in the harem. He secretly sighed in his heart. Being an emperor is such a blessing. Just when she was eagerly consulting the system about whether there would be an empress in the future small world, the queen looked at her with a gentle expression. Sister Li Fei is the only one who has received the favor of His Majesty. I believe she has prepared a surprise for His Majesty today, right? Hebei ignored the sourness in these words. He also wanted to know what gift Yener had prepared for him, so he looked over with anticipation. Li Yunyan smiled shyly, looking at Hebei and said, Your Majesty knows me. My embroidery and calligraphy skills are not as good as those of my sisters. I dare not show my ugliness, so I brewed a few jars of pear blossom wine myself. Next time Your Majesty comes, I will warm the wine for you. Hebei was delighted. He received birthday gifts every year, and they were almost the same every time. Although they were exquisite and expensive, they were really unoriginal. This was the first time he received wine brewed by the concubine herself. Unable to restrain his emotions, he lowered his head, pecked her lips, and said in a deep voice, I will go to Yener tomorrow and drink the wine you brewed for me. Li Yunyan nodded shyly, feeling sorry for her wine as she wanted to save some for drinking with Ing Huai. The concubines gnashed their teeth again. This fox. She will charm His Majesty. The queen knew that Li Yunyan had not prepared any gift for Her Majesty, so she asked just now. But seeing that Li Yunyan handled the situation with ease, and not only did she not embarrass herself, but she also made His Majesty show his favor to her in public, she felt extremely jealous. In the past, Your Majesty was always aloof and reserved in front of others. When has he ever been like this? This witch. She must be eliminated today. Your Majesty, the water of Moon Shadow Lake is crystal clear. I heard that there are golden carps playing in it. Tonight, with the bright moon, it is the best time to enjoy watching the golden carps playing in the mist. Everyone in the palace had heard what the queen said, and many concubines became excited and stretched their necks to look into the water. Hebei knew that there were golden carps in Yueying Lake, but he had to be on guard against any move made by the queen. He looked at the queen with deep eyes, trying to see what tricks she had up her sleeve. The queen's expression was naturally gentle, and her eyes were clear, as if she really just wanted everyone to enjoy the lake view. Hebei looked down at Li Yunyan and saw that she was staring at the water with expectation in her eyes. He couldn't help but hold her tightly in his big hands. Want to see it? Li Yunyan turned to look at him and nodded. I really want to see what it looks like. Her look softened Hebei's heart. Thinking of her family background, he thought that she must have never seen any beautiful scenery before, so he agreed. You must follow me closely and not go anywhere. Li Yunyan smiled sweetly. Okay, I understand. Hebei raised his hand and pinched her rosy little face, then held her tightly with their fingers interlocked. Let's go and take a look. Li Yunyan and Hebei walked to the side of the boat together and found that it was just as the queen said. The lake water was very clear. Even at night, they could see golden fish shadows passing by in the water from time to time, which was particularly lively. A palace maid brought up some fish food and gave a packet to each concubine. Li Yunyan also got one. Immediately, the concubine could not wait to feed food into the water. The golden carps in the lake smelled the food and swam over one after another, causing continuous exclamations of surprise. As soon as Li Yunyan got the fish food, she discovered the problem. This fish food contains a special ingredient that will drive humans crazy, and the effect should be similar for fish. Moreover, fish cannot speak, so even if they think there is something wrong with the food, they cannot say it, which increases the difficulty of investigation. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes. This time the queen had learned her lesson and her methods had improved. Thumbs up. Li Yunyan, like everyone else, sprinkled fish food into the water, which really attracted a lot of golden carp to grab the food. He suddenly became playful and moved forward. A pair of big hands grabbed my waist and pulled me back. Hebei's face was full of disapproval. Yener, be careful. Li Yunyan smiled at him. Your Majesty is here and you will protect me. Hebei was very pleased to be trusted by her and unconsciously lowered his head to steal a kiss.
Oh.
Your Majesty, please stop making trouble. I still need to feed the fish. Li Yunyan pushed his face away coquettishly and continued to feed the fish with full concentration. Her little girl's appearance pleased Hebei greatly. He smiled and held her waist tightly in a protective posture. A dark light flashed in the queen's eyes, and she turned her head away immediately, admiring the increasing number of golden carps around her as if nothing had happened. Come here. The more the better. After feeding the fish, Li Yunyan was still not satisfied and excitedly lay on the bow of the boat to admire the view. Hebei had already been distracted and wanted to take her back to Chonghua Palace immediately and pamper her. But today is the first day of the new year, and he still has to go to the Empress's palace. Otherwise, he will be impeached by the censors, which will be detrimental to Yener's reputation. He felt aggrieved, so he thought about getting some interest first to ease his lovesickness. He exerted force with one hand, pulled her around the waist, and with the other hand supported the back of her head and pressed down hard. The concubines around him cried out in surprise. His Majesty couldn't help himself from falling in love with concubine Li in such a public place. While secretly cursing concubine Li for being a fox, she was also imagining that the person His Majesty was kissing deeply was herself. For a while, no one paid attention to Tuna anymore. Li Yunyan was really stunned by Hebei's kiss. She didn't know why he was so clingy today. He really kissed her whenever he got the chance. She was worried that if Ying Huai, the jealous guy, saw it, she would be in big trouble next time. Ying Huai was indeed jealous to the point of going crazy. He felt extremely bitter in his heart, because that was his woman, but he could only watch His Majesty kiss her, and he didn't even have the right to stop it. He was filled with resentment and anger. His Majesty had so many women, but he only wanted her. The faith that had always been so strong in my heart quietly disappeared in the gurgling lake water, and disappeared in the picture of the two people kissing below. Li Yunyan was held tightly by Hebei and couldn't struggle free at all. She was so angry that she kept twisting and hitting him, but he grabbed both of her hands and pressed her against the boat pillar. Feeling his changes and his rising body temperature, Li Yunyan was going crazy. This beast isn't trying to do anything here, is he? Just as she was considering whether to bend her knees and give him a push somewhere, a crackling sound was heard. It's the sound of fireworks. Li Yunyan took advantage of his daze and pushed him away, standing a few steps away from him. Seeing that Hebei's eyes were dark and he wanted to come over to catch her again, she smiled and pointed to the sky. Your Majesty, look at the fireworks. Hebei stopped and looked up at the sky following her finger. The colorful sparks bloom in the sky like stars, embellishing the night with a poetic and picturesque look. It is truly breathtaking. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, something strange happened. The cabin suddenly shook violently. The concubines were horrified and in chaos. Someone shouted, "Protect the driver," and many people rushed towards Hebei, separating him from Li Yunyan. Many people also gathered around Li Yunyan, including concubines, guards, maids, and grandmothers. Hebei was extremely anxious and wanted to go to Li Yunyan's side. But he was surrounded by people, and the royal guards were all facing a powerful enemy, surrounding Hebei. The boat was shaking more and more violently. Li Yunyan heard several plop and plop sounds of people falling into the water, followed by a burst of screams. A concubine fell into the water. "Hurry up and get in the water to save them." It was the queen's voice. More guards kept jumping into the water. The women on the boat were all the emperor's concubines. After they fell into the water, their clothes stuck to their bodies. Even if they were rescued by the guards, they would definitely not be favored by the emperor in the future. Li Yunyan was surrounded by people and stretched her neck to look over there, wanting to know who had fallen into the water. On the other hand, several concubines fell into the water one after another, and the scene became chaotic. At this moment, she felt someone hit her back hard. Her body became unstable, and she fell into the water amid screams. Hebei, who had been staring at her closely, was shocked. He immediately used his Qinggong skills and wanted to jump into the water to save her. But someone grabbed his clothes tightly. "Your Majesty, you can't do that. The dragon's body is more important." "It's the queen." Hebei's eyes were about to burst. "Queen, you are so outrageous." "Let go." "I won't let go. Your Majesty is worth a fortune, and there can't be even the slightest mistake. Even if Your Majesty wants to execute me, I will never let go." How outrageous. Hebei no longer cared about anything else and kicked her away. Just as he was about to jump into the lake, he was stopped by the commander of the Imperial Guards. "Your Majesty, please think twice." Several more Imperial Guards came forward to stop him, blocking his way. Hebei had no choice but to shout, "Ying Huai." Ying Huai had been feeling very anxious for a long time. If His Majesty didn't call him again, he would jump down to save her. Hearing Hebei's order, he immediately jumped into the water. Li Yunyan was actually mentally prepared, but the moment she fell into the lake, she was still extremely uncomfortable due to the cold temperature and the lake water constantly pouring into her nasal cavity. She can swim, and she has mastered all kinds of martial arts in the apocalypse. She also has the system to support her, so she will definitely not die. She endured the pain and looked around the lake and saw many concubines who had fallen into the water struggling in the water. Li Yunyan shook her head and said that if you fall into the water, you must not struggle. Just relax and you will float up slowly. A guard swam over, grabbed their arms and swam towards the shore. Then I saw a few unidentified black shadows swimming towards me. The guards were wearing white clothes, and the one wearing black was definitely not the Imperial Guard. Was the queen afraid that she wouldn't drown, so she prepared to kill her in the water? Li Yunyan kicked his heels and tried to come out of the water. At this moment, Ing Huai descended from the sky, picked him up, and rushed to the shore. He could obviously put himself back on the dragon boat and put himself into the encirclement of Hebei, but he chose to fly to the shore. Li Yunyan felt like laughing. Ing Huai no longer cared about so much at this point. He didn't want her wet body to be seen by others, so he flew to the shore with her in his arms without hesitation. He laid her against a big tree. The night wind was chilly. He quickly took off his coat and wrapped her tightly. Ing Huai was anxious and patted her cheek gently. Smoke. Smoke. Wake up. Don't scare me. Li Yunyan tilted her head and coughed up a few saliva. She felt her ears, nose, and eyes were full of water, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. A pair of red eyes looked at him, as if she was about to cry, but not yet. Ing Huai felt so heartbroken that he wanted to hug her immediately. Don't mess around. Li Yunyan stopped him and said in a weak and hoarse voice, There is a killer in the water. Ing Huai's expression froze. Really? Li Yunyan nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. They were wearing black clothes, but I couldn't see their faces clearly. He was furious and heartbroken. If he had been a step later, would she have been killed? To have the ability to arrange killers underwater and to attack at the right moment when everyone is distracted by watching fireworks, there is no one else but the queen. The queen is such a vicious woman. He will definitely kill her. Yenna, it was Hebei's voice. Li Yunyan urged, His Majesty is coming, hide quickly. For the first time, Ing Huai hated his identity as a secret guard. He could never appear in front of others openly. His eyes were dark, he squeezed her hand hard, and then disappeared. Yenna, seeing the slender figure lying under the tree, Hebei felt extremely distressed and ran to her in a few quick steps.
Yanea.
How are you? Li Yunyan coughed weakly a few times. I'm fine. He hugged her tightly in his arms. Yenna, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have let go of your hand. I shouldn't have put you in danger. Li Yunyan raised her eyes and looked at him. She didn't believe that Hebei would be so naive as to think that what happened today was just an accident. Regardless of whether he was trying to play dumb or not, she didn't want to see him pretending again. She whispered in his ear, in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Your Majesty, there are men in black under the water. There was a flash of anger in Hebei's eyes, but he concealed it after a moment and said in a low voice, I know, I will take care of it. After saying that, he wanted to carry her back to Chonghua Palace. When he looked down, he saw that she was wrapped in the clothes of the dark guards. This Ing Huai is really thoughtful. He stood up holding Li Yunyan, and the queen had already arrived at this time. Your Majesty, there are many concubines lying there, and they all need your comfort. The commander of the Imperial Guards also came over and said, Your Majesty, I have a new discovery. Please go and take it. Li Yunyan said in a low voice, Your Majesty, business is more important. I am no longer in trouble and can go back on my own. Hebei had no choice but to put her down and coaxed her in a low voice. When you go back, take a hot bath, drink a bowl of ginger soup, and have a good sleep. I will visit you tomorrow. Li Yunyan's heart was beating wildly, but she looked reluctant. Okay, I will wait for your Majesty tomorrow. Hebei called a team of royal guards and had someone carry a sedan chair over. He then made a gesture to Ing Huai, asking him to protect her safety. He shouted to the Imperial Guards, You must send concubine Li back to Chonghua Palace safely. If you encounter anyone who is blind on the way, kill them without mercy. Yes, it started to drizzle in the sky. Li Yunyan sat in the sedan chair and returned to Chonghua Palace under great protection. When the queen heard Hebei's instructions, she immediately whispered a few words to the people around her. asking them to withdraw those who were ambushing along the way as quickly as possible. She was extremely unwilling. She gritted her teeth, her nails digging deeply into the flesh. Tonight, she had set up 3 murder plots, thinking that Li Yunyan would be dead for sure. But that jerk escaped. She is not willing to give in. She tried her best to keep her face calm so that no one could tell anything was wrong. A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, making the queen's face flicker. She said bitterly in her heart, "Li Yunyan, just wait and see. You won't always be so lucky." When they arrived at Chonghua Palace, Grandma Li hurriedly asked someone to bring hot water and prepare ginger soup. There was a period of chaos and disorder. Xiangxia helped Li Yunyan take a bath. After taking a shower and drinking a bowl of ginger soup, Li Yunyan felt that all the discomfort in her body disappeared and her whole body was warm. Xiangxia took out another cloth and wiped her hair. After her hair was half dried, Li Yunyan asked Xiangxia to leave. "I'm tired. Don't call me for anything later." "Yes, my lady." It was already winter, but it was raining heavily outside. The weather was a bit abnormal. After Xiangxia went out, Li Yunyan could only hear the sound of rain outside and the occasional thunder. Ying Huai suddenly appeared behind her and pulled her into his arms without saying a word. Li Yunyan was a little surprised. This was the first time he showed up on his own initiative. She used to call him that. Ying Huai. The candles in the room suddenly went out, and he picked her up, put her on the couch, and used his inner strength to dry her half-dry hair completely. His embrace was broad and warm. Li Yunyan relaxed her body and moved closer. Ying Huai's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he asked in a low voice, "You just fell into the water. Are you still feeling unwell now?" She shook her head. "I just took a bath and drank ginger soup. I feel much better now." His big hands held her tighter and tighter, and he said in a low voice, "Yen Yen." He suddenly pressed her into the quilt, propped himself up on his elbows, and looked straight at her. "I want you." "What?" Li Yunyan's mind went blank. She used to think that these words were vicious, but when they came out of his mouth, they made her feel numb and itchy all over. He lowered his head, kissed her hard, and whispered in her ear, "Yen Yen, if you don't want to, just push me away. It is impossible to push it. It's impossible to push it in this life." Li Yunyan was surrounded by his hot and powerful breath. She trembled slightly from his kiss and whimpered unconsciously in her throat. This was a silent invitation. Ying Huai knew that she was willing. Li Yunyan shed a few tears uncontrollably. "It's been a long time since I felt this fascinating feeling." It was raining heavily outside. It was almost noon when Li Yunyan woke up. She felt sore all over and extremely hungry. It was like being dragged to plow a field 2 miles. She sat up and found that she had been cleaned by Ying Huai, and even the bed sheets were changed to the same ones. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Being a shadow guard means being meticulous. She put her hand on her lower abdomen. She had taken the opportunity to take fertility pills last night, and now there were 3 little lives in her belly. With a smile on her lips, she called Xiangxia in a low voice. "My lady, are you awake?" "Well, I'm feeling a little unwell. Please ask the kitchen to prepare some light food for me." "Okay, madam." "Are you having a fever today because you fell into the water yesterday?" Li Yunyan touched his forehead and found that it was not burning, but it was just an excuse to stay in bed. "It's a bit uncomfortable indeed. I feel a little dizzy." When Xiangxia heard this, she was shocked. "Your Majesty, lie down quickly. I will go find the imperial physician immediately." "No need." Li Yunyan hurriedly stopped her. "I just need to take a nap. Hurry up and ask someone to bring food up. I'm hungry." "Okay, I'll go right away." After finally eating and drinking enough, Li Yunyan felt relieved. Only then did she have time to think about what happened on the dragon boat last night. Golden carp, falling into the water, fireworks, assassins, everything is linked together. No one could have made such a precise arrangement except the queen, who was in charge of the entire birthday banquet. I just don't know if the queen can get away with it this time. Thinking about what Hebei said last night, that he would come to see her today, but he hasn't come yet. He must have been held up by something. That's good. She really doesn't want to please him anymore. When she can feel the signs of pregnancy, she will definitely persuade Hebei not to come over again. I fell asleep again without realizing it, and when I woke up again, it was already dusk. After dinner, she was no longer sleepy and felt refreshed, so she got off the bed. Grandma Li came over and asked, "My lady, are you feeling better?" "Well, I'm fine now." Grandma Li breathed a sigh of relief and continued to report, "Your Majesty, His Majesty just sent someone to say that he is busy today and will not be coming." Li Yunyan nodded. "I understand." Xiang Xia was afraid that Li Yunyan would think too much, so she advised, "Don't be sad, Your Majesty. I heard that several concubines fell into the water yesterday. Some of them were frightened and now have a high fever. Your Majesty may just go to take a look and will not stay overnight." Li Yunyan didn't worry about this and replied casually, "Yeah, I understand. You guys go down." "Yes, I'll take my leave." Xiang Xia closed the bedroom door with a worried look on her face. Her queen also fell into the water last night, but His Majesty only sent people to inquire about her and never came to see her in person. How heartless. Her mother is a deity, but she always encounters accidents of one kind or another. It's so pitiful. Hebei is in Fingyi Palace at this moment. What happened last night has been clarified now, but it is not a real clarification. After all, most of the evidence had been destroyed, the mastermind identified was of little importance, and all those involved had been silenced. Fortunately, there are those in the lake. But now is not the time to show his cards to the queen. He does not have enough chips in his hand to kill her with one blow. After all, she is the queen. As long as it is not a major matter like treason, nothing else can be fatal to her. He has to wait. What's even more infuriating is that his kick yesterday broke 2 of the queen's ribs. The queen made a fuss about this and cried bitterly, feeling both wronged and pitiful. He had to stay in Fingyi Palace just to keep up appearances. But he is not that easy to control. Since the queen is ill, let concubine Hui take on some of the responsibilities for the empress. Yuan Qing, go inform all the palaces that concubine Hui will temporarily take charge of the palace affairs starting tomorrow. Yes, I obey your command. Also, the queen needs to rest and recuperate from her illness. Tell them not to come and pay their respects to her in the future, so as not to disturb her peace. Yes, I'll take my leave. The queen didn't even have time to stop him, and could only watch Yuan Qing walk out. Your Majesty. Actually, I am not seriously injured. I will be well in a few days. The queen was extremely anxious. She was unwilling to accept that the palace power was taken away like this. Hebei seemed to be unaware of her anxiety and said with concern, "Queen, don't be so stubborn. It was my careless mistake yesterday that caused the queen to be bedridden. I feel extremely guilty." "Queen, don't worry. Just take care of your health and let concubine Hui worry about the trivial matters in the harem." The queen was left speechless by his words and felt as uncomfortable as if she had swallowed a fly. Before, she had brought up the injury just to make His Majesty feel guilty and want him to stay. Now that she thought about it, she realized that it was full of mistakes. But the words had already been spoken and there was no way to take them back, so she had no choice but to swallow this humiliation. Her injuries were not serious, and her ribs were not really broken. After she recovered in a few days, she would take back the power of the palace, no matter what. Moreover, His Majesty can stay in Fingyi Palace tonight, and she can cause trouble for that which Li Yunyan, which makes people feel happy. She smiled gently and generously. "I will follow Your Majesty's arrangements in everything," but she stopped laughing immediately. "Then the queen can rest and recuperate. I will go to the side hall to rest tonight." Hebei stood up and left. "His Majesty." The queen reached out to hold him back. The emperor stayed in Fingyi Palace, but he did not sleep on the same bed with the queen. If this got out, she would be laughed at to death. Hebei turned around. His brows and eyes were all stern. "Why? The queen is in such a sick state. Could it be that she still wants to serve you in bed tonight?" "I dare not. Then queen, please rest early." After Hebei finished speaking, he left without looking back. The side hall of Fingyi Palace was still luxurious and exquisite. Hebei entered the hall and waved away the servants. He untied his robe irritably and threw it heavily to the ground. He knew clearly that the queen was the mastermind behind all this, but he couldn't take immediate action. He felt so frustrated and angry. And what about Yennefer? He hasn't seen her for a whole day. He was furious. Yuan Qing came in at this time and replied to him, "Your Majesty, I have just sent someone to inform everyone that concubine who will take care of the harem from tomorrow." Hebei nodded, indicating that he understood. Seeing that His Majesty had no other instructions, Yuan Qing tentatively said, "I will take my leave." "Wait," Hebei called him, his eyes dark and unclear. "Go and call the 2 concubines to come and serve in the bedroom." Yuan Qing was surprised and asked uncertainly, "Your Majesty, both of you?" Hebei wanted to discuss the queen and said affirmatively, "Yes, no matter who it is, go." Yes, Yuan Qing was the emperor's confidant, so he certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to ask the emperor's most beloved person to come and serve him in his bedroom. He asked someone to find 2 concubines who lived nearby and sent them directly to the side hall. When the queen heard this, she was so angry that she smashed everything in the room. She even got a cut and was sweating profusely from the pain. Inghuai watched coldly on the roof, and after Hebei embraced the 2 concubines to sleep, he quietly left. Go straight to Chonghua Palace. Li Yunyan slept a lot during the day today and was not feeling sleepy yet. She was lying on the couch reading a storybook. She didn't expect Inghuai to come over. As soon as Inghuai came in, he used his inner strength to blow out the candles, preventing anyone from outside from seeing the shadow inside. "Ah, Huai." Inghuai went straight to the bed and held her in his arms. Feeling his warm embrace with the fragrance of pine and cypress, Li Yunyan curled up in his arms and rubbed against him comfortably. "Ah, Huai, why did you come here tonight?" His brows were visibly relaxed, and there was a hint of tenderness in his enchanting eyes. "After your Majesty goes to bed, I can leave for a while." "Is it dangerous?" No. He didn't want to tell her that His Majesty was overexerted tonight and would definitely sleep very deeply. Li Yunyan was happy, and she hung on him directly, asking in a coquettish tone, "Do you miss me?" "Yeah," he said in a low voice. "I'm a little worried about you." Hearing him admit it so generously, Li Yunyan became even happier and started biting him directly. Inghuai had just tasted the sweetness yesterday, and now he could not resist the temptation anymore. In a few moves, he turned the tables and brought her into his own protection circle. A hot kiss fell. In the end, I fell asleep in his arms. It was still dark outside, but Inghuai got up and dressed neatly. Li Yunyan was awakened by his sudden departure. She opened her eyes and looked at him hazily. "Ah, Huai." Her voice was tender and hoarse. Her eyes were confused and dazed, and her face was flushed from having just woken up. She looked extremely alluring. Inghuai turned his head and looked at the sky outside. "It's still early." Li Yunyan slept until noon again and woke up feeling refreshed. Xiangxia thought that she was not well yet, so she didn't bother her. Li Yunyan wanted to lie there lazily, but suddenly she remembered that she had something important to do. She was dressed neatly and instructed Xiangxia to dig out the wine she had buried under the pear tree. She had brewed 5 jars in total before. Since she had promised Hebei to give it to him, she would just take out 3 jars this time. Hebei came in the evening and brought many generous gifts. Gold and silver cloth, jewelry, rare ornaments. As soon as Li Yunyan saw these generous rewards that seemed like compensation, she knew in her heart that the queen had escaped unscathed again this time and would definitely not be in trouble again. She is so stumped. As soon as Hebei entered the hall, he hugged Li Yunyan in his arms and kissed her again and again. Then he hugged her again and told her the results of the investigation. Li Yunyan agreed on the surface, but she no longer held any hope in her heart. How much of these investigation results are true and how much are false? They are just put on display for the public to see. The real murderer is still at large. But Hebei is the ruler of a country after all, and he is not her man, so she can't ask too much of him. Have to wait for another chance. At night, Hebei fell into a coma, as usual. Inghuai couldn't wait to fly down and grabbed her. Li Yunyan was very afraid that he would kiss her directly, which would result in another person falling unconscious. She covered her mouth tightly with her hands and said in a buzzing voice, "Don't move. You haven't wiped your mouth yet." Her movements and expressions were very cute. Ing Huai laughed softly and tucked her into the screen. "Wipe her mouth." After a moment, a rustling sound came from behind the screen, followed by Li Yunyan's low cry. "I can do it myself. Then I'll give you a handkerchief. Okay? Thank you. Why is Yan Yan so well behaved today? Are you unhappy?" Li Yunyan took a wet handkerchief, wiped the medicine residue on her lips in front of the bronze mirror, and lowered her eyes. Ing Huai's own situation was already very dangerous, so she shouldn't let him worry. She can deal with the queen herself. Li Yunyan returned to living a happy life every day. It's exciting to think about it. The queen's injuries healed after more than half a month, and it took another half a month to wrest the palace power back from concubine Hui. She became the arrogant, graceful, and elegant queen again. On the second day after she took back the palace power, she resumed the daily greetings. Li Yunyan has been getting lazy lately and sleeps until she wakes up naturally every day. Suddenly she has to get up so early again, and she feels so tired. She squinted her eyes and was supported by Xiangxia to sit in front of an exquisite agarwood dressing table, allowing the palace maid to comb her hair into an exquisite and intricate bun. It was almost mid-December, and the sky was sprinkled with a light snow, as if nature was wearing a gauze, beautiful as a dream. "My lady, it's cold outside. Wear more clothes today." Li Yunyan opened her eyes a little, saw the pure white outside, and nodded. Today she wore a thin blouse as a base layer, a long skirt with honey-colored brocade flowers woven in gold on the outside, and a fox fur cloak that was so white that there was not a trace of impurities. The hood of her cloak was woven with gold and silver chains, strung with clean white oriental pearls, which swayed as she walked and shone brightly in the sunlight, setting off her celestial figure and beauty beyond that of an ordinary person. After Xiangxia dressed her up, she was stunned at first and said blankly, "My lady, you are so beautiful." Li Yunyan was now in high spirits. She smiled, took the exquisite hand warmer handed over by the palace maid, and said softly with her red lips, "Let's go. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." She arrived on time, and by the time she walked into Fingi Palace, all the concubines in the harem had already arrived. She was the last one. Everyone's eyes were on her. The queen's eyebrows twitched slightly. She recognized at a glance that the white fox fur that Li Yunyan was wearing today was a tribute last month. She didn't expect that His Majesty would give it to her as soon as he turned around. In the past, wouldn't it be the queen who had to pick out all the good things first before the others could get their turn? She lowered her eyes to hide the flames in them. After Li Yunyan walked gracefully to her seat, the queen started the conversation and chatted with the concubines. What happened last month has become a distant memory for the harem. 2 of the concubines who fell into the water died of illness, and the rest were also banished to the cold palace, with no chance of seeing the light of day again. The other concubines acted as if nothing had happened and continued to chat with the queen with flattering smiles as usual. However, what made Li Yunyan feel relieved was that everyone had witnessed Hebei's infatuation with her, and no one was so blind as to use words to criticize her overtly or covertly, so she was left in peace. She ate snacks in small bites. The snack chef in the queen's palace might have been invited from outside. The taste was not as good as that in the imperial kitchen, which was the only advantage of Fingi Palace. The queen was also very careful in what she did. Ever since she drank those 3 cups of tea, all her food was clean and there was no pickled or dirty food in it. Today's sour jujube paste was particularly to her liking, and she ate several pieces without realizing it. When she picked up the peach cake from another jade dish, as soon as she put it to her mouth and smelled the flavor, she immediately felt it was extremely greasy. I couldn't help but utter a low sound. Her voice was particularly abrupt, and everyone looked at her. Li Yunyan quickly put down the peach cake, took a sip of tea to dispel the discomfort in her throat, and stroked her chest with her hand. Xiangxia had been closely watching Li Yunyan's every move outside. When she saw her like this, She didn't think much and ran out directly. Princess Li, what's wrong with you? The queen asked with concern. Li Yunyan put her hands back under her wide sleeves and placed her fingers on the pulse of her wrist. Really? I've been so happy lately that I almost forgot about it. She put on a shy expression and said, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. It's probably because the weather has been cold recently and I haven't had enough rest, so I feel a little uncomfortable. The queen was dignified and generous, and she carefully instructed, Concubine Li is the apple of our Majesty's eye, so you must take good care of your health. Li Yunyan blushed and lowered her head. Yes, I understand. Concubine Hui was an experienced person, so seeing her reaction, it was clear to her. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. I didn't expect that Concubine Li was such a smart person. She could actually get pregnant under such circumstances? The Queen of Annoyance, she is a professional. Concubine Hui spoke lazily, looking at Concubine Li like this. It reminds me of when I was pregnant with Anchang. I also felt uncomfortable just by smelling the smell. Pregnant? These two words exploded the entire hall and tore apart the queen's pretending to be dignified expression. She looked at Li Yunyan in disbelief. She was very confident in her medicine, which had never gone wrong over the years, so she had not thought in that direction just now. Now that I think about it, isn't that a sign of pregnancy? She had been pregnant before, and she knew that feeling. She had spent countless quiet nights recalling the sweet and bitter memories of that time. Her voice was a little trembling, and her carefully maintained fingers tightly grasped the armrest, trying not to lose her composure. She asked calmly, Empress Li, when was the last time you changed your clothes? Li Yunyan first looked at Concubine Hui with a confused look on her face, then at the queen. Only after hearing the queen's question did she suddenly realize something. She concentrated on thinking for a moment, her expression both nervous and happy, and said uncertainly, It seems like it was last month, and it also seems like it was the month before last. I can't remember clearly. What a mess. How could you forget something so important? The queen's anger came out of nowhere. Li Yunyan looked at the queen anxiously, like a frightened little rabbit. The queen gritted her teeth secretly. She would never let this matter get out of Fingyi Palace. She wants this to be an oolong. She looked at Grandma Qi, who was standing next to her with a veiled look in her eyes. Grandma Qi understood and was about to quietly leave when the servant's announcement came from outside. Your Majesty has arrived. The queen had only one thought at the moment. It's over. When all the concubines heard the announcement, they immediately stood up and saluted He Bei, who was striding towards them. He Bei walked straight to Li Yunyan, held up her body as she tried to bend down, and said softly, I've said that Yener doesn't need to perform formalities in the future. Li Yunyan's face flushed with red. She glared at him and said softly, Your Majesty, we are outside now, and etiquette cannot be abandoned. He raised his hand and pinched her smooth little face. I heard that you were unwell, so I brought the imperial physician here. Are you feeling better now? Li Yunyan raised her eyes and looked in surprise at Xiangxia, who was craning her neck outside the door, and gave her a thumbs up in her heart. Such a clever girl. Can I make her into a pendant and take her to the next small world? The system spoke at an inopportune moment. Host, this is impossible. I'm just thinking about it. Don't interrupt me. Oh. Li Yunyan raised her head and looked at He Bei, her eyes seeming to want to say something but hesitant. But she was thinking in her heart, Yinghua will be very happy when he finds out. Your Majesty, your concubine. As nothing was confirmed, she was too embarrassed to speak rashly, and just blushed shyly. Concubine Hui smiled and said, Your Majesty, I am here to congratulate you in advance. Concubine Hui had a cheerful and generous personality, and she was the mother of his only child, so He Bei had always had a good impression of her. At this moment, he was not annoyed by her interruption and asked, Why are you happy? Concubine Hui kept the secret a secret, covered her handkerchief, and smiled. Your Majesty, please let the imperial physician check Concubine Li's pulse first. Li Yunyan was pushed back into her seat by He Bei and raised her wrist obediently. Her wrist was white and smooth, like a piece of fine mutton fat jade. Bei took out a handkerchief embroidered with a dragon pattern and put it on her wrist with his own hands. Doctor, please take my pulse. Yes. Your Majesty. Imperial Dr. Lin knelt down and placed his hand on concubine Li's wrist. After closing his eyes and feeling it for a few breaths, his hand suddenly trembled. Congratulations to Bei's great enemy. What's up? Dr. Lin was trembling, not daring to speak. If he misdiagnosed the pulse, the emperor would be angry, and he would bleed to death on the spot. He raised his shaking hands and waved his hands, saying, Your Majesty, please allow me to examine you once more? Okay, check it out. Everyone held their clothes tightly, staring at the scene intently, and waited with bated breath for the doctor's result. Dr. Lin stayed for a few more breaths this time. The pulse under his finger was as smooth as jade falling on a round plate and as slippery as a bead. It was undoubtedly a slippery pulse. He retracted his shaking hands, turned around and bowed to Bei. Your Majesty, concubine Li's pulse should be slippery. I am afraid that my skills are not good enough, so please invite a few more doctors to come and diagnose the pulse with me. Bei's eyes suddenly widened. He hadn't heard these two words for a long time. He looked at Dr. Lin in disbelief. Are you serious? Dr. Lin raised his head slightly, looked into Bei's eyes, nodded firmly, and said, I can confirm it, but this matter is serious. Please, Your Majesty, please summon a few more doctors to come and confirm it with me. This imperial physician Lin had always been in charge of the dragon's body and had superb medical skills. Bei believed him 80% at the time, but in order to be absolutely sure, he still did as he said and issued a summons. Yuan Qing, quickly call the head of the Imperial Hospital over. Also call all the doctors on duty at the Imperial Hospital over. Yuan Qing was also delighted and quickly replied, Yes. I'll go right away. Ing Huai on the top of the temple almost couldn't stand steadily. Upon hearing the news, he just wanted to rush to her side and hold her in his arms. That's his child. He and Yan Yan have a child. A brilliant, silly smile appeared on his face, and he stared at the woman he loved deeply through the cracks in the tiles. Li Yunyan looked bewildered, as if she had not yet recovered from the imperial physician's words. She stared at Bei blankly, her hands unconsciously resting on her flat belly. She saw Bei looking at her with a pair of red and ecstatic eyes and murmured, Am I really pregnant? Bei loved her so much at this moment that he didn't care about the current situation. He leaned over and hugged her in his arms, calling her over and over again. Yenna, my dear Yenna. They embraced each other affectionately, and the concubines in the room had different thoughts. There was certainly envy, jealousy, and hatred, but some concubines also felt hopeful when they saw that concubine Li was pregnant. Since concubine Li can do it, they can do it too. It's a good thing that concubine Li is pregnant, at least they have a chance to serve her in bed. Concubine Hui knew about the dirty things the queen had done in private, but luckily she had saved her daughter and now had nothing else to ask for. She looked at the gloomy queen with a happy look and sneered in her heart. The queen's dignified and decent smile finally disappeared. But now no one paid any attention to the queen's expression. They all stared at Li Yunyan closely. How could she be so lucky? Not only is she beautiful, she is also very pampered. Now I'm pregnant. No way. No way. The sound of noisy footsteps was heard, and more than a dozen imperial doctors crowded into the hall in an instant. Your humble servant Cowdouse. Hurry up. Come and check concubine Li's pulse. Bei interrupted their kneeling impatiently. The imperial physicians had just heard what servant Yuan Qing had said. They all ran from the imperial hospital to Fingyi Palace with excitement and trepidation. They were more excited than when they knew they were going to be fathers for the first time. He was still breathing heavily at this moment. The head of the imperial hospital was the first to calm down. He walked up to Bei and Li Yunyan, bowed, and then placed his fingers on them. As expected, I shuddered, then held my breath and felt it carefully. It is definitely a slippery vein. With tears in his eyes, he cupped his hands and replied, Your Majesty, congratulate you. Concubine Li is indeed pregnant. Bei's eyes also turned red, and he said tremblingly, See you again, Another imperial physician came up later and also diagnosed the baby's pregnancy. Another. Next one. Until all the doctors confirmed that it was a pregnancy, everyone in the hall knelt down and congratulated him. Your Majesty, I congratulate you. Congratulations, Your Majesty. He Bialong was delighted. Reward. All of them are highly rewarded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hebei could no longer contain his joy, and without paying any attention to the people present, he bent down, hugged Li Yunyan, and sat on the dragon chariot. Returned to Chonghua Palace. The queen looked at the bright yellow shadow that was getting farther and farther away. Her eyes were about to burst. The dragon chariot was only for the emperor, and even she was not qualified to sit on it. If concubine Li gave birth to a boy, her position as queen would be, no. She can't just sit there and wait for death. After all the concubines had left, Grandma Qi walked over to the empress, who was standing upright, and said softly, Your Majesty, don't be so anxious and lose your sense of proportion. We can still think about it in the long run. The queen's expression was no longer as dignified as before. Her face was distorted, and she looked angry. How is that possible? How could the medicine be ineffective? Grandma Qi was well-read and thought for a moment before saying, I have heard people say before that there is a type of woman who can easily get pregnant. I guess concubine Li is one of them. After hearing this, the queen was so jealous that her mouth twisted. Why does this witch get all the good things? God favors her so much? This is so unfair. Grandma Qi quickly advised, Your Majesty, please calm down. Li concubine's pregnancy is actually not a bad thing for us. The queen was surprised and finally turned her attention to Grandma Qi. What do you mean, Grandma? Grandma Qi came closer and lowered her voice and said, Have you forgotten, madam? We still have one move to make. The queen raised her eyebrows, and then she heard Grandma Qi continue. It would be best if concubine Li could give birth to a prince. Then, Your Majesty can hold the prince in your arms and raise him. When the prince gets close to you, are you still worried that Your Majesty will not keep him in Fingy Palace? The queen's anger subsided instantly, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. I don't want to raise the child of that jerk, Your Majesty. That's just a temporary solution. Your Majesty is in good health. If His Majesty comes to Fingy Palace every day, are you still afraid that you won't get pregnant? That's true. The queen's worry turned into joy. Grandma, I'm glad you're here. Grandma Qi smiled gently. Your Highness was raised under my care, and I hope that Your Highness will have nothing to worry about. The queen regained her composure and said generously, Grandma, concubine Li has made great contributions in giving birth to the royal heir. Please pick out some of the best supplements and send them to her. That's right. Grandma Qi replied with relief. I will prepare it right away. Hebei carried Li Yunyan onto the dragon chariot, and he could no longer hold back and bent down to kiss her. Li Yunyan only let him kiss her twice before turning her head away, blocking his mouth with her hand and saying in a coquettish voice, Your Majesty, please stop kissing me. Hebei could hardly contain his emotions. His love for her was so overwhelming that it was about to overflow, and he simply couldn't control himself. He asked in a hoarse voice, Why doesn't Yenna let me kiss her? She had long since stopped wanting him to kiss her, so she used her pregnancy as an excuse. She said coquettishly, I feel uncomfortable. Hebei looked at her eyes in surprise and saw that her eyes were slightly red, and she said with tears in her eyes, I felt uncomfortable just now when I was eating snacks. Your Majesty, please don't tease me. He felt distressed and asked with concern, Is the child bothering you now? Yeah. Li Yunyan nodded aggrievedly, tears welling up in her eyes, making people feel pity for her. He hugged her tighter. Okay, I won't kiss you anymore. Don't cry, Yenner. Li Yunyan was held in his arms. The swaying of the dragon carriage made her feel sleepy, so she simply relaxed and took a nap in his arms. Hebei put her directly into the bed while she was sleeping soundly and immediately sent out an order to exempt Li Yunyan from the daily greetings. Everyone in Chonghua Palace was extremely happy. Yuan Qing specially gathered all the palace servants together and knocked on their doors one by one. This baby of Empress Li is extremely precious and cannot afford any mistakes. Even the Queen Mother was shocked by Li Yunyan's pregnancy. The Queen Mother had been living in Sinang Palace, devoting herself to Buddhism, and had long stopped asking about the affairs of the harem. The emperor's childlessness had always been a heavy stone in her heart. As soon as she got the news, she asked her personal nanny to deliver a reward. Bei couldn't bear to wake Li Yunyan, so he went out to accept the reward in person. "Thank you, Mother. I hope you can tell me that I will go to Sinang Palace to visit her when I am free." The old lady smiled kindly. "The Queen Mother knows that your Majesty is filial and obedient. Your Majesty is busy with state affairs, so there is no need to come to Sinang Palace specially." The Queen Mother said that as long as your Majesty has a thriving offspring, it will be the Queen Mother's greatest joy. Bei knew that this was the Queen Mother's subtle reminder to him to treat everyone equally. Thinking that Yenner's current condition meant she could no longer serve him, he agreed. "I, your son, will remember your mother's teachings." Although Li Yunyan could no longer serve him in bed, Bei was still very excited, and he stayed in Chonghua Palace that night. He held Li Yunyan in his arms lovingly and expressed his joy to her in a casual manner. "Yenner, I will announce it at the morning court tomorrow, and will confer you the title of Imperial Consort. Yenner, if you give birth to a prince, I will make him the crown prince. It doesn't matter if the baby is a princess, I will still love her just the same. The child born by Yenner will definitely be as beautiful and lovely as Yenna." Li Yunyan felt his true love. Although this love could not compare to his throne and power, it also moved her heart slightly. She had always been someone who wanted to repay others for their kindness. She thought that if the queen fell from power in the future, she would suggest that Bei select concubines and let the newly selected concubines give birth to a few biological children for him. She lay there lazily, playing with her fingers casually, nodding occasionally, and listening to Bei's chattering. Bei loved her like this. His throat rolled and he asked pitifully, "Yenner, can I kiss you?" "Just a few kisses." Li Yunyan nodded gently. Even if he didn't kiss her, she would still kiss him. Otherwise Huai would not be able to sit still. Bei held her in his arms with great care, leaned over and kissed her lips, and the next moment, the drug took effect immediately. Li Yunyan was just trying to protect her stomach from being hit by him when she saw a flash of light in front of her eyes, and then a dark flash. Huai had already pushed Bei aside and extinguished the candle at the same time. The movements were smooth and flowing, yet carried a hint of disgust. Then he held her in his warm arms. "Smoke," his voice was trembling and hoarse. "I'm really happy." While Li Yunyan hugged him back, she also distracted herself and asked the system to change the video to a pure sleeping version. Her voice was also full of joy, and she said sweetly, "Oh, why? Congratulations. You're going to be a father." "Yeah, I know. Yan, thank you." The two of them hugged each other quietly for a long time, feeling each other's strong heartbeats. At this moment, it felt like everything in the world was no longer important. The most important thing was the person in front of him. He lowered his head, expertly wiped the remnants of medicine from her lips, and then kissed her passionately. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. His kiss was no longer as aggressive and possessive as before, but became affectionate and gentle. Li Yunyan really liked him kissing her like this. She felt like a rare treasure, being carefully cared for by his soft lips. The next day, after the morning court session, Yuan Qing came to Chonghua Palace to convey the imperial edict. Li Yunyan received the order. The emperor, in compliance with the will of heaven, hereby proclaims, "My beloved concubine, Li, is gentle, considerate, and thoughtful. Since she entered the palace, she has won my heart. Now that she has contributed greatly to the royal family's long-term succession of children, she is promoted to the rank of first-rank consort and is granted a golden book, a precious seal, and the title of Li. To show my deep affection and kindness, I accept your order and respectfully thank your majesty for your grace." Yuan Qing closed the imperial edict, handed it to Li Yunyan with both hands, and said with a smile, "Your servant Yuan Qing is here to congratulate concubine Li." Li Yunyan took the imperial edict and said with the same joyful smile, "Thank you, servant Yuan Qing, for your care. Please also thank His Majesty for me." Of course. I will definitely pass on the imperial concubine's words. After Yuan Qing left, the servants in Chonhua Palace knelt on the ground, congratulating Li Yunyan. Congratulations to the royal concubine. Congratulations to the royal concubine. Li Yunyan nodded and said to Grandma Li, Grandma Li, please arrange to give 2 months' salary to everyone in Chonhua Palace. Yes. I'll do it right away. Li Yunyan turned around and said to Xiangxia, who was grinning, I'll give you half a year's salary and you can choose any piece of jewelry you want. Xiangxia narrowed her eyes and immediately bowed. Thank you very much, Madam Queen, for your gift. Hebei came to Chonhua Palace as soon as the court was over. Li Yunyan had just been promoted by him, so she thanked him profusely. Li Yunyan accompanied him for dinner, and Hebei held her hand, looking very apologetic. Yenner, you are too heavy to serve me in bed. He couldn't express it and felt guilty towards her. This was a state of mind he had never experienced before. Li Yunyan smiled slightly and said softly, I am worried that I cannot sleep with you now. Your Majesty is the Emperor, and you should pay attention to your offspring. Please share the good news with other sisters. Her words were kind and generous. Hebei felt a pain in his heart after hearing them. He wished he could tie her to his body and keep her with him all the time. He held her tightly in his arms and sighed deeply. Yenner, why are you so good? Li Yunyan lowered her eyes.
She was not well.
Because I don't love. I am generous. Hebei said solemnly. Don't be afraid, Yenner. From now on, I will come to accompany you during the day, eat with you, drink tea and read books with you. She nodded gently. Hebei felt pity for her and wanted to kiss her, but he was afraid that she would feel uncomfortable, so he could only gently stroke her face and held back. Hebei went to another place in the harem that night and began his daily official business. He specially gave Chonhua Palace a few dishes, all of which were Li Yunyan's favorites. Late at night, Li Yunyan had already blown out the lights and gone to bed, and Ying Huai came over. He quietly climbed onto the bed and wanted to hug her to sleep, but Li Yunyan threw herself directly into his arms. Are you awake yet? He asked hoarsely. Well, I was wondering if you would come over. What if I didn't come? Then I fell asleep while waiting. He was touched by her words and kissed her forehead lovingly. Why are you so well behaved? Li Yunyan skillfully reached in and touched his abdominal muscles. Because you're nice. Ying Huai grabbed her fidgeting hands and said in a gradually hoarse voice, Don't move. I'm going to move. She reached out her other hand and touched his pectoral muscles again. Ying Huai was so annoyed that he had no choice but to grab her hands and put them on top of her head, threatening her. Yen Yen, if you make trouble again, I will be rude. Li Yunyan raised her legs and wrapped them around him, leaning against him. She blew softly into his ear in an extremely coquettish voice. I like it most when you are rude to me. Feeling her graceful curves, Ying Huai gave up and said helplessly, Yen Yen, be obedient, the imperial physician has said. I want it, but I know medicine myself, it won't be a problem. But he still wanted to struggle. Are you going to give it to me or not? Whoa. Give, comma. I give. The gentle style is equally attractive. Li Yunyan was so happy that he didn't know what heaven and earth were. Time passed slowly, and when Li Yunyan was just 3 months pregnant, her belly was already so big that it was a little protruding. Even in the cold winter, with thick clothes covering her, you could still see that her belly was unusually large. Both the former court and the harem attached great importance to her pregnancy. Even the queen mother sent her personal nanny to see her every few days to find out about her condition. Hebei was extremely cautious and called 3 imperial doctors to come and take the patient's pulse at the same time. The results are clear. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Great joy. Great joy. The imperial physician kowtowed heavily and said in a loud voice, Your Majesty, the imperial concubine is pregnant with 3 babies. Hebei stood up suddenly, and because he was too excited, he knocked over a stool. His voice was trembling with ecstasy and disbelief. Are you serious? The imperial physician raised his head excitedly. Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. Ha ha ha. 3.
Good.
Great. It's really great. He paced back and forth excitedly, rubbing his hands and laughing foolishly, and then hugging Li Yunyan, feeling extremely happy. Yuan Qing, go, and tell the Queen Mother the good news. Yes, I'll go right away. Yuan Qing wanted to cry with joy. His Majesty was good in everything except that he had too few offspring. Now there were 3 more at once. He was so happy for His Majesty that even if he died immediately, it would be worth it. After everyone had left, He Bei happily picked up Li Yunyan and walked around the room. Li Yunyan sensed his joy and hooked her arms around his neck tightly, making him happy, then leaned against him dizzy. He Bei then realized that he was too complacent and asked with concern, Yenner, I'm sorry, I'm really too happy. Do you feel uncomfortable? Li Yunyan shook her head. Seeing your Majesty happy, I am happy too. He Bei was truly overjoyed. He was absolutely certain that Yenner was the most precious gift God had given him.
Yanea.
I don't know how to express my gratitude to you. I wish I could give you all the best things in the world. I wish I could make you an emperor right away. Ugh. Li Yunyan quickly raised her hand to cover the words he was about to say and shook her head disapprovingly. Your Majesty, you can't say such things casually. If the Queen knew about it, she would be unhappy. He Bei's excited eyes dimmed. Queen, he will get rid of her one day. He wanted to let his Yenner sit on the throne of Queen with honor. The gifts brought by Sinang Palace were even more generous than last time. The old lady took Li Yunyan's hand and looked at her again and again, not hiding her love for her at all. You are blessed. The Queen Mother said that after you give birth, she will come to Chonghua Palace to see you in person. Li Yunyan smiled gently and said, Thank you very much, Queen Mother, for your kindness. It is I who should go to see her. The old lady patted her hands and said, It's okay. The Queen Mother likes quietness and doesn't like to move around. It's good for her to go out for a walk occasionally. I will take good care of my pregnancy and give birth to 3 healthy and lively grandchildren for the Empress Dowager. Old people love to hear words like this. After hearing this, the old lady wanted to take out all her savings and give them to her on the spot. I immediately understood why the emperor valued the imperial concubines so much. No one would dislike such a beautiful, well-behaved, and sensible child. She gave a few instructions and happily went back to Sinang Palace to report. When the queen heard that Li Yunyan was pregnant with triplets, she became crazy jealous and once again complained about the injustice of God. His Majesty loves her. Even God loves her. Why do all the good things happen to her alone? She scattered the broken pieces of ceramics all over the floor again and watched gloomily as the palace maids cleaned up the room. Then he laughed triumphantly again. 1 is fine, 3 is better. From now on, these are all her children. And Li Yunyan was nothing more than an object for bearing children for herself. She had already considered her a dead person. Li Yunyan's pregnancy went smoothly, without any pregnancy reactions. The imperial kitchen prepared for her all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, which were so delicious that it was hard to take in the sight. If Li Yunyan had not had the experience in the previous small world, she might have enjoyed it. But she had been taken care of very carefully by Mrs. May before, so she had naturally heard that pregnant women should not eat or drink too much during pregnancy and should not take too many supplements. Otherwise, if the fetus was too large, it would cause a difficult delivery. What's more, she was pregnant with twins. This is the harem, an ancient imperial society where offspring are of paramount importance. If she had a difficult delivery, there would be no doubt that she would not die alone. It will just be, the mother is gone and the child is left. What a vicious heart. Li Yunyan's eyes flickered. This kind of open malice really could not serve as a weapon to attack the queen. In that case, she had no choice but to accept it. As a result, she had a poor appetite every day and could only move her chopsticks a few times before she could not eat the food sent to her by the imperial kitchen. All of them were given to the servants of Chonghua Palace. The servants in Chonghua Palace had never eaten such delicious food before. She fed each of them several kilograms of food. In their hearts, they were all grateful to this beautiful, generous, and good-tempered imperial concubine. Even Ing Huai gained a lot of weight due to her midnight snacks. The queen was furious. All that money came from her private vault, but Li Yunyan used it all to control her servants. Not only did she not achieve her goal, the key was that she couldn't get angry. It's so frustrating. She could only work hard and prepare more nutritious meals for Li Yunyan. The queen was like a worried old mother, expecting Li Yunyan to eat more at every meal. If she moved her chopsticks a little more for a dish, she would be very happy. In the next few days, that dish would be placed in front of Li Yunyan. What a loving mother. Touching. As a result, the queen treated Li Yunyan to good food and drink, and secretly took good care of her until she was almost full term, but Li Yunyan didn't gain any weight at all. Only his belly is as big as a basket. So much money was wasted, and the queen's heart ached as if a hole was cut by a blunt knife. With the comfort of Grandma Qi, she regained her spirits. If you don't gain weight, then don't gain weight. Anyway, this time Li Yunyan, death is certain. Li Yunyan started the movement on an afternoon in late summer. At that time, Hebei was still in the imperial study, and there were only her and the servants in Chonghua Palace. She just started to feel a pain in her stomach, but she didn't show it. Instead, she whispered to Xiangxia, "Go and call His Majesty over." Don't alarm anyone. Xiangxia started to get nervous after hearing this. The queen was so cautious, could there be some bad guys out there? But she didn't dare to show it, for fear of causing trouble for the queen. She took a deep breath, nodded heavily, and ran out under the pretext of picking flowers for the queen. After seeing Xiangxia go out, Li Yunyan went to lie on the couch, took a painless fertility pill, and thought about something in his mind. After the queen's plan failed, she was still able to remain quiet until now. She must have a backup plan, and she had to be on guard. The most likely time for the queen to take action is when the girl is giving birth and has no power to fight back. In the entire Chonghua Palace, the person she trusted the most was Xiangxia, so the task of reporting the news to the emperor had to be given to her. Although she has painless fertility pills, if a large number of assassins come when she is giving birth, then no matter how many methods she has, she will not be able to deal with so many emergencies at the same time. It's better to be careful. Her stomach was tightening. Li Yunyan read the storybook while stroking her belly with her hand. "Child, don't be too anxious. Wait for your father to come. Wait for your real father." Grandma Li came to see her several times. Every time she saw her, she was lying lazily on the beauty couch reading a storybook, so she poured her a pot of tea. But in fact, Li Yunyan's water had already broken under her thigh, which was covered with a thin blanket. If he couldn't come in time, she would have to give birth to the baby alone in the room. She just hoped that the baby wouldn't cry too loudly and wouldn't disturb anyone who shouldn't be disturbed. She didn't know how long it had been before she heard the sound of the window being opened. She turned around and saw a tall black figure sneaking in. It turned out to be Ing Huai. Ing Huai came over and asked anxiously in a low voice, "Yan Yan, did something happen?" Li Yunyan was stunned. "Why would you say that? I was on the roof of Yangxing Palace and saw your maid Xiangxia running towards this side. Later, she was intercepted and assassinated." "What?" Li Yunyan tried to stand up but quickly lay down again. "How is Xiangxia now?" "Don't worry, I've already rescued her and sent her to the Imperial Hospital for treatment." Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief, took his hand and said, "Huai, I'm about to give birth. My water has broken." Ing Huai pulled away the thin blanket covering her, his pupils constricted. "Don't be afraid. I'll carry you into the delivery room." "Don't," Li Yunyan said in a low voice. "There should be the queen's people in Chonghua Palace. I'm afraid they will do something bad to me when I give birth, so I have to wait until Hebei comes. But you are like this now. How can I feel at ease with you?" Ing Huai bent down and picked her up. His tone was gentle, and his eyes flashed with determination. "Don't be afraid, Yenner. Even if I die today, I will protect you." Li Yunyan quickly slapped his hand away. "Don't be crazy.
I don't want you to die.
I still want to live with you for the rest of my life." Seeing that he was so nervous that his eyes were red, Li Yunyan comforted him softly. Why? Trust me. I know medical skills. I'm not in pain now. Now that you're here, I'm not afraid at all." The worst result is that I give birth to the baby on this couch, and you have to help me deliver the baby." Ing Huai thought more deeply than she did. He said in a grim tone, "Since Xiang Xia has been discovered, the Queen's people should have also received the news. We won't be safe here for long." With Ing Huai around, Li Yunyan felt extremely safe and she gradually regained her composure. As she thought about it, she asked, "Has Your Majesty received the news? I have just sent someone to inform him. He knows I am here and should be on his way here now. Will he be suspicious if you come here like this? It doesn't matter. He has instructed before that you should be the first priority. That's good." Li Yunyan looked up at him and said word by word, "Huai, you are very important to me. If you die, I don't want to live alone. So no matter what happens later, as long as I don't call you, you must not show up." Ing Huai's eyes turned red and he asked her, "What do you want to do?" "I'm going to put myself in the game. Whether I can overthrow the queen depends on this one time." She heard footsteps coming this way, raised her head, kissed him deeply, and then pushed him away. She whispered, "Huai, believe me, I have the ability to protect myself. For our future, you have to endure it." Ing Huai's eyes seemed to be about to shed blood. He stared at Li Yunyan, and veins appeared on his clenched fists. Finally, at the moment when the intruder was about to break into the door, he closed his eyes and hid himself. Li Yunyan closed her eyes and pretended to be unconscious the moment the visitor came in. Only this can explain why she had already started, but did not call anyone. "My queen! My queen? Wake up!" It was Grandma Li's voice. Seeing that she couldn't wake her up by shaking her and smelling a faint odor, Grandma Li gently lifted the blanket from her body. "Someone come quickly. The imperial concubine is about to give birth." All the servants in the palace were present. Grandma Li quickly called in a few maids, and together they carried Li Yunyan to the delivery room that had been prepared. The midwife was ready and waiting in the delivery room. Li Yunyan didn't know who the queen's accomplice was, or who they were. She only had a rough guess, but she was still unsure. She was already in the delivery room. She was afraid that if she continued to faint, the queen's men inside would perform a cesarean section on her, so she woke up slowly. She groaned and opened her eyes. He turned around to look at his surroundings and asked weakly, "What's wrong with me?" Then she touched her stomach and cried out in pain.
"Ah!
"It hurts. My stomach hurts." Grandma Li rushed forward to steady her. "It's great that you're awake. You're going to give birth." Li Yunyan endured the pain and asked, "Have you informed His Majesty?" Her eyes flashed. "I've notified them. I've sent someone to notify them. His Majesty will be here soon." "Don't worry, madam. The midwife is right here. Just relax and give birth." Li Yunyan nodded, then held her stomach and cried out in pain again. The midwife came forward to check and said, "Oh, it's already 6 fingers dilated," she said soothingly. "My lady, don't be anxious. I am very experienced. Just listen to my instructions and use your strength slowly. What Li Yunyan has to do now is to delay time as much as possible and try to regenerate after Hebei arrives." She cried and wailed while talking to the system. "System, how long will it take for me to give birth?" The system quickly replied, "Host, you took the painless fertility pill, and the labor process will be very fast. In about half a quarter of an hour, you'll be able to give birth smoothly." "Darn it! That's less than 10 minutes. Is it really that fast?" The system said proudly. "System products must be top-notch." Li Yunyan was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. It's already this time. Why is she still being so arrogant? Sure enough, a few minutes later, Li Yunyan felt the urge to defecate. The midwife said happily, "My lady, you can push harder now." Li Yunyan had no choice but to start pushing harder for fear of suffocating the child. Before we could even put in a few tries, the first child slipped out.
Wow, wow, wow.
"Congratulations, madam. It's a little prince." Grandma Li was so happy that she almost jumped up. Li Yunyan nodded slightly, and within a minute, the feeling came back. What a headache. The medicine is so effective that I don't know whether to give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Soon after, the second child was born. "Congratulations, madam." Another little prince. She felt that Grandma Li was so happy that she was going crazy. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes and nodded again expressionlessly. A moment later, she gave birth to her third child unwillingly. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The third one is a little prince. Li Yunyan looked at her happy face and felt relieved, thinking that the queen would not harm her 3 children. She felt the midwife pumping beneath her, cleaning up the dirt. Pay attention to any unusual noises. After the midwife cleaned her up, she left. Grandma Li also took the children to the next room and had them looked after by a wet nurse who had been prepared in advance. Everything seems normal, apart from leaving her, a woman who had just given birth, alone in the room. She saw the tiles above her head move slightly, and Ying Huai looked at her with worried eyes. Li Yunyan smiled at him. The two of them just stared at each other silently from a distance. Gradually, she felt a little dizzy, but now was not the time to take quick recovery pills. Then she saw Ying Huai's eyes suddenly widen. At the same time, the system alarm sounded in my mind.
Beep, beep.
Alert! Alert! The host is bleeding heavily. Please stop the bleeding immediately.
Beep, beep.
Alert! Alert! The host is bleeding heavily. Please stop the bleeding immediately. Li Yunyan smelled a strong smell of blood and understood what the queen was planning. It is normal for a woman to suffer severe postpartum hemorrhage and die after failed rescue efforts. Moreover, due to excessive blood loss, the mother will feel dizzy and weak and unable to even shout. Is that why she was alone in the delivery room? At that time, the relevant people can completely distance themselves from the matter by saying they're not aware, do not know, and did not hear it. What a deep calculation. She saw Ying Huai panicking and looking like he was about to rush down, so she immediately shook her head at him. I mouthed, I know. It's okay. Li Yunyan comforted him with a firm look in her eyes and said to the system in her heart, System, before the amount of bleeding threatens my life, automatically send the hemostatic pills into my mouth. Good host. After explaining everything to the system, there was no need to worry about the consequences. Li Yunyan rushed towards Ying Huai with a sweet smile. She didn't know that at this moment, her face was as pale as paper, and smiling at Ying Huai like this felt like a farewell of life and death. If she had not been still conscious, Ying Huai would have rushed over and picked her up without a care in the world and flew towards the Imperial Hospital. Ying Huai finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and hot tears fell drop by drop from above, dripping directly into the pool of her blood, hanging with her for life and death. He kept thinking about what she had just said to him. If he died, she would not live alone. So he would cherish his life and endure it as long as she didn't call him. At worst, I could go with her and become a real ghost couple. Thinking of this, he also smiled, and smiled at her affectionately and lovingly. The two kept looking at each other, and time seemed to pass very slowly, but in fact only a few moments had passed. Li Yunyan felt a bitter taste in the center of his tongue. It turned out that the hemostatic pill had arrived. It's so fast. Has the bleeding volume reached the standard? The bleeding stopped and his life was saved, but the dizziness would not go away in a short time. Li Yunyan mentally instructed the system that if she fainted later, she must be woken up no matter what when Hebei arrived, even with electric shock. After the system agreed, Li Yunyan waited quietly, waiting for herself to pass out, or for Hebei to arrive. It seemed to be slower than expected, but Hebei still stepped into Chonghua Palace before she fell unconscious. She heard Hebei talking with Grandma Li outside. Grandma Li responded in a low voice. The time is now. Li Yunyan used up all his strength and shouted loudly, Your Majesty. Finally, he shook his head vigorously at Ying Huai and then fell into darkness. Li Yunyan's cry was mournful and painful, as if it was Duya's final swan song. Hebei's heart tightened at that moment. He ignored Grandma Li's objection, walked over quickly, and kicked the door of the delivery room open. The scene before him made his pupils constrict, and his heart was torn. It hurt his heart deeply. Endless blood flowed down from the delivery bed, staining the entire bed red and the noble white carpet on the ground red. Li Yunyan's face was as pale as paper, and he lay quietly in a pool of blood. I don't know whether I'm dead or alive. Hebei shouted madly. Imperial physician, quickly call the doctor. When Li Yunyan woke up, it was already the third night. As soon as she opened her eyes, she met Hebei's anxious face. And on the eaves not far away, there were Ing Huai's bloodshot eyes. His Majesty. Her voice was dry and rough, and she started coughing after she said just 2 words. Hebei quickly stood up and poured her a glass of water. His voice was equally hoarse. Yener, drink some water. Li Yunyan was helped up by him and drank the liquid in big gulps. She felt her throat much better. Feeling pain in her lower abdomen, she immediately asked the system to put a quick recovery pill into her mouth. When Hebei saw her drink the water, he called loudly for the imperial physician to come in. She took advantage of the moment when he turned his head and winked at Ing Huai. Ing Huai seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden, and his eyes relaxed visibly. Dr. Lin came in right after, and after checking Li Yunyan's pulse, he said to Hebei, Your Majesty, the royal concubine is fine now. She will recover as long as she rests. She saw that Hebei looked relieved, so she asked the imperial physician to go down and prepare medicine for her. Li Yunyan was now able to speak, and asked, Your Majesty, where are the children? Hebei smiled slightly. The 3 children have been taken to Sinang Palace by the Queen Mother. When you get better, I will bring them back. Since she has been placed in Sinang Palace for protection, it seems that he is not going to let the Queen go this time, right? She looked him in the eyes and asked, Your Majesty, was I murdered by someone? Hebei nodded without hesitation and said with guilt, Yener, it was arranged by the Queen. Grandma Li and the midwife are both her people. Seeing that he was no longer trying to cover up, Li Yunyan asked directly, Your Majesty, how are you going to deal with the Empress? The Queen wants to harm you. I will never tolerate her. Li Yunyan's eyes darkened. So, she just wanted to harm my life. I am just a powerless concubine, and my life is insignificant, so the Queen's crime does not deserve death. Can she still be alive? Hebei felt very distressed to hear her belittle himself like that, but she was telling the truth, and he nodded with a painful look on his face. She had guessed it all, so Hebei simply laid his cards on the table with her. The Queen's family is powerful. If there is no capital crime, even if I depose her as queen, her family will still push out another one. I don't want to do that. Li Yunyan was silent for a while, then said, What if the Queen and her family are charged with another crime, murdering the heir to the throne? What did you say? He held her arm tightly and urged, Yener, what do you know? Are you saying that the Queen wants to harm our child? Not only that. Li Yunyan raised her eyes to look at him. Your Majesty, the Queen may be the culprit for your lack of an heir for so many years. What? Hebei was troubled by the fact that he had no children. He worked hard every day without interruption. Now he suddenly realized that all this was because of the Queen, and he was filled with grief and anger.
Yanea.
Explain yourself clearly. Li Yunyan raised her hand and pointed to her closet. Your Majesty, there is a secret compartment at the bottom of my closet. There are 3 handkerchiefs in it. Please help me take them out. Hebei found the secret compartment accurately and took out 3 stained handkerchiefs. Looking at the 3 handkerchiefs, Li Yunyan said, Your Majesty, do you remember what I told you when I first entered the palace, that the Queen invited me to drink tea, and that the tea smelled very fragrant, but I felt very uncomfortable when I drank it? Hebei nodded. He always remembered everything about her very clearly. At that time, I had just entered the palace and was shy. I didn't dare not drink it even though it tasted bad, so I covered my mouth with a handkerchief and spit it out quietly. Originally, this would not be a big deal, but after drinking the unpalatable tea for 3 days in a row, the tea on the 4th day was no longer unpalatable, so I became cautious. I thought, these are just 3 handkerchiefs, it's okay if I don't wash them, so I kept them until now. Your Majesty, can you ask the imperial physician to check if there are other ingredients in the tea stains on these handkerchiefs? She explained it so clearly. How could Hebei not understand? He immediately called Dr. Lin in. Dr. Lin took the handkerchief, smelled it, and frowned. Your Majesty, besides the tea stains, there is indeed a different smell on this handkerchief, but I cannot smell what it is right now. Please allow me to take the handkerchief back to the Imperial Hospital for a detailed study. Hebei left a handkerchief as a guarantee, handed the other two to him, and whispered, "Don't make this public. I understand. Go down. You must find out as soon as possible what is on this handkerchief. Yes, I will take my leave." After Dr. Lin left, Hebei held Li Yunyan's hand and said excitedly, "Yenner, if this is true, I will definitely kill the queen and her entire family." Li Yunyan lowered his eyes and sneered in his heart. If she was involved, the queen alone would not die, but if the royal heir was involved, the entire family would be executed. What a terrifying and ridiculous imperial era. When she came to this small world, her mission was to give birth to a child and prolong her life, but for some reason, she always had an urge to avenge the original owner in her heart, so she kept the queen alive until now. Although she couldn't kill anyone, she had many other options besides killing the queen. But she just didn't want to do that. If she didn't ruin the queen's reputation, she wouldn't be able to avenge the original owner. The system listened to Li Yunyan's inner thoughts and was nervously thinking about it. How come the hidden mission was discovered by the host? This host is so scary. Li Yunyan didn't want to deal with Hebei anymore. She yawned and said apologetically, "Your Majesty, I feel very tired and want to sleep." Hebei also wanted to rush to the Imperial Hospital and watch Dr. Lin handle the matter with his own eyes. He immediately kissed her forehead and said softly, "Then you have a good rest. I will come to see you tomorrow." Li Yunyan responded softly and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. As soon as he was completely out of Chonghua Palace, Ing Huai rushed down and hugged Li Yunyan tightly. "Smoke. Smoke." His voice was extremely hoarse, filled with unspeakable tension and affection, which made Li Yunyan's eyes well up with tears. She gently held his face and found that he looked haggard, his eyes were bloodshot, and even his lips were dry. "Have you been refusing to eat, drink, or sleep since that day?" Ing Huai didn't say anything, but Li Yunyan knew that he had tacitly agreed. She muttered, "Now go and eat all the tea and snacks on the table. Otherwise I won't talk to you anymore." Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Ing Huai finally put down his worry. He obediently took the teapot and snacks from the table and ate them while sitting beside her bed. His eyes were glued to her face, never leaving it for even a moment. Li Yunyan smiled slightly and just watched him eat. After he finished eating, Li Yunyan pouted again. "You torture yourself like this. What if I wake up and you fall down? What should I do then?" He was a little flustered. His mind hadn't rested for days, and he couldn't think straight. He said blankly, "I just thought that if you died, I would go with you. I didn't think of anything else." Fearing that she would be angry, he quickly added, "But before I die, I will definitely kill that vicious woman first." Li Yunyan was so angry that she laughed. She wanted to hit him, but she was afraid of knocking him down, so she could only whisper, "I asked you to trust me. I told you that I would be fine." He smiled a little silly, took the back of her hand and kissed it, and said, "Yes, you'll be fine." Li Yunyan sat up, gently fell into his arms, and said softly, "Have you seen our 3 sons? I see. They're all growing well and strong." Feeling that his reaction was not as happy as Hebei's fake father, Li Yunyan asked in confusion, "Don't you like children?" Ing Huai lowered his eyes and said honestly, "I like it, but I regret that the child caused you to suffer such a disaster." She kissed him and said rudely, "Don't regret it. I love children so much. I want to have many, many children with you." He said blankly, "We already have 3. That's enough." "Not enough. Because I still want to be with you for many, many years." She told the truth, but he would never understand. He just thought she meant that because she was going to be with him for so many years, having children was inevitable. "By the way, how is Xiangxia?" "She is still in the hospital. She has woken up, but her injuries are too severe, and she won't be back anytime soon. Xiangxia suffered this misfortune because of me. If possible, try to save her life." "I know, don't worry." Li Yunyan felt relieved and nodded, "Then go and have some rest. I feel bad for you when you look like this." Normally, Ing Huai still has to go to the Imperial Hospital to follow Hebei, but now is an emergency, so he can stay here to protect her. Then he nodded, "Okay, I'll go upstairs to rest. Call me if you need anything." Okay, go ahead. He didn't fall asleep immediately after he climbed onto the roof. Instead, he lay where she could see him and just looked at her. Li Yunyan also lay on her side and looked at him. Slowly, everyone fell asleep peacefully. 10 days later, suddenly, a large number of imperial guards broke into the queen's family and captured everyone. The queen herself was kept in the sky prison in the imperial palace. 3 days later, Hebei announced at the morning court that the queen had colluded with her family to murder the royal heir and murder the concubines. The evidence was conclusive and the crime was extremely heinous, so the entire family was sentenced to beheading. I heard that when the execution was carried out, many people went to watch it, and there was one scene that was particularly horrifying. When the queen's head fell to the ground, several wild dogs suddenly ran out from somewhere, tore and bit the queen's body, and later even took her head away to an unknown place. The people were talking about it, and the final conclusion was, the queen had done so many bad things that even the Lord of Heaven could not stand it anymore, so he specially sent several heavenly dogs to destroy her body to prevent the evil person from falling into reincarnation and continuing to do evil in the next life. The queen received retribution for her evil deeds. After her death, she was disgraced and had difficulty entering the reincarnation cycle. Li Yunyan expressed satisfaction with the result. She smiled calmly, poked Ing Huai's chest and asked, "Did you do this?" He would never hide anything from her and honestly said, "I had someone apply drugs on her body and hair in advance, and then when the execution was carried out, I released the trained dog and it was done so simply. It was really satisfying to do this." Li Yunyan kissed his chin and said, "You did a great job." Ing Huai hugged her tightly. "I only regret that I didn't kill her earlier so that you would suffer so much." "No." Li Yunyan shook her head. "Just killing her is not enough to make me feel better. This result is the best." Ing Huai still felt a little scared and said, "Yan Yan, you almost scared me to death this time. From now on, I will never let you fall into such a dangerous situation again." She hugged him back and said sweetly, "From now on, our days will be all good days." After Li Yunyan finished her confinement, she became full of energy again. Xiangxia also came back from the Imperial Hospital. Fortunately, she had taken a lot of supplements during Li Yunyan's pregnancy, which made her body very strong. So even though she was seriously injured this time, it didn't hurt her at all. She just looked less lively than before. Li Yunyan secretly gave her a pill of Shirkwan Dabu pill, and sure enough, she was no different from before the next day. In a few days, it will be the ceremony to crown Li Yunyan as queen. Li Yunyan actually didn't have any obsession with this position, but instead of letting someone else sit in this position and think about how to harm herself, it would be better for her to sit in it herself. At least she won't hurt anyone. When Hebei came to tell her the news, he looked much more haggard than before. "Your Majesty, have you been feeling unwell lately?" Hebei looked gloomy. Yuan Qing looked at the emperor's face and said to Li Yunyan, "Your Majesty, you don't know." When the emperor confirmed that the handkerchief contained the drug that would end his family lineage, he was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. Fortunately, Imperial Dr. Lin brought him back to health, and the emperor is not seriously injured. No wonder. No matter how hard one works, never taking holidays off, exhausting oneself, working from dawn to dusk for several years, not only does one not get a penny of salary, but later one finds out that the company one works for is a shell company. Anyone would vomit blood. Hebei was feeling depressed. He reached out and held her in his arms. His empty heart finally felt more real. Upon seeing this, Yuan Qing immediately sent the servants away and considerately closed the door. Hebei held her for a long time without saying anything. Li Yunyan had no choice but to let him hold her motionlessly, thinking in her heart that she should break this situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would be overwhelmed just dealing with Ing Huai's jealousy. Seeing that Hebei's lips were about to press down, Li Yunyan quickly spoke out. "His Majesty." He stopped, his eyes questioning. Li Yunyan spoke softly. "Your Majesty, now that the previous matter has been investigated, I would like to ask Your Majesty to expand the harem and let the new sisters give birth to children for Your Majesty." When Hebei thought about all the things he had done in vain in the past few years, he felt a little uninterested and had no energy. During the period when Li Yunyan was in confinement, he would occasionally go to sit with the concubine, but now that there was no mandatory requirement, he had no interest at all. The few times he did so, he could only finish the task reluctantly because he was thinking of Yener in his heart. He said sincerely, "I already have Chang'er, Song'er, and Yener. The country has successors. From now on, I just want to live with Yener. How can that be possible?" Li Yunyan advised gently, "Your Majesty, I will be the queen soon. It is my responsibility to encourage Your Majesty to have more children. Please have sympathy for my situation." Her eyes were red as she spoke, and Hebei couldn't help but think of all the grievances she had suffered before. Indeed, a large part of the responsibility was because of him. Moreover, he ignored the opposition of the court officials and tried his best to make her the queen, which has already brought her a lot of impeachments in the court. If she still insists on having her own way after becoming the queen, I am afraid her life will still not be easy. Forget it. It's nothing more than putting a few more women into the palace. Whether to favor them or not is up to him to decide. He held her face in his hands with pity and said softly, "Don't be sad, Yener. I will do whatever you say." She immediately smiled, her eyes shining like the stars in the sky, and smiled sweetly at him. "Thank you very much for your consideration, Your Majesty." He couldn't bear it any longer and lowered his head to kiss her fiercely. Bang! Li Yunyan patted his chest and said, "Luckily, fortunately, Ing Huai suddenly appeared behind him and caught it. Otherwise, even if Hebei didn't suffer a concussion, he would get a big bump." Ing Huai moved him to the bed with an expressionless face, then extinguished the candle with the palm of his hand, hooked his arm around her waist, and went behind the screen. A hoarse voice with infinite sourness came out. "From now on, don't smile at him like that." Li Yunyan chuckled, her voice sweet. "So domineering. By the way, I also took the time to change the video for Hebei." He didn't know what he did, but she let out a soft cry, followed by an intertwined gasp. After a long while, she begged for mercy in a coquettish voice. "I already let him choose the show, and you are still like this. You still have the energy to talk. Getting more and more domineering." She loves it. After the coronation ceremony, Li Yunyan hosted the beauty selection ceremony for Hebei. Hebei was not in high spirits, but Li Yunyan was in high spirits. She was dazzled by the selection of beautiful women. In the end, all the vacant positions in his harem were filled. The queen is beautiful, gentle, virtuous, and not jealous. She is indeed more reliable than the previous queen. This action of hers unexpectedly earned her a lot of good reputation. After the newlyweds entered the palace, even if Hebei only had Li Yunyan in his heart, he still had to show all his courtesy and etiquette. Otherwise, you will offend the families behind those women. If all of these are repeated one after another, the number of visits to Chonghua Palace will naturally decrease. By the way, I found a few more pleasing ones in this round and added another point to the number. After half a year, the number of times Hebei stayed overnight at Chonghua Palace decreased from 28 days a month to about 10 days. Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief. Although she still had the most time, at least it wasn't so conspicuous anymore, and Ing Huai rarely harassed her anymore. After giving birth to 3 children, Li Yunyan was no longer so nervous about doing the mission. Based on her experience in the previous small world, she could take about 10 years to get pregnant naturally. Sure enough, when her 3 children were just about to walk, she became pregnant again. 10 months later, she gave birth to twin girls. The 2 daughters are beautiful and have inherited at least 80% of Li Yunyan's beauty. They are deeply loved by the emperor and the empress dowager, not to mention their biological father Li Yunyan and Ing Huai. Ing Huai loves his 2 daughters very much and often comes to hug them when no one is around, which makes Li Yunyan's eyes sore. One day, she will make Ing Huai stop hiding, and she will become a real couple with him. Good news also came from the harem one after another. 3 concubines became pregnant one after another, finally breaking the crisis of no heir set by the former queen. They gave birth to a boy and 2 girls. The queen mother was now free from all worries, and on an early spring night, She went to accompany the late emperor. A few years later, Li Yunyan gave birth to another son. She was already in her 20s, and Hebei was almost 40. Hebei's body aged rapidly due to his previous financial loss and his constant involvement in state affairs after vomiting blood. Finally, when he was almost 50, the emperor passed away and He Huaichang ascended the throne. Li Yunyan naturally became the Empress Dowager. At that time, she was only in her 30s, which is still the prime of life in modern times. Looking at her son, who has grown up, Li Yunyan thought it was time to leave the palace. She called all the children to the Sinang Palace and sent the palace servants away. Only 6 children, big and small, and Ing Huai standing beside her were left. She said directly to her 3 eldest sons, "As you know, I was captured and taken to the palace before." After hearing this opening statement, they had a premonition of what the Queen Mother was going to say. As expected, Li Yunyan said, "I've been trapped in this palace for half of my life. I want to live for myself in the second half of my life. Do you have any ideas?" As the eldest son, He Huaichang knelt at her feet and kowtowed. "Mother, you have worked so hard for your children. I will make sure that you will have the right life for you in the future." Seeing the children being so filial and caring, Li Yunyan nodded with satisfaction. "We want to live like ordinary people. If you leave the palace in the future, you can come to see us. If there is nothing serious, you don't have to come. We have the ability to support ourselves," she said, "we instead of I." Several children looked at the person standing silently behind Li Yunyan. They looked so similar, how could anyone not guess what's going on? He Huaichang bowed and said, "Mother, I want to pass the throne to my younger brother Sheng in the future." Sheng is Hebei's youngest son, his biological son. Li Yunyan understood, and the last trace of guilt in her heart disappeared. "It's up to you to decide, but no matter what you do in the future, you must take good care of your siblings and be happy forever. I will follow your mother's instructions." That night, Queen Mother Li Yunyan died of illness, and the whole country mourned. On the small road in the field, Li Yunyan leaned on the carriage and looked at the vast world outside with excitement. She finally came out of the palace. She is free. Ing Huai drove the carriage, looking back from time to time, his eyes full of smiles. "Husband, are you happy?" Hearing her call, tears flashed across Ing Huai's eyes, and then he smiled gently. "Madam, I am very happy." They bought a piece of land deep in the mountains and turned it into a paradise. The couple would occasionally go down the mountain to shop, travel, and enjoy the scenery. When they were tired, they would return to the mountains to live for a while. Li Yunyan later gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. The boy looked very much like him, and the girl looked 90% like Li Yunyan. They raised the children themselves and brought them up. Ing Huai taught them martial arts, while Li Yunyan taught them medicine and poison. When Li Yunyan was 96 years old, he passed away. In the green mountains and clear waters, on a drifting boat, in Ing Huai's arms, which were no longer strong and upright, he closed his eyes. After regaining consciousness, Li Yunyan watched Ing Huai holding her body and sinking into the vast lake. She covered her chest in grief, tears streaming down her face. System.
Quick.
Block my emotions. Emotional shielding. The next moment, the pain in Li Yunyan's chest was gone, and only the deep sadness in her eyes remained. She breathed a sigh of relief. System, this function is really good. I give it a thumbs up. Thank you. Let's go. To the next small world. Li Yunyan opened her eyes and found that it was too dark in front of her. It took several seconds to adjust to the darkness before her eyes. Li Yunyan used the moonlight to find herself standing in front of a house made of blue bricks. I looked around again, and it seemed like I was in a small courtyard. The courtyard was ordinary and not luxurious. It didn't look like the home of any high-ranking official. System, transmit the plot. The plot is being transmitted. After a moment, Li Yunyan understood. She is now living in a landlord's home in the countryside, and her identity is the landlord's 13th concubine. Today is the day that the landlord takes her into his house. Her original body was sold to this landlord for 10 taels of silver by her drunkard father. She was a charming and beautiful woman, and when the landlord saw her, he immediately paid the money and gave her the contract. But the original body had a strong temper. When the fat landlord wanted to consummate his marriage with her, she took advantage of the fact that he had taken off his pants and was unable to move, so she picked up a nearby vase and smashed it down. And now, she had just run out of the house. It sounds simple, but I wonder if the original owner has any unfulfilled wishes in his heart? Don't worry about it for now. The important thing is to escape from this place. Just as Li Yunyan was about to climb over the wall and escape, she was stopped by the system. Host, please focus on the mission. Please complete the mission first. Li Yunyan paused and cursed in his heart. You are not crazy, are you? Are you going to let me go back and sleep with that pig? I might as well just die. The system's voice flattered. Host misunderstood. This system scanned and found that there are excellent men here, so it asked the host to complete the task quickly. Oh? Is there anyone else around here? There is a mysterious guest in the room to the left of the room you just escaped from. Post a photo. As soon as the photo appeared in her mind, Li Yunyan felt that this was a deal. His cold and smooth face, dark and deep eyes, thick eyebrows, high nose, and lovely lips all reveal his nobility and the majestic aura of a superior. Guingji, Qingyang King, 19 years old, height 190 centimeters. He is actually a prince. Why is he, a prince here? Host, the system has detected that he has been drugged and is using his internal energy to suppress it. Please hurry up. Not good, right? Just go ahead? It's so embarrassing. But it was also a good thing this way, as it saved her a lot of time in finding strategies, and at least her life was safe. All right. Let me think about it. System, you have to pay attention to him at all times. If he wants to kill me, you have to remind him in time. I don't want to lose my life. Good host. Li Yunyan is now a senior actor, and within a few breaths, she had already thought of a countermeasure. She took the medicine first, then looked down at the pink wedding dress she was wearing. Her expression immediately changed, and she began to tremble with nervousness. She moved back to the previous room, the one on the left, step by step, took a deep breath, and gently opened the door. Guingji was lying on the couch. He heard the footsteps that had just walked out turn back, and actually walked into the room where he was hiding. His expression suddenly froze. He heard everything that happened in the next room just now, and knew that the woman in front of him was the concubine of the man next door, who struggled and ran away during the marriage. Why are you back now? Could it be that he was discovered? He held his breath, trying hard to suppress the effects of the medicine in his body, and stared at her slender figure with eagle eyes like hooks. Li Yunyan sniffed and did not walk towards the bed. Instead, she frantically searched for a piece of clothing in the room. Then start undressing. The moonlight outside the window made her features look hazy and graceful. Guingji's breathing quickened. I saw her taking off her clothes, then putting on the new clothes she found, spreading the clothes she took off on the ground, turning around and putting things in the room on the ground one by one. Her voice was panicked and charming, and she cried, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill you. When I make money in the future, I will return all this to you with interest. It turned out that she had walked into the wrong house. Did she think she was the unconscious old man in the next bed? Guingji relaxed his guard and couldn't help but sneer. What a stupid woman. If she really killed someone, she would be caught by someone if she didn't get out of this mountain valley tomorrow. And the things she took were not worth much money at all. They were big and eye-catching. Once discovered, who knows what a miserable end he would suffer. Li Yunyan felt that the clothes could not hold any more, so she put it away and tied a knot. Then he thought of something and walked towards the bed trembling. Guingji's muscles tensed, and he was on guard, watching her climb onto the bed. A pleasant fragrance wafted into his nose, and Guingji instantly felt a lot better. He looked at her in the moonlight. She closed her eyes and murmured, Whoa, I just want to get my body contract back. Oh, please don't turn into a ghost. A pair of soft and boneless hands touched him, and Guingji's whole body was shocked. Her little hands touched here and there, getting closer and closer. Guingji could even see her blood-thrilling body under her haphazardly put-on clothes. Breathing becomes heavier. The next moment, Li Yunyan felt the world spinning. Whoa. Let me go. Li Yunyan was pressed down by him and struggled. It turns out you are not dead. Let me go. Guingji almost failed because of her struggle. The poison that he had just suppressed with great difficulty, like a spark that spreads across the prairie, kept coming out again. He had never been interested in women before, and this time he was framed and poisoned. He never thought of finding a woman to detoxify. If we give him a little more time, he will be able to suppress all the poison. But now, he looked at the woman struggling beneath him, his eyes becoming darker and darker, and his breathing becoming more and more rapid. It seems like I can't hold it back anymore. He sighed in his heart, sorry, and then retracted his internal energy. Guingji knew that the effect of the medicine had worn off, but for some reason, he just couldn't let go. It was not until daybreak that he could see her face clearly. This is a face that is enough to make one's heart beat. Her skin is whiter than snow, her eyebrows are as black as distant ink, her rosy lips are soft and plump, and her lip beads are small and round, which are very suitable for kissing. And there was that waist that he couldn't let go of, soft and slender, just enough to hold in one hand. He sighed in his heart. She was so innocent. Since he had used her to detoxify, he should have taken her back home. But he already has an engagement, and his wedding is next month. Although he has no feelings for the woman he is about to marry, this is a marriage arranged for him by his mother and father, and he cannot go back on his word. At this moment, I really cannot be responsible for her. Looking at her little face still covered with traces of tears, Guingji felt a surge of pity and guilt. Since you can't marry her, just compensate her more. After wrapping her in a quilt, Guingji went to the next room to search and found her indenture. It turns out her name is Li Yunyan. He remembered her name and looked at her face again and again. He hugged her, tapped his toes, and with a few leaps, he disappeared into the small courtyard. When Li Yunyan woke up, she found herself lying on a quiet bed. The room was empty. She propped herself up, hissed softly, and cursed in her heart.
Duman.
I noticed a stack of papers next to me and picked it up to take a look.
Wow.
The top one was her indenture, and the ones below were all banknotes. There were both large and small amounts, and all added up it was more than 2,000 taels. It seems that he has emptied out all his belongings. Humph. At least he has a conscience. It's worth her hard work. In addition to these, there was also a clean skirt next to it, which seemed to be prepared by him for himself. Li Yunyan lifted the quilt and found that her body was clean and refreshed. She was now wearing a pure white, fitted undershirt. She stood up, put on her skirt, walked to the window, and opened it. There was a noisy sound coming from downstairs, and the place I was in should be an inn. Across the street are tea houses, taverns, pawnshops, and workshops. There are also many small vendors with large umbrellas on the open space beside the street. The streets were bustling with people and horse-drawn carriages. Some were carrying loads on their shoulders, some were walking with their children, some were bargaining, some were driving donkeys pulling carts, and some were stopping to admire the scenery by the river. What a beautiful picture of the world! In her previous life, she particularly liked this kind of urban atmosphere and lived in a small town within Huai for more than 20 years. Li Yunyan closed her eyes, faced the sunlight, and took a deep breath. Curl the corners of your lips. She loves this opening. Li Yunyan now had money and was not in a hurry, so she was not in a hurry to leave and stayed in this inn for nearly 10 days. During these 10 days, she blended into the flow of people in the city, went shopping, tasted delicious food, felt the customs and culture of this small world, and also figured out where she was now. In fact, it is not too far from that small village. With her face looking like this, if the landlord really wanted to catch someone, it would be easy to find her. Although Li Yunyan is not afraid of things, she is afraid of trouble. She is pregnant now, so just in case, she can't stay here any longer. Have to find a new place. After checking out, Li Yunyan put on a light gauze hat, rented a carriage, rushed to the ferry, and boarded a passenger ship that looked neither high-end nor low-end. With the living habits of 2 lifetimes, Li Yunyan did not intend to compromise herself, so she added a little money and booked the best compartment. She didn't ask where the ship's destination was. She wouldn't know anyway, so it was better not to ask. But it's definitely not going to Qingyang City. Because Qingyang City is still far away from here, it's not enough to take a boat, and it will take a few days to take a carriage to get there. That man is King Qingyang, and Qingyang City must be his territory. She has no plans to visit him at the moment. There are so many men in the world. Since he ran away, it means he doesn't want to take responsibility. Why should she hang herself on him? After having lunch on the boat and taking a nap, Li Yunyan felt bored and walked out of the room. This stateroom is located on the top of the ship, and there are only 2 guest rooms on the entire floor. As soon as she walked out, she saw a tall and handsome figure from behind. The man was dressed in white, with black hair hanging down to his shoulders. He stood alone by the boat railing, looking down at the water. He heard her footsteps and turned abruptly. A light breeze blew, and his white robe fluttered.
Ding!
An outstanding man has been found. Please put the mission first. Just shut up, Li Yunyan cursed in her heart. The baby in my belly isn't even a month old yet. Do you want me to find a stepfather for the child? Hee, professional habit. I forgot. Li Yunyan no longer paid attention to the noisy system. The man in front of her had a gentle and handsome appearance, and his temperament seemed as gentle as jade. He was definitely a handsome young man from ancient times. But she has no time to appreciate men now. Noticing his stunned gaze, Li Yunyan subconsciously touched her face and realized that she had forgotten to wear her veil. But now he is the only one here, so nothing should go wrong. He just put his hand down and watched. The man noticed her little move, immediately retracted his gaze, and bowed to her. I am sorry for being rude and disturbing you, young lady. I will go back to my room now. That's not necessary. She's not a bully. It's impossible for her to let him go back just because she came out. Sir, there's no need to be so polite. You and I are both passengers on this ship. It's not a question of who is being rude to whom. Xia Fengsheng raised his head after hearing this and found that the woman in front of him was not only beautiful, but also very interesting in her conversation. Li Yunyan pointed to the other side of the boat and said, You go over there, I go over here. We can enjoy ourselves and not disturb each other. How about that? Xia Fengsheng gave a proper smile. Then I will respectfully obey your command. Li Yunyan also returned the smile and walked leisurely to the other end of the boat. He was stunned by her smile for a moment, then shook his head and stood back to where he had just stood. Li Yunyan held onto the boat railing and took in the scenery around her. The ship is now sailing on the river. The river is wide. The surface is sparkling, and there are tall green mountains all around. The blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear waters. The scenery is absolutely beautiful. At this moment, her heart was very calm, and Li Yunyan actually had a feeling that she wanted to settle down here. She turned her head and asked loudly to the other side of the boat, Sir, do you know the destination of this ship? Xia Feng turned around in surprise after hearing the voice and saw her with bright eyes and white teeth, her skirt fluttering, and a dazzling light all over her body. She was looking at him intently. His heart skipped a beat for a moment, but he quickly calmed down and asked, Didn't the girl know before she got on board? Li Yunyan smiled heartlessly. I just picked a ship at random. For me, anywhere is my home. What a wonderful way to feel like home anywhere. He was impressed and answered seriously. The destination of this ship is Lianjiang City. He pointed to the river in front of him and said, It's Lianjiang City. It will take about 3.5 days to get there along this river. Li Yunyan just likes this river. She continued to ask, Is Lianjiang City big? How is the security? Is it fun? Xia Fengsheng smiled slightly. Lianjiang City is very big, and the public security is acceptable. As for whether it is fun, the women in my family often go out to play, so I think it should be fun. Are you from Lianjiang City? Exactly. Oh, I see. Thank you. Li Yun didn't feel guilty about throwing away the cigarettes after using them up. After asking for what he wanted, he turned around and continued to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Xia Fengsheng was stunned again by the graceful back figure turning around. 3.5 days is both very long and very short. The two of them were no longer as formal as they had been the day before, but stood at the railing very naturally, admiring the scenery or chatting casually. It was just a few sentences. At most, she knew his last name was Xie and he knew her last name was Li. That was all. On the last day, the whistle of the ship approaching the shore sounded. Li Yunyan packed her small bag, put on her veil, and bowed to Xie Fengsheng. "Thank you very much, Master Xie, for your companionship and guidance these days." "Goodbye." Xie Fengsheng watched her back as she merged into the crowd, murmuring, "Goodbye, Miss Li." The maid who lived in another cabin came over and saw her master standing there motionless, so she went over and said, "Master, we can leave now." Xie Fengsheng retracted his gaze, his face calm and indifferent. "Let's go." Li Yunyan fell in love with this place as soon as she got off the boat. The roads are wide and clean, and the people on the streets are all in high spirits, indicating that life here is affluent and free of worries. We found another restaurant, and the food was also to her taste. I immediately decided to settle down here first. It was already evening. After finishing her meal, Li Yunyan found a nearby inn to stay in and asked for a room upstairs. After a comfortable hot bath, all the fatigue in my body disappeared. Only my feet could still feel the boat swaying, and my head was also swaying, and I always felt that I was still on the boat. Inspired by her previous life, she used her inner strength to dry her hair and then fell asleep. The next day, Li Yunyan started looking for a house. With a recommendation of the waiter, I found a reliable brokerage firm, looked at several houses from the broker, and soon decided on a small courtyard facing the street. The front can be used to open a clinic, and the back will be where she and her children will live in the future. After paying the money and getting the house deed, Li Yunyan finally had a permanent residence in Lianjiang City. It took her 4 days to prepare everything in the backyard, and then she moved in from the guest inn. By the way, he bought a little maid and named her Xiangxia. It took nearly another month to renovate the front store, and after purchasing a batch of herbal medicines, the clinic was opened. Since it was a new clinic, Li Yunyan wore a veil when she was in the store. When people saw that she was a female doctor, they didn't want to enter, resulting in Li Yunyan's clinic being deserted.
Li Yunyan disagrees.
She opened the clinic just to pass the time, not to make money or become famous. 3 months later, Li Yunyan's belly grew bigger, and everyone realized that this Ruyan clinic was not only a female doctor, but she was also pregnant. You still need someone to take care of you, and you still go out to practice medicine? It seems like life is really unbearable. Aunt Jiang from next door was a kind-hearted woman. She felt sorry for Li Yunyan because she was alone and pregnant, so she patronized her business. Aunt Jiang suffered from knee pain all year round, and it was so painful that she couldn't stand up on rainy days. This was an old problem, and she didn't expect Li Yunyan to be able to cure it. As a result, Li Yunyan only gave her 2 injections, and she immediately became able to walk briskly, and all the problems with her legs and feet were gone. With Aunt Jiang's enthusiastic recommendation, Li Yunyan Clinic's business gradually improved. When she was 6 months pregnant, she hung a sign on the door saying, "Sitting only, no seeing patients." This tricky rule actually brought her fame. As a female doctor, it's good enough that people come to you for treatment. You are putting on airs. I have to go see what kind of doctor he is. But once you get into the store, you can't find any faults. It's not easy for someone to sit in the hall with such a big belly. After being cured by her skillful hands, all the diseases were cured, and I was immediately convinced. Gradually, Li Yunyan gained the reputation of female doctor in Lianjiang City. Xie Fengsheng had a hunch that Li Yunyan would settle in Lianjiang City, but they met by chance, and he had no right to look for her. But occasionally when I walk on the street, I will notice the women wearing veils passing by. But there were many women in the past, but none of them was her. He arrived at Qingyang City and entered the Qingyang Palace with familiarity. Went straight into Guingji's study. "Thank you, Fengsheng. I'm here to see you, my lord." Guingji's expression was gentle. "There's no need for us to be so polite," Xie Fengsheng said respectfully. "Your Majesty, etiquette cannot be abandoned." "Come and sit down." "Yes." Xie Fengsheng sat down opposite him, with a chessboard on the table. It was the unfinished game between the two of them from last time. Both of them were quiet, so they didn't say anything else. With a cup of tea in hand and the chess pieces in their right hands, they concentrated on the game. Gradually, Xie Fengsheng discovered that Guingji was absent-minded and made several mistakes. This was not his usual way of playing chess. He was thinking very carefully and immediately asked, "My lord, what is on your mind?" Guingji looked solemn. There was nothing he couldn't say in front of his good friend. He threw down the chess piece and said in a complicated tone, I got married a few months ago." Xie Fengsheng nodded. "I know. I came here to drink." He also stopped the chess piece in his hand and looked straight at Guingji, waiting for his next words. Guingji was a little embarrassed, paused, and said, "I have not touched her yet." Xie Fengsheng had not expected to hear such remarks. He was speechless for a moment, and then asked, "My lord, do you have any hidden illness? Do you want me to go and find a famous doctor?" No, Guingji denied it immediately. After thinking for a while, he said, "When I was in Taoyuan County, I met a woman by chance." Xie Fengsheng's pupils dilated slightly, but he did not interrupt him and listened quietly. Guingji added, "That woman was absolutely beautiful. Since then, I have often dreamed of her. Every time I wake up, I am very wanted." Xie Fengsheng was also a man, so he naturally knew what the wolf and the wolf meant. He said, "Your Majesty is of high status. If you are so concerned about a woman, why don't you marry her? You won't have to worry about it. This is what I regret." Now that Guing had said it, things were much smoother. Later, I realized I couldn't let her go, so I went back to look for her, but she had disappeared. "So it is. That's not all." Guingji's expression became even more embarrassed. On the day of the wedding, when I was alone with the princess, her shadow was all in my mind and I couldn't get rid of it. I found that I couldn't have any feelings for the princess at all. Xie Fengsheng didn't know whether he should listen to what was said next. Then he continued, "I found out that the princess wanted to take off her clothes, and I was so panicked that I ran out of the door. Until now, I want to hide when I see her, and I feel extremely guilty." Xie Fengsheng wishes he were deaf. He wanted to comfort him, but he had no experience in this area and didn't know where to start. When he thought of Miss Li, whom he had met by chance, he realized that he wanted to find her, but couldn't find her anywhere. His eyes suddenly dimmed, and he felt that he shared the same suffering as Guing. Guingji accidentally saw his eyes and raised his eyebrows slightly. "You also have a crush on someone?" Xie Fengsheng's eyes flickered, and he said helplessly, "It was just a chance encounter, a stunning glance, and who knows, we may never see each other again in the future." Guingji drank the tea in one gulp and said to her, "Cherish the present moment. If you ever get to meet that woman again, you must seize the moment and don't be like me, regretting it later." "Thank you, Lord." 3 years later, Li Yunyan's Rian Clinic has become extremely popular. Everyone in Lianjiang City knows about it, and long queues form before dawn every day. It's all because Dr. Li not only has amazing healing powers, but also charges a low fee for consultation. Not only that, she also has a pair of particularly beautiful eyes. Although she already had 2 sons and a daughter, there was still an endless stream of people coming to her every day to propose marriage. They were all driven out by the slutty little maid in the store.
"Yonea. Yeah."
Sheer, a melodious voice came from under the veil. The 3 little monkeys immediately ran back and surrounded her, chattering. "Mother! Mother! Mother!" Li Yunyan lowered her eyes and looked at the 3 little girls. Only the youngest daughter looked 50% like her. The rest all looked exactly like that jerk. "Genes are so unfair. She will change her next life," she said softly. "Go to the backyard and help Aunt Xiang Xia. Don't run around." "Okay, mother." The 3 little guys ran away again, with a clatter. Li Yunyan retracted her gaze, looked at the crowd outside, and said softly with her red lips, "Next, Xie Fengsheng was assigned a task by his mother today. I heard that there is a Rian clinic on Chongdang Street, and the doctor who treats patients is a female doctor with excellent medical skills. However, she stopped seeing patients 3 years ago and just sat in the clinic every day. No matter who invited her, she could not be invited. His assigned task was to get the female doctor to visit his house no matter what." As soon as the carriage entered Chang'an Street, The young man Chang Ji said, "Sir, there are too many vehicles ahead. We can't move." He leaned his head out of the carriage and saw that the front was crowded with carriages. "Go down and ask what happened ahead." "Yes, sir." About a quarter of an hour later, Chang Ji came back, sweating all over his face. "Sir, the people ahead are all queuing up for Ruyan Clinic. I heard that Ruyan Clinic treats all patients equally, regardless of their status. If we want to queue up, we have to get off the bus and walk over there." After Xie Fengxing heard this, he praised, "This is what a doctor should do." He stepped off the carriage, flicked his robe, and said, "Let's go and line up." Standing at the back of the crowd, Xie Fengxing glanced towards the legendary Ruyan Clinic. Once I took a glimpse of it, I couldn't take my eyes off it anymore. That figure had been lingering in his mind for more than 3 years. Even though she was wearing a veil, he could tell at a glance that it was her. His eyes were filled with joy, and he shouted in his heart, "Miss Li,
How are you?"
Li Yunyan saw patients from day till evening, and it was almost dark. After seeing the last patient, Li Yunyan stood up and was about to close the door when she heard footsteps again.
Sorry.
"The clinic is closed today. Please come back tomorrow." Li Yunyan raised her eyes to look at the person who came, and then she stopped in surprise. The visitor had handsome features, a smile in his eyes, and a gentle and polite voice. "Miss Li, how are you?" "You are Mr. Xie?" Xie Fengxing nodded slowly and met her gaze with restraint. Li Yunyan smiled with her eyebrows curved. "I actually met you here. I didn't expect it. Maybe it's God's will." His voice was gentle and calm, and his feelings were hidden in his laughter. Li Yunyan said carelessly, "Then we really are destined to be together. Does Miss Li feel the same way?" Mother, Mom, it's time to eat." Just as Xie Fengxing finished speaking, he heard a few sweet voices coming from the backyard. Then 3 little ones ran out from the backyard. They hugged Li Yunyan's legs and acted coquettishly. All right, stop shaking, I'm about to fall." Li Yunyan patted the 3 heads one by one, then pointed at Xie Fengxing and said, "Mom has a guest here, call Uncle Xie." The 3 little ones bowed politely. "Hello, Uncle Xie." Xie Fengxing was stunned. After a few seconds, he came to his senses and nodded. He didn't bother to look at the 3 children's appearance. After Li Yunyan coaxed the child back, he said in a low voice, "Miss Li, are you married?" "Yes, it has been more than 3 years. According to her age, she should be married." Li Yunyan put away the tools on the table and replied casually, "I am a widow, and my husband died before the child was born." This is what she has always said to others, and it comes out very smoothly. He breathed a sigh of relief, calculated the time in his mind, and asked, "We met on the ship. My husband had just died at that time, and I didn't even know I was pregnant." "So it is." Guingji, who was far away in Qingyang City, suddenly sneezed several times. He looked up at the sky and saw nothing unusual. Xie Fengxing returned to Xie Mansion in a daze. Xie's mother looked at him, lost in thought, and shook her head. "Why are you so useless? You can't even get a doctor." Hearing the dissatisfaction in Xie's mother's tone, Xie Fengping came back to his senses and said, "Mother, she is not an ordinary doctor. Dr. Li treats all patients equally, regardless of their status. That's why she is deeply loved by the people. She is indeed inseparable. But you can't leave for even half a day, right?" Mother doesn't know that Dr. Li has 3 young children. She has to see patients and take care of the children at the same time. She is really overwhelmed. When she heard that she had a young son to take care of, Xie's mother stopped talking. She is a mother herself, and she knows how worried a mother is about her child and how she cannot be away from her child even for a moment. "That's fine. Just wait until your sister-in-law is able to move and let her queue up herself." "That may not be the case," Xie Fengxing said. "Mother, Dr. Li is a very kind-hearted doctor. I can take my sister-in-law's medical records to Dr. Li for a look. Maybe he can see something different." Mother Xie had never seen her son praise anyone so much, so she asked, "Is Dr. Li really that good?" His eyes flickered. He turned his head away uncomfortably and replied calmly, "She is a good doctor." Seeing that he had returned to his old attitude of keeping people at a distance, Xie's mother said angrily, You need to change your temper. You are already so old, but you still refuse to get married. Do you want me to be ashamed to face my ancestors in the future? Thinking of her face, Xie Fengxing said, with my elder brother and sister-in-law here, mother should not worry about her son. Mother Xie was so angry that she cursed. Do you want to annoy me to death? If your sister-in-law was fertile, would I have rushed you to see a doctor? And your elder brother only comes back once every few months, and even for things like seeking medical treatment, you have to rely on your younger brother-in-law. You two brothers have ruined the reputation of my Xie family. Xie Fengxing lowered his eyes to hide his emotions. Mother, my son's fate has not yet arrived. It's useless for you to worry. Mother Xie was furious. Okay.
I don't care about you.
Take your sister-in-law's medical records and go to the queue tomorrow to see if there is any improvement. Yes, my son has returned to his room. The next day, Xie Fengxing went to Rian Clinic again and chatted with her for a while when she was about to close. Li Yunyan told him to come earlier to queue next time and not wait until closing time. He agreed. On the third day, he went there early in the morning and had lunch there. On the fourth day, he went again, had lunch, and had dinner. On the fifth day, Li Yunyan looked at Xie Fengxing in confusion as he helped her pack medicine. What on earth are you doing here? Don't blame her for not being able to see it. All the men she met before were straight-talking types, or she herself is straight-talking and really can't see through such a subtle trick. Xie Fengxing had already prepared his words. My mother asked me to ask you to come to the mansion to check my sister-in-law's pulse no matter what. Li Yunyan pointed at the sign outside and said, but I don't see patients. I know, Xie Fengxing said. That's why I didn't say it. So you've been here for free meals these days? Xie Fengxing smiled softly. That's right. He looked into her eyes and said, the food at Miss Li's house is so delicious. That's true. Xiangxia's cooking skills were all taught by her. How could it not be delicious? She said arrogantly. Then if you want to eat for free in the future, you have to help me. He smiled softly and looked up, with a little more tenderness in his eyes. Thank you, Miss Li, for taking me in. Li Yunyan curled her lips, her face blossoming like a flower. I am a mother now, so don't call me girl. My name is Li Yunyan. He pondered over these 3 words, his tone filled with infinite tenderness. Yunyan. Thank you for the wind. Xie Fengxing didn't go to Rian Clinic every day. He and Guingji had an appointment to visit him at his house every month, so it was time for him to leave again. Yunyan, I won't be able to come over for the next few days. You remember to cook less. He didn't know what he could say, but he just wanted to say it. Li Yunyan was busy cutting the medicine and nodded randomly, without even raising her head. He looked at her deeply, and only at this moment would he indulge himself in looking at her without any scruples. Yunyan, he made small talk. Is there anything you want? She finally raised her head and looked at him with eyes as bright as spring water. Xie Fengxing quickly lowered his eyes. I'm going to Qingyang City tomorrow. Is there anything you want to buy? I'll bring it back for you. Qingyang City? Isn't that the jerk's territory? Li Yunyan stopped what he was doing and asked him, what is in Qingyang City? Seeing that she was interested in this topic, Xie Fengxing racked his brains. He knew that she loved food, so he told her about it. There is a preserved fruit shop in Qingyang City that is famous for its preserved fruits. There is a long queue every day. There is also a pastry shop whose pine nut milk puff pastry is absolutely amazing. You can't buy it anywhere else. The signature dishes in Xiangmenlu are also good, but it's too far from Lianjiang City to bring them. In the future, if I go to Qingyang City with you, I will take you with me. His heart was beating fast as he uttered the last sentence. Li Yunyan didn't hear about that jerk, but it didn't matter. She didn't want to go to Qingyang City at the moment. Then he said, if you have time, please bring some for me. If not, forget it. Business is more important. Xie Fengxing's face was slightly dimmed, but when he saw her lowering her head and being too busy to move her hands, he gently curled his lips again. Seeing the few strands of hair falling between her temples, my palms started to itch. In the end, I didn't help her to roll it up. His voice was clear and sweet. Yunyan, take care of yourself and the children. Li Yunyan also smiled at him. I wish you a safe journey too. Xie Fengxing arrived at Qingyang Palace. Guingji saw that he was distracted from time to time. Sometimes he lowered his head and smiled, and sometimes he looked sad. A stupid look of someone who is deeply in love. There was a hint of interest in his low voice. What? Did you find that woman, or did you find a new lover? Xie Fengxing curled his lips. I found her. Why don't you hurry up and ask for marriage? He sighed softly. It's not that easy. Guingji was puzzled. You are the son of the most aristocratic family in Lianjiang City. Is there anything you can't do? Xie Fengxing's eyes were indifferent. She seems to have no regard for me. Did you ask her? No. How can you be sure? What if she is just being reserved and waiting for you to point it out? Xie Fengxing's eyes lit up. Does your majesty really think so? Guingji said sadly. I only know that if I want to do something, I must do it right away. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret it. Seeing him like this, Xie Fengxing asked, Prince and Princess, are you still the same as before? Guingji nodded. I feel guilty towards her and want to divorce her and give her a generous compensation, but she refuses. The prince is a rare talent, so the princess is naturally obsessed with him. My mother urged me to give birth to a child as soon as possible and even offered me several concubines and wives. I am not willing to accept any of them. I don't know how to praise Xie Fengxing enough.
Stop.
Let's not talk about these spoilers. Let's talk about you. Do you want me to help you? Don't do that. Xie Fengxing bowed and said, Your Majesty is busy with official duties. I'll just have to handle my own affairs. Guingji chuckled. Baby, you're so tight. I'm a little curious. Xie Fengxing curled his lips, thinking about her eyes, and did not answer. After finishing the game of chess with Guing, Xie Fengxing spent half a day going to the street to buy the food he had mentioned to her. When passing by a jewelry shop, he walked in as if possessed. When he came out again, there was a smile in his eyes and his ears were slightly red. After 2 days of rapid journey, Xie Fengxing finally returned to Lianjiang City. It was already late at night when he arrived at the door of her clinic. He just stood there looking at her sign, and her cunning yet lovely manners, and a sweet feeling welled up in his heart. He kept repeating her name in his mind, and thinking about meeting her tomorrow. He could no longer suppress the smile, and he smiled softly at the door of her clinic. As soon as Li Yunyan opened the door of the clinic, she saw Xie Fengxing ranked first. She was slightly surprised. Thank you, Fengxing. You're back. He looked at her deeply, then put on a natural smile. Yes, I just happened to pass by here, so I thought of sending some snacks over. He raised the 2 food boxes in his hands and placed them on her cabinet. Li Yunyan opened one of the lids, picked up a candied fruit, and put it in her mouth. It tasted a bit sour at first, but then she tasted sweetness. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed and then opened again, like a lazy cat. Is this the preserves from Qingyang City that you mentioned? Her cheeks moved. He lowered his eyes to admire her little expression and nodded slightly. There are some snacks in the other box. Try them. I just had breakfast, so I won't try it anymore. I'll try it with the kids later when I get hungry. Okay. Xie Fengxing put the lid on the bottle and then skillfully helped her cut and pack the medicine. Li Yunyan sat at the table, ready to start her day's medical work. Just at this moment, a few middle-aged ladies dressed in red and green squeezed in from the side of the queue. Li Yunyan became upset when she saw this scene and sighed irritably. Xie Fengxing looked at her and asked what was wrong. Li Yunyan winked at him and signaled him to watch the next performance. The Andy, who was crowded in the front, was the first to speak. Miss Yunyan, what do you think about the thing I told you last time? Li Yunyan didn't even raise his eyes. I haven't considered it. I refuse. Oh, don't say that. Mr. Zhang really wants to marry you, and he's given you a generous betrothal gift. Only then did Xie Fengxing realize that these people were matchmakers, and he became furious. The second matchmaker pushed the one in front down with her buttocks and said in a flattering tone, Miss Yunyan, Boss Wang is very optimistic about you. You were his second wife in the past. In the future, you will be his main wife. It's so majestic. Refuse. Matchmaker 3. Miss Yunyan, you get up early and work late every day to see patients, and you have to show up in public. It's really too hard. Our Master Lu said that if you follow him, he will let you wear gold and silver every day, and you won't suffer any hardship at all. Refuse. That's enough. Li Yunyan looked up in surprise. She didn't expect Xie Fengxing to suddenly get angry. What's the point?
She's not even angry yet.
Xie Fengxing said in a deep voice, All of you, get out. Although his tone was not high, It concealed an unquestionable power, like the commanding tone that someone who has been in a high position for a long time would inadvertently reveal. But these people in front of me are all matchmakers, a group that is often scolded. Although they were a little afraid of his aura, the money they were about to get was the most important thing, so they plucked up their courage. Who the heck are you? How dare you tell me to get out? We are proposing marriage to Miss Yunyan. What does it have to do with you? That's right. Who are you to her? Is it your turn to step in? Li Yunyan was afraid that these matchmakers would go too far, so she wanted to stand up and smooth things over. At worst, she asked Xiangxia to come out and kick them out. As soon as she stood up, she felt her wrist tighten. I was actually pulled back by Xia Fengsheng. Xia Fengsheng held Li Yunyan's wrist and said word by word, "Dr. Li is someone that my Xia family has chosen. If you dare to have ideas about her again in the future, you should first consider whether you can bypass the Xia family. Xia family? Xia family? There is only one Xia family in Lianjiang City. And that's the only family that dares to call itself the Xia family." The people present were talking about it, and the matchmaker was very clear about the status of the Xia family in Lianjiang City. The Xia family is a century-old family with deep roots in Lianjiang City. Even the prefect does not have as much face as their family. This family is really not to be messed with. It turns out that Dr. Li, who has always looked down on this and that, has actually tried to curry favor with the Xia family. The matchmakers were all covered in dust and dirt. They all bowed to him politely and left in disgrace. After the matchmaker left, Xia Fengsheng suddenly let go of Li Yunyan's wrist and put his hand behind his back. He apologized. "I'm sorry, Xia was rude." Li Yunyan shook her head. "Thank you for what happened just now." He looked into her eyes seriously. "You don't blame me for ruining your marriage." "What kind of marriage is this?" "It's just bad luck. It's annoying to look at, annoying to hear, and I can't even eat just thinking about it." Amused by her face-to-face look, Xia Fengsheng said, "I just think that they are not worthy of you." Li Yunyan nodded seriously. "I think so too." Xia Fengsheng felt the brocade box in his arms was hot and tight. He rubbed it slowly with his fingers behind his back and spoke softly. "Yunyan, I've got something for you after closing time." "Good." Li Yunyan agreed and shouted outside, "Those queuing outside can come in. Come in one by one." As the day went by, Xia Fengsheng never felt that a day was so long. After waiting for a long time until the store closed, Xia Fengsheng helped her close the door panel, leaving only a small door. Li Yunyan cleaned up the table and saw Xia Fengsheng walking towards her with a serious look on his face. She actually had a premonition. Although she had never felt such implicit emotions, she could easily distinguish the anger and jealousy in the man's eyes when he suddenly got so angry today. "Xia Fengsheng seems to like me?" "Yunyan." Xia Fengsheng's voice was gentle and charming, and Li Yunyan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. His figure was as graceful as a bamboo, and as tall as a pine or cypress. He walked slowly and calmly to her, and took out the sandalwood box that he had treasured for a day. He opened it slowly, and a pure white jade hairpin appeared before her eyes. At the top of the jade hairpin was a blooming pear blossom, and at the tip of the flower was engraved a small word, "Feng," wind. His usually clear voice sounded a little hoarse at this moment. "Yunyan, I want to give it to you." His expression was so serious that Li Yunyan's heartbeat became slightly disordered. She asked softly, "Xia Fengsheng, do you like me?" Looking at her straightforward and clear eyes, in which his shadow was reflected, Xia Fengsheng couldn't help but stare in a trance. He did not dodge, but looked at her directly. His eyes were sincere, and his answer was firm. "Yes," he said loudly and forcefully. Li Yunyan's eyes flickered. She knew very well that she had no romantic feelings for Xia Fengsheng. But romantic feelings were never her top priority. After all, the emotions from the previous 2 lives were all brought out through sleeping, the kind that became deeper the more you sleep. But seeing Xia Fengsheng's sincere confession to her, Li Yunyan couldn't bear it. If she accepted him in that way, wouldn't it be a blasphemy to this relationship? She cherishes this kind of relationship. If she can also fall in love with him, then everything should be natural, right? Li Yunyan asked him seriously. "Xia Fengsheng, if I accept, do I have to marry you right away?" Xia Fengsheng laughed quietly, and the tension in his heart was alleviated a little. At this moment, he really wanted to raise his hand and touch her soft top of the head. After finally getting rid of the itchiness in his palm, he moved his throat and said softly, "No need. If you can accept it, I will be very happy. If you don't want to, I will not regret it." Li Yunyan raised her hand and took the box from him. Before he was about to be ecstatic, she whispered, "Xie Fengsheng, can you please let me think about it?" The joy in his eyes faded, but he was still smiling. "Of course." The tone became gentler. "But while you are considering it, can you please not avoid me?" He was always polite when speaking to her, and even kept a safe distance from her, never being abrupt or overstepping the line. He is a truly elegant gentleman. Li Yunyan raised her head, looked at him, and then nodded. Xie Fengsheng let out a sigh of satisfaction and was so happy that he didn't know what to say. After pacing twice, he realized that it was getting late and stammered to Li Yunyan, "Yunyan, then I'll go first." After saying that, he squeezed out of the small door, closed the door for her, smiled foolishly, and walked away looking back every few steps. Li Yunyan also laughed. If your significant other is such a person, you will definitely be very happy together, right? She will try hard to make herself like him. Xie Fengsheng would bring some delicious food to Li Yunyan every day when he came to the clinic. Sometimes it is a box of snacks, a box of candies, some fruits, a bowl of wontons, a portion of freshly fried meatballs, or the sugar men under the overpass, or the crispy chicken in the restaurant. Every day is different. Li Yunyan accepted everything on the order and ate it with great relish. She never hesitated to smile at him, and whenever she saw him staring at her blankly, she would laugh out loud. Then, he would realize his own gaffe, and with red ears, he would make excuses to walk away. When he came back, he regained his calm and indifferent attitude. Seeing him like this, Li Yunyan often thought of a sentence she had read before: "Love is restraint." The love she had felt before was possession. She really wanted to know, to what extent can love be restrained? Xie Fengsheng is like the free waiter in her store, working diligently regardless of weather conditions. No need to pay wages yet. After lunch every day is Xie Fengsheng's favorite time of the day, because at this time Li Yunyan would close the hotel for an hour and send the children to take a nap. Then he could stay in the clinic and watch her prepare the herbs needed for the afternoon. Li Yunyan is now slicing ginseng slices. Ginseng slices are precious medicinal materials for the common people. She is very careful when slicing them. She cannot be too forceful to prevent them from breaking, nor too gentle to prevent them from breaking. She bit her lower lip gently, trying to control her strength. Xie Fengsheng involuntarily stopped what he was doing, and his eyes uncontrollably fell on her lips. Her lips were full and rosy red, and they looked even redder when bitten by her tiny teeth. He walked over involuntarily and blocked Li Yunyan's light. Li Yunyan raised her head and said angrily, "You're blocking me." The tightly bitten lips were released, leaving clear teeth marks and the crystal clearness that made the heart beat faster. Xie Fengsheng slowly reached out his hand, and under her gaze, he gently tucked her drooping hair behind her ear. He didn't even touch an inch of her skin. She raised her head and looked into his eyes. His eyes were full of affection, and the emotions in his eyes were completely inconsistent with the restraint and etiquette in his hands. She felt a little sorry for him. She was not a chaste woman, and was not worthy of his cherishment. If he could be a little more reckless, she might even have his child. Li Yunyan stood up and walked towards him. Compared with the previous safe distance, she took a step closer. Xie Fengsheng immediately smelled the fragrance emanating from her body. Fresh, sweet, and mixed with a hint of bitterness from medicinal herbs. It made him dizzy. His heart was beating fast. He didn't know what she wanted to do, nor did he know what he should do. He saw Li Yunyan looking up at him with tender eyes. Her face was as white as porcelain, making him want to touch it. He clenched his palms tightly to prevent himself from offending her. But she seemed unaware of her bad thoughts, raised her lips and smiled brightly at him. He was mesmerized again. Being able to look at her so openly was his dream. His head couldn't help but lower and lower, until she closed her eyes. Li Yunyan closed her eyes, her fingers still gently pinching the corners of his clothes. She felt his breath getting closer and closer, his hot breath restrainedly blowing on her face. The breathing sound lingered around her lips for a long time and finally moved slowly upwards and finally, gently imprinted on her forehead. As light as a dragonfly skimming the water. Li Yunyan's heart skipped a beat. She slowly opened her eyes and looked into his affectionate eyes. The red lips opened slightly. Fengsheng, I promise you. So, you can kiss me. Xie Fengsheng's eyes burst into great surprise, and he raised his hand excitedly and grabbed her arm. Feeling the softness under his hand, he suddenly let go and took a step back. He smiled and said quickly, "Then I will go back and ask my mother to propose marriage." Infected by his smile, Li Yunyan also smiled. She took another step forward, grabbed the hem of his sleeve, and shook it gently. The words she said were soft and shy. "Silly boy, I just said you can kiss me." Li Yunyan saw that his ears turned red instantly, his eyes flashed wildly, and he was about to purse his thin lips, looking like he was struggling with his inner thoughts. She was afraid that she would regret it later, so she simply grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled it down. Then she stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his perfectly groomed chin. At close range, she could hear his thunderous heartbeat. After she kissed him, she let him go and went back to cut the medicine. Xie Fengsheng stood there stiffly for a long time until he came to his senses, straightened his appearance, and then looked at her deeply. Li Yunyan knew that he was looking at her, but she ignored him. She couldn't take the initiative in everything. Xie Fengsheng felt that he had seen enough, so he bowed to her very politely and said, "Yunyan, wait for me. I'm going home to find my mother now." She looked up, smiled at him beautifully, and nodded slowly. He smiled gently, turned around, and walked out of Ruyan Clinic. Li Yunyan heard his slightly anxious voice. "Changji, come back home quickly." She looked over and watched the carriage moving away, worry rising in her eyes.
No.
"I don't agree, mother." Xie Fengsheng knelt on the ground. The joy in his eyes was long gone, replaced by deep sorrow and anxiety. It never occurred to him that after she finally said yes, his mother would say no. He kowtowed several times to Mother Xie, raised his head and said, "Mother, my son has made up his mind. In this life, I only wish to marry Dr. Li. I hope you'll agree." Mother Xie slapped the back of the rosewood chair heavily with her palms. "You wicked son. You wicked son. You refused to marry so many noble ladies before. Now you tell me that you want to marry a widow. And she has 3 children. You are trying to bring disgrace to our Xie family." Xie Fengsheng knelt with his back straight and retorted, "Mother, Dr. Li is pure and kind, sincere and honest. She is kind and compassionate and cares about the people. She is the best woman. It is my son who is not worthy of her. How dare you speak for her?" Mother Xie became even angrier. Although her son had had difficulty finding a marriage before, he had never disobeyed her. Now he was actually going to disobey his mother for a widow who wanted to show her face in public. This is the child she has lovingly raised, the backbone of the Xie family in the future. How could he let himself be tarnished with such a stain? The more Xie's mother thought about it, the angrier she got. This son was so outstanding and had always been her pride. But now, after just a few visits to the clinic, he was bewitched by the female doctor and lost his mind. No matter how well Xie's mother brought up her son, she couldn't help but speak without thinking when her own son encountered such a thing. "What a fox!" Xie Fengsheng frowned and raised his voice. "Mother, please be careful with your words." When Xie's mother saw his angry look at her, she became furious. "Okay, do you still want to blame your mother for such a woman?" "Fine, fine, fine. I think you have grown wings now, and you don't even remember the family rules of your ancestors." "Butler Zhong," Xie's mother shouted. "Madam, what can I do for you?" Locked the second young master in the ancestral hall. "No one is allowed to let him out without my permission. This Butler Zhong is an old man in the Xie mansion. The second young master has always been kind to others and is very much loved by the servants." When he first heard the old lady's instructions, he was a little hesitant for a moment. Mother Xie slapped her head heavily. "Now I can't even call you, right? I dare not. I will arrange it now. Second master, Please come in. Xie Fengxing stood up and walked forward slowly and steadily. He knew that his mother was very angry and would not listen to anything he said. Just wait until mother's anger subsides before making any plans. Just Yunyan sighed. He looked at the sky outside the courtyard with a serious expression, muttering in his heart, Yunyan, you must wait for me. Li Yunyan has been feeling uneasy ever since Xie Feng left. Her image is not good now, and the Xie family is such a family. Unless Xie Fengsheng is the head of the Xie family and has absolute say, their marriage will definitely not be that easy. But he was so nice, so she thought, give each other a chance. What if? A new day begins. Thank goodness the wind didn't come. Since she had promised him yesterday, she wore the white jade hairpin with pear blossoms that he gave her today. If he saw it, he would definitely be happy. The next day, he didn't come. On the third day, he still didn't come. Day 4, Day 5, Day 6. Li Yunyan's eyes darkened. She should have known. Mother Xie had a worried look on her face, with more furrows on it. A little maid was massaging her shoulders from behind, and another maid was massaging her legs from under her feet. There was also a tall grandmother standing next to her, racking her brains to comfort her. Madam, the second young master has been locked up for so many days. If he is not released, his health will be ruined. In the end, aren't you the one who is heartbroken? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Mother Xie raised her hand and rubbed her brows. Both her sons and daughters are in debt. The eldest son has been married for almost 5 years, but still has no children. The youngest son has always refused to get married, but now he finally relents and wants to marry a widow. She exhaled deeply and asked in a hoarse voice, "How is he now?" Seeing that the old lady was finally willing to ask about the second young master, Grandma Gao immediately replied, "The second young master has been fasting for several days. He only drinks some water every day. Even the best body will be worn down by it." Xie's mother was really distressed. He was already thin to begin with, and if he continued like this, it might damage his foundation. Go and ask him to come over. I'll ask him. Grandma Gao was delighted and quickly responded, "Yes, I'll go right away." When Xie Feng heard the news, he felt dizzy. He thought his mother was finally willing to give in, so he cheered up and walked over. But the first thing my mother said was, "Have you figured out?" Xie Fengxing bowed and said, "Mother, I want to marry Dr. Li." Xie's mother was so angry that she threw a teacup to the ground, splashing into pieces. Xie Fengxing knelt down, his knees pressed directly on the porcelain, and said in a calm voice, "I also ask for your permission, Mother, to let my son marry Dr. Li. What if I don't agree? What will you do?" "My son will never marry." His voice was light and airy, but his attitude was firm.
Evil son.
"Evil son," Xie's mother said angrily. "Before, I thought you were still young, so I let you do whatever you want. Marriage has always been decided by parents and matchmakers since ancient times. Believe it or not, I will find you a wife tomorrow so that you can completely give up this idea." Xie Fengxing stiffened his neck and looked straight into her eyes. "If mother wants the daughter-in-law you choose to be a widow for the rest of her life, then you can arrange it." "You..." Mother Xie was so angry that she swept all the tea trays on the table to the ground. "You evil son. If you insist on being stubborn, do you believe that I can make your sweetheart disappear completely from Lianjiang City?" Xie Fengxing's eyes flashed with panic, but his back remained straight, his face full of determination. "My son and Dr. Li are dependent on each other for life and death. If my mother makes her disappear, then you can wait for me to collect her body." "You..." Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense, Grandma Gao was anxiously thinking about how to make the two masters say less. Suddenly, she screamed, "Second young master!" Xie Fengxing had already fallen to the ground. "Madam!" The second young master's knees are covered in blood. After all, Mrs. Xie is a mother. When she saw the blood under her son, she immediately panicked. He stopped being angry with him and shouted, "Shenger, call a doctor. Go get a doctor." Guangji waited for Xie Fengxing in the study for a whole day. This brat. He didn't even tell me before he came. He looked at the chess game that had not yet been completed, feeling worried. "My mother has been pushing me more and more hard lately, and she even threatened that if things continue like this, she will leave the palace and come to Qingyang City in person. But he really had no interest in the women in the mansion. Only Li Yunyan was in his heart. He just wants her. He's been looking for her for 4 years, but there is still no news. I don't know where she went. Although Gu Yingji only met her once, she was always in his mind during these 4 years, making him feel as if he had known her for a long time. He shook his head. It was uncomfortable to stay in the palace. Anyway, I had to go to Lianjiang City for some work in a few days, so I set out a few days early to see why Xie Fengxing broke his promise. King Qingyang appeared at the door of Xie's house in Lianjiang City, startling butler Zhong. Your servant is here to see His Majesty. I didn't know Your Majesty was coming. I will go in and tell him. Gu Yingji had been to Xie's house before. As he walked into the house, he asked, Where is Xie Fengxing? Did he go out on business? No. Butler Zhong followed behind him and whispered, Your Highness, this matter is a long story. Our second young master is now bedridden. Please go and persuade him. What happened to him? Butler Zhong fell silent. Although the other party was a prince, as the butler of the Xie mansion, it was not right for him to disclose his master's privacy to outsiders. He just replied, Your Highness, please go and see our master first. Gu Yingji walked straight into Ting Fengshuan. When Chang Ji saw him, he hurried forward to greet him. I have seen the prince. Where is your master? Your Highness, our young master just took some medicine and is still unconscious. Gu Yingji was stunned. How could he be so seriously ill? He walked into Xie Fengxing's room and smelled a strong smell of medicine as soon as he wiped his face. I saw him lying on the couch with a pale face, so thin that he was out of shape. How could this happen? What did the doctor say? Chang Ji choked up and said, Your Highness, our young master hasn't eaten for several days, and his knee was injured, and he bled a lot. He also had a fever yesterday, and he's just getting better now. The doctor said that the injury may have been serious. Why on earth is he so ill? Why isn't he eating? Chang Ji was speechless. He would definitely not tell anyone about his young master's affairs. Your Highness, you should wait until young master wakes up and then talk to him in person. The servants in the Xie mansion were all tight-lipped. Seeing that they were unwilling to speak, Gu Yingji did not ask any more questions. He saw Xie Fengxing's lips opening and closing, and when he got closer, he discovered that he was mumbling nonsense. When I listened closely, I could only hear 2 very light whispers and couldn't make out what was being said. It seems like what, Yen? I thank the Xin family and pay my respects to King Qingyang. As soon as Mrs. Xie heard the housekeeper's report, she came over immediately. There was no reason for her to pretend she didn't know since the prince had come in person. Gu Yingji turned around and said, Madam Xie, please don't be polite. I was passing by Lianjiang City and came to see Brother Xie, but I didn't know he was sick. Mother Xie knew that Prince Qingyang and Sheng'er were good friends, so there was nothing to hide from him. She waved away the servants and whispered to him, Your Highness, you don't know this. Recently, Sheng'er has been bewitched by someone and wants to marry a widow. When I objected, he went on a hunger strike. It really annoyed me. Widow, Gu Yingji's pupils dilated slightly. He didn't expect that Xie Fengxing had actually hidden something from him. He had never told him that his sweetheart was a widow. Mother Xie nodded. Sheng'er insisted on marrying that woman. I had no choice but to lock him up at home. My son and I are old friends. Please give him some advice. Maybe he'll listen to what you say. Gu Yingji nodded slightly. Don't worry, Madam Xie. When Brother Xie wakes up, I will have a good chat with him. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Mother Xie continued. Your Majesty, you have been traveling so long. Would you like to rest for a while? No need. I have a villa in Lianjiang City. I will come over tomorrow after Brother Xie wakes up. Yes. Then I will withdraw first. After Xie's mother left, Gu Yingji stayed in Xie Fengxing's room for half a cup of tea. Seeing that he still showed no signs of waking up, he left Xie's house. Gu Yingji was sitting in a carriage on the way to the villa. When passing a certain street, he suddenly, as if possessed by a ghost, lifted the curtain and looked out. Stop, he said anxiously. The driver was well-trained and stopped the car immediately. Just when he was about to turn around to inquire about the situation, he saw Guingji had already rushed out. King, Master, Guingji flew straight to the crowded clinic, squeezed into the crowd, approached the green figure wearing a veiled hat, and waved his big hand. He pulled off her veil directly. The stunningly beautiful face that he had been dreaming of day and night appeared before him, without any warning. It's you. His tone was still stern, but if Xie Fengxing was present, he would be able to hear the joy hidden in his tone. Li Yunyan's veil was suddenly pulled off by someone. Just as she was about to get angry, she looked up and saw a handsome face that was familiar yet unfamiliar. He had a handsome figure, a stern face, and a cold aura, exactly like the photo in the system. Her eyes twinkled. This was the first time that Li Yunyan's appearance was revealed to the public, and there was a sound of gasps everywhere. 5 swords. Repel the people around you. Yes. Master. Wu Jian stood in front of the store with a sword in his hand. Our master has booked this clinic today. You can go see a doctor somewhere else. On what grounds? That's right. We've been waiting in line for a long time. Why can you just let us go? Are you guys some perverts from somewhere trying to take advantage of our doctorly? Guingji frowned as he listened to all the chatter. Seeing that the prince was unhappy, Wu Jian immediately decided to end the battle quickly. He took out a bag of silver from his pocket and said, My master has bought all your places. Follow me there and take this silver to see a doctor somewhere else. After that, he drew out his sword again, his eyes fierce. I advise you to be obedient. Don't refuse a toast, and then drink a penalty drink. The queue of people finally dispersed, and Ruyan Clinic suddenly became deserted. Li Yunyan buried her head in arranging the items on the table, and said in a strange but professional tone, Is this young man here to see a doctor? Please stretch out your wrist. Guingji did not miss the glance she had just given him. He controlled his excitement and said in a hoarse voice, Have you seen me? No, she answered quickly. But the way you looked at me just now clearly showed that you've seen me before. Li Yunyan had not expected that his observations were so meticulous and careful, and she immediately put her full concentration into dealing with him. Young master suddenly barged in and acted so rudely. Anyone would be surprised. Just surprised? Guingji looked at her deeply. But I know you. Li Yunyan's heart was beating like a drum. She lowered her eyes and smiled. Sir, I've heard enough of your way of picking up girls. Don't be so old-fashioned when it comes to other women in the future. He was angered by her nonchalant expression. He thought about her for 4 years, looked for her for 4 years, and when they met again, she just treated him as a stranger. He suppressed his anger and spoke as gently as possible. Excuse me, doctor, what is your name? Just call me Dr. Li. Dr. Li, my name is Guingji. Li Yunyan nodded casually. Mr. Gu, the clinic is very busy. If you are not here for consultation, you can leave. When had Guingji ever been treated so coldly? He lowered his head to look at her face and suddenly smiled. He raised his hand and placed it on the pillow in front of her, his eyes full of interest. Dr. Li, please take my pulse. Li Yunyan looked up at him, wondering what he was up to. She didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore, so she could only take things one step at a time. She placed her fingers on his pulse, her green jade-like fingers resting there tenuously, and then removed them after just a moment. He spoke calmly. You are fine. You are in good health. You can leave now. She chased me away again. But he didn't want to leave. His eyes were dark, and he spoke slowly. But I feel like I'm not feeling well all over, but I don't know where I'm feeling unwell. Li Yunyan rolled her eyes in her heart. This person must be mentally ill. And it's a serious one. She looked into his eyes with a calm expression and said word by word, Young master is in good health. If you must point out something wrong, it's that you have too much internal heat and you need to cool it down. Guingji's face turned red. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, How dare you say anything, woman? I am a doctor. If you insist that I speak, I will tell you everything I know. Guingji was irritated by her again. He had no idea that her temper was so irritating.
Li Yunyan.
You let go. How do you know my name, sir? He touched his nose and let his guard down. Hey, I just heard someone say that outside. Li Yunyan began to wipe the table, deliberately wiping it with big hands and feet, waving the rag in front of his eyes. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. In less than half an hour, she had already chased him for the third time. He had finally found her. How could he leave so easily? Guingji was a man who would not stop until he achieved his goal. He only considered for a few moments before deciding to play his cards with her. Then I saw 3 small carrot heads popping out from under the table.
Mom.
Aunt Xiang Xia asked us to ask you, what would you like to eat tonight? Mother? Guingji was so shocked that he lost his voice and looked at Li Yunyan in disbelief. This is your child. Mother, this uncle is so fierce. Sierra hugged Li Yunyan's legs and rubbed her head against them. Mom, Sierra is scared. Li Yunyan glared at him and said in an unhappy tone, Sir, you scared my child. Please leave. You told me to leave again. Guingji could no longer control his anger and raised his hand to grab her wrist. Tell me, whose children are these? He used so much strength that Li Yunyan felt that her wrist would definitely be bruised. She struggled but couldn't break free, and she couldn't show off her martial arts in front of him, so she didn't ask for trouble anymore. Your question is strange. My child is naturally my husband's. Who is your husband? I killed him. His face darkened, and a storm was about to come. I didn't expect that she was actually his biological child. Then, what was the point of his searching for the past few years? Jerk. Li Yunyan thought about it carefully and chuckled. What a good curse. Seeing that she could still laugh, Guingji became even angrier. He pulled her in front of him, his voice as cold as ice. I don't care who that man is. You must divorce him, or I will kill him. Listening to his threatening words, the gentle and jade-like figure appeared in Li Yunyan's mind at an inopportune time. If it were him, he would never say such a thing. She lowered her eyes, her voice full of coldness and aloofness. That jerk is already dead. If you want to kill him, then kill yourself first. Guingji did not feel offended by her telling him to go die. Instead, he felt relieved upon hearing the news of the jerk's death. If she didn't make him angry, it was not impossible for him to treat these 3 children as his own. Looking at the 3 children, Guingji felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I looked at the faces of everyone around me, but none of them matched theirs. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be even more exciting later. Li Yunyan moved her wrist and hissed softly. Guingji looked at their intertwined hands and showed no intention of letting go. This dog man. She urged him coldly. Sir, our clinic is about to close. The order to expel the guests was very clear. Guingji had lost his temper after being urged by her several times. He had only one thought in his mind. Even if she had been married before and had children from now on, she could only be his. He looked down at her. Her angry little face was still stunningly beautiful. Different from the image in his memory of her passively enduring on the bed, she now looked vivid, strange, and prickly. With a hook. It made him want to conquer. Yen, you should go to bed early. I'll come back tomorrow. After saying that, he let go of her hand and strode out the door. Li Yunyan was behind him, rubbing his wrist and cursing. Hey, I'm warning you. Don't you dare yell my name like that in the future. Guingji listened to her furious yelling, and his lips couldn't help but curl up, and a low laugh escaped from the depths of his throat. He left in a very good mood. Sure enough, he came again the next day. He moved a stool and sat next to her, staring at her without blinking. Since he lifted her veil yesterday, Li Yunyan simply stopped wearing it. Since so many people had seen it, there was no need for her to wear it anymore. The weather was hot, and wearing a hat was quite stuffy. Fortunately, Xie Fengsheng had spread the word before, and now everyone in the streets and alleys knows that she is protected by the Xie family. The ruffians don't dare to come to her house to cause trouble, which saves her a lot of trouble. Li Yunyan's scalp was numb from being stared at by him, and she glared at him fiercely. What do you want to do today, Master Gu? Guingji raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. Yen, do you remember me? She rolled her eyes. I told you. Don't call me that. Then what should I call you?
Yan'er?
Xiaoyan. Shut up. Seeing that he was unmoved, Li Yunyan decided not to play dumb anymore. She said without hesitation, Master Gu, not only do I remember you, I also know your identity. So please, Master, stop making fun of us ordinary people. Guingji narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, do you know who I am? Li Yunyan didn't want to play dumb with him, so after sending a patient away, she turned around and said in a low voice, "The young master mentioned your name yesterday. There should be only one person with this name in the whole world. She is so smart." Guingji's eyes lit up with interest. "Since you know who I am, why are you so rude to me?" He approached her and said in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid that I will punish you for disrespect? You are the one who disrespected me first." She stared at him fearlessly. His eyes flashed. "Yan Yan, how did I disrespect you?" Li Yunyan's expression was serious. "First, you took off my veil in public yesterday without my permission, which caused inconvenience to my medical practice and life. Second, you don't have any problems, but you always come to my clinic to cause trouble, which affects my business. Third, your attitude towards me now will make me mistakenly think that you have improper thoughts about me, which will affect my reputation." Guingji smiled lazily and did not comment. He said slowly, "First, I was indeed a little rash when I took off your veil yesterday, but I don't regret it. Second, I came to the hospital to find you because I wanted to see you. Third, yes, I have improper thoughts about you." Li Yunyan pretended not to hear what he said next. "It seems that Master Gu will not apologize. In that case, I have nothing to say to you. Please go back." Got chased away again. Guingji stood still like a mountain. His tall figure trapped Li Yunyan between himself and the examination table, making it impossible for her to get out. He opened his arms, making her space even smaller, and his nose was filled with the familiar fragrance that had charmed him all night 4 years ago. My body tensed up involuntarily. Li Yunyan tried to shrink her body as much as possible and glared at him. Then he spoke in a calm voice. "Yan Yan, didn't you hear me? I have improper thoughts about you." Li Yunyan was unmoved. Her voice was cold and clear. "If I remember correctly, the prince should have been married by now." Seeing his face suddenly darken, she continued, "Although I am just a commoner, I have no interest in other people's husbands. I hope your majesty will be kind enough to let me go." Darn it. Guingji's face completely sank at this moment. His expression was tense, and his eyes were as cold as ice. He now looked terribly gloomy, with a natural royal aura that was chilling. Seeing this, many people queuing quietly moved away. Li Yunyan had even felt the majesty of the emperor. He was just a prince, but she was not afraid at all. Her beautiful eyes looked straight into his, and she gave him a sarcastic smile. "If you want to enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives, you should find another partner." The next moment, her wrist was grabbed by him. He pulled her towards him with a little force. Li Yunyan's wrist was bruised yesterday, and now when he pulled her like this, the pain came back immediately, and she let out a soft hiss. She was furious and slapped his chest with her other hand. "Let me go. You barbarian." Guingji grabbed her other hand and pulled it directly towards her chest. Li Yunyan had to look up and look directly at his gloomy face. He pursed his lips. She had touched upon his most troubling thoughts. He was furious, but he didn't know how to defend himself. "I didn't," he uttered. "What don't you have?" Li Yunyan felt that they were too close at this moment, so close that he only said a few words and she could feel his breath entangled with hers. She struggled again. "You jerk. Let me go." He still refused to let go, but he loosened his grip on her. He whispered in her ear, "I didn't touch them. What does this have to do with me?" "You pervert." She simply stood up, using the force to turn around, trying to break free from his restraints. "Li Yunyan," he pulled her back again. "I want to talk to you." "I have nothing to talk to you about." Seeing that she was not going to give in, Guingji had no choice but to lower his voice, with a hint of pleading in his voice. "Yan Yan, I really have something to say to you. Can you please listen to me carefully?" Li Yunyan knew what he wanted to say, but she didn't want it. Even if he has remained a chaste man and has never touched another woman, it is a fact that he has married someone else. What's more, she had already promised to thank Fengsheng. Her tone was cold, with anger in her eyes. "Guingji, I'm really angry. If you don't let me go, I will be rude to you." Seeing the determination on her face and the fact that she had no attachment to him at all, Guingji felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Although he was not afraid of her impoliteness, he was afraid that she would get angry. He suddenly let go of her hand. He clenched his hands tightly, suppressed the ups and downs in his heart, and said with a bit of bitterness, Yan, calm down first. I will come to see you another day. I just ask you not to come again. He pretended not to hear these heartless words and walked out of Rian Clinic with a sullen face. Wu Jian saw the prince coming out and hurried over to greet him. The quarrel between the two of them in the clinic just now was quite noisy, and he had a hard time getting rid of the onlookers. He found that the prince had started to behave abnormally since he met the female doctor. He was irritable, moody, and pestering a woman. It's very different from the situation in the palace. My lord, do you want to go back to the villa? Guingji's emotions had been suppressed, and his tone returned to being cold. Go to Xia's house. Chang Ji had just seen the doctor off when he saw Guingji striding in. Your servant greets the prince. Guingji asked directly. Is your master awake? Young master just woke up. The doctor just took his pulse. Okay. I'll go in and see him. Xia Fengsheng had already heard Guingji's voice in the room. Just before he came over, she struggled to get down and saluted properly. Stop ruining your body. Get up. Look at what you've become. After Xia Fengsheng finished his greetings, he felt a little out of breath and was helped back to the couch by Chang Ji. Why is the prince here? His voice was weak. If I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have known that you actually wanted to marry a widow. Xia Fengsheng looked at Chang Ji with a reproachful look. Chang Ji quickly shook his head. He didn't say a word. Guingji waved his hand to let Chang Ji leave and pushed him back to lie on the pillow. It's not Chang Ji, it's Madame Xia who said that. Seeing that he kept his eyes downcast and remained silent, Guingji asked curiously, What do you think? Do you really want to marry a widow and become the second young lady of the Xia family? Xia Fengsheng couldn't stand being called a widow, so she quickly retorted, She's fine. She's the best woman in the world. He had just recovered from a serious illness and was feeling anxious and short of breath. He spoke so many words in one breath, gasping for breath. Guingji was afraid that he would be out of breath, so he quickly tried to comfort him. Okay. I know, she's fine, right? Have you asked her? He asked. Thinking of the scene at that time, Xia Fengsheng's pale face turned a little red. He couldn't help but smile and nodded. TSK. Such a deeply in love look. Guingji knew that it was not easy for him to fall in love, but once he fell in love, it would be like sparks that would spread all over the prairie and it would be out of control. He was also hoping for his best, so he was genuinely worried about him. What about your mother? What are you going to do? As for my mother, I will try to convince her. Seeing that he had a plan in mind, Guingji nodded slightly. Is there anything I can help you with? Xia Fengsheng raised his eyes and said, Now there is just one. Oh. Guingji looked at him, waiting for him to continue. I want to see her, but my mother won't let me go out. Please help me, Prince. Guingji thought for a moment and said, This is easy. I have to go to Lianjiang City tomorrow to do some work. I will then tell Madame Xia to let you go with me. Xia Fengsheng was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Guingji pushed him back down and laid him down. Thinking that he had come to Lianjiang City because of him and found her by accident, a smile appeared on his lips. But when he thought of her ruthlessness, the smile immediately disappeared without a trace. He said in a complicated tone, Xia brother, I found her too. Xia Fengsheng perked up a bit. Prince, what are you saying? You found the woman from a few years ago. Yeah. Guingji nodded lightly, without much joy on his face. Now that you have found someone, why aren't you happy? Guingji looked gloomy. She has no impression of me at all. Not only that, she also rejects me. No recollection? Didn't the prince say that at that time you? Guingji touched his nose uncomfortably. Ahem. At that time, I was poisoned by aphrodisiacs, and there was no light in the room. She didn't see my face. Listen to this. I always feel that there is a lot of information hidden in it that is not made clear. Brother Xia, you're always very smart. Please help me think of a way to get rid of all the women in my house in the shortest possible time. Xia Fengsheng felt that the prince's mental state became a little abnormal after he encountered the incident with that woman. Previously, The prince wanted to divorce the princess because he felt guilty about not being able to consummate their marriage. At least he still had some compensatory intentions in his heart. Now, he has found a sweetheart and wants to drive the princess out of the palace. My lord, those concubines are fine, but the princess has officially been crowned the royal jade butterfly. Do you really want to kick the princess out of the palace? Yes, he nodded heavily. She disdained me to get married, and she wouldn't even let me touch her hand. Xie Fengsheng has the urge to increase the amount of subsidies. Are these two things directly related? He looked at Gu Yingji, who was trapped in love, and did not say aloud the complaints in his heart. Over the past few years, he knew how much the prince valued that woman. Now that he had finally found her, it was natural for him to be a little anxious. Your Majesty, this matter is of great importance and should be considered carefully. This king has considered it very clearly, Gu Yingji said solemnly. At first, I just wanted to find her and take her into the palace. Later, I found myself worrying about her, so I wanted to make her a concubine. But 2 days ago, when I saw her again, I felt that only the position of the principal wife was worthy of her. Xie Fengsheng could understand his feelings very well. When a woman as beautiful as a treasure stands in front of you like the morning light, you truly feel that only the best things are worthy of her. He felt the same way, so he also pondered it seriously. Your Majesty, this matter needs to be considered carefully. Please let me think about it carefully. It has to be absolutely perfect. Mrs. Xie really agreed to let Xie Fengsheng and Gu Yingji go out to do business together. She thought that it would be good to let her son go out and relax. With something to do, he might forget about Dr. Li. Thinking of Dr. Li, Mrs. Xie felt complicated. Dr. Li is indeed a skilled doctor. After taking the medicine brought back by Xing'er, her eldest daughter-in-law's health has improved a lot, and she can now get out of bed. She didn't look down on widows, but admired women like Dr. Li who were intelligent. So when she knew Xing'er wanted to marry her, although she was angry, she didn't send anyone to her shop to cause trouble. But she was the mistress of the Xie family. Her 2 sons were related to the entire Xie family, and marriage was a major event that would affect one's life. Her eldest daughter-in-law was pregnant, which made her regretful, so she attached more importance to Xing'er's marriage. How could he be allowed to marry a widow? She sighed, hoping that Xing'er could understand her feelings as a mother. After Xie Fengsheng and Gu Yingji left Xie's house, they immediately went their separate ways. We took a horse-drawn carriage and went directly to Ruyan Clinic. Li Yunyan was writing medical records with her head down when she suddenly felt the light dim. She raised her head as if aware of something and looked straight into his eyes, which were full of longing. The sound of wind. Li Yunyan immediately put down her pen and looked at him carefully. She found that his face was pale, and he was so thin that his cheekbones were prominent. His already frail body looked even thinner. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. How come you've lost so much weight? Her eyes instantly turned red and her words were choked with sobs. She stood up and pulled him to sit on a chair, then said to the people queuing at the door, "Sorry, I have something to do at home today, so I'm temporarily suspending my consultation." After saying that, she shouted to the backyard, "Xiang Xia, come out and close the store." Xie Fengsheng's voice was clear and melodious. "I'll just close the door." She held his shoulders to prevent him from getting up. "Don't move. Let me feel your pulse." Xie Fengsheng really missed her, and hearing her caring words at this moment, he felt warm and sweet in his heart. He looked her straight in the eyes and let her raise her wrist. Xiang Xia washed her hands and came out to install the door panels of the shop piece by piece, and habitually left a small door. A man and a woman alone in the same room, the door could not be closed tightly. "Madam, the door is closed. I'm going to go back to the backyard to cook." Li Yunyan took the time to look up, make another pot of ginseng and chicken soup. "Yes, ma'am." After she took his pulse, she realized how poorly he was feeling. How did I get myself into this state? Not only was his body weak, but his stomach was also in trouble. Xie Fengsheng smiled gently. "It's okay. The doctor said that it will get better after a while of rest." "How is that possible?" "The doctor must not be telling the truth." "You are in such a state that you must be seriously injured." Li Yunyan wanted to hit him because she was angry that he didn't take care of his body, but she was also afraid of hurting him. She glared at him with her beautiful eyes and said with a little arrogance, "Luckily you met me, the doctor. I have unparalleled medical skills and will definitely make you healthy again." Xie Fengxing looked at her lively little face with fascination. His voice was gentle and clear, full of deep affection. "Well, it's a good thing that Yan Yan is here." Hearing his address to her, Li Yunyan was slightly stunned, then gave him a meaningful smile. She stood up and poured him a glass of water, then turned her back to him and pretended to take something from the medicine cabinet. She took out a Shirkwan Dabu pill from the system, opened the package, and handed it to him. "Eat it." Without a moment's hesitation, he took it and swallowed it. The pill melted in his mouth, and Xie Fengxing immediately felt a warm current flowing through his body, traveling all over his body and infusing his body with a trace of vitality. After a moment, his panic and shortness of breath disappeared. He felt stronger and his dizziness was gone. Yan Yan's medical skills are indeed well-deserved. Li Yunyan has always been reluctant to give others the pills in the system and only lets those closest to her take the medicine. She relied on this in the first 2 small worlds, feeding one from time to time, and brought their lifespans to the same level as her own. Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that his expression suddenly looked much better. She squatted down directly in front of him, leaning on her knees, supporting her face with her hands, her eyebrows raised. "Of course, this medicine is hard to make. I won't give it to anyone else." Seeing her showing the cuteness of a little girl, Xie Fengxing's palms itched. The longing for her for many days made it impossible for him to suppress it, and he stretched out his hand, as if possessed by a ghost. Touched her cheek gently. Feeling the smoothness and elasticity under his hand, Xie Fengxing was shocked by what he had done. He drew his hand back as if he had been electrocuted, and his ears turned red. Li Yunyan refused to let him take it back. She grabbed his hand and put it back on her face. That's not all. She also gently rubbed the palm of his hand. Xie Fengxing's heart was beating wildly, but he was reluctant to take his hand back again. He placed his trembling fingers on her cheek, not daring to move an inch. A pair of affectionate eyes looked at her and locked their gazes with hers. After a long time, he was the first to give in. He turned his head away slightly, his ears red, as if they were on fire. Li Yunyan's lips curled up, her eyebrows and eyes curved as she smiled, and the sound of her sweet laughter was pleasing to the ears. When Xie Fengxing heard it, the corners of his lips unconsciously curled higher and higher. 5 days passed in this dreamlike and blissful way. During these 5 days, he came to the clinic during the day to help her cut and pack medicine, talked to her when the clinic closed at noon, and stayed in Guingji's villa at night. On this day, Xie Fengxing calculated that Guingji's affairs were almost settled, and his sweetheart was in Lianjiang City and would definitely come back. When he comes back, he will have no reason to stay outside, and will have to go back to Xie's house. When the museum closed at noon, he said goodbye to Li Yunyan reluctantly. "Yan Yan, I may not be able to come tomorrow, so don't wait for me." Li Yunyan sat side by side with him. In the past few days, she asked Xiangxia to prepare medicinal meals for him every day. Coupled with the effect of Shirkwan Dabu pills, his complexion was now the same as before. "It's just that I'm still a little thin." She nodded gently and warned, "When you go back, you must not treat your body like that anymore. You must eat 3 meals a day on time, and your knees must not get cold. Otherwise, I will be angry." He nodded in agreement, with some worry in his eyes. Li Yunyan looked at him and said, "Fengxing, has our matter caused you any trouble?" He was destroying his body like a self-mutilation. Even if he didn't say it, she could guess a little. A person like her would definitely not be able to enter a wealthy family. "Yan Yan, give me some time, I will take care of it. I'm sorry to ask you to wait for me." Li Yunyan looked up at him, eyes flickering. "Actually, I don't care about status." Xie Fengxing's heart felt like it was stabbed. In a hurry, he grabbed her hand and said solemnly, "Yan Yan, I care. You are so beautiful. I don't want to hear anyone say bad things about you." His expression was sincere, and the look in his eyes when he looked into hers was deep and affectionate. Li Yunyan felt a little shy when he looked at her. She turned her face away in panic and tried to calm her disordered heartbeat. He slowly put his fingers into hers, gradually entwining their fingers. His voice was low and a little hoarse. "Yen Yen, listen to me." She had no choice but to turn her head back, her face slightly flushed, and her pair of eyes as clear as spring water, looking at him timidly and coquettishly. His Adam's apple moved. He looked up at the pear blossom hairpin on her head, stroked it gently with his fingers, and then helped her tuck the loose hair behind her ears. His voice became even hoarser. "Yen Yen, I want to marry you openly and let you be my wife in glory, instead of following me without any status." Li Yunyan lowered her eyes and nodded gently. She felt that ever since she confirmed their relationship, he had become more and more flirtatious. The key point is that he speaks seriously and teases people without realizing it. Now that she has fallen in love with him, she no longer feels guilty about fantasizing about him and is determined to break through his defenses. "Really? I really want to see a gentleman lose his composure and become infatuated with her." However, he didn't realize that his shy look with his head down made his Adam's apple roll wildly. "Smoke." She looked up and saw the dark color in his eyes. He looked at her deeply, with a faint red at the corners of his eyes, and his breathing began to become disordered. His head lowered lower and lowered, his eyes focused on the bright red of her lips, his other hand supporting the back of her head and moving slowly down. Li Yunyan closed her eyes tightly, one hand nervously grasping the front of his shirt, feeling his breath getting closer and closer to her. The two people's fingers were intertwined and became tighter and tighter. Finally, both of them shuddered slightly, and Li Yunyan felt his soft lips pressed against hers, and he rubbed them tenderly. Li Yunyan felt her hands and feet going a little weak, and was about to let go of the collar of his shirt and hook her arms around his neck. "What are you doing?" A roar came from the door. Li Yunyan was startled by the voice and reflexively separated from him. Xie Fengsheng immediately held her in his arms and looked towards the door with an unhappy look. The clinic only had a small door that was only for one person to enter and exit. With such a small door, no outsider would be so careless as to walk in unless they were one of the family members. That was why he felt so relieved. Just seeing the person coming, his pupils dilated unconsciously. "Prince?" When Li Yunyan heard the title, she raised her head from Xie Fengsheng's arms. "Why is this jerk here again? Hasn't he left yet?" Guingji was so shocked by the scene just now that his eyes were about to burst. He walked over and pulled the two people who were hugging each other apart. Then he punched Xie Fengsheng in the face. "Thank you, Fengsheng. What were you doing to her just now?" The next moment, Li Yunyan and Xie Fengsheng spoke at the same time. "You know each other?" Li Yunyan rushed over to check Xie Fengsheng's face. He had just recovered from a serious illness, and Guingji was a savage, so he might not be able to withstand a few punches from him. As soon as she held up Xie Fengsheng's face, she was pulled back by Guingji. There was an unknown fire burning wildly in Guingji's heart. He couldn't believe that his good friend was kissing his woman. His eyes and voice seemed to be frozen as he shouted, "Li Yunyan, what is your relationship with him?" Li Yunyan shook his hand off with all her might, her tone both angry and cold. "What does this have to do with you, you lunatic? Let me go. What does it have to do with me?" Guingji was so angry at her words that he instantly lost his mind. He pulled her back with force, put his big hands on her slender waist, and said in a cold voice, "Li Yunyan, do you want to think back to 4 years ago? From that night on, you are my woman." Li Yunyan paused, not knowing whether she should continue acting. She really didn't want to be entangled with him anymore. From the moment she learned about his marriage, she no longer wanted to be with him. Xie Fengsheng was shocked by Guingji's words. His Yan Yan turned out to be the woman that Guingji had been searching for 4 years. It turns out that the two of them have been trapped in love for the past few years, and the woman they have been looking for is the same one. What a coincidence. How ridiculous. He suddenly thought of something and turned his head abruptly to look at the 3 little heads in the backyard that were secretly looking at the side, with their eyes getting wider and wider. His heart suddenly became extremely panicked. Before, his mother did not agree with their marriage, and he was just anxious, but He was not panicked at all, because he knew that Yan Yan had agreed to him and would definitely wait for him.
But now,
He looked at Guingji's crazy face and bloodshot eyes and felt uncertain. King Qingyang has always been reckless in order to achieve his goals. He strode over and grabbed Guingji's hand. "Prince, let her go first. You will hurt her." When Guingji saw Xie Fengsheng's face, he became angry again and shouted, "Xie Fengsheng, how can you be worthy of me?" Xie Fengsheng turned his head to avoid his punch. "Prince, I didn't know. I didn't know that Yan Yan was you. I don't allow you to call her that." He became even crazier and began to punch Xie Fengsheng with fierce force. "Guingji, stop going crazy." Li Yunyan decided not to pretend anymore. She pushed him away, stood in front of Xie Fengsheng, stared at him and said word by word, "Guingji, since the moment you left me in the inn 4 years ago, there is no possibility for us anymore." Guingji really stopped targeting Xie Fengsheng. He stared at Li Yunyan with red eyes. "Yan Yan, did you recognize me? If you recognized me, why did you pretend not to know me? Because we are not the same kind of people." "Guingji, wasn't that what you were thinking when you abandoned me? Why are you pestering me again now?" Guing was speechless for a moment. It was indeed with this in mind that he placed her in the guest house. But later, he went back to find her not long after. On the eve of his wedding, he left behind all the complicated wedding matters and went back to Taoyuan County to find her, but the innkeeper said that she had been gone for several days. He searched the surrounding area nonstop, holding her portrait and asking questions everywhere, and even went back to the small village, tied up the fat man and tortured him, but he did not get any information about her. In the end, it was my mother who sent someone to take him back. He was a little panicked and softened his tone unconsciously. "Yan Yan, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have abandoned you. Can you give me another chance?" "Impossible." Li Yunyan waved his hand away. "Why would I want a man who has already abandoned me once?" Her ruthless and cold words hurt Guingji's heart. For the first time, he felt so regretful for what he had done before. He tried to grab her wrist again, pleading, "Yan Yan, give me another chance. I won't abandon you again." Li Yunyan took a few steps back and said, "No need. Your Majesty, please go back. Are you chasing me away again?" This was the first time in Guingji's life that he begged someone so humbly, but she treated him like a piece of trash, and he became furious. He pointed at Xie Fengsheng and yelled, "Why can he be so affectionate with you here, but every time I come over, you try every means to drive me away?" "Li Yunyan, you are so unfair." Li Yunyan ignored his anger and explained calmly, "Prince, there is no such thing as fairness in love. Fengsheng is the one I have chosen, and you are just a passerby in my life. Now that it is past, let's forget it." Passing by, he was so angry that he went over and grabbed her wrist again, and his words were already a little incoherent. He looked at her, his eyes filled with storms. "Li Yunyan, do you treat every passerby in your life like this? Have you forgotten that night 4 years ago? You were under me." Bang! A crisp slap landed on Guingji's face. Li Yunyan couldn't believe that a dignified prince would actually say such words in front of others. After she slapped him, she cried and said, "Guingji, you are a jerk. I hate you." Then he ran to the backyard without looking back. Guingji immediately started to chase after him, but was stopped by Xie Fengsheng. "My lord, calm down." Guingji grabbed his collar, his eyes sinister. "Xie Fengsheng, are you very proud now? Believe it or not, I will kill you." Xie Fengsheng looked into his eyes, with deep sadness in them. "My lord, I am not proud at all, really." "Then give her to me."
"Ah?
"Give her to me, okay?" "My lord," Xie Feng interrupted him, "this is not a question of giving in or not. You have to respect Yan Yan's idea. I told you not to call him that." Guingji punched him again and pushed him heavily against the wall. Fortunately, Xie Fengsheng has recovered now. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood after being hit and pushed like that. He was actually also angry. After hearing their conversation just now, Xie Fengsheng roughly understood what had happened between Guingji and Li Yunyan in the past. Before, he only listened to Guingji's one-sided statement, but now that he has put himself in Li Yunyan's perspective, he realized how excessive his actions were at that time. It turned out that the prince had been disloyal to Yan Yan before, causing her to lose her virginity and be heartbroken. Later, she had to open a clinic and raise a child alone with a big belly. The pain involved can be imagined. When he first met her on the boat, she must have been extremely heartbroken, right? That's why people say the whole world can be your home. Thinking of this, Xie Fengsheng felt angry and distressed. He did not care that the man in front of him was the prince, so he raised his fist and rushed towards him. Guingji, you're such a jerk. Although Xie Fengsheng is not good at fighting, as a member of the Xie family, he has been trained since he was a child. Although he didn't dare to use all his strength, he still used his punches to hit the flesh, and in an instant he was wrestling with Guingji. The two men who once regarded each other as good friends and brothers are now fighting each other and are inseparable. For a moment, all I could see clearly was the fluttering sleeves of clothing. I don't know how long they fought, but they were tired. Both of them had bruises on their faces and bodies, and they sat on the ground gasping for breath. They all acted in tacit agreement and did not touch anything in the clinic. Not even a teacup was knocked over. After Guingji's rage, he has now calmed down a lot. He looks at Xie Fengsheng, and his eyes have regained their previous calmness. Tell me, what do you want in exchange for giving her to me? Xie Fengsheng was a little speechless. After a fight, Guingji still didn't let go of this issue. The corner of his mouth was broken, and his face was swollen. It was a bit difficult for him to speak. He had to support his face with his hands and said, "Prince, have you ever thought that even if I am not here, Yan, Dr. Li may not accept you?" "She won't," Guingji said angrily. "She was married before and had a child with someone else. Then she accepted you. Why wouldn't she accept me?" When he mentioned the word evil seed, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, which made Xie Fengsheng tremble with fear. Xie Fengsheng was even more speechless because of this. He felt that Guingji really became stupid when it came to things related to smoke. Those kids look so much like him. Can't he tell the difference at all? Fearing that he might do something even more outrageous, Xie Feng reminded him cryptically, "Prince, have you calculated the ages of Dr. Li's 3 children? Why should I blame her and others?" Halfway through his words, Guingji got stuck. 4 years ago, those children look like they are about 3 years old. Guingji suddenly became nervous. The gloom in his eyes disappeared, replaced by the joy of becoming a father for the first time. "Xie, brother, are you saying that those 3 children are my children?" Xie Fengsheng nodded slightly. During the time he spent with Yan Yan, he discovered that she never mentioned her late husband, and her children also never mentioned their biological father, as if that man had never existed. If that man was Guingji, then everything would make sense. Although Xie Fengsheng wanted to have Li Yunyan, he didn't want her hard work in raising a child to be misunderstood by the prince. After all, the prince could do anything when he got mad. If something irreversible happened, he was afraid that Yan Yan wouldn't be able to bear it. Guingji was overjoyed. He stood up and tried to rush to the backyard, but he was stopped by Xie Fengsheng again. "Thank you, Fengsheng. I will not kill you because of our friendship over the years. Don't push your luck, Your Highness. You are in an unstable mood right now. You have seen the condition of Dr. Li just now. Can you give her some time to calm down?" Xie Fengsheng's words can always touch people's hearts accurately. Guingji thought of the slap she had just given him. The look in her eyes when she looked at him at that time was filled with deep disgust. He didn't dare to face it when he thought about it now. He just said something out of turn and made her angry again. Guingji stopped, closed his eyes, and clenched his fists. He was certain in his heart that she would accept him. If 1 year doesn't work, then try 10 years. If 10 years doesn't work, then try 20 years. If 20 years doesn't work, then try a lifetime. One day, she will accept him. The next day, Li Yunyan's clinic was closed. She was asking Xiangxia to pack her luggage. She really didn't know before that Xie Fengsheng actually knew Guingji. Judging from the way they were, they might have had a pretty good relationship before. She had no intention of coming between the two of them, and considering Guingji's crazy temper, if she insisted on being with Xie Fengsheng, it might harm him. Forget it. If you can't afford to offend her, can't you just hide from her? At midnight, a horse-drawn carriage quietly drove out from the back door of Ruin Clinic. The 3 children were all asleep. Li Yunyan laid them on the couch and sat on the outermost side to prevent them from falling. The carriage had been moving forward for only a short while when it stopped. Li Yunyan opened the car curtain in confusion, and Xiangxia's body fell down. As soon as she raised her head, she saw Guingji's face. His eyes were dark, and he asked in a cold tone, "Yan Yan, where are you going?" "Xiangxia." Li Yunyan took her pulse directly. Fortunately, she was just unconscious. Li Yunyan didn't expect that he would actually monitor her. Her plan was exposed, and she was in a very bad mood. "Where I go is none of your business." Guingji held the door of the carriage with his hands. "Yan Yan, if you want to run away with my child, you should have informed me as their father." The 3 children looked so much like him that Li Yunyan knew he couldn't hide it, so he didn't want to hide it anymore. "Now that you know, can you let us go?" Guingji raised his hand, touched her face, which looked particularly attractive in the moonlight, leaned close to her ear and said, "Yan Yan, I'm here to take you and the child home." Then he stepped into the carriage with his long legs, trapped Li Yunyan in his arms, and shouted to the outside, "Wu Jian, go back to the villa." "Yes, Your Majesty. I don't want to go." "Let me go." Li Yunyan struggled hard. If the child was not still here, she really wanted to drug him and then run away alone. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. But she can't ignore the child and Xiangxia. Guingji completely ignored her struggles and held her tightly in his broad arms, as if he was holding a lost treasure. "Guingji, you jerk. Guingji, you're such a bad guy." "Bad guy? What kind of man are you if you only know how to bully women? You jerk." "Let me go." Li Yunyan was carried and scolded by him all the way until they reached the villa, where she was carried out of the carriage by him. The housekeeper and several servants came out of the courtyard. When they saw the prince holding a woman in his arms, they all lowered their heads and pretended not to see anything. Guingji ordered in a deep voice, "Take good care of the children. If a hair falls off, I will hold you responsible." "Yes, Your Majesty." Seeing that she couldn't get away, Li Yunyan quickly added, "And my maid." Seeing that she still wanted to bargain with him, Guingji's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt a little happier. "As long as Yan Yan is obedient, I will do whatever you say." Guingji held her in his arms and walked with big strides, passing through the front yard, the hanging flower gate, the winding corridor, and finally entering a spacious and exquisite courtyard. He carried her into his bedroom, closed the door, and gently placed her on the bed. As soon as Li Yunyan was free, she pushed him away. She didn't even bother to look around the room, but just looked at him warily. "Guingji, what do you want to do by bringing me here?"
He looked lazy and a bit ruffian.
"You are my woman. What do you want to do by bringing you back?" Li Yunyan watched him take off his outer robe, and then began to untie his belt, feeling very complicated. She actually has nothing against it, but she doesn't want to do it now, and she doesn't want to be with him. "Guingji, are you crazy? You are using a woman like this." Guingji had already undressed, revealing his strong and muscular chest. It has been 4 years, and he missed her so much that he wanted to do this from the first time he saw her again. "Even if I took you by force, no one would dare to make the decision for you." He approached her and tried to tear off her clothes just like he did 4 years ago. Unexpectedly, Li Yunyan pulled out the hairpin on her head and put it to her throat. She looked ready to die. "Guingji, if you want to bully me, I will die in front of you." Guingji paused. "Yan Yan, do you really hate me that much?" Li Yunyan's inky black hair was completely scattered, and a thin mist gathered in her black and white eyes. She looked like her tears were about to fall, and looked like they were about to break. She choked up and said, "For years ago, you bullied me in this way. 4 years later, are you going to do it again?" Hearing her crying, Guingji thought of the grievances she had suffered before, and suddenly his heart softened. He took his hand off her body and spoke in a softer tone. "Yan Yan, don't cry, I won't touch you. Put the hairpin down now." "I don't." "You leave this room first." "Okay. I'm leaving." "Don't move." Guingji really planned to go out. He had plenty of time anyway, so he could spend time with her slowly. There was no need to rush. Unexpectedly, his eyes inadvertently fell on the hairpin in her hand. A pure white pear blossom hairpin. The jade is of top quality, but the most eye-catching thing is the small word "feng" engraved under the pear blossom. That font was the personal seal that Xie Fengsheng would use every time he wrote to him. His eyes suddenly turned red, and the scene of the two of them kissing in the clinic came to his mind. The jealousy that he had suppressed for so long burst out at this moment. He suddenly snatched the jade hairpin from her hand and threw it heavily to the ground. The hairpin broke into several pieces. All this happened in a flash. Before Li Yunyan even had time to react, he pushed her into the bed. His voice was terribly gloomy. "Are you unwilling because of Xie Fengsheng? If it was Xie Fengsheng who was pressuring you now, would you be willing? You're sick. You are crazy." Li Yunyan pushed his chest hard, but he didn't move at all. Immediately afterwards, the sound of tearing silk was heard, and Li Yunyan's clothes were torn apart by him in an instant. The graceful figure made his eyes darker. He lowered his head, and his big hands kept exploring. "Has he ever done this to you?"
Huh? Has he?
"Believe it or not, I'm going to get someone to kill him right now." "No, he didn't." Li Yunyan was afraid that he would really kill Xie Fengsheng, so she immediately refuted. Guingji was happy. But the next moment, he became even angrier. "You're saying that because you're afraid I'll kill him. Do you care that much about his life or death?" Li Yunyan felt that Guingji's current mental state made it impossible to communicate normally. No matter what she said, it was wrong, so she simply shut up and stopped talking. There was already a sleeping pill in her mouth, and if Guing kissed her, he would fall to the ground immediately. She was ready, watching his slightly crazy movements coldly, waiting for him to kiss her. Unexpectedly, Guingji didn't dare to kiss her because of her cold eyes. He didn't dare to look into her eyes again, as that would make him feel like a beast. He simply turned her over. Just like 4 years ago. This dog man. She bit her lower lip hard to prevent herself from making any sound. Guingji became more and more emotional. "Yan Yan, you obviously have feelings for me. You obviously have me in your heart. Why are you so heartless to me?" Li Yunyan closed her eyes tightly. Her brain was no longer able to think, and in the last moment of fainting, she only had time to instruct the system. "System, don't let me get pregnant." When Li Yunyan woke up, Guingji was no longer in the room. The room was luxuriously decorated and filled with her favorite incense, which made her feel relaxed and happy. She pushed herself up and got out of bed, and someone came in from outside. "It's Xiangxia." "Madam, you're awake. Xiangxia will help you wash up." Li Yunyan let her wash and dress herself, and asked, "Xiangxia, where are the children?" Xiangxia smiled and replied, "The 3 little masters are all up and are being played with by grandma and the maids." Li Yunyan found that Xiangxia was adapting well, just like when she was in the clinic. She asked in confusion, "Xiangxia, don't you think that there is nothing to be happy about in our current situation?" Xiangxia looked outside and whispered to Li Yunyan, "Madam, I've heard that the situation is stronger than the person. We can't escape now, so let's enjoy ourselves. Anyway, there is no shortage of anything in the courtyard of this palace, and all of them are the best. When we have the opportunity to escape in the future, I will definitely help you. You are so open-minded." "Yes, madam. Before I was bought by you, I had this in mind, living one day at a time." "Look, isn't this what I've been waiting for?" "Madam," Li Yunyan tapped her forehead. Xiangxia was just over 10 years old when she bought her. She was as thin as a chick. Unexpectedly, as she was raised, she developed a hot-tempered personality. In Ruyan Clinic, she was like a door god. "Is your head feeling better? Does it still hurt?" Xiangxia touched the lump on the back of her head and pressed it gently. "It still hurts, but I'm not dizzy anymore. It should be fine in a few days." "That's good. Remember to stay away from water and don't wash your hair these days." "Okay, I understand." Xiangxia had very deft hands. Facing the bronze mirror, she combed Li Yunyan's hair into an intricate and exquisite bun. She also picked out 2 ruby-studded butterfly tassel hairpins on the dressing table and put them on her hair. All the jewelry on the dressing table was brand new, and the clothes in the closet were gorgeous and noble. All new. Li Yunyan picked up a set at random and put it on. Her temperament immediately changed from a fairy-like beauty to a stunning beauty of incomparable beauty. When Guingji came in with a nervous heart, he was struck by the way she looked back. Smoke. She did not try to commit suicide as he had expected, nor did she cry and try to kill him. Instead, she dressed up, put on the clothes and jewelry he had prepared for her, and sat there obediently, like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. Guingji felt anticipation in his heart. Li Yunyan gave him a cold look and said, "I want to see the child." Guingji put on a smile. "Yan, as long as you don't want to leave me, you can go anywhere you want in this mansion." Li Yunyan stood up, walked around him, took Xiangxia with her, and went out. Guingji was not sad about being ignored by her and followed her obediently. As soon as they walked out of the yard, Yunu, Huier, and Xia ran up happily and chattered around Li Yunyan.
Mom.
You finally got up. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Mom. It's so fun here, Mom.
I'm hungry.
Let's go eat something. Guingji squatted down and picked up Xia, saying lovingly, "Come on, Daddy will take you to eat." How rude. Daddy, you are so nice. Daddy, Huier wants a hug too. In the end, Guingji walked away with a baby in his arms and another one hanging around his neck, with a healthy posture. Watching the three kids come and go, Li Yunyan was confused. How come the child and the bad man became so close in just one night? Is it really the nature of father and son? After entering the main hall, the servants around came over to pay their respects. Your servant greets the prince, princess, young prince, and young princess. Li Yunyan looked up in surprise. What is this jerk doing? Guingji's eyes showed a hint of affection. He placed the children one by one on the dining chairs, and then took her hand and sat down next to him. He said with a gentle face, "Yan, you are my only wife. In my heart, you are my princess.
Give me some time.
Once I have settled the matter in Qingyang City, I will take you back." He looks so gentle now, and it's hard to tell that he is the same madman from last night.
I don't want to.
I think it's fine here. If we really enter the palace, it will be even more difficult to escape. His eyes were tinged with gloom again, and his voice was gloomy, as if a storm was about to come. Do you like this villa, or is it because this is Lianjiang City? Going crazy again? Li Yunyan did not intend to argue with him in front of the child. She had just thought about it carefully. The reason why the child accepted him so quickly might be that she wanted a father from the bottom of her heart. For now, he is the only one who can give them this role. She looked at those three pairs of slightly panicked eyes, and a wave of sadness welled up in her heart. She was not a good mother. Over the past few years, it was Xiangxia who had been taking care of them. As a mother, she only provided them with a life of worry-free food and clothing, and even rarely took them out to play. Children of this age are very sensitive. If they often see their parents arguing, it may affect their mental health. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes and forced herself to put on an expression of misery and helplessness, yet pretending to be stubborn. Her eyes were red, and she said angrily, "I don't want to go to the place where you lived with another woman. Don't mention that place to me again." She stood up and wanted to leave, but Guingji pulled her back, held her in his arms, and coaxed her. "It's my fault. Yan, don't be angry. I shouldn't have mentioned that place." Guingji felt a tinge of sweetness in his heart. Since Yan was jealous of him, did it mean that she also had a place for him in her heart? He didn't take Yan's feelings into consideration. Yan was already concerned about the fact that he had married another woman before, so how could she like the palace where another woman had lived? Yan, we'll all live here from now on, so don't be angry, okay? Having achieved her goal, Li Yunyan sobbed softly a few times and then pushed him away. I picked up my chopsticks and started eating. She's starving. Seeing their parents reconciled, the three children became lively again, and the scene looked harmonious and harmonious. Guingji transferred all the affairs of Qingyang City to Lianjiang City. He was busy with official duties during the day and would torment Li Yunyan in the room at night. He wanted Li Yunyan to be pregnant with his child again. As long as she gets pregnant, she will definitely not think of leaving him. Li Yunyan also changed from silently enduring it at the beginning to taking advantage of it for free. This man's physical condition is really good. Everything is top-notch. Doesn't he know that he tortures her every night? So isn't it she who is enjoying his service? Sometimes she would even direct his movements and speed, training him to become a highly professional service staff. With her body extremely moisturized, Li Yunyan blossomed like a flower, so beautiful that it made people's heart beat fast. Even though Xiangxia has been watching her for several years, she is still often mesmerized by her beauty. While combing Li Yunyan's hair, she whispered to her, "Madam, I heard that Master Xie has been looking for you everywhere recently. He even went to the mansion several times, but was driven away by the prince every time." A trace of bitterness flashed across Li Yunyan's eyes. There were many experts in the palace, and it was more like surveillance than protection. Even though she had martial arts skills, it was difficult for her to escape alone, let alone take the child and Xiangxiao away. Naturally, verbal messages could not be sent out. In her heart, she just hoped that Xie Fengsheng would stop looking for her. If she escaped from the palace in the future, she would look for him again. But by that time, he should have already forgotten her, or had already married and had children, and started another life, right? She lowered her eyes to hide her emotions that were about to burst out, and whispered, "Don't go and ask about his affairs in the future, and don't let others find out." "Yes, I will be very careful." Since Xie Fengsheng discovered that Li Yunyan was missing, he began to look for her secretly. He went to Ruin Clinic and found that all the small and soft items in the backyard had been cleaned up, and there was no sign that the house had been searched, which made him feel a little relieved. This at least shows that she left on her own initiative and was not kidnapped. Thinking about what happened that night, Xie Fengsheng guessed that Yan Yan might have thought of leaving because of his relationship with the prince. After all, she has always been thoughtful and kind, and she only feels sorry for herself when something happens. He went to the prince's villa several times, but the prince did not let him in. He used to go in and out of the villa frequently and even stayed there for a few nights. If there was nothing fishy going on there, the prince wouldn't have behaved so abnormally. What's even more abnormal is that when the prince knew that Yan Yan was missing, he didn't panic, nor did he send anyone out to look for her. Now she doesn't even return to Qingyang City, and it seems that she wants to live in Lianjiang City permanently. This made him suspect that Li Yunyan was trapped in the villa by Guingji and was under house arrest by him. Xie Fengsheng was extremely anxious, but he was unable to break through the heavy guards of the villa. Although the Xie family is an aristocratic family with great strength, it cannot compare with the royal family in terms of the forces it can mobilize or the resources it has at its disposal. Moreover, most of the power of the Xie family is not in his hands, which makes it difficult for him to move forward. Xie Fengsheng stood outside the wall of the palace's villa, thinking about Li Yunyan, who might be only separated from him by a wall, and felt anxious and bitter. "Yan Yan, wait for me. When I grow up, I will definitely rescue you." In the coldest month of winter, the weather is freezing cold. Li Yunyan has been trapped in the villa for several months. There were many servants in the courtyard, and they had everything they needed, and they lived a comfortable and luxurious life. They didn't have to get up early every day to see doctors, cut and dry herbs, and had no troubles. Apart from not being able to leave the house, there was nothing wrong with it. Li Yunyan herself is a rather lazy person. Having decided to live a low profile, she doesn't treat herself too harshly and concentrates on enjoying life. Guingji also invited famous teachers to come to her house to teach the children one-on-one. She no longer had to worry about her children's education and began to lie down and read storybooks every day. Guingji loved her lazy look very much because it meant that she was content with the status quo and had no intention of running away. He walked to the couch, held her in his arms, touched her warm little hands, and then kissed her fair cheeks. Li Yunyan turned her head to avoid it, muttering, "Oh, stop it. It's itchy." Guingji has always been domineering. Now that he wants to kiss her, he will not stop until he has kissed her. After a while, Li Yunyan was held by him around the slender waist and the back of her head, and was kissed by him until she was breathless. He held her, her face flushed in his arms, and said with some joy in his voice, Yen Yen, your mother may be here in a few days, so you should be mentally prepared. Li Yunyan looked up in surprise. Your mother? The royal concubine? How could she leave the palace? Guingji scratched her nose and said, Father has always loved mother. As soon as mother said she wanted to come out to see her grandson, father agreed. Do they know about the child? Well, don't worry, only mother and father know about it. Nothing will happen. Li Yunyan's heart was at ease again. After all, it's your own child. You have to be responsible for protecting him. That's natural. Guingji was delighted when he heard her say that the child was hers, and he hugged her tighter. A hand gently rested on her belly. Yen Yen, how come I try so hard to pamper you, but there is still no news in your belly? Li Yunyan lowered her eyes, thinking, even if you work 100 times harder than you do now, there will be no news. After all, the system produced. But she showed worry on her face. At that time, I was pregnant with 3 children and my body was very weak. Maybe I hurt myself at that time. I may never be able to get pregnant again in the future. After saying that, she pushed him hard and said in an indignant tone, if you still want a child, find another woman to have one. Don't ever come to me again. After saying this, he turned around angrily. Guingji naturally hugged her back. He was filled with heartache. He was too impatient and didn't think of these things. For an ordinary woman, giving birth to only 1 child during pregnancy is already a death sentence, let alone her giving birth to 3 at once. Moreover, Xiangxia was the only one by her side at that time, and there was no one to take care of her body. It was a blessing from God that she could give birth to these 3 children safely. He is too greedy. He patted her back gently and coaxed her skillfully. Yen Yen, don't be angry. It's my fault. I won't mention it again, okay? Li Yunyan turned her head away and ignored him, acting casually. Guingji hugged her and kissed and coaxed her. Yen Yen, be good. When next spring comes, I will take you and the children out for a spring outing, okay? Real? Li Yunyan turned her head and looked at him happily, her eyes shining like stars. He felt a surge of bitterness in his heart. Really? After saying that, he hugged her tightly in his arms and pleaded in a low voice. Yen Yen, smile at me more in the future, okay? Li Yunyan leaned quietly in his arms, neither agreeing nor refusing. Concubine Shugui arrived 2 days later. A tall and exquisite carriage with a canopy stopped in front of the gate of the villa, and 2 grandmothers helped a noble lady with a dignified face out of the carriage. Guingji had been waiting at the door to greet them. When he saw the carriage stop, he walked up and bowed. I have seen mother before. Concubine Shugui placed a hand on his wrist and said anxiously, Take me to see my little grandson. Don't worry, mother. The children are waiting for you inside. As Concubine Shugui walked quickly, she said, How can I not be anxious? Other princes of your age have already had a bunch of children. But you alone. I can only watch others enjoying their grandchildren, and I am so greedy. Seeing that his mother's temper was still as impetuous as before, Guingji knew that his father still doted on his mother as always, and he felt relieved. He whispered, Mother, when you see Yen Yen later, you must not show her displeasure. Concubine Shugui glared at him. She thought her son was indifferent to other women before, and it was his nature. But now he was protecting a woman like a young boy. It really annoyed her. I understand. Just because she gave me 3 little grandchildren, I won't do anything to her. After entering the second gate, Li Yunyan and her 3 children had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Guingji coming in with a beautiful woman, they knew that this must be Concubine Shugui. Concubine Shugui was the emperor's favorite concubine. She had been in the palace for more than 20 years and had always been favored. This showed that both her temperament and appearance were extremely outstanding. I, Li Yunyan, pay my respects to the imperial concubine. Grandson Gu Chunyan/Gu Chenhui/Gu Chensi pays homage to the Empress Dowager. Okay, get up quickly. Concubine Shugui hurriedly walked up to them and looked at the 3 cute children carefully one by one. It's so like. Grandma Yuan, who was standing beside Concubine Shugui, also echoed, Your Majesty, the 2 young princes look exactly like the prince when he was a child. Yes, they really look like they were printed from the same mold. With tears in her eyes, Concubine Shugui squatted down affectionately and hugged one, and then that. Finally, she hugged Gu Chenxi, who looked like a pink ball, into her arms and called him her darling. Our Shir also looks a bit like Ingji. Come, let the royal grandmother hug you. Gu Chenxi hugged her neck softly and called in a soft voice, Grandmother. Hey.
Hey.
So good. Gu Ingji saw Li Yunyan standing aside with her head lowered and her eyes submissive. He felt pity for her and called out softly, Mother. Concubine Shu Gui looked at him with a treacherous look and glared at him with hatred. Then he looked at Li Yunyan. Look up. Her voice was gentle, yet it carried with it an irresistible majesty of a superior. Li Yunyan used to be a queen mother, so she is not afraid, but now she just has to act. Xu Fei had always had a good impression of Li Yunyan because of the child. Now, seeing how she looked, she understood why Ingji was so obsessed with her. Although she was used to seeing so many beauties in the harem, concubine Shu had to admit that the woman in front of her was extremely beautiful, the kind that could not be faulted at all. If we have to find some fault with her, it is that she has a cold and aloof personality and doesn't look very friendly. Maybe her son just likes this kind of thing. No wonder he didn't even touch the concubines she sent into the palace. She glared at Gu Ingji again, then turned around and smiled at Li Yunyan and said, You're a good person. Stay by Ingji's side in the future, and I will not treat you badly. Li Yunyan bowed gracefully, her voice graceful and pleasant. Yes, I understand. Concubine Shu Gui nodded and took her son into the house to chat. She frowned and asked, Ingji, why is this Li still calling herself a commoner? Don't you plan to give her a position? Mother, I want to grant her the title of principal wife. What? She has such a big mind. Concubine Shu's voice almost couldn't be suppressed. This woman looked weak and fragile, but she actually dared to covet the position of the principal wife. No, Gu Ingji immediately retorted. It is I who want to give her the position of principal wife. Mother, I want to divorce Du Qingyao. Absurd, concubine Shu immediately shouted. Qingyao has a distinguished family background, is well-educated and well-mannered, and is a good daughter-in-law that both this palace and your father have chosen. How can you let her divorce just like that? But I don't like her. You. Concubine Shu pointed at his forehead and whispered, There are so many people in the royal family who don't like the main wife. Who have you seen divorced? Since you like this Li, just make her a concubine. Forget about the position of the main wife. Gu Ingji raised his head. Didn't Du Qingyao say anything to my mother? What are you talking about? This time, I came straight to Lianjiang City after leaving the palace. I haven't been to Qingyang City yet. Gu Ingji thought about it and simply told the truth. Mother, I have never touched Du Qingyao. What? This time, concubine Shu Gui really couldn't control the volume of her voice, and her voice was so loud that it almost sounded like she was splitting her legs. Then she coughed again and said incredulously, Ingji, are you crazy? You have been married for 4 years, and you haven't consummated your marriage yet? Qingyao must hate you to death. Yes, I am indeed sorry for her, but I have no feelings for her. It was the same in the past, and it will be the same in the future. Gu Ingji looked at consort Shu Gui and said sincerely, Mother, I may only have these 3 children in the future. If Du Qingyao continues to be the princess, then Yuner and Huir. Shut up, concubine Shu Gui interrupted quickly. She couldn't bear to hear anyone say anything bad about her little grandson. She knows the secrets of the rear house better than anyone else. If Du Qingyao is always out of favor and has no hope of having children, no matter how good-tempered she is, she will be provoked to jealousy and hatred. What if she attacks her little grandchildren? No. She couldn't bear to see this happen. Concubine Shu Gui was so angry that she slapped him hard several times. You jerk. Why are you so troublesome? You have offended the Du family so much. Gu Ingji bowed to her and said, I beg you to help me. Concubine Shu Gui glared at him fiercely and raised her well-maintained fingers to rub her temples. This was a big trouble. Let me think about it. Please let me think about it carefully. Seeing his mother getting so angry that she had a headache, Gu Ingji felt deeply guilty. Mother, you have come a long way. You should take a rest first and think about it tomorrow. Concubine Shu put down her hand, feeling relieved. At least you have a conscience and know how to feel sorry for me. Gu Ingji smiled slightly. Mother loves you dearly, I know it in my heart. Concubine Shu Gui felt that her son now looked much gentler than last year and smiled more often. She couldn't help but feel more satisfied with Li. If she could keep her son happy like this, then it wouldn't be impossible for him to plan for the position of queen. She raised her finger and poked his forehead. If you just stop getting angry with me, I'll be relieved. Guingji covered his forehead and smiled. I obey your command. Concubine Shu Gui stayed in Lianjiang City for more than 10 days and returned to Beijing before the new year. She was a concubine and should have been with the emperor during the new year. Guingji did not go back with her this year. He was worried about leaving Li Yunyan and the children in Lianjiang City. When concubine Shu Gui left, she hugged her 3 children and cried a lot. The children cried their hearts out. They liked this kind and gentle grandmother very much and wished she could play with them forever.
Look,
Grandmother, Yuner can't bear to leave you. Grandmother, Huir can't bear to leave you either. Can you stay a little longer? Grandma, can you not go back? Xier likes Grandma the most. Concubine Shu Gui wiped her tears with a handkerchief. How could she bear to do that? She had only been with these well-behaved little grandchildren for 10 days. She became even more determined to let them return to their ancestral home as soon as possible. When the time comes, she will definitely beg His Majesty to let them all live in the palace to accompany her. After concubine Shu Gui left, the children were in low spirits for a few days, and even Guingji was depressed for a few days. Li Yunyan, who rarely lost her temper, let him have whatever he wanted. Guingji was very pleased with her cooperation. He hugged her from behind and called her name over and over again. Smoke, smoke. Then comes the new year. This is the first new year that Guingji, Li Yunyan, and their child spend together, and he takes it very seriously. The entire villa is decorated with festive atmosphere, with bright red palace lanterns, carved beams, and painted rafters visible at all times, making the already luxurious courtyard appear even more magnificent. A family of 5 wore clothes of the same color to welcome the arrival of the new year on the snowy New Year's Eve. Guingji arranged a very beautiful fireworks show, and the children were stunned. It was the first time for them to see fireworks, and it was also the first time for them to have so much fun during the Chinese New Year. Li Yunyan looked at the children's innocent smiles and felt even more guilty. She is not a good mother. The children went to bed early, and after watching the fireworks, they couldn't hold back any longer, so they were carried back to the room by their grandma. Guingji and Li Yunyan stood on the top of the attic and released the calming lanterns themselves. Li Yunyan made a wish in her heart that although she was not a good mother, she would try her best to accompany her children until they grow up. Guingji looked down at her face. Under the moonlight and the lights, she was so beautiful that she seemed as if she would leave him at any moment. He suddenly took her hand and asked softly, Yan Yan, what is your wish? Li Yunyan shook her head. It won't work if I say it out loud, she asked him. What about you? Guingji slowly spoke. I hope that in the new year, you can love me a little more. After saying that, Guingji looked at her again, smiling a little reluctantly. Now that I've said it out loud, does it mean it won't work? There was expectation and desire in his eyes as he stared at her. That look was so humble that Li Yunyan suddenly felt a little bit reluctant. In the final analysis, the root of everything was because of her. If she hadn't taken the initiative to break into his room that night, nothing that followed would have happened. Since she brought him into this cause and effect, she should be responsible for his feelings. At least when she was with him, she would try her best to love him. Li Yunyan's eyes flickered as she looked into his eyes with a faint smile on her face. She said softly, before you do anything in the future, you must ask for my permission. Otherwise, I will get angry. Her eyes moved, and when she looked at him, there was a light flowing in her eyes, no longer the coldness and indifference of the past. This was the first time she showed such a tender side to him, and Guingji suddenly became so nervous that he didn't know what to do. His heart was beating wildly. Does this mean that Yan Yan accepted him? He was a little at a loss. His deep eyes were stained with a few blushes, and he asked excitedly and uncertainly, Yan Yan, do you agree? Li Yunyan tilted her head back, smiled at him with curved eyebrows, and then nodded gently. Yeah, He held her tightly in his arms, and at that moment when the sky was full of fireworks, the usually domineering and powerful King Qingyang shed hot tears. Yan Yan, I will never be a jerk again. I will listen to you in everything. Li Yunyan raised her hands, slowly wrapped them around his waist, leaned on his chest, her eyes gradually becoming moist. Winter goes and spring comes. The weather is getting warmer, the grass is growing, and the birds are flying in the countryside. It is a good time to go out for an outing. Guangji kept his word and really took Li Yunyan and the children out. He was accompanied by a large number of guards and servants who surrounded their carriage tightly. Although Li Yunyan was in the carriage the whole time and Guangji refused to let her even lift the curtain, she was still very happy. This time he can accompany her outing, next time he can accompany her shopping, and in the future, maybe he can let her go out by herself. Li Yunyan sat in the carriage, held in Guangji's arms, watching the children excitedly playing with the paper Oreos in their hands. She raised her head and smiled gently at Guangji. She had to perform well today so that he would take her out more often in the future. She thought that she would run with the children and release paper Oreos, or at least sit on the grass nearby and watch. However, she never expected that when they arrived at a place surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, Guangji asked the servants to take the children to play, while he held her in his arms and went into a forest with beautiful scenery. Before I had time to appreciate the scenery, he gently pushed me against a towering tree and pressed me down with an overwhelming kiss. Ugh, Li Yunyan pushed his chest hard. What are you doing? There are people here. Her voice was soft and coy, which made Guangji's Adam's apple twitch. He wanted to kiss her in the carriage just now, but he had to hold back until now because of the children. Guangji motioned for her to look around, and Li Yunyan realized that they were the only two people left in the huge forest. Where are the guards and servants? They all went down. The hot breath lingered in her ears. I just let them leave. Don't worry, Yan Yan. There are only you and me here. Her lips were blocked by him again. Li Yunyan's resistance was minimal. Her movements were firmly controlled by him. Gradually, only groaning sounds remained.
Don't, she refused.
He said in a low voice, Be good, I just want to kiss you. He bent his head and kissed her, long and persistent. Li Yunyan was forced to raise her head high, and her hands were tightly gripping the bark under her hands. After the kiss, Li Yunyan's arms and legs became weak, so Guangji picked her up horizontally. After a few turns, they arrived at a misty rocky mountain. It turned out to be a natural hot spring. He put her into the warm spring water, surrounded by layers of waves, and Li Yunyan sighed comfortably. Guangji brought a cloth and said in a charming and seductive voice, Yan Yan, you have worked hard climbing the mountain today. Let me help you bathe and wipe your body. Li Yunyan opened her eyes lazily and saw that he was also soaked in the water in a pure white undershirt. The belt of the undershirt was not tied and was soaked by the water, sticking loosely to his body in a translucent manner, revealing his extremely eye-catching and muscular chest muscles. He has always maintained a good figure. I don't know how he did it. Li Yunyan's face couldn't help but turn redder. She moved her eyes downward, trying to see some of his strong abdominal muscles through the mist. He came closer and closer, and gradually she could clearly see his slender mermaid line, and suddenly she was embraced in his hot arms. A smile appeared on Guangji's lips. A piece of pure white cloth was hooked on his bony fingers, which gradually sank into the water. He wiped her skin gently and carefully, without a trace of charm on his face, which made Li Yunyan want to push him away, fearing that she was thinking too much. She shivered slightly, her hands unconsciously grasping his arm, and her voice had a hook-like ending. Thank you. But no, I can do it myself. He chuckled and deliberately rubbed her pink neck with the tip of his nose. A charming voice escaped from his throat. Yan Yan, you have worked hard just now. It is my duty to serve you. Li Yunyan gritted her teeth as she felt his increasingly excessive hands, her body becoming increasingly limp. She glared angrily at his seemingly serious face and bit his chin hard in anger. Guangji took the initiative and sealed her restless cherry lips. His palms slowly moved along her smooth back, and finally, he picked her up. The water in the hot spring pool is running water, rippling wave after wave, pushing the waves into layer upon layer, and finally flowing to no one knows where. Li Yunyan finally got out for a trip, but she didn't see many sights, and her energy was completely used up. In the end, she was carried to the carriage by Guingji. The servants who were accompanying them all lowered their heads and pretended not to see anything. However, the three children often saw their father hugging their mother, so they did not think it was a big deal. They had a particularly good time today, chattering and making a lot of noise, and from time to time they told Li Yunyan about the interesting things that happened that day. Li Yunyan was so tired that she could hardly open her eyes, but she forced herself to stay awake and responded incoherently. Her eyes were slightly open, and her face was full of fatigue, which made Guing feel pity for her. He made a, gesture to the child, changed Li Yunyan into a more comfortable sleeping position, and patted her gently to help her fall asleep. Li Yunyan was ultimately defeated, and gradually fell into a deep sleep amid his gentle comfort. Qingyang City. Qingyang Palace. Today is Princess Du Qingyao's birthday. She waited in the palace from dawn to dusk, until all the guests left and all the concubines in the palace returned to their rooms, but she still did not wait for the prince to come back. She tightly grasped the handkerchief in her hand, her eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Although the prince used to ignore her, on her birthday, if he was in the mansion, he would ask the butler to send her a gift. He would also attend her birthday banquet and pretend to be a loving couple in front of others. This was her only comfort. On the wedding night, the prince did not consummate the marriage with her and then left. She was not without resentment and cried and made a fuss about it. She even held a grudge in her heart, thinking that if the prince did not like her, then why did he marry her? Later, her mother gave the prince several more beautiful women. She was jealous and planned to secretly get rid of them when the prince was not around. But I didn't expect that the prince had never touched those women. She suddenly realized. The prince didn't touch her body, maybe not because he didn't like her, but maybe
he was sick.
The prince was such a high-ranking and proud son of heaven, he would definitely be ashamed to talk about such a thing. As the prince's wife, she should understand him, tolerate him, and hide the truth for him. She pretended in front of the concubines that she was the prince's favorite and loved deeply, which was why he would not touch other women. She thought she had acted very well, and she felt happy and enjoyed watching the concubines' envious and jealous eyes towards her. But who would have thought that since last year, the prince has never returned? For more than half a year, he has never returned to Qingyang City. She missed him in her heart, but she could only wait. As the wife of the prince, when the prince was not at home, she had to take care of the household chores and manage the palace for him. This was her responsibility as a princess. Before the Chinese New Year last year, she heard that her mother went directly to Lianjiang City. Only then did she know that the prince had been living in Lianjiang City for the past few months. She originally thought that her mother would pick up the prince and return to Qingyang City together, but she waited and waited, and even after receiving the news that her mother had returned to the palace, she still did not wait for the prince to come back. She remembered that the prince seemed to have a good friend living in Lianjiang City. It turned out that the prince was going to meet a friend. She felt a little relieved, as long as the prince was not having fun with other women. She kept waiting and waiting until today. After her birthday party, the prince didn't even send anyone to send back a message. She couldn't help feeling angry. No matter how good Lianjiang City is, Qingyang City is also the prince's home. How could the prince not come home for so long? Grandma Yu, I am here. Princess, what do you want me to do for you? Du Qingyao regained her dignified demeanor and said, the weather is hot, and I am worried that the prince has no one to take care of him in Lianjiang City. I have asked the people below to prepare and set out tomorrow to visit the prince in Lianjiang City. Yes, I will ask them to prepare it right away. The heat is unbearable. Du Qingyao traveled for several days in such weather. Although there was an ice basin in the carriage, and a maid was fanning her all the time, she was still unbearably hot. The only thing that supported her was the desire to see Guingji as soon as possible. She hoped that if the prince saw that she came to find her husband despite the scorching heat, he would definitely be touched, right? She really wanted to tell him that she didn't care about his hidden illness, and she would be content as long as he could always be by her side. Finally, they arrived in Lianjiang City. Du Qingyao and his party's carriage drove to the front of the palace. Grandma Yu got out of the carriage, wiped the sweat from her face and neck vigorously with a handkerchief, and went to knock on the door. The one who opened the door was a waiter. He saw the gorgeous carriage parked behind Grandma Yu and asked, "Who is coming?" In the palace, Grandma Yu has always relied on her relationship as the princess's wet nurse to boss the servants around. Even the concubines have to look at her face. Now he saw a small courtyard guard who had no respect for him at all. His anger was aroused by enthusiasm, and he shouted loudly, "You are blind. The princess is here. Why don't you open the door and welcome her?" Xiao and I was stunned for a long while after being yelled at by her. He asked in a good-tempered manner, "Excuse me, which princess is this? Do you have a visiting card?" Grandma Yu had been thinking about getting into the house early so she could have some rest and cool down, but now she was blocked at the door by a little kid. Not only was it embarrassing, but standing in the high temperature was really a life-threatening situation. She shouted angrily, "Whose princess could it be?" "Your princess. Princess Qingyang. Hurry up and open the door." I thought I could get in after I announced my home address, but the kid rolled his eyes and said, "Where did you come from, crazy woman? Go, go, go." Then the door closed with a creak. Grandma Yu was confused, and Du Qingyao in the carriage was also confused. She lifted the car curtain and looked at the plaque on the door. It was indeed the palace villa. How come even she, the princess, can't enter? She was so angry that she wanted to get off the car to argue with him, but was stopped by the maid. Binger, the maidservant beside Du Qingyao, was smart. She waved her fan and comforted her. "Don't worry, princess. Maybe the servant in the other courtyard doesn't know us. I'll knock on the door with your name card, and he will definitely invite us in. Once you enter the other courtyard and meet the prince, you can punish this blind man." When Du Qingyao heard her mention the prince, all the depression in her heart disappeared. Thinking of the prince's handsome and innocent face, her heart was filled with joy. She took out her business card and said in a relaxed tone, "Go ahead." Binger took the business card, held an umbrella, and walked to the door, then handed the umbrella to Grandma Yu. "Auntie Yu, the weather is hot. The boy must be confused by the heat, and his mood is bad, so his tone is inevitably a little aggressive. Please take a break, and let me handle such a trivial matter as knocking on the door." Grandma Yu was humiliated on the spot and was about to go down the stairs. When she saw Binger handing her an umbrella, she immediately took it. She was grateful to Binger for giving her the step and the umbrella. She was so moved that she moved her feet and covered both of them with the umbrella. There was another knock on the door, and it was the same young man who opened the door. He saw that the person knocking on the door this time was a young woman. She had a pretty temperament, was elegantly dressed, and had a delicate and refined appearance. Because Grandma Yu was standing next to her and holding an umbrella for her, Xiao Dian thought that the woman in front of him was the princess that the old grandmother mentioned. Binger took out Du Qingyao's name card, but before she handed it over, she heard him sneer. "Where did you come from, you liar? How dare you pretend to be the princess with your looks? Our princess is in the mansion. Go back to where you came from. Otherwise, don't blame me for sending someone to chase you away." "What did you say?" Du Qingyao opened the car curtain and asked in a stern tone, "Is there another princess in your villa?" Xiao Dian saw another woman in the carriage. This woman had a dignified demeanor. He immediately realized that he had recognized the wrong person. But his princess was indeed in the mansion, so she stiffened her neck and said, "You could pretend to be anyone else. Why did you pretend to be my princess? Tell me, what are you doing here?" It was really unfortunate that Du Qingyao came at this time. Normally, there is a butler in the gatehouse, and at least there are a few guards of the prince in the mansion, and they all know Du Qingyao. But the weather has been extremely hot recently, and the masters are all stuck in their rooms. The housekeeper rests in the room during the day and only comes out in the evening. What was even more coincidental was that Guingji went out on business today and took his personal bodyguard with him, so that in the entire villa, except for the secret guards, there was no one who knew Du Qingyao. But the secret guards would not show up easily under normal circumstances. When they saw Du Qingyao coming, they only sent one person to quickly notify Guangji. After hearing what the young man said, Du Qingyao no longer cared about her dignity and got off the carriage directly. She walked straight to the door, snatched the business card from Binger's hand, and threw it hard in Xiaodian's face. Open your dog eyes and see who is the Qingyang princess. Her eyes were wide open, her brows were raised with anger, and she exuded a strong, gloomy, and violent aura. The little girl was frightened and quickly picked up the business card on the ground. I opened it and saw it was indeed the name card of Princess Qingyang. What is happening? The waiter was undecided and didn't know whether to open the door or not. He didn't dare to close the door again, so he called another waiter to watch over it and went to find the housekeeper with his name card. Butler Lu got the name card and thought to himself, it's over. How did the guy from Qingyang City come here? One is the legitimate princess, and the other is the princess that the prince loves the most. Should he open the door or not? If it is opened, if the two sides come into conflict, will he help or not? No. He would naturally help the one in the palace. After all, anyone with eyes wide open could see how much the prince doted on her. He quickly whispered, find someone who's quick and go out the back door to inform the prince. I'll go tell the princess. Yes. Li Yunyan leaned lazily on the beauty couch, holding a storybook in one hand and a silver fork inlaid with agate in the other, eating chilled fruit leisurely. Ice basins were placed in the four corners of the room. The icy mist made the room as cool as if the air conditioner was on. The three children were sleeping on her couch, with their bellies bulging and their arms and legs spread out. She raised her eyebrows when she heard the report from the housekeeper outside. Guangji's principal wife has always been someone she doesn't want to think about. She felt guilty about her, but it was only a little. She was also jealous of her, but it was not much. Both were things that she did not think about specifically, and they were a kind of existence that she could not remember. But now that she has come to him on her own initiative, Li Yunyan has no choice but to face it. Out of that sense of guilt, she couldn't stop her at the door. If the two sides could reconcile, before she left here, they would stay in Qingyang City and Lianjiang City respectively, without interfering with each other. Li Yunyan spoke calmly. Butler Lu, please invite her in. Yes, princess. Du Qingyao finally entered the gate of the palace's villa. She led her group inside angrily. When the servants along the way saw them, they did not greet them or give way, but looked at them with strange eyes. It was as if they were a group of uninvited guests. Du Qingyao clasped her hands tightly in her wide sleeves. She didn't want to believe that the prince actually kept a concubine in Lianjiang City. He even asked the servants in the other courtyard to treat this concubine as a legitimate princess. She was even more unwilling to believe that the prince had no hidden illness. He just didn't like her. No matter which of these two guesses it was, she couldn't accept it. They followed the butler's lead and arrived in front of an extremely magnificent courtyard.
Du Qingyao kridtet her tidsikridslig.
This courtyard was more noble and magnificent than the one she lived in the Qingyang Palace. Every detail showed the extraordinary status of the owner of the courtyard. She stopped in front of the gate. She is the princess, and the person living inside is a concubine, not even a concubine. If she walks in, wouldn't it seem like she, the princess, has to condescend to meet a concubine? Call her out. Yes. Grandma Yu took a few steps forward and shouted at the top of her voice. Come out, whoever's inside. The princess is here. Why don't you come out and greet her? She emphasized the word, princess, very much. She wanted everyone to know that her wife was the princess, and the one inside was a fake. Li Yunyan frowned slightly. The weather is so hot. Wouldn't it be nice to have an ice basin in the house? Do we have to stand outside to talk? Xiang Xia spoke up. Princess, how about letting this servant go out, scold them all, and then drive them out? Li Yunyan laughed. Do you think you are still in Rian Clinic? The people outside are not easy to deal with, Xiang Xia said anxiously. What should we do? The prince is not in the house now. If they start making a fuss, it would be bad if they bump into the princess and the young masters. Li Yunyan walked into the room and looked at the children who were sleeping soundly. She said to Xiangxia, let's make this quick. Let's go out and meet them. Okay, Du Qingyao stood outside for a long time and finally waited until the door of the main hall opened and several people walked out. The one walking in front was the most eye-catching. Du Qingyao saw at a glance the thin Shangyun gauze she was wearing, the ruby headpiece on her hair, and the two round and plump oriental pearls on the toes of her shoes. Her face became distorted, and then her gaze moved upwards, looking at her face with eyes as sharp as knives. That face was extremely beautiful, and when he looked at her, his expression was calm and composed, without any sign of nervousness or humility. After the woman reached the Chuehua gate, she did not move forward one step. She had clearly only walked to the door, but she was already followed by 8 maids, who even used a canopy to block the sun. Comparing the two rooms, Du Qingyao only brought 4 maids and a nanny because she was in a hurry. At this moment, she only had an oil paper umbrella on her head, and her momentum immediately seemed much weaker. In addition, she had been traveling for days, was covered in dust and sweat, and looked very shabby. However, she stood there neatly and elegantly, as if she was the owner of this villa. Du Qingyao clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. She had to admit that the woman in front of her was very beautiful. It was so beautiful that even though she knew the prince had ignored her because of her, the only words that came to her mind were, "So that's it." She felt sad and angry. She had been married to the prince for almost 5 years. Why did the prince keep it a secret from her? Is she so petty in the prince's heart that he can't even tolerate a concubine? Seeing her master's furious expression, Grandma Yu cursed at Li Yunyan. "Where did you come from, you little jerk? Why don't you kneel down when you see the princess?" As soon as she finished speaking, a maid beside Li Yunyan moved. She flew out extremely quickly and slapped Grandma Yu twice on the face. He threw down a sentence, "If you can't speak properly, you don't need my tongue anymore," and then flew back. Li Yunyan raised her eyebrows. Only then did she realize that Bao Xiaohuiwu was skilled in martial arts. Judging from his smooth speed just now, he might even be a secret guard. Grandma Yu covered her face in disbelief. "How dare you hit me?" Bao Xiao raised the right hand that had hit her just now and looked at her with a smile, and Grandma Yu immediately shut up. She looked at Du Qingyao with frustration, called her Empress, and then dared not say anything. Du Qingyao didn't expect that this concubine was so powerful that she didn't even take her, the princess, seriously. She became even angrier. She put on the airs of a princess and said with a sullen face, "You are just a concubine. Why don't you show your courtesy when you meet me?" Li Yunyan looked at Butler Lu, who was sweating anxiously behind her, and laughed softly. "I don't even greet Guingji when I see him. Are you more arrogant than the prince? How dare you address the prince by his name?" Grandma Yu scolded him. Seeing that Bao Xia did not react, she knew that if she did not scold him, she would not be beaten, and she became more confident. Li Yunyan was a little speechless. It turned out to be a low-end game. In her previous life, she was used to palace fighting and thought that the other party would kill or burn people at any time. She overestimated it. She looked even more lazy and replied lazily, "I called you. What do you want to do?" Du Qingyao really wanted someone to slap her in the face, but when she thought about the fact that she only had a few maids by her side, and the guards she brought with her were all stopped outside the door, she became extremely angry. She was a princess, but she had to endure all the bullying in front of her concubine, and she couldn't even vent her anger. She was really annoyed. She looked at Butler Lu behind her. "Butler Lu, is this how your prince taught you to do things? What should be done if a concubine dares to be disrespectful to the princess?" Butler Lu laughed it off and didn't dare to utter a word, secretly hoping that the prince would return soon. Du Qingyao had never been treated so coldly before. She could no longer maintain her dignified demeanor and asked in a lost voice, "Where's your prince? Ask him to come out. I want to ask, can I make the decision in this mansion?" There was silence all around. At this moment, 3 small figures appeared behind Li Yunyan. They were wearing thin undershirts, hugged Li Yunyan's legs sleepily, and yawned. "It's so noisy. Mother, who is here? Mother, give me a hug." Li Yunyan lowered her head, rubbed her hairy little head 3 times, and coaxed softly, "It's hot outside. babies go in first, and mother will be in soon to accompany you. No. I want my mother. Sierra was already in a bad mood when she woke up, and being woken up by a loud noise made her mood even worse. She cried and asked for a hug. Li Yunyan had no choice but to pick her up, patted her gently, and then said to Du Qingyao impatiently, "The prince is not here now. Why don't you wait until he comes back?" Du Qingyao stared at the three little faces that looked exactly like Guingji, and a huge wave of emotion surged in her heart. The prince not only has a concubine, he also has an eldest son and daughter. It's still this big. The hands hidden in the sleeves couldn't stop shaking. Child. The prince refused to touch her even if he died, but at the same time he was flirting with other women outside, and even had 3 children. How could she bear this? Her rationality collapsed the moment she saw the child, and she angrily shouted, "You shameless witch! I don't know what seductive tricks you used to charm the prince to stay away from home and even ignore the people of Qingyang City." She had a righteous expression on her face. "Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of His Majesty and my mother." Li Yunyan caught a glimpse of a tall figure running towards him. He curled his lips slightly and asked with his eyes downcast, "So, how do you want to teach me?" Du Qingyao thought she was afraid, and she kept talking nonsense. "I will definitely throw you, and your children too." "Shut up." Guingji rushed to Li Yunyan's side after hearing the loud shouting. He looked her up and down and asked anxiously, "Yan, are you okay?" Li Yunyan turned her head away and ignored him angrily, feeling a little sour in her heart. When Sierra saw her father coming, she immediately jumped over from Li Yunyan's hands and asked him to hold her. As soon as Guingji took them, the 2 boys climbed up automatically and hung on his arms, one on the left and one on the right.
Daddy.
Father, Dad, these people are so fierce. We were all woken up. Guingji was very busy coaxing the child and Li Yunyan at the same time. Yan, don't be angry. I'm late." Li Yunyan lowered her eyes and said nothing. Guingji knew at a glance that she was throwing a tantrum. Looking at her awkward little expression, a sweet feeling welled up in his heart. Yan is jealous. She is jealous. He handed the child to the grandmother beside him, and after he let go of her hand, he hugged her and coaxed her softly. I rushed back as soon as I received the news. Did Yan feel wronged? Li Yunyan pushed him away. "Don't touch me. Your princess is here. Go talk to her." After saying this, she turned around and was about to leave, but Guingji was not willing to let her go. If he didn't coax her now, she might not let him into the room at night. He hooked his long arms around her waist and hugged her, holding her tightly in his arms to prevent her from moving, and whispered soothing words in her ears over and over again. Yan, be good. It's all my fault. Not angry anymore. I'll chase her away right now, okay? The servants around him all looked down at their toes skillfully, as if they saw nothing. This state of being indifferent hurt Du Qingyao's eyes. She had never seen that the prince, who was always cold and stern, could have such a tender side. He would not even touch her hand before, but now he was so humble in front of a woman, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. "Prince," her voice trembled with a tone of disbelief. Seeing that Li Yunyan stopped struggling and just let him hold her angrily, Guingji looked up at her. "Who asked you to come?" This was the first time he looked at Du Qingyao after he came in. His eyes were cold and cruel, as if he wished she would disappear immediately. Du Qingyao was heartbroken by his look. His eyes were so completely different before, and after that she could no longer deceive herself. The prince really disliked her. He even hated her. Why do you hate her? Do you hate that she took the position of the queen? My lord, I want to ask you a question. In your heart, who is Princess Qingyang? Guingji looked down at the woman in his arms who was pretending not to care but raising her ears high, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. Every word he spoke seemed to be spoken to Du Qingyao, but more like to the person in his arms. In this king's heart, there is only Li Yunyan. She is my only queen and my only wife. His meaning was so obvious that he didn't even look at me while he said it. Du Qingyao's legs suddenly became weak and she could not stand. She took a few steps back and was supported by Grandma Yu and others. With tears streaming down her face, she asked, "Prince, are you really not afraid of offending the Du family?" Guingji remained silent. He already had some evidence of the Du family's crimes in his hands. If they made any move, he could kill their entire family immediately. If your majesty can turn back from his mistakes, I will pretend that what happened today never happened. She looked at him with tears in her eyes. At this moment, she felt a little regretful. If she had not come to Lianzhong City, she might have been kept in the dark and been the princess of Qingyang for her whole life. But now she is here, the false bubble has been burst, and the prince no longer even gives her the most basic respect. Guingji said in a deep voice, "If you agree to divorce me now, I can give you some compensation for your management of the palace over the past few years." His eyes became fierce. "If you don't agree, I can make you agree. King Qingyang always keeps his word." After hearing his heartless words, Du Qingyao felt so wronged that tears fell from her eyes. "My lord, are you really so heartless? I will give you half a month." Guingji seemed oblivious to her grief, his deep voice carrying an irresistible majesty. After saying this, he did not stay and walked into the room with Li Yunyan in his arms, leaving Du Qingyao with a resolute back. At this moment, there was silence outside the courtyard. Everyone held their breath and did not dare to make the slightest sound. Du Qingyao stood there blankly like a statue, her eyes empty and lifeless, as if she had lost her soul. She couldn't understand why things had developed to this point. "I came here with so much joy and expectation, but less than an hour has passed. Why has everything changed beyond all recognition?" Du Qingyao tried to sort out her thoughts, but her mind was in a mess. Various chaotic thoughts intertwined together, making her feel more and more at a loss. She stared ahead in confusion, her eyes revealing deep helplessness and loss, as if everything was far away from her at this moment. "Princess, let's go back," Binger advised softly. They all knew the prince's temper very well. Once he made a decision, he would never change it easily. Grandma Yu also recovered from her shock and advised with tears in her eyes, "Princess, let's go back to Qingyang City first, and then write a letter to ask the old man to see if they have any solution." Du Qingyao seemed to have grasped the last straw in despair. She murmured, "Yes. Go find my father. He will definitely be able to help me. Go. Go back quickly." Du Qingyao came in a hurry and left in a hurry. The servants in the mansion continued to do their duties and never mentioned the matter, as if she had never been there. Li Yunyan was dragged back into the room by Guingji, and her anger had already subsided by half. Looking at his slightly flattering smile, she asked, "Have you already decided to divorce her?" Seeing that she was willing to talk to him, Guingji took her hand and kissed it, then said, "Before, you didn't like me talking about this, so I didn't mention it. I wanted to tell you after we got divorced, but now you know it in advance. What method are you going to use?" She looked at him, wanting to know his preparations. After all, Princess Qingyang did nothing wrong in this matter. The one who was wrong was that Guingji knew that he had feelings for her, but he still wanted to marry the princess. However, he regretted it after the wedding, wasting 5 years of her life. Any woman who was treated like this would definitely come to the door to seek an explanation like Princess Qingyang did. So Li Yunyan was not angry about what happened today. She was just a little jealous, angry that Guingji had a legitimate and obedient wife. Guingji touched his nose and said, "What did I say?" "You can't be angry." She looked at him and said gently and calmly, "Tell me. If you hide something from me, I will be really angry." He held her in case she ran away and said slowly, "Before I found you, I wanted to divorce her, but she never agreed. I thought that after a long time, she would not be able to stand the loneliness and would slowly change her mind. After I found you, I felt that time was running out, so I secretly collected evidence of the Du family's crimes. If Du Qingyao does not agree to divorce, I will use this evidence to threaten her, and then the Du family will not be in a good situation." Li Yunyan raised her eyes and asked, "Are those evidences true?" "Of course it's true." Guingji sipped her lips. "I'm not so despicable as to forge a false testimony." Having said this, Li Yunyan stopped asking questions. If the Du family really fell because of this, it was because they were the first to do evil, but the evidence was dug out by Guingji in advance. She snorted softly, "Then why do you have so many concubines?" A deep and magnetic laugh suddenly burst out from his broad and strong chest. The laugh was very faint at first, but gradually became louder and louder, as if to release all the joy and happiness in his heart. Li Yunyan punched him in frustration and urged him in a coquettish voice, "What are you laughing at? Tell me now." Gu Yingji grabbed her pink fist with one hand, smiling. "Yan Yan, are you jealous?" Her face froze for a moment, then turned red again. She immediately turned around and didn't look at him. How could I? Don't talk nonsense. In this position, he hugged her from behind, lowered his head and kissed her earlobe, his voice happy and hoarse. "Yan Yan, I'm so happy," afraid that she would get angry if she waited too long without hearing an answer. He quickly said, "Don't worry, Yan Yan. I only want you. As for those concubines, I haven't even seen what they look like. When the time comes, we will dismiss them all and let them go wherever they want. Are you really willing to do that?" Li Yunyan said angrily. "There are so many beauties, they won't make you angry. They will obey you and please you in everything, and they can also give you a lot of children. When they get old, you can continue to find young and beautiful ones, and when I get old too." She couldn't continue speaking because Gu Yingji had already stopped her from talking and carried her to the inner room. Li Yunyan cried out in surprise when he placed her on a brand new rocking chair. The rocking chair was covered with thick cushions and felt very comfortable. She held the armrests tightly, fearing that she would be shaken off. Gu Yuji's voice was full of smugness as he rocked her gently. "Yan Yan, do you like this rocking chair? I don't like it. It makes me dizzy." She put her foot against his arm, signaling him to stop shaking. He laughed softly. "I asked a craftsman to make this for you. You like reading storybooks, right? It will be very comfortable to lie down and read on it." Li Yunyan touched the texture of the rocking chair and nodded proudly. "Well, it's not bad." He admired her smile and bent down to kiss her. "Yan Yan, I only have you in my heart. Please don't say anything to deliberately anger me in the future, okay? Good." In less than half a month, Gu Yingji returned to Qingyang City and successfully divorced Du Qingyao. Li Yunyan originally thought that the Du family would fight back, but she didn't expect that after receiving Gu Yingji's hint, they took the initiative to propose a divorce to His Majesty. It seems that between the interests of the daughter and the interests of the family comes first. At the same time, Gu Yingji dismissed all the concubines in the Qingyang palace and gave them enough money to settle down, enough for them to find another way out. 3 months later, the imperial decree came down to confer the title of Princess Qingyang on Li Yunyan. Li Yunyan received the imperial edict and felt mixed emotions. By now, she had already understood that there was no possibility for her and Xie Fengsheng to be together anymore. As she got along with Gu Yingji, she was slowly moved by him, and her concern for Xie Fengsheng gradually diminished and turned into blessing him. Maybe she is not a loyal and affectionate person, and is not worthy of such a simple and forbearing love. She considered it for several days and finally made up her mind. She carefully made her request to Gu Yingji. "My lord, I want to meet Xie Fengsheng." Gu Yingji's pupils trembled, his eyes began to become deep, the arms that were holding her began to tighten, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. Just when he was about to get angry, Li Yunyan was quick to take the lead, suddenly raised her delicate little face, aimed at his lips, and kissed him lightly, like a dragonfly touching the water. Then, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a charming and breathtaking smile to him. This smile was like the peach blossoms blooming in spring, charming and tempting. It was also like the stars twinkling in the summer night, dazzling and eye-catching. At this moment, he was a little overwhelmed by her behavior, and the anger in his heart disappeared instantly, replaced by an indescribable surprise and sweetness. Is she coaxing him? He cleared his throat and asked casually, "What do you want to see him for?" Li Yunyan raised her clear eyes and looked at him, and replied seriously, "I want to say goodbye to him." He quickly replied, "What's the point of saying goodbye? What else do you have to say to him?" "I don't agree." After saying that, he turned his head away again, not wanting her to see the anger that was reappearing in his eyes. Li Yunyan knew that he behaved like this because he felt insecure. She raised her arms and hooked them around his neck, her voice sly and sweet. "My lord, do you understand the meaning of goodbye?" If you don't say goodbye, then he hasn't completely left me. After saying that, she added, you can't keep me locked up in the palace and not let me out, right? If I run into him on the street when I go out, I don't know what he'll say then. Guingji turned around and said through gritted teeth, I don't want you to talk to him. After saying this, she felt that her request was a little unreasonable and asked in a sour tone, do you still have feelings for him in your heart? She leaned into his chest and said with a smile, if we say goodbye, it will be gone, you. Guingji tightened his grip on her waist and said unwillingly, you know how to irritate me. Li Yunyan smiled and asked, does your highness agree to this? He kept a sullen face and said nothing. Li Yunyan pressed the issue further. You ask him to wait for me at Ruyan Clinic. Also, you are not allowed to send anyone to eavesdrop or peek. Li Yunyan, do you want to annoy me to death? Guingji's eyes, which were originally deep and charming, were now filled with anger. He stretched out his hand without hesitation, and with a not-so-gentle movement, he suddenly opened her collar. Li Yunyan was extremely gentle and coaxed him patiently, allowing him to have whatever he wanted. It was not until she repeated in his ear over and over again that she would not leave him at his request that he finally closed his dark red eyes and nodded lightly. The consequence of pushing too far is back pain and weak legs the next day. Li Yunyan simply didn't get up. She acted coquettishly and let him hold her around, which made the sadness between his brows fade a little. Regardless of whether Guingji was willing or not, he had promised Li Yunyan and got the job done. That night, he personally drove the carriage and took Li Yunyan to the door of Ruyan Clinic. The hospital, which had been dark for a long time, was now flickering with the faint light of candles. After Guingji helped Li Yunyan out of the carriage, he gave her a big kiss on the lips and then got on the carriage reluctantly. I'll be waiting for you at the intersection ahead. You can't talk too long. His eyes contained a warning and deep displeasure. Li Yunyan nodded and smiled, then whispered in his ear, got it. You're such a jealous jerk. He felt a little satisfied, glanced inside the clinic, then whipped the horse-drawn carriage, and it drove away. Li Yunyan took a deep breath and then walked in. Ruyan Clinic is her private property. Even though it is no longer open for business, the sign is still there, and all the items inside have remained intact. There was still only a small door left, and Li Yunyan, with her slender figure, walked in easily. Xie Fengxing sat in the seat he used to sit in, with a pot of tea and 2 plates of snacks at hand. Have you been waiting for me for a long time? Li Yunyan walked over and sat down next to him naturally. I just arrived not long ago, too. His voice was as clear and pleasant as ever, and he raised his hand and poured her a cup of tea naturally. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and when they met again, there was no need for any introduction. Li Yunyan looked at him calmly. In 2 years, he looked more stable than before, but his body was still as thin as a bamboo. Put your hand out. Xie Fengxing subconsciously reached out his hand. Seeing that she wanted to feel his pulse, he put his wrist on the table and said, I listened to you. I ate 3 meals a day on time, and my knees didn't get cold. As soon as Li Yunyan saw his expression, she knew something was wrong with him, so she turned his wrist over and put her fingers inside. After a moment, a worried voice came. You can't sleep well every night. Xie Fengxing's eyes flickered, and he said calmly, family affairs are very busy, and sometimes I am too busy to take care of sleep. He lowered his eyes after he finished speaking. Under the candlelight, his long eyelashes blended into the dark blue under his eyes. Li Yunyan couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. Could family affairs be so busy that she couldn't even sleep? Isn't there a big brother above him? But no matter what, she hoped that what he said was true, and that she would be able to sleep normally once things were free. Li Yunyan turned around and selected things in the system behind his back. When she turned around again, she held a pile of pills in her hand. She peeled a pill of 10 herbs tonic and handed it to him. Eat it. Xie Fengxing saw the familiar pill, took it, and put it in his mouth. It still melted in his mouth and still made him feel warm. He felt his tired body suddenly filled with strength. Dr. Li's medical skills are superb, he praised with a smile. Li Yunyan handed all the remaining pills to him and said in detail, 10 in 1 pill. If you feel like you can't hold on any longer, take 1. The sleeping pill can make you sleep till dawn. Thank you. He took it carefully and put it in his arms with great care. After seeing that he accepted all of them, Li Yunyan reminded him again, "These medicines can only be taken by you. Don't give them to others." She was trying to save money and didn't want to let the good things in the system go to others, but Xie Fengxing smiled because of what she said. He smiled gently and said, "Yes, I will listen to Dr. Li." Li Yunyan racked her brains, thinking about what kind of pills she should prepare for him so that she would feel less guilty, and then she listened to his gentle voice and spoke lightly. "I heard that you're going to be the princess of Qingyang." "Yeah." Li Yunyan nodded slightly, feeling guilty towards him. "Congratulations," he said sincerely. "Thank you. Are all 3 children okay?" "They are all good and have become enlightened now." "That's great." The two fell silent. He kept looking at the teacup on the table, wondering what he was thinking. Li Yunyan didn't know what to say either, so she sipped her tea. Just as Li Yunyan could no longer sit still and was ready to say goodbye to him properly, Xie Fengxing spoke again in a low voice. He chuckled first, then said in a teasing tone, "You know what? When I knew I could see you today, I made a joke." Li Yunyan looked at him quietly, waiting for him to continue. He smiled and said, "Although I know it's impossible, I still think, what if, just in case, you let me take you away?" He seemed to be lost in the memory of that moment, with the corners of his mouth raised and his eyes filled with tenderness. Then he realized that he was distracted and smiled faintly. "I was very excited at the time and prepared a lot of things. Now it seems that I won't be able to use them." Li Yunyan's nose suddenly felt sore, and she quickly lowered her eyes. She had thought about this before, and after escaping from the villa, she would kidnap him and then wander around the world.
But then,
it was she who broke her promise. Xie Fengxing turned to look at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Yan Yan, don't be sad. It's good enough to see you living a happy life," he said gently. "2 years ago, I was too weak to protect you. If you followed me, you would have suffered a lot. The prince is a better match for you than me. From the moment I saw him break into this room, I knew I had lost. Yan Yan, it's not your fault. It's me who is not good enough and not worthy of you." He spoke slowly, word by word, as if he had been thinking over it in his mind for a long time. His gentle voice spoke out, soothing Li Yunyan's guilt bit by bit. Her eyes were swollen and she choked up as she said, "Thank you, Fengxing. Thank you. I also hope that you can pursue your own happiness again. I especially hope that you can be happy." Crystal clear tears dripped down his cheeks, and he suddenly moved towards her, only inches away from her. Li Yunyan always knew his character, so she didn't avoid him but looked up at him. Xie Fengxing gently wiped the tears from her face and looked at her deeply, his voice still clear and polite. "Yan Yan, there is something you owe me for 2 years. Is it time to return it to me now?" "What?" She wondered doubtfully. Was there something she had that she had forgotten to return to him 2 years ago? Could it be that jade hairpin? But it had already been smashed to pieces by Guingji. She was lost in thought, and then she felt a warm touch on her lips. He gently cupped her face and pressed his lips against hers. Li Yunyan's eyes suddenly widened, and she raised her hand to push him. But he seemed to have made up his mind today. The more she pushed him, the tighter he held on. Li Yunyan's nose was filled with his elegant breath, and she was tightly enveloped by him, without any power to resist. There was no desire in his kiss, only longing deep into her bones and careful tenderness. Like a deep obsession, he kissed her tenderly and persistently, caressing her gently, until he felt that he had taken back the unfinished kiss 2 years ago. He finally let go of her lips, circulated his fingers between her lips, wiped away the lipstick he had smudged, and smiled with relief. "Thank you, Fengxing. I have no regrets from now on." Li Yunyan wanted to cry again. This time it was a real farewell. He chuckled and said to her, "I won't give you any gifts for Dr. Li's wedding, lest the prince get jealous again. Also," he smiled tenderly at her, "I've been happy before, so Dr. Li, you don't have to worry about me." He gently lifted the loose hair around her ears without touching an inch of her skin. He memorized her current appearance deeply in his bones, then turned around and walked out. The night wind was blowing, and his elegant back, like a bamboo, was soon drowned in the thick night. When Guingji came in, Li Yunyan was the only one left in the room. "Humph! That kid is smart." He left on his own without him urging him. He walked closer and found that Li Yunyan was actually crying secretly, and he felt sad again. His voice was cold and indifferent. Are you so reluctant to let him go? Do you want me to catch him back? Hearing his sour words, Li Yunyan burst into laughter. This guy is really jealous of everything. The depression in her heart was relieved a little. She wiped her tears with a silk handkerchief and sniffed. Then go ahead. Guingji pretended not to hear her and walked over to sit next to her. Seeing her red eyes from crying made me unhappy, and looking down at her rosy lips, I felt angry. He pinched her chin, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his deep voice was filled with suppressed anger. Did he touch you? Li Yunyan had expected him to do this and slapped his hand away unhappily. What nonsense are you talking about? She glared at him, her eyes still filled with anger at being wronged by him. Guingji was actually happy to be beaten by her and snorted softly. I don't think he would dare to do that. Li Yunyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That kiss was just a farewell, not about love. Fortunately, she kept it a secret. If he knew, he would go crazy. But since he interrupted me like that, I couldn't cry anymore. She wiped the tears from her face, took a deep breath, and breathed slowly and smoothly. Guingji locked his eyes on her, and when her emotions gradually calmed down, he suddenly stretched out his arms and held her tightly in his arms. Then he said in an extremely domineering tone, "This is the last time. From now on, I will never allow you to shed a tear because of him. Otherwise, I will kill him." His voice was low and magnetic, containing unshakable majesty and determination. After saying this, Guingji slightly increased the strength of his hands, as if he wanted to make Li Yunyan feel the weight of his words in this way. Li Yunyan knew that this was the limit of his patience, and she was already satisfied that he could do this for her. She was not prepared to challenge his limits. She raised her head in his arms and smiled at him charmingly. I will always listen to my husband. Guingji was broken by her calling him husband. He immediately lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. His kiss was like a violent storm, constantly invading her. Li Yunyan's back was pressed against the cold and hard back of the chair, which made her feel very uncomfortable. She pushed him away with all her strength, murmuring, "Don't do it here. I feel uncomfortable." Guingji knew her delicate temper very well, and she would not cooperate if the environment was uncomfortable. He had no choice but to suppress the heat in his heart and carried her out of Ruyan Clinic. He got on the carriage in a hurry and drove towards the villa. King Qingyang will eventually return to Qingyang City. Qingyang City still needs Guingji's governance, and the emperor and the imperial concubine cannot allow him to leave his fiefdom and live somewhere else. Li Yunyan is now willing to go back with him, as she has never been to Qingyang City. Guingji knew that she did not like the previous Qingyang Palace, so he found another excellent place in Qingyang City and was determined to build a brand new palace for her there, a palace that belonged to just the two of them. This piece of land is located between green mountains and clear waters, with a quiet and pleasant environment, like a paradise on earth. The surroundings are shaded by green trees and colorful flowers. The breeze blows through, bringing bursts of fresh air. Not far away there is a clear stream flowing, and the rippling water is sparkling with crystal light. Such a beautiful scenery makes people feel relaxed and happy, and it is exactly what Guingji thought in his heart. Only such a fairyland-like place can be worthy of his beloved woman. After choosing the address, Guingji immediately started planning and designing the new palace. He invited the best craftsmen and designers to participate in the project, striving to make every detail perfect. From the overall layout to the architectural style and interior decoration, everything was carefully considered and repeatedly scrutinized. The entire palace is grand and majestic. The main building adopts the traditional Chinese style, with flying eaves, brackets, carved beams, and painted rafters, showing the beauty of simplicity and elegance, while the courtyard cleverly incorporates elements of Jiangnan gardens, with pavilions and towers staggered in an orderly manner, winding paths leading to secluded places, and a unique charm. The wedding ceremony of Li Yunyan and Guingji was held in this brand new palace. The whole mansion was decorated with lanterns and ribbons, and was filled with a festive and joyful atmosphere. Yunu, Huir, and Shir were extremely excited, with brilliant smiles on their faces. Led by consort Shugue, they sat on high seats and accepted the congratulations from the guests who came to the banquet. Concubine Shugue came here specially with the emperor's permission. After she went back last time, she really missed her 3 little grandchildren. As soon as the imperial decree of marriage was issued, she started preparing in the palace. The room is prepared for the 3 little grandchildren. With His Majesty's permission, she will bring her 3 little grandchildren back with her when she returns to the palace this time, so that they can stay with her and His Majesty in the palace for a longer time. As for her son and daughter-in-law, let them live a good life in their new mansion and try to give her more grandchildren. As night fell and the lights came on, the mansion, which had been bustling all day, finally returned to its peaceful state. At this time, Guingji, wearing a bright red wedding dress, walked into the bridal chamber with firm steps. He was as tall as a pine tree, with a handsome and resolute face, as stunning as if he had walked out of a painting. Inside the room, Li Yunyan, wearing a red veil, sat quietly beside the bed, like a blooming flower. The room was filled with a faint fragrance, and the red candles were burning brightly, making the entire space particularly warm and romantic. In the flickering candlelight, the figures of the 2 people appeared and disappeared, as if a beautiful painting was unfolding before their eyes. They stared at each other, and through the thin veil, they seemed to be able to feel each other's fiery gaze. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everything around them no longer mattered. There were only the 2 of them. Guingji could not wait to lift her veil with his wedding name, and a little face that was prettier than a flower was raised up, smiling at him with curved eyebrows. He hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to put all his emotions into this hug. His voice trembled slightly, with endless joy and excitement. Yan Yan, I finally got my wish and married you. You finally became my princess. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be even more exciting later. At this moment, his heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. He had been thinking about and searching for the woman in front of him for 4 years. Later, he used despicable means to snatch her away from Xie Fengsheng. She used to beat him, bite him, scold him, and hate him, but now she was wearing a gorgeous wedding dress, sitting on her wedding bed like a blooming flower, smiling at him willingly. How could this not make people ecstatic? His embrace was too strong, and Li Yunyan felt as if he was rubbing her into her bones. She pushed him gently. Let go. I can't breathe. Guingji reluctantly let her go, and saw Li Yunyan holding the back of her head with her hands, looking like she was about to faint. Yan Yan, what's wrong? Li Yunyan held up her head and said, Help me take it off. It's so heavy. It is not appropriate to say such things on the wedding day, but Li Yunyan always speaks directly. Guingji listened to her, chuckled, and helped her take off the jewelry on her head. Are you feeling better now? Li Yunyan felt as if her head suddenly became 5 or 6 pounds lighter. She twisted her neck happily and then pulled out the last hairpin that was fixed on her head. Her shiny black hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, gently brushing against her snow-white skin, making her look even more delicate and charming. Even though Guingji was with her every day, he was still captivated by her beauty. Li Yunyansi had no shyness as a newlywed bride. She took off all the cumbersome decorations on her body and walked to the hot spring bath connected to the bedroom to take a bath. Guingji's eyes lit up instantly, and he followed her in.